This guy groggily wakes up because someone keeps calling his name, making his ears ring. Before Lu Sheng can even register what the heck is going on, his teacher standing at the front starts screaming right in his face. His classmates turn around to look at him and burst into giggles. They mockingly say he looks completely out of it. "Hey Lu Sheng, you've been sleeping all day today." The teacher is extremely fed up with Lu Sheng's attitude. There are only 200 days left until the national exam. Yet every single day in class, he just passes out and sleeps like a baby pig. This has absolutely infuriated the teacher. The teacher rants harder and harder until his voice goes hoarse, threatening that if Lu Sheng keeps this up, after graduation, even a construction site wouldn't hire him to carry bricks. He even tests him, asking if he knows the absolute minimum blood QI standard for a cement loader. He thought Lu Sheng wouldn't have a clue, but to his surprise, the boy calmly answers 0.8. Hearing this, the teacher gets even more furious. He demands to know if Lu Sheng has reached that standard yet. At this point, his classmates also jump in to mock him. They laugh and joke that his blood qi is barely at 0.7 and that he's completely useless at anything other than sleeping. The teacher shakes his head and sighs in disappointment, thinking this student has absolutely no drive to compete. The moment the bell rings, his friend Lu Kaiming runs over to Lu Sheng with a warm, friendly smile. This guy is one of Lu Sheng's very few friends. Lu Sheng tiredly nods back in greeting. Closing his eyes, he recalls the terrifying scenes that have been continuously plaguing his dreams. It was a ruined, desolate wasteland without a single living soul, surrounded by nothing but bizarre monsters. He complains to Lu Kaiming, telling him to drop the subject because the nightly nightmares are driving him insane. In fact, his blood qi index has even dropped by a precious 0.02 points. Lu Sheng had to take a ton of supplements and train incredibly hard just to recover a tiny bit of it. Even so, he still couldn't escape getting scolded by his teacher every single day in class. Lu Kaiming doesn't care much about that blood qi stuff. He tells Lu Sheng not to take the teacher's words to heart. Just accept being an ordinary guy and leave the whole saving the world hero stuff to the geniuses. You'd think comfort from a best friend would bring hope, but hearing this only makes him feel completely hopeless. Right after saying that, Lu Kaiming invites Lu Sheng to the internet cafe to play some games and blow off some steam, just like they do every day. But today, Lu Sheng is in absolutely no mood for games. He just wants to get home as fast as possible. Seeing Lu Sheng reject him so bluntly, Lu Kaiming is totally shocked because the two of them are usually glued to the hip. His friend even generously offers to pay for the computer time and drinks today, but Lu Sheng still shakes his head firmly. Even though Lu Kaiming keeps trying to convince his friend to come along, the other guys start shouting his name. In the end, he says they will hang out another time, waves goodbye to Lu Sheng, and quickly runs off to join the other group. On his way home, Lu Sheng still can't find any peace of mind as his thoughts keep drifting back to that bizarre dream. He never could have imagined that even after transmigrating to a new world, he would still have to stress over exams. Lu Sheng feels utterly drained just thinking about subjects like math, physics, and chemistry, not to mention keeping up with the daily news. It seems this new world isn't really that different from his old one. While lost in thought, a pedestrian suddenly yells at him. The guy snaps at him for standing right in the middle of the busy road blocking traffic, instead of standing somewhere else. The pedestrian who just yelled at him is actually carrying a mountain of incredibly heavy goods on his head. Seeing that display of raw strength, Lu Sheng can't help but feel envious, wondering when he'll ever become that strong. After all, the body of the original owner he transmigrated into is incredibly weak, practically making him a total loser. More than 300 years ago, a massive shift occurred in this world when giant cracks rent the sky and the earth. And from within those rifts, hideous beasts emerged, completely turning the human world upside down. Standard firearms and weapons completely lost their effectiveness, but humans suddenly unlocked a new source of power. A genetic lock hidden deep within the human body was miraculously broken. Their physical strength could easily break through to unbelievable heights that no one could have ever imagined before. Thanks to this turning point, humanity officially embarked on the path of martial arts to survive. But even so, in this life and death struggle against the monsters, humanity has always been at a disadvantage. It seems like every single day another city falls, and humanity continues to suffer defeat. Facing this grim reality, the teacher once stood before the entire school and declared, "You were born in an era of turbulence, and you must carry the weight of this era on your shoulders. You practice martial arts for the survival of humanity, and each of you is a spark of martial arts. If practicing 3 times doesn't work, then I'll just keep going for a fourth, fifth, or even a sixth time. Suddenly, everything before his eyes blurred and went pitch black. When he opened them again, he found himself transported to a completely different world. The scenery here was as desolate and horrific as it could get, with corpses littered all over the place. Stunned, Lu Sheng pinched his cheeks a few times, but he couldn't wake up. He just sat there taking in his surroundings, completely oblivious. At that moment, a monster had crept up behind him, baring its fangs as the dark shadow launched an attack. It lunged straight at Lu Sheng. Luckily, he wasn't dazed anymore and managed to block the creature just in time. Otherwise, he would have lost his first kiss to this ugly creature. Now, he finally got a clear look at the shadowy figure's face. It turned out to be a zombie. Seeing its razor-sharp teeth inches away from biting his butt, he couldn't help but panic. Damn it, I've spent so many nights running away, only to get caught by this thing? The zombie lunged down, trying to kiss Lu Sheng. But being quick-witted and sharp, he dodged just in time, leaving the zombie to kiss the dirt instead. Lu Sheng grit his teeth and told it not to look down on him. Even though his combat class grades were terrible, his blood vitality was still at 0.7. Even if others saw him as trash, he was still considered halfway to becoming a true martial artist. With that, he kicked the zombie straight in the chest, delivering a blow so devastating it probably broke whatever was left of her heart. The zombie was sent flying, crashing onto the ground. Before she could even get up, Lu Sheng had already grabbed a massive rock. He rushed over and gave her face a complete, brutal makeover. After a few loud thuds, the zombie girl lay completely still. Lu Sheng collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. That short struggle had completely drained his energy. Staring down at the dead zombie, Lu Sheng muttered, "Phew, that should do it, right? I guess their weakness really is the head." Suddenly, strange black particles rose from the zombie's body, floating in the air before being absorbed straight into Lu Sheng. This caught him completely off guard. What on earth is this? More and more of the strange mist began clinging to his body. Lu Sheng screamed in panic. Suddenly, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into his mind. A conversation between two men played out, with one of them talking about his dream of joining the base defense force. The other man warned him that their training was brutal and incredibly dangerous. But the man didn't hesitate for a second. What followed were images of grueling training sessions and memories of a chaotic outbreak. During the outbreak, monsters relentlessly attacked humans, and bizarre creatures swarmed everywhere. Lu Sheng realized these were the memories of the zombie he had just defeated, though he had no idea why killing it granted him its past. His body began to undergo strange changes, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. While he was still struggling to regain control, another zombie suddenly lunged at him. But strangely, Lu Sheng had become unbelievably stronger. He easily took down the zombie with just a few punches. Compared to his current strength, even the Hulk would look weak. The poor zombie collapsed, and Lu Sheng snapped back to reality, startled by his own power. The strange black mist wrapped around him once again. He could feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. Drawing from his years of reading web novels, Lu Sheng figured that every time he killed a zombie in this place, he didn't just get their memories, he also absorbed their strength. Staring at his hands, Lu Sheng found the whole thing hard to believe. To easily obtain someone's entire lifetime of experience with just a few punches felt like a massive cheat code. But hey, he wasn't complaining. If this wasn't just a dream, then it was actually pretty awesome. Still, something about this dreamscape felt incredibly off. For a dream, does it really have to feel this realistic? After walking for a bit, another glowing corpse caught his attention. The skeleton of the corpse was dissolving, and its memories began merging into Lu Sheng's mind. The memories mentioned Base 1359. Lu Sheng recalled that this base had also appeared in his previous vision. It seemed he needed to find Base 1359 to uncover the truth behind this bizarre dream. This time, absorbing the zombie's memories didn't feel nearly as intense as before. Lu Sheng realized that to inherit their power, he actually had to fight the zombies first. Suddenly, glowing blue ripples appeared in the sky. Lu Sheng's head began to spin, and he felt extremely dizzy. Just like back home, everything went pitch black. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his familiar bedroom. A persistent knocking echoed from the door. Waking up, Lu Sheng found himself completely drenched in sweat. "Lu Sheng, get out here and eat. How long are you going to stay cooped up in your room?" Dragging his exhausted body, Lu Sheng went to open the door. The girl who just called out to him was Lu Qinghe, Lu Sheng's only younger sister. The beautiful girl couldn't stop nagging her older brother. "Don't tell me you fell asleep in your room training and completely lost track of time again?" But when she looked up and saw her brother drenched in sweat, her eyes went wide with shock, especially when she noticed that, out of nowhere, his body had developed a perfectly defined six-pack. Lu Sheng, equally dazed, explained that he must have zoned out and fallen asleep without even realizing it. Lu Qinghe turned around and reminded him, "Now that you're awake, hurry up and head out for dinner. Don't make Mom and Dad wait any longer." But as she walked away, she couldn't stop thinking about her brother's incredibly fit body. Suddenly, her face flushed completely red. Once Lu Qinghe left, Lu Sheng found himself thinking back to their childhood. Back then, she used to cling to him like glue, but ever since they entered the academy and got their first test results, her attitude had completely changed. Still, Lu Sheng didn't blame her. After all, her blood chi value back then had already surpassed 1.0, and her combat strength index was breaking records. At this rate, she would easily qualify for a top-tier martial arts university. Simply put, Lu Qinghe was a genius, plain and simple. Thinking about his own situation, Lu Sheng felt a bit helpless. He couldn't help but feel they were the ultimate awkward pairing, a useless older brother and a genius younger sister. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to his reflection in the mirror. He didn't even realize his muscles had become this defined. Didn't he look way more handsome now? Lu Sheng stretched and warmed up his body. Even though he had just woken up from a nightmare, there was none of the usual fatigue or sluggishness. Instead, he felt a surge of energy like never before. What was even crazier was that he vividly remembered all the memories of those zombies, and he had even inherited their combat techniques. It made absolutely no sense, and his blood chi felt noticeably stronger as well. This made Lu Sheng wonder if he could actually bring the power from his dreams into reality. While others worked themselves to the bone training, all he had to do was take a nap to get stronger. Talk about an absolute cheat code. As Lu Sheng walked out to the dining room, his parents greeted him with warm, caring smiles. The dining table was absolutely packed with dishes his mother had prepared, leaving barely any empty space. With his parents taking such good care of him, failing his exams would be completely unacceptable. But this meal was different. Lu Sheng started eating like a starving beast, shoving spoonful after spoonful of rice into his mouth without stopping. As he ate, Lu Sheng wondered if his mom had somehow leveled up her cooking skills, because today's food tasted unbelievably good. He just couldn't resist it. He held out his bowl to ask for a refill, but looking around, there was absolutely nothing left on the table. A massive stack of empty bowls was already piled up in front of him. Lu Sheng had completely stunned his family. Realizing the food was entirely gone, he sheepishly pulled his bowl back with an awkward laugh. "Never mind, I'm full." Even he had no idea when his appetite had gotten this insane. But his father snatched the empty bowl from his hand and barked, "What are you talking about? Since when does this family let you go hungry?" He quickly told Lu Sheng's mother to whip up another pot of rice and a few more dishes, thrilled to see his son eating so heartily for once. "We can't have our boy starving," he laughed, giving Lu Sheng a hearty pat on the back. "It's just a growth spurt. You eat like a horse and still feel empty, but it means you're going to shoot up." He even promised to buy more groceries the next day. Since this growth phase was the prime window to boost his blood chi, they couldn't afford to waste this golden opportunity. Sitting nearby, Lu Qinghe chimed in mockingly, "Lu Sheng is already 18. His blood chi was only 0.8 during the last test. It's not like it's just going to magically shoot up." Hearing this, their father frowned in disapproval. "Hey, stop discouraging your brother. Even a small increase is still progress. Besides, getting into a regular martial arts university versus a vocational college makes a world of difference for his future." Lu Qinghe didn't care at all, simply scoffing and turning her head away, leaving Lu Sheng sitting there feeling completely helpless. His little sister kept teasing their father, driving the old man absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was still wondering if his blood chi had truly spiked because of his dream, though he worried his senses might just be playing tricks on him. Either way, he had to head to a martial arts gym to get tested. As soon as night fell, he made his way to the Hongchuan dojo. The owner of the dojo was Ni Hongchuan, a master of a family heirloom fist technique who had once placed in the top 10 at the 23rd Baihe City Martial Arts Tournament. He was a genuine rank 4 martial artist. According to the Martial Alliance's standards, a rank 1 martial artist required a blood qui value of 1.5 and a standard combat strength index of 150. A rank 2 martial artist required a blood qui value of 15 and a combat strength of 1,500, a tenfold increase from rank 1. For a rank 3 martial artist, the standard blood chi was 100, with a combat strength index as high as 10,000. To become a rank 4 martial artist, one's peak blood chi had to exceed 200, and in Ni Hongchuan's case, his combat strength had reached 100,000. Lu Sheng thought to himself, a blood chi value of over 200. Ni Hongchuan's blood chi is equivalent to 300 times yours. The ranks of martial artists are worlds apart, representing a fundamental difference in their level of existence. High-level martial artists are absolute, real-deal superhumans. Plus, only kids from wealthy families can even afford to join this prep class. If Qinghe wanted to sign up, his parents would probably find a way to scrape up the cash for her. But as for him, yeah, he can keep dreaming. Looking on the bright side, since he can absorb zombies in his dreams, he does not really need a prep class like this anyway. The moment Lu Sheng walked through the door, the receptionist greeted him with a warm smile. Welcome to the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Are you here to sign up for our advanced martial arts class? Lu Sheng replied that he was not. He was only there to test his blood chi. The receptionist kept her smile on, but she was secretly judging him. Since he showed up without a private trainer, he clearly did not come from a wealthy family. She pointed him down the hallway toward room number 8. The testing equipment was inside. She politely asked if he needed her to come along and assist him, but Lu Sheng turned her down. Once inside the room, Lu Sheng took a moment to prepare himself, then placed his hand on the spherical sensor of the device to test his blood chi. The screen flashed, displaying his current blood chi value at 0.963. Seeing that number, Lu Sheng's face lit up with joy. His dream did not lie to him after all. Defeating zombies really does increase his blood chi. It has only been 1 hour, and it already went up by 0.2. At this rate, he might actually be able to catch up with his sister. But then again, Qinghe was a natural-born prodigy. Putting that aside, Lu Sheng could now go much further on his martial arts path. Now, what about his combat power index? Lu Sheng walked over to the combat power testing machine, reaching out his hand while reassuring himself that everything would be fine. After all, the combat skills and experience of that zombie in the jumpsuit were already deeply engraved in his mind. Lu Sheng threw a punch at the machine, and a split second later, the results popped up. To his shock, his index had reached 113. His jaw hit the floor. This massive spike went way beyond the normal limits of his blood chi. He could actually become a real martial artist now. It felt completely mind-boggling. Sleeping for just 1 hour had boosted both his blood chi and his combat power by this much. What if he slept for 8, 9, or even 10 hours? If so, he could undergo a complete transformation in just a single night. But when night fell, Lu Sheng could not sleep to save his life. Angrily, he slammed his pillow onto the bed. Damn it, now that he actually wanted to sleep, he just couldn't. Maybe that afternoon nap was just a fluke, or maybe he needs to be sitting in a classroom to actually fall asleep. Lu Sheng got up to turn on the light. Checking the clock, he saw it was only 9 p.m. anyway. Going to bed now would be way too early. He figured it was better to get some training in. Once he got tired, he would naturally pass out. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, wanting to take advantage of his surging blood chi to consolidate his strength. He officially started the 30th set of radio gymnastics. Lu Sheng began with the first stance, but his arms and legs suddenly refused to cooperate. Instead of doing the first move, his body was busting out some bizarre motions that even he did not understand. He had been practicing these 24 forms since elementary school, so there was no way he would get the movements wrong. Suddenly, the zombie's memories flashed through his mind again. It all clicked now. Because of the zombie's muscle memory, his body was performing the advanced body refining technique that the zombie had mastered. Most of the apartments in the building had already turned off their lights, but the silhouette of a young man could still be seen training tirelessly in his room. Lu Sheng threw out a powerful strike, panting heavily from sheer exhaustion. He could slowly feel that this set required over 200 more movements than his previous routines. As Lu Sheng thrust his hand forward, it generated a powerful surge of blue electricity. He could feel it coursing through him with absolute clarity. What is more, with every single move, he could feel raw power surging through his body, matching the sweat pouring down his skin. Lu Sheng gasped for air, realizing something was different. It was not just the physical movements, his breathing pattern had changed too. The unlocked memories came with a voice that constantly instructed him on how to breathe, train, and even how to eat and sleep. Every single aspect of life was part of the training. This was absolutely incredible. Just a few of these movements did more for him than an entire year of regular practice, maybe even several years' worth of results. It turns out, his dreams were the real elite training ground. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, bringing his hands together and channeling his inner energy. He guided the abundant power to flow in a flawless, perfect circle. The intense atmosphere suddenly shattered when a loud growl echoed from Lu Sheng's stomach. Lu Sheng clutched his stomach in agony and collapsed, his face suddenly looking so gaunt it was as if he had been starved for 1,000 years. Actually, that was not far from the truth. The hunger hitting him was absolutely brutal. With his face hollowed out like a zombie, Lu Sheng thought back to his dinner earlier, drooling at the very memory. It was probably because after his blood chi spiked, his body's energy reserves are running dangerously low, and normal food simply can't provide the nutrients he needs. Lu Sheng realizes he desperately needs body-nourishing supplements. He is already trembling from hunger, but his family's income can't possibly cover the cost of those expensive supplements. If things keep going like this, his training progress is definitely going to take a hit. Lu Sheng looks around his room, and suddenly, something clicks. He has to find a way to make money for those supplements. Then, he remembers that every semester, the school hands out rewards to top-performing students. If I remember correctly, the grade A scholarship at Baihe Academy is 50,000 yuan. To get his hands on that money, he has to show strength and talent worthy of it. With a look of pure determination in his eyes, Lu Sheng makes up his mind to secure that scholarship just to feed himself. The next morning, inside the school locker room at the gym, Lu Sheng and his classmates are changing into their gear. Zipping up his jacket, Lu Qiming strikes up a conversation, completely excited. It is rare for the teacher not to quiz them today, and it has been ages since their last practical combat class. But just as he is about to keep talking, Lu Qiming stops dead in his tracks, staring in shock at Lu Sheng's shredded six-pack. Whoa, old Lu, since when did you pack on this much muscle? This is insane. Lu Qiming reaches out, wanting to feel the muscles for himself, but Lu Sheng quickly slips his shirt on. Unbothered, Lu Qiming keeps gushing, I haven't seen you in just a couple of days, and you've gotten so big I barely recognized you. Seriously, look at those pecs. Lu Sheng replies casually, yeah, I've been training hard lately, but don't touch me just because I'm looking good. Brushing away the bangs falling over his eyes, Lu Sheng adds, come to think of it, my hair has gotten pretty long. I should probably get a haircut. Lu Qiming rolls his eyes. Yeah, right. I bet you're just trying to show off in front of the girls during today's combat class. I can see right through your shallow little plans. Lu Sheng just sighs at his friend's wild imagination, not even bothering to correct him. With that, the two put their arms around each other's shoulders and head out. As they walk, Lu Sheng starts planning his next move. This training hall might actually be the perfect stage. Just then, their combat teacher, Zhang Zhengguo, speaks up. Today's practical class will focus on reviewing the basic combat techniques I taught you earlier. Lu Qiming leans in and whispers to Lu Sheng, telling him he heard Mr. Zhang is an official rank 2 martial artist. He even fought on the battlefield against terrifying beasts, urging Lu Sheng to check out the scar on their teacher's arm. Sure enough, a massive, jagged scar on Zhang Zhengguo's arm stands out. Lu Sheng stares at it, lost in thought. A rank 2 martial artist? In his eyes, the teacher's combat techniques look incredibly basic and completely unrefined. Compared to the advanced skills he acquired in his dreams, this stuff is child's play. At that moment, Zhang Zhengguo warms up and begins demonstrating the moves. He unleashes a series of powerful, rapid kicks. Hiya, pulling his leg back, he finishes the routine. Alright, the key points are exactly what I just showed you. Zhang Zhengguo then points to a student in the crowd. Yang Yifei, come up here and spar with me to demonstrate for the class. The students look on, buzzing with excitement at his arrival, especially the girls. Yang Yifei quickly stands up, responding, yes sir. He struts forward under a wave of admiring glances and compliments. One girl, looking completely swooned, can't help but gush about how incredibly cool Yifei is. And he is so strong, too. Her friend quickly chimes in. Right? He's the resident heartthrob and top student of our class. I'd love to spar with him. The crowd erupts into whispers as his name is called, with some girls teasing each other. Sparring? Yeah, right. You just want to eat him alive. On the other hand, the guys, including Lu Qiming, scoff in annoyance, grumbling that it's always this guy. He gets to show off every single time. Sure, he's good looking, but he's also filthy rich. He gets the absolute best blood chi supplements for every stage of his training. During his last test, Yifei's blood qi was already at 1.2. No wonder the teachers play favorites and give him private tutoring. Lu Qiming groans, wondering how ordinary folks like them are even supposed to compete. While Lu Qiming is busy complaining out of pure jealousy, Yifei has already stepped up and executed a series of powerful, high kicks. Watching this, Lu Sheng thinks to himself that his past self would have just lamented how unfair life is. But things are different now. A sharp spark ignites in Lu Sheng's eyes. If he wants something, he's going to have to take it himself. On the mat, the two continue their demonstration, finishing it off with a clean palm strike. Zhang Zhengguo dusts off his uniform and praises him. Well done. Your moves are solid, though your center of gravity was slightly off. I'll help you adjust that later. Keep training hard, and you'll have a bright future. Next up is the sparring session. Go ahead and pick a classmate to fight. Yang Yifei bows respectfully, saying, "Yes, sir. Thank you for your guidance." But beneath that respectful mask, Yang Yifei is filled with pure disdain for the teacher standing before him. A mere rank 2 martial artist can't even compare to his private tutors. Of course, Zhang Zhengguo doesn't catch on to the silent mockery. He looks around, searching for a student willing to face Yang Yifei. Anyone want to give it a shot? Below the stage, everyone avoids eye contact, staring at the floor or looking away. Lu Qiming snorts, thinking, who could actually beat him? Going up there is just a one-way ticket to making him look good. Zhang Zhengguo frowned in disappointment at his student's reaction. Every time actual combat came up, these kids would stick their heads in the sand like ostriches. How was he supposed to teach them anything? Sure, the school guided them in blood qi cultivation and body tempering, but once they graduated and joined the military, only the true elites would survive on the martial path. Zhang Zhengguo scanned the class once more, thinking to himself, everyone accused him of playing favorites with the top students, but they never stopped to realize that besides Yang Yifei, none of them had the guts to step up. Suddenly, Zhang Zhengguo's sweeping gaze locked onto Lu Sheng, whose eyes were burning with pure, murderous intent. Zhang Zhengguo was taken aback. Those eyes carried the heavy, chilling aura of someone who had actually taken a life before. Since the eyes are the window to the soul, Zhang Zhengguo immediately singled out Lu Sheng. All right, how about you come up and spar with Yang Yifei? Lu Sheng calmly stood up and said, yes, sir. But Lu Qiming grabbed him in a panic, whispering, old Lu, just tap out immediately. The exams are right around the corner. If you get hurt now, you are ruined. Do not let your pride get the best of you, okay? Lu Sheng flexed his muscles with a playful grin, telling Qiming not to worry because he had been putting in some serious work lately. He confidently stepped onto the mat as the teacher announced a 10-minute time limit. The rules were standard. Safety came first, and they had to apply the key techniques discussed in the previous lesson. Standing face to face, Lu Sheng recalled the crucial advice he had received before a fight. Maintain absolute composure. It was such a simple concept, so why had he never realized it before? Well, if he had, he probably wouldn't have ended up reincarnated in this life anyway. The teacher then asked Lu Sheng what his current blood qi value was. Even though his test yesterday was 0.963, Lu Sheng decided to play it safe and humbly claimed it was only 0.8. Hearing this, Zhang Zhengguo was rather skeptical. He did not expect Lu Sheng's blood qi to be that low, especially since his composure and physical presence did not look like someone stuck at 0.8. In the end, he simply warned them to control their power, treat it as a technical sparring match, and yelled, begin. Yifei smirked with clear disdain and asked, you ready? He even arrogantly added, when I throw you down, make sure you do not catch yourself with your hands, otherwise, you are going to snap some bones. Just make sure you protect your vitals, especially your head. Lu Sheng remained completely expressionless, calmly replying, thanks for the advice. I am ready. Please, show me what you got. Before the words even fully left Lu Sheng's mouth, Yifei lunged forward, throwing a heavy fist straight at Lu Sheng's face while thinking to himself with utter contempt. Lu Sheng, do you have any idea what actually matters in a real fight? You have to control the distance, read your opponent's movements, and predict their next move. He ran through a whole textbook of combat theories in his head, but it all boiled down to one simple truth: the gap in their blood, qi. Watching from the sidelines, the other students gasped at Yifei's incredible speed. Confident that the outcome was already set in stone, Yifei closed the distance like a raging storm. He was absolutely sure of his victory, but to his utter shock, his full power strike hit nothing but thin air. Yifei froze in sheer disbelief. Lu Sheng had not only dodged his attack with effortless ease, but he was already moving in for a counterattack. Before Yifei could even locate his target, Lu Sheng delivered a thunderous punch right to his cheek, sending him flying a million miles away. Knocked out cold, Yifei crashed straight into the crowd of spectating students. The crowd erupted in absolute shock and panic. No one could believe the terrifying raw power Lu Sheng had just displayed. With a single, devastating punch, Lu Sheng had instantly punched Yufei's ticket to the hospital, ending the fight in a split second. Realizing Yang Yufei was completely unresponsive, the teacher snapped at the stunned onlookers, yelling for someone to call the medical team immediately. One of the students nodded frantically and rushed out to get help. Soon, the medical team arrived with a stretcher to carry Yang Yifei away. He looked absolutely pathetic, a direct result of his own arrogance. Lu Sheng walked over to Teacher Zhang to apologize, explaining that he did not mean to go so hard, but it had been a while since he last had to hold back his strength. Zhong Zhengguo stared deeply at Lu Sheng, lost in thought. Placing a reassuring hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, he told him that injuries were just a part of real combat. He assured Lu Sheng that Yufei's injuries were not too severe, but then instructed him to swing by his office later for a quick chat over tea. Lu Sheng agreed and quickly followed his teacher out, but not before asking Kai Ming to cover his attendance for the next class. Kai Ming watched Lu Sheng's retreating figure with a massive question mark over his head, wondering if Lu Sheng was on some crazy performance enhancers to suddenly get this strong. With just a single, effortless dodge, he had knocked Yang Yifei completely unconscious on the ground. Was this even the same Lu Sheng he used to know? Cut to Zhong Zhengguo's office, where Lu Sheng is surprised to find a bonsai tree. He had no idea Mr. Zhong had a hobby like that. Mr. Zhong gives a cold chuckle and says, "Everyone has their own hobbies. Besides, doesn't everyone have their own secrets too?" Every single word from the teacher is highly cryptic, clearly hinting at something. Don't you agree? Our student, Lu Sheng, had a blood chi value of 0.8. Lu Sheng isn't surprised to hear his teacher bring this up. He calmly explains that since the teacher only asked for his previous test score, that was the only number he gave. The teacher's expression instantly hardens as he demands confirmation that Lu Sheng hasn't been taking blood qui boosting drugs. He warns Lu Sheng that the school strictly bans such substances because of the extreme risk they pose to the body. If anyone is caught using them, there will be serious consequences. Lu Sheng is genuinely taken aback when drugs are brought up. He swears to his teacher that he would never touch those banned substances. Hearing Lu Sheng's firm reassurance, the teacher opens a box containing a glowing blue orb to test Lu Sheng's current blood chi value. Simply placing a hand on it will show the truth, because if drugs were used, his blood chi would spike wildly, causing the readings to fluctuate erratically. After checking his blood chi, they will immediately test his combat strength using the robot behind him. If Lu Sheng's combat strength matches his blood chi, it will prove his true strength once and for all. Without any hesitation, Lu Sheng accepts his teacher's challenge. He places his hand on the orb, which begins to glow with blue light, and quickly displays the results. To his absolute shock, Lu Sheng's blood chi has reached 1.5, leaving the teacher completely jaw-dropped. The teacher stares blankly at the screen, utterly stunned. A value of 1.5 means he has already reached level 1 martial artist status, but a level 1 martial artist at just 18? Not only in this school, but in the entire city of Baihe, he would be hailed as a legendary genius. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng walks over to the robot, ready to run the combat test and completely blow his teacher's mind. And boy, does he deliver. With just a gentle touch, Lu Sheng sends the robot's head flying off its shoulders. The teacher can't sit still anymore. He slams his desk, jumps up, and screams, "What? What just happened?" Lu Sheng didn't just break the teacher's precious robot, he also completely vaporized Zhong Zhengguo's beloved bonsai tree. Once a lush, thriving tree covered in green leaves, it is now reduced to a bare, pathetic twig. As tears stream down Zhengguo's face, the tree's life comes to an end. In pure agony, the teacher screams, his hands trembling as he calls out to his beloved plant, "Oh, my dear Bayola pine, why did you leave me?" Wah! Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is busy pulling the robot's head out of the wall. With a panicked face, he says, "Sorry, Mr. Zhong, I went a little too hard." But hey, who was the one begging for a reality check in the first place? If they hadn't done this, that bonsai tree would still be in one piece. As Zhong Zhengguo cradles his dead tree, his mind races as he processes Lu Sheng's power. Even though that robot is just a student-grade model, it should still be able to hold its own against an official martial artist's attack. The more he thinks about it, the more he realizes Lu Sheng's combat strength must be well beyond a level 1 martial artist. Once the dust settles, the two of them sit face to face. Lu Sheng sheepishly sits with his knees together, waiting for the teacher's reaction. After all, he did just cause a massive disaster. The teacher is the first to break the silence. Didn't you say your last blood Shi test was only 0.8? And when exactly was that test? Lu Sheng calmly replies, half a month ago. This answer shocks the teacher even more. Are you telling me that in just 2 weeks, you went from 0.8 to surpassing an official martial artist? This is beyond unbelievable. Zhang Zhengguo asks Lu Sheng if he is the heir to some elite family or training under a legendary grandmaster. How else could his strength skyrocket like this? Lu Sheng just gives an awkward laugh, explaining that his family is totally ordinary and there's no elite clan backing him. He doesn't have a grandmaster teaching him either. As for how he got so strong, so fast, that's a top-secret classified information. Zhang Zhengguo sinks deep into thought. In less than a month, the kid's blood chi has practically doubled. And on top of that, his combat power is way beyond a standard level 1 martial artist. Back in his own school days, his own grades were pretty impressive too. He had trained tirelessly for years, broke through to a level 2 martial artist, and joined the military. Only after stepping onto the battlefield did he realize a harsh truth: humans are simply no match for monsters. When faced with such absolute, irrational power, you realize just how helpless and insignificant humans really are. And if anyone actually can defeat those monsters, it is only those who are just as unbelievable as they are. They are people who defy all logic. In other words, they are monsters themselves. All this thinking is giving him a massive headache, so Zhang Zhengguo decides to just drop it. Here we go again. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. I see. With your performance, you are absolutely qualified to join our school's elite class and get guidance from our best teachers. I'll get in touch with the academic affairs office right away. Hearing his teacher mention the elite class, Lu Sheng was startled. He thanked his teacher for the kind offer, but politely declined. After all, no matter how much coaching and studying he did, it would never be as fast as training in his dreams. Zhang Zhengguo was quite surprised by this refusal. You don't want to? But for a gifted student like you, the school will definitely put all our resources into helping you. If you face any difficulties during your training and need help from the school, don't hesitate to speak up. Seeing that his teacher had opened the door, Lu Sheng didn't hold back and shamelessly made his requests. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I have 2 requests. First, I'd like to receive the martial arts scholarship. And second, I hope the school can give me more flexible class hours. Zhang Zhengguo agreed to Lu Sheng's request. He promised to apply for a special scholarship of about 30,000 yuan. As for the class hours, he would speak with the academic affairs office later. However, it would take 2 days for the scholarship to be approved. But they couldn't afford to delay Lu Sheng's training. Zhang Zhengguo pulled out a black card, handed it to Lu Sheng, and said, "Take this card first. Once you have enough money, you can pay me back." Lu Sheng happily accepted the card. This was a martial arts black card, containing at least 100,000 yuan, which was far better than the scholarship money. "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang. Haha, just make sure you don't slack off in your training. I hope you will bring glory to our school. All right, hurry back to class now." With that, Lu Sheng turned and left Zhang Zhengguo's office. Once Lu Sheng had completely left, the teacher suddenly burst out laughing. To think our Baihe Academy would suddenly have someone like Lu Sheng, not even 18 years old, yet already possessing the strength of a level 2 martial artist. Before the unified exam starts, I must keep him hidden and turn him into our school's secret weapon. Then, we'll give the other schools a shock they'll never forget. It turns out this teacher loves to show off just as much as anyone else. After celebrating to his heart's content, he finally remembered to quickly report this news to his superiors. But it seemed Zhang Zhengguo's ultimate goal didn't stop there. He was aiming for something even bigger. This meant that after all these years, they finally had someone who could reach that place. The scene then cuts to a supermarket. Right now, an employee is advertising a newly released Langson medicinal wine from Rengson Hall, a blood vitality supplement. Once your blood vitality reaches 0.8, using it is the best way to consolidate your progress. What's more, this formula is specially designed for female martial artists. Right now, it's on sale for just 30,000 yuan a bottle. Hearing this, a woman immediately tells the employee to wrap one up for her. Her daughter happily hugs her mother's arm, promising that in the upcoming mock exam, she will definitely take the top spot in her grade. Lu Sheng watches them walk away and falls deep into thought. That single bottle of wine actually costs as much as 30,000 yuan. His parents work day and night, yet they can only afford a basic 3,000 yuan vitality powder. It is clear that the stronger a martial artist is, the more money they can make. And with more money, they can further nurture and grow their martial arts strength. It really shows how difficult it is for kids from poor families to succeed. Lu Sheng thinks of his younger sister, Qinghe. She is the real genius here. She possesses the kind of talent that can change her own destiny, but she was held back by a brother like him. She had to share her already pitifully scarce resources with him. He thinks back to his past life. He was unwilling to accept his own mediocrity, yet he never put his heart and soul into changing his fate, merely drifting aimlessly through life. Just then, two students walk by, talking about playing video games today. One of them, a round-headed boy, boasts loudly, "Today, I'm carrying you to gold. Watch this rookie Yasuo main slice and dice through the enemy team." The boy next to him, likely a good kid tagging along with a net cafe regular for the first time, looks at his friend with pure admiration. Watching them chat, Lu Sheng falls into deep reflection before suddenly having an epiphany. Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge is something incomprehensible to the martial artists of this world, yet here he was, hiding in video games, greedily clinging to a connection to his past life. It is just like pitiful fish in a pond, wanting to swim freely in the vast, boundless ocean, yet lingering in the comfort and safety of their shallow water. However, that was in the past. Because now, everything has changed. The Lu Sheng of today has jumped out of the water and seen the world outside. Once again, he has been given a chance to change his destiny. In this lifetime, whatever he wants to do or needs to do, he will definitely not make the wrong choice again. Lu Sheng looks up at the sky, filled with hope and the grand ambitions he carries. It feels as if something has sparked within him, his eyes suddenly widen, and his body begins to exhibit those familiar changes. Lu Sheng realizes that he has absorbed a massive amount of combat memories in a very short time, allowing him to understand so many things in the blink of an eye. The bottleneck of his fist technique is now shattered. From this moment on, he will truly make these martial art techniques his own. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, determined to make it happen. On this new path, he has taken another major step forward. Thinking about his family, his sister Lu Qinghe, and his parents Lu Sheng, vowed to keep growing stronger, determined to seize everything he's always wanted. The scene shifts to Lu Sheng's next training session inside his dream. A zombie with a mouth full of broken teeth lunges at him, only to miss completely. By now, Lu Sheng is so strong that a simple wave of his hand is enough to send these low-level zombies flying hundreds of meters away. Taking just one punch, the zombie faceplants onto the ground, unable to even lift its head, let alone counterattack. After taking it down, Lu Sheng can't help but complain. Even though it's just a zombie that used to be a martial artist, it still remembers how to use actual combat techniques. The moment he defeats it, its memories immediately flood into his mind. According to the zombie's memories, Base 1359, the very place Lu Sheng has been searching for, is right before his eyes. Scanning the distance, he realizes this base must have been wiped out by the black fog and the endless hordes of mutated beasts from before. Even the beasts he runs into here are a bit strange. And speak of the devil. No sooner has the thought crossed his mind than several beasts charge at him, baring their pearly white teeth. But before they can even take a step, they get beaten so badly they can't even whimper. With them out of the way, the path ahead finally clears up. As they collapse, Base 1359 finally comes into view. He has finally found it. The ruins of a once beautiful city, now completely devastated, stretch out before him. The city is surrounded by massive, sturdy walls. Lu Sheng slides down through a breach in the wall to get inside. Only when he lands does he realize how colossal the wall actually is. Standing next to it, Lu Sheng looks like a tiny ant next to an elephant. He can't help but marvel, what a massive wall. But this is just the entrance to the city. Where exactly is the base? He figures that even if some random giant beast crawled out right now, he probably wouldn't even be surprised. Lu Sheng continues his exploration, and the further in he goes, the more surprises he finds. The city walls here are about 20 meters thick. It's hard to imagine what kind of war could breach a base of this scale. The more he thinks about it, the more puzzling it gets. Whether in terms of martial arts or civilization, this world was far more advanced than his current one. And yet, such a powerful civilization was completely wiped out by the claws of mutated beasts. So, what does the future hold for them? Just then, Lu Sheng notices a building with an architecture completely different from the rest. A place like this has to be a military base or a command center. There is a massive hole in the middle of the building, clearly blasted open by some attack. Peering inside, he spots someone sitting quietly in a corner. They look like a zombie. Before Lu Sheng can take a closer look or even process what's happening, a mysterious wave of energy surges toward him. The burst of power hits him so fast, he doesn't even have time to react, knocking him straight to the ground. He has no idea what just hit him. Whoever that was, they just used a psychic shockwave to attack his mental strength. But who on earth is this, and how are they so incredibly threatening? If he could defeat a guy like this, his strength would skyrocket. But first, to keep himself alive, he'd better stay away from that spot. He puts that wild dream aside for now. For now, he needs to focus on his main target. First, he has to scan the area. There are only brainless zombies wandering around. Other than that, the city doesn't look too threatening. These guys have the strength of a toddler. A simple push would knock them over. Lu Sheng walks down and kicks each of them, sending them rolling on the floor. When they were human, they got bitten by zombies. And now that they are zombies, they can't bite anyone and just get kicked around by humans all day. Honestly, the most pitiful ones here are probably these mindless zombies who have absolutely no idea what's going on. After clearing out the zombies, Lu Sheng leaps onto a wall. To his surprise, when he enters a nearby apartment, there isn't a single zombie in sight. However, the place looks like an absolute trash heap. Looking around, Lu Sheng guesses that the apocalypse must have hit this family right in the middle of dinner. The dishes on the table are still unwashed, and there isn't even any sign of forced entry through the windows. Lu Sheng wonders, did ordinary people turn into zombies so instantly when the black fog hit that they couldn't even fight back? Turning around, a round, glowing blue device catches his attention. Curious, he places his hand on it to see if it does anything. The moment he touches it, beams of light begin to dance around. Then, a beautiful, scantily clad girl appears. Lu Sheng stares wide-eyed, guessing this is probably a 3D virtual reality hologram. Text begins to appear on the screen. Lu Sheng realizes that the device uses the exact same language as him. Oh no, is this a trap? Lu Sheng feels a wave of panic upon realizing that the language used here is identical to his own world. He couldn't help but wonder if this advanced future tech had some sort of built-in high-tech translator automatically working for him. Just then, the machine began to introduce itself. It was a technological marvel from Tianheng, an artificial intelligence integrated with a 16th-generation quantum brain named Ai. She was in charge of managing the server network for Base 1359. Lu Sheng was amazed, thinking to himself that this truly was futuristic technology. Calling out to Ai, he asked her to show him the latest news from the past week. The machine received the command and immediately began scanning to establish a data connection. Once connected, a flood of crucial information popped up on the screen. Among dozens of new updates, what caught Lu Sheng's attention the most was the mention of 10th realm martial artists and the current year, which was 11,024. He thought to himself that if this world's martial arts ranking system was identical to his own, then the heights their martial arts had reached must be absolutely mind-blowing. Suddenly, a terrifying, massive dragon lunged toward Lu Sheng right before his eyes. Even though it was just recorded footage, it still sent a shiver of pure terror down Lu Sheng's spine. No matter how you looked at it, this world's martial arts and technology were terrifyingly advanced. They had evolved at a speed he could barely even fathom. Yet, no matter how powerful a level 10 martial artist was, or how tall and sturdy the defensive walls were, they still couldn't protect a single thing from the looming shadows and devastating claws of the exotic beasts. Some humans had even decided to abandon their home planet entirely, launching an interstellar search expedition to find a second habitable world. But by the day human civilization completely collapsed, they hadn't left behind a single piece of hopeful news. Lu Sheng walked over to a seat, thinking to himself that Earth simply couldn't escape its tragic fate of destruction. He felt a deep sense of pity that such a powerful and brilliant civilization was cut short and unable to survive. Once he was comfortably seated, Lu Sheng ordered Ai to display the world's history. Ai complied and began retrieving the historical database. Within moments, all the information Lu Sheng wanted was laid out before him. As he read, he fell deep into thought. A world this powerful, yet it still couldn't escape total annihilation. He wanted to study their history to see if he could learn from their mistakes and maybe help his own world avoid the exact same fate. The newsfeed then began detailing the world's timeline. In the first year of the martial calendar, massive rifts tore open across the globe, unleashing countless alien creatures. In the 34th year of the martial calendar, the Gulong state produced the world's first internal strength martial artist. That same year, the Global Martial Arts Alliance was founded. The more Lu Sheng listened, the more a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wasn't this exact history identical to the world he was currently living in? Lu Sheng lowered his head, lost in deep contemplation. So that was it. The identical language and matching martial arts ranks weren't coincidences at all. What he had just witnessed wasn't the downfall of some alternate world. It was the future of his own world 10,000 years from now. But then, a sudden realization hit him. He realized it might not actually be the same world. It could still be a massive coincidence or a parallel universe. Lu Sheng quickly called out to AE, asking if he could search for a specific human's database. The person he wanted to look up was himself. IE quickly provided the answer. The screen lit up, displaying 36 results for the name Lu Sheng. He never expected there to actually be records of his existence. But to his shock, the profile stated he would only live until the age of 28, and that he would remain just an ordinary citizen. His marital status? Happily single, without a single romantic partner. His historical assessment was completely blank. After searching for himself, Lu Sheng couldn't just sit still. He remembered he needed to check on his little sister too. He commanded IE to look up records from March of the year 299 for someone named Lu Qinghe. Surprisingly, when it came to Qinghe's name, IE didn't have sufficient clearance. The system announced that visitors were unauthorized to query this martial artist's data and requested a genetic blood sample to create a user profile. Lu Sheng stared blankly at his own hands. If it wanted a blood sample, how on earth was he supposed to provide one? Surely there should at least be a syringe or something inside this bizarre machine, right? Before he could figure out what to do, IE had closed the distance, squeezed her eyes shut, and bitten down hard on his finger. With every single sensation feeling so incredibly realistic, being touched by a beautiful girl like this made Lu Sheng's face flush bright red with embarrassment. After some effort from IE, the required drops of blood finally appeared on his finger. The system announced that the blood sampling was complete and currently being analyzed. Although it was over, Lu Sheng still couldn't shake off his intense embarrassment. He thought to himself, people of the future really don't hold back. Even if she's just a virtual hologram, why does she feel so incredibly real? Suddenly, IE's holographic projection shifted, and her facial expression changed completely as new information began to appear. The screen flashed, switching from a cool blue to a warning red. A robotic voice chimed in. Human genetic blood sample detected. The Tinder project is officially launched. The system is now connecting to the database of Tinder library number 1359. Once the connection is successful, Lu Sheng's user access is finally unlocked. Lu Sheng was deeply curious about this Tinder project. Was it some kind of grand plan to abandon Earth and search for a new home? His personal profile popped up on the screen, but the information was completely different from what he'd seen before. For the first time, his entire history was laid bare, making him realize that his future had already changed. The profile was no longer empty. It showed his martial arts strength had reached level 4. His system authorization had been upgraded to level 2, and his life records grew far more detailed. He graduated at the top of his class from Baihe High School, ranking 23rd in the entire city of Baihe. After that, he got into Baihe Martial Arts University. Upon graduation, he joined the military and eventually served in the Tianan military region. But there was one grim detail that barely changed from his old profile. Lu Sheng still kicked the bucket at a terribly young age. The only difference was that, this time, he made it to age 37, though he was still single. And what was even crazier, his historical rating had jumped from 0 to 2 stars. Lu Sheng stood there in shock. Did his future actually change just because he was getting stronger in the present? Unable to believe his eyes, he dug deeper into the records stored by the AI. Sure enough, the database perfectly tracked his life, even down to his trajectory before age 18. Even his sudden spikes in strength right before the college entrance exam were documented right there. But compared to the crushing weight of history, that tiny shock didn't even make a ripple. In the grand database of humanity, there was no such thing as a genius. Lu Sheng chuckled bitterly. After all, across over 10,000 years of history, there had been too many geniuses to count. Leaving a mark on history was reserved for only a select few. Yet, he noticed some discrepancies in the data. The records claimed his blood chi score for the college entrance exam was 2.012, with a combat power index of 257. If he ignored the dream space and only relied on his daily physical training, breathing techniques, and current resources, it would normally take him over 200 days to reach that level. But with the crazy gains from his dreamscape training added to the mix, he should be crushing those numbers easily. Ranking only 23rd in the city was completely unacceptable to him. He hadn't even made the national rankings. There was no way Lu Sheng was settling for that. He was going to make sure the entire world knew his name. Determination burned in his eyes. His future was definitely not going to stop there. As long as he kept getting stronger, he could rewrite his fate. Human civilization couldn't just slide into extinction. Lu Sheng clenched his fists tight. He was going to rewrite history and turn the tables, no matter what. Back in the real world, Lu Sheng's mom was busy serving breakfast for the kids. Seeing Lu Sheng still lounging around in his pajamas, she asked, "Sheng, why haven't you changed yet? Aren't you going to school today?" Peeling a steamed bun, Lu Sheng replied, "My teacher gave me permission to self-study at home from now on. I don't have to go to class." Both his mom and Qinghe found this hard to believe. Especially Qinghe, she went to the exact same school and had never heard of anyone getting a home study pass. Her brother was seriously getting weirder by the day. Having finished his breakfast, Lu Sheng stood up to leave. "All right, I'm heading back to my room to train." Seeing how dedicated her son had been lately, his mom was absolutely thrilled by his new attitude. She even shooed him along, saying, "Go on then, keep that fire burning." Qinghe frowned as she watched Lu Sheng walk away. Lately, she felt like her brother was turning into a completely different person. He was no longer the goofy, clueless guy he used to be. Instead, he seemed quiet, almost mysterious. The moment Lu Sheng stepped into his room, his phone began to ring. It wasn't hard to guess who it was. It had to be Teacher Zong. He picked up, and yep, he was spot on. The teacher was calling to let him know his scholarship had been approved, and he could swing by the school this afternoon to pick it up. Lu Sheng politely thanked him, but Teacher Zong didn't let him off that easily, asking, "By the way, why aren't you at school today? Aren't we supposed to discuss your schedule?" Before Teacher Zong could even finish, Lu Sheng cut him off, explaining that time was running out and he couldn't afford to waste another second. It wasn't the right time to explain everything, so he told his teacher they'd catch up later and hung up right away. Lu Sheng realized he no longer had the time to worry about keeping a low profile or attracting jealousy by being too outstanding. He had to train immediately and unleash his talent, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. To do that, his only option was to show off as much genius potential as possible to secure more resources. Lu Sheng pictured himself standing on a mountain, telling himself he had to climb to the very top as fast as possible to rewrite that pitch-black future. The scene shifts to Lu Sheng's dream, where he commands the optical brain to access his system authorization and then searches for every cultivation, method, insight, and record related to the martial path. The optical brain goes into overdrive to execute the search immediately. Once the scan finishes, the system spits out a grand total of 465,715 results. Facing this massive mountain of data, even Lu Sheng feels completely overwhelmed. He then instructs the optical brain to filter for the best technique suited for level 1 martial artists, keeping only the highest value content. The optical brain begins filtering the database once again. Narrowing down the parameters to level 1 martial artists yields 34,521 results. After sorting and selecting the ones with the highest compatibility, only 3 ultimate methods remain. These are the absolute best cultivation techniques from the past 10,000 years. First is the stellar body refining art, created by Wang Hang, the strongest level 10 martial artist of the Martial Alliance, which was preserved under the Tinder Project. Next is the natural breathing method, created by Yang Yidan, the strongest level 11 martial artist of the Martial Alliance, which was also included in the project. And finally, the crystal visualization technique, created by Duan Yifeng, the strongest level 11 martial artist in the Martial Alliance. Lu Sheng is shocked to realize that the creators of these techniques were all level 11 powerhouses. Right now, the strongest martial artist in the world hasn't even surpassed level 9. Having level 11 techniques here is just plain insane. Even if these are just the introductory chapters, their value is simply beyond words, especially since they were all selected for the Tinder Project. It seems the powerhouses of the Martial Alliance had foreseen this dark fate, but knowing they weren't strong enough to change it, they left behind their life's work, hoping future generations could keep the spark of hope alive. But unfortunately, they never could have guessed that the one inheriting this spark wouldn't be their descendant, but Lu Sheng himself. Putting that aside, his main goal here is to train. He starts with the stellar body refining art, turning his own body into a miniature universe. With one hand clenched into a fist and the other held over his chest, he starts with the first form. Clear the mind, erase thoughts, and keep the spirit within. This process of refining his blood, strengthening his physique, and concentrating his mind digs deep into every single cell. Each cell will transform into a planet of absolute power, turning the blood flowing in his veins into swirling galaxies and his entire body into a stellar domain. When a martial artist reaches the peak of this refinement, their physical density, strength, and defense reach unfathomable levels. Their blood energy becomes as intense as a star and as vast as a galaxy. After a grueling training session, Lu Sheng is completely drenched in sweat. He compares this to his previous training routines. If his old body refining technique gave him a value of 1, then the stellar body refining art gives him 1,000 or maybe even more. Even though when he first started, it felt just like a basic warm-up. Since that is the case, he needs to quickly move on to the next routine, the natural breathing method. Lu Sheng closes his eyes and takes his first breath. As he inhales deeply, thousands of embers seem to flare up around him. Once finished, he feels like a fire is roaring inside his body, sending waves of heat radiating from his core. And this is only the first breathing style. There are plenty of other incredibly powerful breathing techniques waiting for him. Next up is the crystal visualization technique. This art is designed to tame one's thoughts and strengthen the mind. This touches upon the most mysterious energy aspect of martial arts. Lu Sheng sits down cross-legged to give it a try. This technique seems to tap directly into his mental power, as a soft blue light begins to wrap around his entire body. In an instant, Lu Sheng slips into a separate space, his inner mental world. Inside, he sees another version of himself, wearing nothing but shorts, curled up with his eyes tightly shut. Mental willpower is crucial in martial arts. A cultivator must possess an unshakable mind, free of stray thoughts. Their combat power and training speed will far surpass those with weak resolve or those driven by worldly desires. But after standing around and examining everything, Lu Sheng still has no clue how to actually train this thing. With a frustrated sigh, he stares at his motionless reflection and finally decides to give up. It looks like he'll just have to take it slow and figure it out later. Wrapping up today's training session, Lu Sheng slowly opens his eyes. The instant he woke up, he was gasping for air, completely exhausted. Even though it was just training in a dream, the crushing fatigue felt all too real. It didn't feel like a regular dream at all. Suddenly, a foul odor hit his nose. Lu Sheng looked down at his arm and saw that it was covered in thick, disgusting grime. If some pretty girl walked in right now, he would be too embarrassed to even show his face. He held his hands out, admiring the results of his training, and realized this nasty stuff was actually the sweat and toxins his body had just pushed out. So, his dream training actually affected his physical body in the real world. This was way beyond his wildest expectations. But first, he desperately needed a shower. He couldn't believe the stellar body refining technique and the natural breathing method were actually powerful enough to purge all the impurities from his body. Lu Sheng walked over to the desk, picked up a small bottle, and realized his cultivation had been progressing at an insanely fast pace lately. Once he picked up his scholarship money tomorrow, he'd be able to keep pushing his training even further. The bottle Lu Sheng was holding contained a rare recipe from 10,000 years in the future. It wouldn't just boost a user's power, it could completely revolutionize the entire medicine industry of this era. Just thinking about it made Lu Sheng crack a smile. The next day, Lu Sheng arrived at Baihei Academy to collect his scholarship. He might usually drag his feet when coming to class, but when it came to getting paid, he moved faster than lightning. Seeing Lu Sheng just quietly show up, Teacher Zhong Zhenguo couldn't help but grumble, telling him that next time, he should at least give a heads up. Lu Sheng politely and obediently replied, "I understand, Teacher Zhong. Sorry for the trouble." Teacher Zhong didn't push it further and just told Lu Sheng that if he had things to take care of, he could leave. But he had to make sure to show up to school at least once a week, rather than just disappearing and causing everyone to worry. Lu Sheng gave an obedient nod like a good kid and made his exit immediately. Watching Lu Sheng's retreating figure, Teacher Zhong felt like, even though it had only been 2 days since they last met, he couldn't read the kid at all anymore. Lu Sheng exuded an elusive vibe that made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. On his way back, Lu Sheng realized he had to quickly find a way to fix his low blood qi issue. Now that he had some cash on hand and recipes from the future, brewing his own medicinal supplements was definitely his best option. He recalled the formula he had looked up earlier in the Tinder database. In this current era and at his current stage, the most suitable options for him were the spiritual muscle and blood-strengthening decoction and the marrow-nourishing pill. But realistically, no matter how simple a formula was, it still required professional equipment. Even the slightest variation in heat control or the dosage of ingredients could produce a completely different result. Lu Sheng desperately needed a professional lab, but building one from scratch was out of the question. The cash he had on him wasn't anywhere near enough for that. Looking up, Lu Sheng spotted a pharmacy right in front of him. Since he couldn't build his own lab yet, maybe he could rent some equipment from a local pharmacy instead. But reality hit him hard when the pharmacy owner flat out rejected him. "Are you out of your mind? The preparation room is the heart of our pharmacy. You're probably trying to steal our secret family recipes, aren't you? I'm not stupid enough to just let you in." With that, he slammed the door shut in a huff and told Lu Sheng to get lost. This was already the 7th pharmacy that had rejected him and kicked him out. Clearly, this approach wasn't going to work. Lu Sheng looked into his backpack. He had already bought all the ingredients for the spiritual muscle and blood-strengthening decoction, and he even had plenty of spares. Staring at the bank card in his hand, he realized it didn't just have the 30,000 credits Teacher Zong mentioned. It actually had 80,000 credits in it. Lu Sheng figured his teacher probably thought 30,000 was too little and decided to give him a bit extra. Lost in thought, Lu Sheng kept walking until he somehow ended up in a deserted, isolated area. Just as he was thinking about ordering some cheap gear online to try it out at home, another pharmacy caught his eye right ahead. Despite living in this city for 18 years, Lu Sheng had no idea there was a pharmacy tucked away in this seemingly abandoned neighborhood. Lu Sheng pushed the door open and walked in, but the owner didn't even look up, completely lost in his music and not caring who came or went. The blonde shopkeeper, who had 3 stripes shaved into his hair, simply gestured for Lu Sheng to go pick whatever he needed and bring it back to the counter to pay. Lu Sheng tried to explain to the guy that he wasn't here to buy any medicine, but before he could even finish his sentence, the guy cut him off, completely ignoring his customer. "And don't even think about stealing. I've got security cameras everywhere, and the video quality is crystal clear." Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and frowned at the sketchy guy in front of him. At all the other pharmacies he'd visited, no matter how bad their attitude was, they would still politely ask what he was looking for. But this guy was something else, acting like he didn't even want to do business, which left Lu Sheng feeling extremely annoyed with him. This guy was still glued to his screen, watching cute girls shake their hips on TikTok, grinning ear to ear, completely clueless that the customer standing right in front of him was about to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Seeing him like that, Lu Sheng slapped his hand down onto the blonde guy's phone, instantly ruining his drool-worthy viewing session. Annoyed, the guy jumped up, ready to throw hands. "You little punk, you want to die?" But before he could act tough for even a second, Lu Sheng leaned in close, completely shutting him down and making him shut his mouth. Unless he wanted to spend the rest of his life eating baby food through a straw. Only now did the guy realize who he was messing with. Sweating bullets, he meekly asked Lu Sheng what he was looking for. Keeping his intimidating aura, Lu Sheng slammed his hand on the counter and said, "I have a question for you. Does your pharmacy have a compounding room?" Though pale with fear, the clerk still tried to sound tough and spat back. "What if we do, and what if we don't?" Lu Sheng's attitude instantly flipped 180 degrees. He smiled warmly and replied, "If you do, then I'd like to make a business deal with you." Giving in, the guy agreed to lead Lu Sheng to the pharmacy's compounding room. But right before they entered, he blocked the door to make one thing crystal clear. He would only let Lu Sheng use the room for a maximum of 3 hours. Before he could even finish his next sentence, Lu Sheng cut him off and smoothly whipped out a card, calmly asking, "You want the money up front, right?" Seeing the cash, the blonde guy's eyes lit up like Christmas trees. He practically bowed to invite Lu Sheng inside, treating him like royalty. "Go right ahead, help yourself." Ha ha. Once inside, our boy put on gloves and slipped into a professional lab coat, gearing up for his very first compounding session. This was his actual first time brewing medicine. Step 1 was preparing the raw ingredients. Lu Sheng picked up a mutated green lizard. The first step was to skin the lizard alive by peeling off its scales, then mix in a neutralizing agent to compound the formula at a 35% concentration, keeping the temperature stable. Next, he had to condense the moonstone by using a laser to adjust the visible light radiation. This separated the ingredients into fluid and liquid forms. He then collected and cooled the mixture. Finally, he sliced up 30 grams of petrified tune root and incredibly hard mutated roots. But he had to keep a strict eye on the dosage. Once the raw ingredients were processed and conditioned, he adjusted their medicinal properties based on their ratios and mixed them in the correct order of reaction. After all those steps, the spiritual muscle and blood-strengthening decoction was finally ready. Lu Sheng held up a galaxy-pink solution. This was his masterpiece. It's a success. I can't believe I got it on my very first try. This was indeed a tonic from 1,000 years into the future. But whether it was truly a success or not, he would only know after testing it out. Lu Sheng chugged the entire mixture in one go. Right after drinking it, he didn't feel anything, nor was there any special taste. Lu Sheng wondered if his experiment had been a complete flop. But the moment those thoughts crossed his mind, his body began to react. Lu Sheng collapsed to the floor with a loud scream before slumping onto the ground, completely exhausted. He never expected the medicinal potency to be this intense. In an instant, it completely replenished his depleted blood qi, which had been drained from leveling up too fast for too long, and there was even some left over. Lu Sheng thought to himself, with such an amazing effect, and absolutely zero side effects on the body, this is truly unbelievable. And that wasn't all. Not only was this blood-strengthening tonic incredibly potent, but it also had skincare benefits, like boosting skin elasticity and shrinking pores. This was clearly the culmination of 10,000 years of martial arts wisdom. Just as he was basking in his sweet success, a loud, frantic knocking came from the door. Lu Sheng opened the door and grumbled at the blonde guy, "My time isn't even up yet. What's with all the banging?" The blonde guy cried out in a panic, "There's no time to explain. You need to go. Now, take the back door. Our boss is back." Outside, a gorgeous, wealthy woman dressed in stylish clothes was casually walking into the shop. Looks like this blonde kid was about to face the music. The woman carried over a box of test tubes, filled with liquids of all sorts of colors: red, green, purple, yellow, pink, orange, and gray. She picked up a blue tube and took a sip to test it, but her face immediately fell with sheer disappointment. "No, this is completely unusable. The absorption rate is way too low, and the active properties aren't taking effect at all," she sighed, feeling utterly helpless. Martial arts were advancing rapidly these days, and the pharmaceutical industry was booming alongside it. Every single day, better formulas were being discovered, while old ones were cast aside. This young lady was the daughter of the He family. The He family was currently on a downward spiral because of their stubborn, old-school ways and refusal to adapt. They refused to embrace new ideas. The formulas used at Xingshan Hall were outdated, hundreds of years old, and had lost all competitive edge in the market. If she couldn't find a new formula soon, the business her father had personally entrusted to her would go completely bankrupt. The more Miss He thought about it, the more frustrated she became, gritting her teeth in despair. But since she lacked the ability to research new formulas herself, her only option left was to team up with an old alchemist. "You absolutely must get your hands on that new formula," Elder Zhang next door came up with. "Whether the He family can make a comeback all depends on this." Just as Miss He stepped inside, the blonde guy had finished pushing Lu Sheng out. He quickly ran over to welcome his boss, saying, "Miss He, aren't you supposed to be at the nearby market today?" Miss He didn't even spare him a glance, storming straight into the prep room, visibly annoyed. Although the blonde guy looked terrified, his heart was completely captivated by her, leaving him utterly infatuated. In his eyes, Miss He was always stunning, elegant, and possessed a graceful demeanor with flawless looks. To him, she would always be his goddess, so much so that he was already daydreaming about a house and kids together. Just as his fantasy reached its peak, a sharp scream snapped him right back to reality. "Ma Fei, did you sneak someone into my prep room?" Still half lost in his daydream, he mumbled. Even when Miss He is angry, she looks so beautiful, which made her blood boil in absolute rage. Ma Fei tried to make excuses, but Miss He had no time to argue. She smacked her forehead and fired him on the spot. "Forget it. Don't bother coming back tomorrow." Miss He stood in the prep room, looking like she wanted to tear someone apart. She threw the coat Lu Sheng had just worn straight into the trash, cleaning up the room while cursing under her breath. Because now she had to wash every single test tube again, and even sterilize them. The more she cleaned, the messier it seemed. But suddenly, the box containing the mutated green lizard caught her eye. They actually used activation gas on the mutated green lizard. Well, this is a pretty valuable item, after all. But on second thought, she figured she was probably just overthinking things. That guy was probably just trying to make some medicine of his own. But to do that, you need a deep understanding of pharmacology. She figured someone like Lu Sheng, who didn't even have his own prep room, was just daydreaming about striking it rich overnight. Then again, looking at herself, she was also pinning her hopes on something just as hopeless. Once she finished clearing the table, she looked down and spotted a broken test tube on the floor. Sighing in frustration, she muttered, Sneaking into someone else's prep room and using their equipment is bad enough. But did you really have to break my stuff too? As she bent down to pick up the shards, she noticed something was off. The texture and smell of the residue. Could it be Ningyu stone and rock tune root? This was the first time she had ever seen these two combined. She dabbed a drop onto her finger and tasted it, and the reaction was absolutely mind-blowing. Meanwhile, Ma Fei was dragging his suitcase away after being heartlessly fired by his goddess. He sighed in regret, thinking, "That jerk totally ruined me. If I'd known, I would have never agreed to help him for a little pocket change." He never expected his connection with his goddess would end just like that. Looking back at the pharmacy with regret, Ma Fei prayed to the heavens. "Heavens, please let me lay eyes on my goddess just one more time. Just once is all I ask." Speak of the devil. Ma Fei saw Miss He running toward him in a panic, waving her hand and shouting, Ma Fei, don't go, stop right there." Seeing Miss He call after him, Ma Fei was moved to tears. He dropped his bags and ran toward her. "I knew it. You do care about me. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay by your side forever. You are my home." Ma Fei opened his arms, ready to embrace his love, when Miss He suddenly grabbed his collar and yelled, "Who on earth was in my prep room just now? I need to see him right now." She shook Ma Fei so hard his soul almost left his body. Miss He promised that if he could find Lu Sheng, he could keep his job, and she would even double his salary. Gasping for air, Ma Fei managed to choke out that he had Lu Sheng's contact info. Hearing this, Miss He grabbed his phone like she had just found a gold mine, then callously tossed him aside. Only heaven knew how desperately she needed to find Lu Sheng. The formula he just made is 10 times more effective at nourishing blood than the ones selling for 100,000 on the market today. On top of that, her test showed it also has whitening properties and boosts muscle growth. Best of all, the ingredients are incredibly common, costing less than 5,000 yuan to make. This might just be a groundbreaking new drug. She immediately dialed Lu Sheng's number. She was finally going to meet the person she had been searching for. This was the He family's big break. At this moment, Lu Sheng was training hard, his body newly recharged with energy. The stellar body refining technique is truly worthy of being a level 10 or 11 technique from 10,000 years in the future. Its ability to unlock the human body's potential is simply mind-blowing. If he kept this up, his body might actually harbor a real star. Not only that, but the natural breathing technique itself is also incredibly miraculous, possessing a super powerful capability. Without this breathing technique to complement it, the stellar body refining technique wouldn't be nearly as effective. His blood qi has shot up significantly. The effects of the spiritual muscle and blood strengthening decoction are also doing wonders. He just managed to brew 12 bottles earlier. With his current physique, drinking 2 bottles a day is plenty, which means he'll need to figure out a way to brew more in 6 days. Just then, his phone starts ringing off the hook, blasting a ridiculously cheesy, dramatic pop song. Lu Sheng walks over, picks up the phone, and answers. The moment the call connects, Miss He quickly blurts out, sounding like she's terrified he might hang up on her. "Hello, Grandmaster. I am so sorry to bother you. My name is He Lingsu, and I'm the manager of Xingshan Hall. I've seen the medicine you left behind, and it is a complete game changer." He Lingsu quickly expresses her desire to partner up with Lu Sheng. He agrees immediately but schedules their meeting for next week, hanging up right after and leaving the girl completely frozen in shock. She is absolutely dumbfounded. He Lingsu is dying to meet this mysterious expert, but he is still playing incredibly hard to get. Suddenly remembering something, she shakes Ma Fei awake, demanding he go find Lu Sheng right this second. "Starting right now, your sole mission is to find that Grandmaster as fast as possible. If you find him before those 6 days are up, you'll get a bonus of 10,000 yuan for every single day you save. Do the math." Hearing about this massive bonus, Ma Fei's spirits instantly fire up. "Boss, you'd better keep your word on that." But as he recalls Lu Sheng's appearance, Ma Fei asks He Lingsu if there might be some kind of mistake. The guy who came to borrow the brewing room looked like he was only in his teens. From the looks of it, he's probably just a student. This suddenly throws He Lingsu into a loop, making her picture an intellectual-looking, bespectacled high schooler sitting there, analyzing medicinal ingredients. To think a kid could produce such high-quality medicine, He Lingsu is seriously starting to question reality. If Lu Sheng is really just a student and managed to brew that kind of medicine, then who on earth is this guy? Day after day, Lu Sheng keeps grinding, repeating his daily routine of slaying zombies in the dream world like clockwork. Every single day, Another zombie gets absolutely knocked out by one of Lu Sheng's uppercuts to the jaw. Talk about a painful way to go. But that isn't even Lu Sheng's main target today. His real objective is that absolute giant of a zombie over there. Comparing their sizes, Lu Sheng barely even reaches the giant zombie's knees. But he wants to see if a level 1 martial artist like himself can actually take on a level 4 martial artist zombie. Before he can even make a move, the beast lunges forward and feeds him a heavy fist of love, leaving Lu Sheng slightly bruised. This zombie is seriously powerful. Its raw strength is at least double Lu Sheng's own. The zombie lunges at him once more. But this time, Lu Sheng easily dodges the attack and teaches it a harsh lesson instead. Somehow, Lu Sheng slips behind its back in a flash and delivers a brutal kick to its spine, making it squeal like a stuck pig. Hit from behind, the zombie whips its head around in fury, glaring at Lu Sheng, but the boy is already one step ahead. Raising his leg high, he brings it down with full force right on its head, knocking it out cold instantly. Finally, the beast is down. He thought it would be a tough fight, but honestly, it went incredibly smooth. When it was alive, this zombie was a soldier who fell on the battlefield. Since these zombies aren't foreign beasts, Lu Sheng can easily absorb their memories and experience. They are simply the departed. Just like before, the soldier's memories from when he was alive begin to flood into Lu Sheng's mind. Lu Sheng closes his eyes, absorbing the memories and strength like a machine. Once the fight and absorption are over, Lu Sheng realizes this zombie was actually a level 5 martial artist. No wonder that earlier punch of his knocked him for a loop. Reflecting on it, if it hadn't been missing an arm and acting completely brainless, fighting him solely on leftover muscle memory, there's no way Lu Sheng could have defeated it so easily. He's been practicing the stellar body refining technique, the natural breathing technique, and the crystal meditation method for almost a week now. With his blood chi skyrocketing thanks to the spiritual muscle and blood-strengthening decoction, combined with the battle memories he absorbed, he has fully mastered his fist techniques. If he can combine the secret techniques of the stellar body refining technique with his breathing method, his explosive power could multiply by 10 or even 100 times. Just then, a horde of other zombies catches his human scent and starts creeping closer, totally oblivious to the fact that they're walking straight into their own doom. Talk about brainless idiots. They blindly pounce right at Lu Sheng. But Lu Sheng is already channeling a surge of newfound energy, getting ready to unleash a total bloodbath. With just a single slam of Lu Sheng's fist to the ground, the surrounding zombies are instantly sent, crying for mercy. He warned them not to get close, but since nobody listened, they had to learn the hard way. Talk about a tough break, but what can you do? Back to his daily routine, Lu Sheng headed to the martial arts gym again today to see if those recent dreams had given him any kind of boost. The moment he walked in, the receptionist recognized him instantly. Resting her chin on her hand, she teased, "Hey there, little bro. What brings you back so soon? Are your exams coming up? You know, your blood chi level isn't something that just shoots up overnight." Yeah, nag all you want. Lu Sheng knew this better than anyone, but that rule only applied to normal people, not him. Lu Sheng scratched his head, politely replying to the receptionist. Haha, true. But I was just hoping to make some quick progress. Seeing a handsome guy, the receptionist's eyes lit up. She thought to herself that she had already run into this good-looking kid, Lu Sheng, twice, just this month. Normal people usually wait at least half a month, or even half a year, before coming in for another test. Even the schools that care the most about their students' grades only test them once a month. Haha, room 205 is empty. Go on in. Good luck. As he walked away, Lu Sheng muttered to himself, if my strength weren't skyrocketing, I wouldn't bother coming here for tests so often. First up was the blood test, and to his surprise, he actually hit 15.6. Even Lu Sheng was shocked. He never expected his score to shoot up this high, even surpassing the benchmark for a rank 2 martial artist. He thought to herself with a grin, actually, it makes sense. Combining ultimate martial arts from 1,000 years in the future with advanced futuristic supplements, it would be weird if it didn't skyrocket. With the blood test done, he moved on to the combat power test to see how much progress he had made. Lu Sheng rolled up his sleeves and geared up to give that poor test robot a hard punch right to the face. He unleashed a devastating blow to the robot's head, making it look like the gym would have to replace it with a new one very soon. The score popped up, 3,137. This number was insanely high, easily tripling the standard requirement. Even Lu Sheng was blown away by his own strength. While his fist technique definitely played a part, it wasn't just that. Because if that were the case, his true combat potential would be absolutely off the charts. Lu Sheng decided to try one more time to see if he could do even better. This time, he went all out, and the result was bound to be absolutely terrifying. Once he was finished, he headed out to go home. Seeing him leave, the receptionist quickly struck up a conversation. He was a total hottie, after all. If she missed her chance to chat with him, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight from regret. All done with your tests, little bro? From the look on your face, you must be pretty happy with the results, huh? Lu Sheng smiled and replied, "Yeah, I am." They said their goodbyes, and he headed out. The receptionist's smile was so bright, the sun had nothing on her. As Lu Sheng walked away, she smiled, thinking about how he always tried to act so cool, but was incredibly handsome whenever he smiled. Her entire reaction had been fully witnessed by two younger onlookers. The pink-haired girl was Ni Shuang, the eldest daughter of the Hongchuan martial arts, gym's owner. Following behind Ni Shuang was her younger brother. Ni Shuang immediately teased the receptionist. "I just brought my brother back from his medicinal bath, only to catch you drooling over some guy." Flustered by being called out, the receptionist quickly denied it, saying, "He was just an ordinary high schooler, I'm not drooling." Though I have to admit, Lu Sheng really is quite the charmer. Hearing the two women gushing over a handsome guy, the younger brother shook his head in annoyance and said, "Good looks are useless. It's not like you can eat handsome faces for dinner. In this society, martial arts is everything." He looked down on Lu Sheng and added, "When one look at that Lu Sheng guy, and you can tell he's just from an ordinary family, no matter how many tests he takes, it's just a waste of time." Ni Shuang glanced at her brother. Since he was a kid, he had been pampered with all kinds of nourishing supplements. Even before he started training, his blood qi level was already double that of an ordinary person. Now that he was training in various martial arts, he was rapidly widening the gap between himself and his peers. Given all that, it wasn't hard to see why he was so incredibly arrogant. Annoyed by her brother's attitude, Ni Shuang smacked him on the head and scolded, "Hey, stop comparing yourself to normal kids." She then gave him a stern look, reminding him that having better resources means he needs to work even harder instead of acting arrogant all day over some tiny achievement. With a massive bump on his head from Ni Shuang's hit, the pink-haired boy could only sit there crying, not daring to talk back to his sister. But mid-sob, his competitive side suddenly flared up. He instantly cheered up, grabbing Ni Shuang's arm. "Haha, Sister Ni Shuang, let's make a deal. I want to see that last guy's test results." Ni Shuang wondered why her brother wanted to see Lu Sheng's results. He explained that from his appearance, Lu Sheng looked a few years older than him. Since he was likely still a student, the boy wanted to compare their scores to see if all his hard training had really paid off. Ni Shuang couldn't resist when this little guy started acting all cute and whiny. But before opening it, she warned the kid to keep in mind that they were dealing with a regular person. She told him not to get too full of himself. The receptionist handed them the results tablet, mentioning that since only one person had come in for a test today, they could easily view it directly from her screen. Ni Shuang took the tablet and read Lu Sheng's name aloud. He really was just a student, but the moment she saw the details, her expression completely changed. The moment the three of them saw Lu Sheng's score, their faces turned pale with shock. Especially that arrogant little brat from earlier. He was so stunned he couldn't even stand, collapsing straight onto the floor. "Is this machine broken?" The receptionist quickly assured them that a broken machine was absolutely impossible at this martial arts hall. Since the equipment is regularly maintained and was just serviced yesterday, there is absolutely no way there was a mistake. Ni Shuang's face turned dead serious. If that was the case, then Lu Sheng's insane score was 100% real. She immediately shouted, "Xiaoling, do we have his address or phone number?" But unfortunately, since Lu Sheng wasn't a registered member, there was no contact info on file. He only came to the hall once in a while to test his strength. The receptionist rushed to look for clues, guessing that Lu Sheng must live somewhere nearby. Ni Shuang immediately ordered her to contact all available staff and gather information on every single student living in the area. They had to find Lu Sheng's whereabouts as fast as possible. Ni Yang stared at the tablet screen once again, muttering, "Lu Sheng, I will definitely find you." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was already comfortably riding a taxi to his next destination. Before he got out, the driver seemed to have taken a real liking to him. He gave a big thumbs up and laughed. "Haha. Talking to you was a blast, kid. Next time we cross paths, I am definitely setting you up with my daughter." Lu Sheng stepped out of the car, shaking his head with a smile. Man, that uncle was way too enthusiastic. If he had known, He would have just told the guy he was heading to the Martial Arts Association to take the Level 2 Martial Artist assessment. That way, the driver would have thought he was crazy and left him alone. Just as he reached the entrance of the building and was about to walk in, a guy ran out, sounding like he was on the verge of tears. No way. My combat strength at home was clearly over 150. How could this happen? The guy looked like he was possessed, kneeling down right in front of the building with his hands clasped high in the air. Bystanders watching the scene began to whisper that the testing equipment at the Martial Arts Association was the official standard. It was naturally way more accurate than any of the machines outside. That guy probably grew up getting showered with compliments, so coming here and facing the harsh truth completely broke him. Overhearing that the equipment here was the real deal, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. Finally, he had found a place where he could get an accurate gauge of his true strength. Lu Sheng walked into the lobby and approached the front desk. "Excuse me, could you tell me which way to go for the official martial artist assessment?" The receptionist didn't even bother to look up. Busy signing a stack of documents, she handed Lu Sheng a form and told him to fill it out first. After that, he was to head to room 5203 for the test. Lu Sheng did exactly as he was told, but when he reached the room and pushed the door open, he was completely taken aback by the sight inside. There were easily hundreds of people who had arrived before him. This line was absolutely massive, no joke. He had thought he'd be one of the few, but who would have guessed everyone else was also rushing to test their limits? Feeling a bit drained, Lu Sheng stepped inside. He really didn't have any time to waste, and coming all the way here had already eaten up so much of his day. He was starting to feel completely stuck. As he was sighing in frustration, he overheard two guys nearby gossiping about a gorgeous girl who was also in the room. Lu Sheng glanced over and saw that she was indeed an incredibly young girl, but judging by the vibes, her power was definitely on a whole different level. Lu Sheng continued to scan the crowd. Most of the people waiting in line looked to be around 15 years old. He already considered himself young for this, but surprisingly, that girl looked even younger than him. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere was shattered when a massive, towering giant of a man walked in, drawing everyone's eyes. Out of the way! At that moment, it was a young guy's turn at the testing station. He was confident he'd get an amazing score to make his girlfriend proud, while she stood right next to him, cheering him on with pure enthusiasm. But while the couple was lost in their own little world, the giant from earlier used just a single finger to casually shove them aside, leaving them completely dazed. When the guy turned around and saw that the person who had just shoved him was a literal giant, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. And it wasn't just him, the entire crowd gasped, completely stunned by the giant's incredibly muscular build. Seeing how incredibly arrogant this guy was being, the girlfriend was absolutely furious. She quickly stepped forward to stand up for her man. "Hey, who do you think you are? Don't you know how a line works? You're supposed to wait your turn." The giant looked down at her, too bored to even bother replying. "Who do you think you are? Ever heard of waiting your turn? You need to get in line." The big guy looked at her with pure annoyance, not even wanting to acknowledge her. Behind her, her boyfriend couldn't stop her in time, knowing he stood absolutely no chance against a guy like that. He wanted to just swallow his pride and avoid trouble, but his girlfriend couldn't hold back anymore and screamed, "Don't think you can break the rules just because you're big." But right in the middle of her rant, the staff member dropped a bombshell, saying this guy actually could do whatever he wanted. That was because the staff had just looked at his registration form. He actually deserved to go first because he was a rank 3 martial artist. Hearing that, the girl froze in absolute terror, while her boyfriend looked like he was about to throw up blood from sheer panic. A rank 3 martial artist is incredibly rare. In this entire city of Baihe, there were barely over 10 people who had ever reached this level. Lu Sheng thought to himself, in the martial world, strength is everything, so the strong naturally get to enjoy special privileges. The giant of a man then stepped up to the testing platform. The girlfriend still felt frustrated for her boyfriend, muttering under her breath, So what if he is a rank 3 martial artist? It is no big deal. Just taking the exam does not mean he is actually rank 3. What is he showing off for? But the moment the results popped up, her jaw dropped once again. That guy's vitality value had reached a staggering 107. The staff member in charge was sweating buckets as he logged the data. Trying to stay professional, he announced that they would now proceed to the second test. This second test was even more brutal than the first. With just one devastating punch, the shockwave knocked almost everyone in the room flat on their backs. The entire room instantly fell into complete chaos. Yet, Lu Sheng stood perfectly still, as solid as a rock. All those long, grueling hours of training had finally paid off. His combat strength index flashed on the screen, 10,831. The staff immediately congratulated Zhao Changfeng. From this moment on, he was officially recognized as a rank 3 martial artist in Baihei City by the association, earning a monthly allowance of 30,000 yuan. As he turned around to look at the crowd, he noticed almost everyone was on the floor, except for 2 people who were still standing strong. The beautiful girl from earlier could not help but admire the man. Standing behind her, Lu Sheng suddenly spoke up. "Is this really all a rank 3 martial artist can do?" Hearing his words, the girl was utterly shocked and thought to herself, "This guy is insanely arrogant. Just because he managed to stay on his feet doesn't mean he has the right to talk big." Lu Sheng stepped forward and asked the staff member nearby if he could go next. Since nobody else was in line anymore, as everyone was still recovering from the brutal shockwave of that punch. Seeing how calm Lu Sheng was, the staff member was quite impressed and praised him for his composure. He smiled and said, "Sure, you are next." Lu Sheng stepped up and began his test by placing his hand on the glowing sphere. The staff member behind him offered some gentle advice. "Do not be nervous, just try to stay relaxed and act natural." Suddenly, the screen lit up with Lu Sheng's vitality value, 15.7. The staff member who had just given him advice felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Down below, the entire crowd gasped in disbelief, especially the girl from earlier. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head, and her jaw dropped completely. What on earth? He is only 17 or 18 years old. How is this even possible? Even Zhao Changfeng, watching from the corner, was stunned. For a kid of only 17 or 18 to reach the level of a rank 2 martial artist was absolutely insane. He was so young, yet his vitality was off the charts. Next up was the combat strength test. The staff member told him not to let Zhao Changfeng's earlier punch get to his head and to just strike whenever he was ready. But Lu Sheng's response left him completely speechless. "Haha, thanks, but that won't be necessary. One strike is more than enough." With that, Lu Sheng channeled all his energy into a single thunderous punch. The entire room was suddenly engulfed in a blinding purple light, leaving everyone completely speechless. Just how high would Lu Sheng's score be after a punch like that, leaving everyone staring in utter shock? The moment Lu Sheng's fist connected, the testing machine shattered into pieces, sending a deafening blast and a massive wave of energy throughout the room. The impact instantly knocked out the rank 1 martial artists nearby. Screams echoed as absolute chaos erupted in the hall. Watching from the sidelines, even Zhao Changfeng couldn't help but frown at Lu Sheng's terrifying power. Yang Yan, who had completely ignored him earlier, was now struggling just to stand under this overwhelming pressure. Just then, the scoreboard flashed with his combat strength. The staff member stared at the screen, his mouth wide open as he stammered in complete disbelief. 15,709. Seeing the score, Lu Sheng smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself, "Phew, with my fist technique breaking past its limits, combined with stellar force and natural breathing, my combat strength has officially multiplied by 10 times my vitality standard. So this is the true charm of martial arts mastery." The staff member finally snapped out of his shock and said with a trembling voice, Student Lu, congratulations on passing the rank 1 martial artist exam. Wait, that's not right. Your power easily surpasses rank 2, and maybe even rank 3. The staff member muttered, completely dumbfounded. The staff member grew more and more panicked as he spoke, finally saying in an agitated voice, "I'm sorry. I can't grade you right now, but rest assured, I'm going to report this to the association's higher-ups immediately. The Martial Arts Association will never let a talent like you go unnoticed. No, wait, a genius, especially a genius like you. I'm going to report this and submit your results, even if I have to risk my entire career. We will definitely give you a satisfying answer, so please don't worry." Lu Sheng was left completely dazed, not understanding what was going on, as he watched the staff member rush off with his test results. Huh? Watching the staff member disappear into the distance, Lu Sheng wondered, "So, can I go home now?" Suddenly, a massive figure radiating intense bloodlust appeared right behind him. Turning around alertly, he asked, "Is there something you need from me?" It was Zhao Changfeng. With a gloomy look on his face, he reached his hand out. Seeing Zhao Changfeng extending his hand, Lu Sheng was quite puzzled by the gesture. With a fierce expression, he introduced himself, Zhao Changfeng. Seeing his intense look, Lu Sheng remained silent, meeting his gaze with a provocative look of his own. He reached out his hand and introduced himself, Lu Sheng. Surprisingly, after shaking hands with Lu Sheng, the fierce-looking Zhao Changfeng let out a bright, joyful laugh. The rest of the crowd in the stands rushed over, eagerly vying to shake hands and take photos with Lu Sheng. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Wang Daming. Please shake my hand." "Brother Lu. Brother Lu. I'm Hu Changming. Can I have a few minutes of your time?" "Brother Lu. Look over here." "Brother Lu. Wait up." Seeing the crowd swarming around him so frantically, Lu Sheng ran for his life in a panic. But the crowd refused to give up and chased after him. Damn it, that guy Zhao Changfeng beat us to it. The mind of a level 3 martial artist sure changes fast. They chased after Lu Sheng, their shouts echoing through the air. "Brother Lu." Outside the Martial Arts Association, Lu Qinghe and her 2 friends were waiting for their senior sister to finish her exam. She asked anxiously, "Has senior sister Yang Yuan still not come out yet? I wonder if everything went smoothly." Feng Fanfan said confidently, "Haha, don't worry. Getting a level 1 martial artist certification is a piece of cake for a genius like her." Lu Qinghe agreed. "You're right." Just then, she spotted Lu Sheng walking out of the Martial Arts Association building, which took her completely by surprise. "Huh?" Qinghe called out. Lu Sheng turned around and saw Qinghe standing nearby with her friends, so he quickly walked over to greet them. "Qinghe, what are you doing here?" Lu Qinghe put her hands on her hips and frowned. "I should be asking you that. You've been skipping school and sleeping in your room all day, so what on earth are you doing at the association?" Lu Sheng thought to himself. It's one thing to know I'm skipping school, but how does she even know I spend most of my time sleeping in my room? Feeling a bit awkward, Lu Sheng covered his mouth and cleared his throat. "Cough, cough. I'm here for some important business. What about you guys? What brings you to the Martial Arts Association?" Feng Fanfan smiled and said, "Hello, Brother Lu. I'm Qinghe's friend, Feng Fanfan. You can call me Fanfan. And this is Shu Nuo. We came here today with senior sister Yang Yuan for her assessment." Totally charmed by Lu Sheng's good looks, Feng Fanfan didn't hold back on the compliments. "Wow, Brother Lu, you are so handsome. You're nothing like how Qinghe usually describes you." Seeing Feng Fanfan completely ditching her loyalty for a handsome guy, Qinghe spun around and snapped, "Hey, you two!" Flattered by the compliment, Lu Sheng grinned happily. "Ha ha ha, thank you." Lu Qinghe stood next to him and threatened, "Oh, you guys are something else. Have you already forgotten who helps you out with everything at school?" Feng Fanfan quickly apologized. "Of course it's you. You're like a second parent to us." Seeing Lu Qinghe bickering with her friends, he reached out his hand and patted her head. "All right, I'm heading home first then. Bye." Qinghe's friends also waved goodbye to him. "Goodbye, Brother Lu." Watching Lu Sheng walk away, Feng Fanfan turned to tease Qinghe. "You two actually have a pretty good sibling relationship, huh?" Seeing her best friend taking her brother's side, Lu Qinghe was fuming. "It's not good at all. Are you two traitors blind or something?" Just then, Shu Nuo cried out, "Ah, senior sister Yang Yuan is out." The group stopped bickering and rushed over to Yang Yuan, asking supportively, "Senior sister, how did it go? Did you pass?" Yang Yuan sighed in frustration. "Sigh, don't even ask. There was an incident, so the entire testing process had to be suspended. I'll probably have to wait until this afternoon." Concern washed over everyone's faces. Feng Fanfan quickly asked, "Huh? What kind of incident? An incident big enough to stop the whole exam?" Yang Yuan immediately thought of the young man from earlier, whose sheer power and ability were absolutely terrifying. A monster. No, a freak of nature. He's clearly the same age as me, but his blood chi value is 15.7, and his combat strength is over 10,000, which even surpasses a level 3 martial artist. Haha. To think I always thought my talent was decent. Meeting him today made me realize just how laughable my so-called talent really is. Hearing Yang Yuan's story, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Feng Fanfan quickly asked, "Senior sister, do you know what his name is?" "Do you know?" Yang Yuan thought for a moment, then frowned and said, "Ah, his name is Lu Sheng." Hearing the name Lu Sheng made Lu Qinghe completely freeze, utterly paralyzed with shock. Huh? Her mind flashed to her brother's usual lazy, slacker attitude, and she muttered to herself, "My brother?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was on his way home, munching on a piping hot bun. Suddenly, he noticed a group of men dressed in black, searching for something, causing a huge scene around town. "Did you check over there yet? Move, now." A few local aunties heading back from the market noticed the commotion and began whispering, "Who could possibly cause such a massive scene?" Word is, The Hongchuan dojo is hunting someone down. Who on earth did they mess with? Talk about bad luck. Those martial arts guys are absolutely ruthless. If they catch whoever it is, they'll probably break their legs. Lu Sheng took another bite of his bun and thought to himself, the Hongchuan dojo seems to be looking for the person who took the test the other day. Those guys really are aggressive. Oh well, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Just then, his phone started ringing off the hook, blasting his ringtone. What's the point of beating him up if he won't even answer the phone? The caller was Ma Fei from the Hang Xiantang counter. Lu Sheng thought to himself, Hang Xiantang is calling again. I need to play hard to get. After all, any single medicine from the future could easily be traded for a massive fortune, but whether they deserve it is something I still need to look into. Once he got back home, he went straight to his room and decided to boot up the future AI to check. Lu Sheng turned on the device, and a soft blue light emerged. Optical brain, boot up! Lu Sheng immediately ordered the AI, look up my life's history. The AI quickly pulled up his basic profile. Understood, retrieving basic information. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, June of Martial Era, year 297, to July of Martial Era, year 383. Martial arts rank, level 6 martial artist. Authorization level, level 2. Life path, became a level 2 martial artist at age 18, shocking the entire city of Baihe. Later, nominated by the Baihe Martial Arts Association, he attended the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp and finished in the top 20. In that same year, he ranked first in the city, 32nd in the province, and ranked 145th nationwide in the college entrance exams. He entered the Dongning Martial Arts University and graduated 3 years later. 5 years later, he was commissioned as a lieutenant and founded the Baihe Dojo. At 45, he advanced to a level 6 martial artist, and at 50, he failed his breakthrough to level 7 grandmaster. In July of Martial Era, year 338, he died during a beast invasion in Baihe City at the age of 87. Marital status, married, with 2 daughters and 1 son. Highest military rank, first lieutenant, no outstanding contributions. Historical rating, 2 stars. Reading the summary of his life left Lu Sheng completely stunned. Seeing his future laid out before him, he couldn't help but recap it in his mind. At 18, he becomes a level 2 martial artist and shocks all of Baihe. Then, nominated by the Baihe Martial Arts Association, he joins the Dongning Genius Training Camp and makes the top 20. 3 years later, he graduates from the Dongning Martial Arts University and enters service. 5 years after that, he gets commissioned as a lieutenant, founds the Baihe Dojo, advances to a level 6 martial artist at 45, and tries but fails to break through to a level 7 grandmaster at 50. And finally, in July of Martial Era, year 338, he dies in a beast attack in Baihe City at 87. After reviewing his life trajectory, he came to a quiet realization. Just as I thought, the future can be changed. At least, my own future can. Just a week ago, I was only a level 4 martial artist destined to die at 37. Now, I'm a level 6, living into my 80s, with a real shot at becoming a level 7 grandmaster. But that's still not enough. A minor shift like this means absolutely nothing to the rest of the world or to the grand scheme of the future. To truly alter the fate of humanity and rewrite the course of the next 10,000 years, I need overwhelming power. A level 6 quasi-grandmaster is basically a speck of dust. Even level 7 or level 8 grandmasters, or even level 9 martial saints, are nothing in a future like that. If I want to shatter this tragic fate and rewrite the ending, my only hope is to reach the absolute peak of martial arts. I have to break through to level 10, or maybe even level 11, to stand a chance. Though the chances are slim, I've chosen this path, and there's no turning back. Meanwhile, at the office of the president of the Baihe Martial Arts Association, Xiao Yuhei was focused on practicing his calligraphy. Right in front of him, a screen displayed a video call with his former superior. The old leader spoke up. Pure light shines from stillness. The brush strokes soar. Energy follows form, and intent holds the spirit steady. Your handwriting is magnificent. It's clear that your mental energy, President Xiao, is incredibly profound. Stepping into the level 7 Grandmaster realm is probably just a matter of time. Sigh, if only you put this much effort into teaching, President Xiao, things would be much better. Hearing his former boss's gentle scolding made President Xiao's hand slip, ruining his final stroke. He let out a soft chuckle and said, Haha, Chief, please don't tease me. It's not like I don't want several martial arts geniuses to emerge from our Baihe city. But as you know, Baihe doesn't have the heritage of any major martial arts families. For years now, we haven't had enough resources to support them. Any kid with even a shred of talent ends up finding a way to leave. I'm honestly powerless here. The old chief's voice suddenly drops, and after a brief silence, he says, President Xiao, the training camp is about to open. We haven't sent anyone to participate in years. A city as massive as Baihe shouldn't have zero achievements to show. Not being able to send a single candidate is our biggest humiliation. This time, no matter what it takes, you must save face for Baihe. Do you understand? The old chief coldly gives the order and hangs up instantly, not giving President Xiao a chance to say another word. As soon as the call ends, Xiao Yuhei angrily crumples the paper in his hand and snaps, "Damn it." As if I don't want to nurture talents and show some real progress. He sits down at his desk, gritting his teeth and clenching his shaking fists in pure frustration, thinking to himself, if I were in a higher position with access to those resources, why would I be stuck here doing useless paperwork? There is no hope of advancing my rank. Right in the middle of his despair, his secretary suddenly bursts through the door. Bam! She frantically cries out, President, over at the Martial Artist Testing Center. Something big just happened. President Xiao frowns and barks. Why are you in such a rush? You don't even know how to knock anymore? What is it? The secretary quickly clutches a stack of documents and hands an assessment sheet to him, saying, I'm sorry, but this is incredibly urgent. The examiner just brought some massive news. He's here. A level 2 martial artist, only 18 years old, with a combat power of 10,000. President Xiao's eyes widen in utter shock. He snatches the tablet from her hand and shouts, Quick, let me see the video. Startled by his intense reaction, the secretary stammers, Oh, yes, sir. President Xiao stares at the security footage in disbelief. On screen is Lu Sheng taking his certification test. After a closer look, he gasps, This is the perfect realm fist technique. Confused, the secretary stands beside him and asks, What does that mean, sir? Staring intently at Lu Sheng's movements, President Xiao explains impatiently, It's martial arts terminology. You aren't a martial artist, so all you need to know is this. There are probably fewer than 10 people in the entire world who can master a fist technique to the perfect realm at his age. Suddenly, something clicks in President Xiao's mind, and he thinks, wait, that's not right. Even with a perfect realm fist technique, there's no way his blood chi value is 15.7 with a combat power of 15,000. Even a perfect realm technique can only double his combat power at most. At 18 years old, with a combat power 10 times the standard level, from a totally ordinary family. As if solving a riddle, President Xiao bursts into laughter. That must be it. That has to be it. Otherwise, there's no other way to explain this. Ha ha ha. The secretary watches him talk to himself and burst into laughter, completely baffled. She calls out, President? Suddenly, she is lifted right off her feet. President Xiao joyfully scoops her up, spinning her around as he laughs. Haha, girl, this is an incredibly rare genius martial artist we're talking about. And he actually appeared right here in our Baihe city. Ha ha ha. Dizzy from being spun around, the secretary cries out helplessly. President. Ah, what on earth is a talented martial artist? Having finally found a genius after so many years, President Xiao can't wipe the massive grin off his face. In the world of martial arts, some people are blessed with a unique gift straight from heaven. Once awakened, they possess a power that goes far beyond anything an ordinary person could ever imagine. Upon awakening, their blood chi skyrockets, granting them unique abilities, explosive power, and lightning-fast speed. They are known as gifted martial artists. President Xiao quickly throws on his coat and rushes out, Ha ha ha! Quick, let's go! I'm going to pay a personal visit to Lu Sheng's home. I must thank his parents for raising such an incredible son. Ha ha ha. Still feeling a bit lightheaded, the secretary quickly catches up. Yes, sir. I'll tell the driver to get the car ready right away. Meanwhile, at the Hongchuan dojo, Miss Ni Chang is also rallying her staff to track down Lu Sheng. Just then, her junior disciple runs over, shouting, We found him! Senior sister Ni, we found him! Ni Chang eagerly asks, Well, what did you find? Catching his breath, the disciple gasps, Huff, huff. His name is Lu Sheng. He's a student at Baihe Academy. His dad works as a delivery guy for Shenheng Logistics. His mom is a cashier at the Jia supermarket. And he has a younger sister who is a high school freshman. They live in Block 15 of the Balan community. Ni Cheng nods seriously, preparing to head out. Good. Seeing her get ready to leave, the disciple asks in a panic, "Why are you looking for him? Did he do something to upset you?" "Seriously, senior sister, the guy is just an ordinary kid from a poor family. You don't have to go after him like this." Realizing he got the wrong idea, Ni Cheng snaps, "Shut up, it's not what you think at all." Just then, her phone rings. She turns away to answer it, looking visibly tense. "Hello?" "Yes, I know. I knew they would move fast, but I didn't expect them to act this quickly." Standing to the side, the junior disciple thought gloomily, "If it's not what I think, then what is it? Is she looking for a husband?" After hanging up, Ni Shuang quickly turned around and ordered, "Go buy some expensive gifts right now. Make sure they are suitable for parents, elders, and a young girl." The junior disciple was stunned for a few seconds before quickly running off. "Huh? Oh yes, right away." As he ran, he thought to himself, "Is she really looking for a husband?" Meanwhile, Ni Shuang gripped her phone tightly, thinking, "I finally found you, Lu Sheng." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was training in his room when his younger sister, Lu Qinghe, urgently called out, "Big brother! Big brother, hurry up and come out. Someone is here to see you." Lu Sheng stood up and said calmly, "All right, I'm coming." Lu Sheng threw on a jacket and walked out. It had actually been a really long time since he last heard Qinghe call him Big Brother. "Someone is looking for me? Could it be?" As soon as he stepped out of his room, he saw his family chatting with a few strangers. Seeing Lu Sheng walk out, his mother waved him over and introduced, "Sheng, come over here quickly. This is..." Before his mother could even finish her sentence, the man stood up, politely reached out his hand, and introduced himself. "Hello, Student Lu. I am Xiao Yuhei, the president of the Baihe Martial Arts Association. I came here specifically because of your exam." Lu Sheng thought to himself, "The president of the Martial Arts Association must be at least a level 6 quasi-grandmaster." Lu Sheng reached out to shake his hand in return. "Hello, President Xiao. I'm Lu Sheng." Seeing Lu Sheng's calm demeanor, President Xiao highly praised him in his mind. "Not bad. Very calm. Just this mindset alone is already rare." Lu Sheng pointed at the young woman sitting next to them and asked, "And who is this?" Lu Sheng's mother introduced her. "This is Miss Ni Shuang from the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall." Ni Shuang greeted him, "Hello, Student Lu Sheng. We actually met before at the Martial Arts Hall. I wonder if you still remember me?" Lu Sheng nodded in greeting. "Ah, hello, Miss Ni." After sitting down, Lu Sheng immediately got straight to the point. He asked President Xiao, "But there is no such thing as a free lunch. Since the association is giving us so much, I need to give something back. Is there anything you need me to do, President Xiao?" President Xiao was quite surprised by Lu Sheng's directness. He sighed and said, "You really are an eye-opener." He pulled a card out from his coat and said, "Then I will get straight to the point. We hope you can join the Genius Training Camp of Dongning Province." Ni Shuang suddenly stood up in shock. "President Xiao, did you say the Genius Training Camp?" She said helplessly. "It is indeed a training camp that gathers the most gifted martial arts geniuses, but it is also a place that ruins them. A senior disciple from our martial arts hall once joined this camp. He was full of ambition when he left, but after returning, he became a complete failure and faded into the crowd." Ni Shuang quickly tried to stop him. "Student Lu Sheng, you have an incredibly bright future ahead of you. There is no need to take such a risk." President Xiao quickly explained, "That is true. It is indeed risky. But it is also a place that selects the true elites. As the top genius of our city, you might just end up as a stepping stone for others. But you are different. Judging by the strength and potential you have shown, the heights you will reach in the future are definitely not limited to this place. But, Student Lu Sheng, I respect your choice. What is your answer?" Lu Sheng fell silent for a moment, then reached out to take the card. "You are absolutely right, President Xiao. I also believe this isn't my limit." President Xiao let out a sigh and said, "All right, I will come to pick you up in 2 days. I won't disturb you any longer." President Xiao then stood up to say goodbye. "I will see you in 2 days, Student Lu Sheng." After President Xiao left, Lu Sheng turned to Ni Shuang and asked, "So, Miss Ni, it's time to tell me why you're here." Turning around to look at Lu Sheng's handsome face, Ni Shuang blushed shyly. She thought to herself, "He feels way more handsome in person than in his photos." Ni Shuang raised a hand to cover her mouth and cleared her throat. I came here this time to invite you, Student Lu Sheng, to become an honorary disciple of our Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall." Lu Sheng fell silent before asking, "What does being an honorary disciple mean?" Nishuang quickly explained. It means you don't have to show up like normal disciples do. Of course, you can come over whenever you want. All classes and equipment are completely free. You can even be personally taught by my father, enjoying the highest level of instruction. Essentially, it's just a title in name only. You won't have to carry out any obligations. Nishuang calculated in her mind. If we advertise the brand of an 18-year-old level 2 or even level 3 martial artist, our martial arts hall will skyrocket in popularity throughout Baihe City, right? I can't even begin to imagine how many parents will fight to send their children here. But right at that moment, Lu Sheng ruthlessly shattered Nishuang's beautiful daydream by declining. No. Nishuang hurriedly stood up and added, "We can negotiate the benefits. Please don't reject me so quickly." Lu Sheng replied, "An honorary membership is fine. You can advertise that I train at your academy, since that is actually true. But nothing more than that. I'm not your disciple, and I won't pretend to be one, even just for show. I don't need that. If you can accept those terms, we have a deal. If not, then I'm sorry. I'll still visit your gym for tests though, since it's pretty close to my house." Nishuang thought it over for a moment before finally compromising. "Fine. But this honorary title is exclusive to our Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy. I'll arrange your monthly salary right away. We'll deliver about 100,000 yuan directly to your house." With the agreement settled, Nishuang stood up to leave. "I won't disturb you guys any longer. Goodbye." The door slammed shut. Once they were sure Nishuang was gone, the whole family turned to Lu Sheng, their eyes filled with pride. "Lu Sheng, we're not dreaming, are we? A 1 million yuan bonus and a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan? Lu Sheng's father couldn't believe his eyes either. He asked in disbelief, "Was that really the president of the Martial Artists Association, and he came all the way here just to visit us? Lu Sheng, when did you become a level 2 martial artist? What on earth is going on here?" Lu Sheng quickly took his mother's hand and said gently, "It's all real, Mom. I really am a level 2 martial artist now. Mom, you don't have to work the night shift anymore. Staying up late at your age is really bad for your health. And Dad doesn't have to do heavy labor anymore, either. How much longer was Dad going to suffer with his bad back? I can make plenty of money now, so neither of you has to struggle anymore." His family pulled him into a warm, emotional embrace. It was a truly beautiful, heartwarming moment. Over at Jingshan Hall, He Lingsu was biting her fingernails in sheer frustration. It had been a whole week, and she still didn't know what he looked like, let alone his name. She ran her hands through her hair, desperately digging through file after file. The mountain of paperwork on her desk was driving her completely insane. "Ugh, I've searched through every recent pharmacist registration document, and there's absolutely nothing. Where on earth did this potion-making genius come from? How is there not a single trace of him?" He Lingsu gritted her teeth as she thought back to the potion Lu Sheng had brewed. The deeper she analyzed the data of his tonic, the more shocked she became. It wasn't just several times more potent than a standard level 1 tonic. By the standards of the Pharmacists Association, it actually outperformed the vast majority of level 3 tonics. It had dozens of beneficial side effects with almost zero negative reactions. The duration of its effects was downright terrifying, yet the production cost was under 3,000 yuan. A typical level 3 potion easily goes for 100,000 yuan. This brand new formula is a masterpiece that could literally revolutionize the entire industry. He Lingsu slammed her fist on the desk and yelled, "Damn it, where on earth is this guy? Did he just vanish into thin air?" Standing nearby, Ma Fei trembled in fear. But then, his jaw suddenly dropped in utter shock. "Miss He, I found the master." He Lingsu sprang to her feet. "What? Where is he?" Ma Fei pointed frantically at the TV, stammering, It's him. Look." The news broadcast showed a young man who was only 18 years old. "Yesterday, our city witnessed the rise of an extraordinary martial arts genius. At just 18 years old, he successfully passed the official level 2 martial artist exam. His combat power index even shattered the standards for a level 3 martial artist. This achievement has completely shattered the local records for his age group at our city's Martial Artists Association. Let's give him a massive round of applause. And this incredible prodigy is none other than Lu Sheng, a student from Baihe Academy." Staring at the screen, He Lingsu was completely dumbfounded. She stood there frozen for a long time before finally stammering, He's just a high school student?" Deep within the misty, densely forested peaks of Mount Guhu in Shuhai City, the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. with quiet, crystal-clear streams. Suddenly, a pure white bird perched on a branch sensed danger approaching and quickly took flight. In a flash, a streak of light zipped past, moving many times faster than the bird. A human figure was sprinting at an unbelievable speed. It was Lu Sheng, moving so fast he was practically flying. Darting forward like an arrow, he executed his martial arts moves flawlessly, weaving through the thick forest and racing toward the summit. As he ran, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I didn't expect Stellar Force to work so well with movement techniques. Combining a 4-time Stellar Force burst with the skills I absorbed from the Dreamscape has taken my movement technique to a whole new level. I'm moving 5 times faster than an ordinary level 2 martial artist. I think I'll call this the Cloud Tread Steps. Reaching the summit, Lu Sheng stood at the edge and looked out. The mountain was enveloped in mist, with 5-colored sunlight breaking through the clouds. Breathing in the fresh air and rich spiritual energy, Lu Sheng took a deep breath. Tuning into his heightened senses, he channeled his full power and threw a punch. The sheer force of his strike made the air shake, instantly blasting the surrounding mist away, and revealing the breathtaking landscape stretched out below him. Lu Sheng let out a satisfied breath. I've made a breakthrough. My blood key has spiked, and my control over Stellar Force has improved. I might even be able to unleash a 6-times burst now. He then reached down and quickly gathered some nearby herbs. He smiled to himself. This is a great bonus. I originally only came to Mount Guhu to gather ingredients for the marrow-nourishing pill. I didn't expect such a massive breakthrough in my training, and I've already finished the entire spiritual chi blood-strengthening soup. But its effectiveness is starting to drop, so I need to begin refining the marrow-nourishing pill. In this era, people still haven't discovered the true value and usage of this pill. If the system hadn't told me about it, there's no way I would have ever found it. The other herbs I ordered should be ready at the foot of the mountain by now. They're probably all set. This is the perfect chance to test how fast I can run down. Activating his cloud-chasing steps, Lu Sheng used his martial technique to dash down the mountain at an incredible speed. As soon as he reached the bottom, Lu Sheng spotted the herb merchant waiting there. Lu Sheng quickly walked over to greet him. Hi, I'm the one who placed the order for the herbs. Are they ready yet? Holding a pipe in his hand, the merchant smiled and said, Ah, young man, you're finally here. Ha ha, don't worry. They're all ready and right here. Lu Sheng inspected the herbs. Yanglian herb, Lu Chang leaf. Yeah, everything is here. The herbs are extremely fresh, and the age is just right. Lu Sheng stood up and pulled out some money. All right, I need 10 of each herb. At 500 yuan per stalk, just like we agreed, here is 5,000 yuan. The merchant stopped him. Whoa, not so fast. With a sinister grin, he looked at Lu Sheng and said, It's not 500 yuan per stalk anymore. It's 1,000. And you have to buy all the herbs we have here. He pointed to several baskets of herbs around them, clearly trying to threaten him. Realizing the merchant was trying to rob him in broad daylight, Lu Sheng asked with a cold face, What is the meaning of this? The merchant let out a blatant, wicked laugh. It means exactly what it sounds like, kid. You aren't a local of Shuhai, are you? Since you're on our turf, you have to follow our rules. Suddenly, about 10 thugs rushed out from their hiding spots. They brandished knives, walking forward with fierce expressions. Didn't your parents ever teach you? When you're out in the world, you need to know when to be afraid. Lu Sheng's expression grew serious. He sneered, and his energy began to surge. Ah, so you're trying to force a bad deal on me. The leader walked closer, completely unaware of the danger he was in. They stepped forward aggressively. I'd advise against trying any funny business. We're all official level 1 martial artists. Are you going to call the cops? There are no cameras here. And the police won't believe an outsider like you anyway. So if you don't play nice, don't blame us for teaching you a painful lesson. The leader gestured for the gang to charge, but halfway there, they slammed on the brakes, turning pale and trembling in sheer terror. With a single punch from Lu Sheng, a massive boulder instantly cracked in all directions. The thugs, who had been so arrogant just a second ago, froze in their tracks upon seeing his terrifying power, breaking out in a cold sweat. Pulling his hand back, he calmly asked them, So tell me, is this one of those times where I should be afraid? He then crushed a piece of rock like a piece of tofu, leaving them completely speechless with fear. It took a moment for them to snap out of it, and they immediately fell to their knees, begging, We're sorry, boss. We were blind, we're truly sorry. Lu Sheng leaned down, picked up the basket of herbs, and asked, Not going to keep going? Then I'll be taking my things. Realizing Lu Sheng wasn't going to beat them up, They quickly tried to flatter him. Of course, please take everything. You don't have to pay a single cent. Carrying the basket of herbs on his back, Lu Sheng turned to leave and said, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents as well. When doing business, be honest. Don't try to scam people. Feeling like they had just escaped death, they nodded submissively and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, sir. We will absolutely turn over a new leaf and start fresh. Seeing how incredibly sincere they looked, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I actually wanted to pay, but they refused to take it. Well, now that the materials are ready, it's time to head to the training camp. Once Lu Sheng was out of sight, the leader's eyes widened in sheer shock. What is wrong with the world nowadays? Are students these days really this monstrous? Honestly, we should find a new line of work, crushing solid stone into powder with bare hands. That guy must be at least a level 3 martial artist. That's just insane. A day later, Lu Sheng arrived at the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp. Seeing the military guards checking identification, he thought to himself, so this is the training camp? It looks just like a military base. Observing the other students around him, Lu Sheng noticed they were all wearing badges, which made him feel a bit nervous. A martial artist badge? Is it a rule to wear one here? My mom put mine away, and I forgot to bring it with me when I left. I wonder if it's that important. He helplessly recalled his badge, which his mother had proudly put on display inside a glass cabinet. Just then, an officer walked up to him and asked, Which city are you from? Why are you by yourself? Lu Sheng replied, Baihe City. I got held up by something, so I arrived a bit late. Hearing Baihe City, a nearby group of teenagers started whispering among themselves. Baihe City? Didn't that group go inside yesterday? Why is there still one left? He probably got in through some back alley connection. He doesn't even have a single medal. How strange. No one from Baihe City has shown up here in years, yet this year, we get 2 of them. After checking the roster, an officer looked up and asked, Hey newbie, are you the Lu Sheng that the president of the Baihe Martial Arts Association mentioned? Hearing this, a bystander nearby immediately sneered, Ha ha, no wonder. So you're the one the president of the Baihe Association is looking out for? Impressive. Connections with the president of the Martial Arts Association are way more useful than being a level 3 martial artist. I wonder how many under-the-table gifts were handed over. Seeing the young crowd getting out of line, the officer pointed at them and barked, Shut up, all of you. Afterwards, the officer barks at the onlookers to clear out and motions to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng then heads inside alongside the crowd from Qingyuan City. Once they step through, the induction ceremony officially begins. Put all your bags on the ground. Someone will come by to pick them up later. Lu Sheng quickly nods and says, Sure. As soon as he steps into the camp, he realizes that since the induction ceremony requires them to enter in separate groups, this is definitely not going to be an ordinary ritual. With a loud slam, the door suddenly shuts behind them, catching everyone completely off guard and leaving them in a panic. What the hell is going on? What are they trying to do? Are they locking us in here? Is this some kind of joke? The crowd starts panicking and descends into chaos. The officer barks to quiet them down. All right, shut up and listen to me carefully. Your task is to make your way to the exit at the other end of this corridor. If you succeed, you pass the induction test. If you fail, you pack your bags and head straight back home. So, good luck. With that, the officer leaves, ignoring their desperate shouting and protests. What? I thought they said this was an induction ceremony. Why are we being tested in a corridor? What kind of corridor is this anyway? At least explain it to us. Before they can even process what is happening, the floor gives way, and they fall down a secret passageway. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Lu Sheng was already prepared, so he lands gracefully on his feet. But the others are not so lucky. Some land hard on their butts, while the unfortunate ones face-plant straight onto the ground. Ouch! One guy's chin slams hard against the floor after the free fall. Clutching his face, he screams in anger, Ow! Where the heck are we? This hurts like hell. What kind of cheap trap is this? Lu Sheng looks toward the end of the area. He uses his spiritual sense to sweep the surroundings, searching for any hidden traps. The results do not surprise him at all. Yep, definitely not an ordinary corridor. What are these dark shadows? The effects of spiritual energy are truly amazing. It is almost like having superpowers from a novel. While analyzing the corridor, Lu Sheng hears Lin Xiaoyu speak up with sheer confidence. And here I thought they had some special trick up their sleeves. Is this really all they— How boring. Right then, the guy who just landed on his chin angrily points an accusing finger at him. Lin Xiaoyu. You knew all along that there was something sketchy about this induction ceremony, didn't you? Damn it, you didn't even bother to give us a heads up. Because of you, I just took a nasty fall. Lin Xiaoyu smirks and mocks him. You don't even have the basic instincts to handle a sudden situation, yet you have the nerve to call yourself an official martial artist? When you go out, don't you dare tell anyone you're a genius from Qingyuan City who went to the training camp. You're just embarrassing us. Furious at the mockery, the guy tries to charge at Lin Xiaoyu, but the people around them quickly hold him back. Damn you, Lin Xiaoyu. The others try to calm them down, saying, all right, stop fighting, you two. We all came from the same city, and it wasn't easy for any of us to make it into this training camp. We should be sticking together right now. Right now, the most important thing is to figure out a way to get through this test as fast as possible. Lin Xiaoyu chimes in with his own idea. Yeah, you've got a point. Those of us from Qingyuan City should stick together. It wouldn't do us any good to lose anyone. This training camp is famous for breeding geniuses, so their induction test definitely won't be a walk in the park. Well, we happen to have a spare person standing right here. I wonder if this generous soul wouldn't mind heading in first to scout out the path for us. Lin Xiaoyu shifts his target to Lu Sheng, trying to send him in as bait. A kind-hearted girl speaks up. That's not really fair. But others love the idea. Haha, great suggestion. Using him as a guinea pig to trigger the traps sounds perfect. Haha. Lu Sheng just scoffs and remains silent. Seeing his lack of response, Lin Xiaoyu mocks him. If you have no intention of going through, then get out of the way. Lu Sheng brushes his hand aside and prepares to walk in. Seeing him take the initiative, Lin Xiaoyu looks down on him even more. Oh, so you actually know how to take the initiative? Well, kid from Baihe City, make sure you put on a good show. If you do well enough, we might consider carrying you along with us. But as Lu Sheng steps into the tunnel, he turns back with a dark, mocking grin. Haha. Predators always hunt alone, only weak cattle herd together. Stunned by the insult, Lin Xiaoyu completely freezes in place, dumbfounded. He snaps back, what did you just say? Lu Sheng looks back at Lin Xiaoyu with a highly provocative gaze, flashing a sarcastic smirk. Huh? Being provoked like that drives Lin Xiaoyu absolutely insane with rage. He points his finger straight at Lu Sheng and yells, Lu Sheng, how dare you call me cattle? I will castrate you. Before he can even finish his threat, the tunnel's mechanism is triggered, and dozens of alloy spheres come rolling out at once. Lu Sheng, however, remains completely calm as he faces the oncoming threat. But Lin Xiaoyu panics, stumbling backward while screaming, what on earth is that? Once those alloy spheres hit the ground, they automatically transform into dozens of robotic puppets with a strength level far exceeding that of ordinary level 1 martial artists. They are mechanical puppets. Seeing the robots clearly causes even Lin Xiaoyu to lose his cool. Even the weakest of these mechanical puppets possesses strength that surpasses that of an official level 1 martial artist. With so many of them, is the training camp trying to get us killed? The rest of the group also starts screaming in sheer panic. This place is so cramped, we can't even run. What do we do? I heard these puppets are programmed with advanced martial arts techniques. The most high-end ones are on par with a level 4 martial artist, but their production cost is way higher than training one. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Lin Chengyu looked at Lu Sheng and gave a smug smirk. Is this country bumpkin from White River City an idiot? Once this mechanical puppet is activated, it automatically attacks any living thing that gets close. A level 1 mechanical puppet is made of a special alloy. Even a solid iron fist would get crushed by it. The bystanders watching Lu Sheng face off against the robot got excited, ready for a good show. That kid isn't even a level 1 martial artist. One punch from that thing will probably turn him into a total vegetable. A kind-hearted girl noticed the robot closing in and yelled out, "Watch out!" Detecting a human, the robot unleashed a powerful, 1,000-pound punch, aiming to smash Lu Sheng into a pulp. Yet, facing that massive fist, Lu Sheng just stood there, completely still. He simply smirked. The heavy blow slammed right onto Lu Sheng, whipping up a massive cloud of dust and throwing the whole area into chaos. Everyone shielded their faces with their hands from the intense shockwave. Seeing the sheer power of that strike, Lin Chengyu smirked triumphantly, absolutely certain that Lu Sheng was now crushed like an insect. But to their surprise, as the dust began to clear, everyone gasped in utter disbelief at what they saw. He had actually blocked the robot's heavy punch with just a single hand, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Gritting their teeth, their faces darkened with frustration as they muttered, "He blocked it again." Not only did Lu Sheng block it, but he confidently squeezed the robot's fist even tighter and sneered, "Is that all you've got?" Then, with just one hand, Lu Sheng hoisted the heavy robot high into the air and slammed it ruthlessly onto the ground. Just like that, the robot was completely totaled, shattered into pieces, with gears and metal scraps scattered all over the floor. After witnessing Lu Sheng's terrifying power, the candidates from the other provinces did not dare mock him anymore. They nervously thought to themselves, "Holy crap, is this guy even human? What are we supposed to do now? He actually seems incredibly strong." But suddenly, that idiot Lin Chengyu burst out laughing, scratching his head as he said, "Man, I almost let him trick me. A level 1 mechanical puppet? Yeah, right. It's nothing but a pile of cheap scrap metal. Its actual combat power is probably no different from a wooden dummy. It just looks a bit intimidating. Otherwise, with so many of these robots around, how could anyone possibly pass the exam? Besides, with that tiny bit of strength, how could a well-connected loser who isn't even a level 1 martial artist survive an attack from a real mechanical puppet?" At this moment, in everyone else's eyes, Lin Chengyu was a delusional optimist to be able to make up such a crazy scenario. Someone spoke up, "I don't think so. That puppet looked really." Seeing that they did not believe him, Lin Chengyu scoffed, "Forget it. Explaining things to you idiots is just a waste of breath. If you don't believe me, then keep your eyes wide open and watch how I beat this stage." Oozing with confidence, Lin Chengyu took a running start, leaped high into the air, and delivered a powerful kick right to the switch on the robot's body. Impressive. Watching Lin Chengyu's swift movements, the crowd gasped in awe. Wow, wow, wow. That puppet really must be a cheap knockoff. Lin Chengyu stood in front of the puppet he thought he had disabled, spreading his arms wide and declaring proudly, "Haha, see? I was right, wasn't I?" But before he could even finish his sentence, the robot behind him swung a massive fist. Still gloating, Lin Chengyu was sent flying by a sudden, devastating punch. The punch blasted him back so hard that he slammed into the wall, leaving web-like cracks all over the concrete. His face was bruised and battered, and he had even lost a few teeth. Yet he still managed to squeeze out a few words. What? What the hell? This is not a level 1 puppet at all. It's a freaking level 2. After spitting out those words, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold. Someone from the group rushed over. "Lin Chengyu, wake up, are you okay?" By now, Lin Chengyu was completely knocked out. His handsome face was swollen and heavily bruised on one side as the others dragged him over to a corner. Some of them were sweating bullets, nervously whispering, "A level 2 mechanical puppet. Just how insanely strong is he to destroy that so easily?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was still casually tearing through the rest of the robot puppets with absolute ease. As he fought, Lu Sheng let out a bored sigh. Every mechanical puppet has a core component. Just a gentle tap on it can disable them. But there are just too many of them. This is getting really boring. After a short while, Lu Sheng had finally cleared out every single robot puppet in the tunnel. Right before him stood the final door. The officer monitoring the robots stared at the notification on his control panel, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. What the hell is going on? All the mechanical puppets have malfunctioned? Aren't they supposed to be brand new? The warning alerts kept blaring repeatedly. Unit 99 has lost connection. The officer held the control panel, panicking. They're all destroyed. How could a bunch of kids who barely reached level 1 smash a level 2 mechanical puppet to pieces? As the officer was losing his mind, a completely smashed robot was suddenly tossed right in front of him. Lu Sheng said calmly, "The second trial has opened. I've finally arrived." The officer stared at his screen, which showed a notification. "All connections lost." Hearing Lu Sheng say, "Come on, gatekeeper," left the officer completely baffled. He thought to himself, since when did I become the second gatekeeper? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng's eyes sharpened as he prepared to go all out. Looking like the Grim Reaper himself coming to collect a soul, he said coldly, "I hope you don't disappoint me." Lu Sheng unleashed his cloud-treading step with everything he had. With his stellar force multiplying 10 times over, the power he unleashed easily surpassed even the officers. Faced with such absolute overwhelming power, the officer could do nothing but scream in terror and immediately surrender. Over at the main monitoring room, announcements were buzzing constantly. Candidates disqualified. Candidate number 8, disqualified. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qing was closely watching the live feeds, her fingers flying across the keyboard with rapid click-clacks. The surrounding machinery beeped continuously. Just then, Major Qin Shaojun casually walked in, holding a cup of coffee. He was even humming a little tune. It really felt like a perfectly happy day. Qin Xiaojun looked up and saw Dong Qingshui glued to the surveillance monitors. He called out, "Oh, hey, you're here?" Dong Qingshui turned around, frowning as she snapped, "Don't address me so casually, Major Qin Xiaojun. If you have time to kill, get over here and help me go through these files." Qin Xiaojun grinned, walking over to sit down. All right, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshui. So, how is the crop of geniuses in this training camp batch looking? Dong Qingshui held her head and sighed. Honestly, pretty disappointing. We only have 8 candidates who barely meet our standards, and they're all official martial artists who have already awakened their talents. 5 of them are pretty average, all strength types. The other 3 consist of speed and defense types. Qin Xiaojun asked, "What about any spiritual types?" Dong Qingshui actually held this one in high regard, as they were the absolute best of the bunch. Xiaolin is 18 years old. She awakened her spiritual talent less than 2 years ago and is already close to the level of a level 1 spiritual master. Her martial arts talent isn't bad either. She's about to reach level 2. Qin Xiaojun teased, "Hey, isn't that actually pretty great? An absolute genius, just like you were back in the day." But mid-joke, he caught Dong Qingshui's icy glare and instantly shut his mouth. Better not push it, her eyes were practically shooting daggers. Haha. Dong Qingshu frowned warningly. Cut the nonsense. I've already put her on our top priority list for intensive training in this camp. Qin Xiaojun quickly forced a laugh to change the subject. Well, the others aren't too bad either. As his hand clicked through the camera feeds, a sudden shocking sight made his face twist in disbelief. Once he got a clear look at the screen, he spat his coffee everywhere. Pure shock was written all over his face. What on earth was this? What is this? Seeing his reaction, Dong Qingshui's expression hardened as she leaned in to watch. At that exact moment in exam arena number 7, a robot suddenly crept up right behind Xiaolin. It tried to catch her off guard with a sneak attack, but Xiaolin was too fast. She unleashed her spiritual power, blasting the robot away and slamming it hard into the wall, leaving a massive crack. After dealing with it, she let out a sigh of relief. "Whew, is that the last one?" she muttered, looking at the robot scraps scattered everywhere. Spotting a heavy iron door ahead, she didn't rush in. Xiaolin used her spiritual power to scan the area, thinking, "There's a seriously dangerous vibe coming from in there. They must be at least level 3 or higher, but since they aren't coming out to stop me, they're probably not part of the exam. Maybe just a supervising officer overseeing the test." But the moment Xiaolin stepped through the doorway, she froze. The chaotic scene inside immediately made her body tense up with anxiety. Inside, officers in full tactical gear and riot shields stood with terrified looks on their faces. They held their weapons ready, all eyes fixed on another heavy gate in a state of high alert, as if some terrifying beast was waiting on the other side. Staring at this, Xiaolin thought, what on earth is going on? This is a massive mobilization. What could they possibly be so guarded against? Consumed by curiosity, Xiaolin used her spiritual power to peer through the heavy door to see what was happening. Did something go wrong inside? Suddenly, she sensed 2 people locked in combat, which left her utterly confused. Are those 2 actually fighting? Why is the opponent a human? Aren't we only supposed to be fighting robots in this exam? Then, Xiaolin spotted a dark, demonic figure rushing forward with a sinister grin. She shivered, thinking, who on earth is that? But as she watched, the terrifying figure suddenly sensed her. His eyes locked onto hers, carrying an incredibly overwhelming pressure. A cold shiver of pure dread shot straight down her spine, freezing Xiaolin in terror. Xiaolin let out a terrified scream and slammed the heavy iron door shut. Fleeing back into the tunnel, she desperately used her spiritual power to seal the door so that nothing could ever open it again. Seeing her scream in panic and run for her life, the officers standing outside were completely baffled by her bizarre behavior. Xiaolin huddled in a corner, her entire body trembling in fear as tears welled up in her eyes. What was that? The sheer terror of it was paralyzing. Meanwhile, Dong Qingshui and Qin Xiaojun had finally arrived at the control room. As soon as the officers spotted them, their faces lit up with relief as they called out, "Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshu, Major Qin Xiaojun." Qin Xiaojun rushed forward and asked anxiously, "What is the situation inside right now? Where is the surveillance officer?" The soldiers replied in a panic, "Several cameras near the door have been destroyed, so we cannot see what is happening. The surveillance officer went silent 3 minutes ago, and we were just about to report it to headquarters." Qin Xiaojun immediately ordered, Get me a copy of every single file on everyone from Sector 12, right now. But before they could, Dong Qingshui suddenly spoke up. No need. Right then, a terrifying force slammed into the heavy door, warping the metal and leaving a small gap. Every single officer grit their teeth, preparing for the worst as they raised their weapons and aimed them at the door. With a massive crash, Lu Sheng completely smashed through the door and the surrounding wall, casually walking out with an absolutely fearless look on his face. But when the dust cleared and everyone saw him, they all let out a collective sigh of relief and slowly lowered their weapons. Wait. What? He is just a student? But before they could even celebrate, their faces went pale, and their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. In his hand, Lu Sheng was dragging an unconscious man behind him. It was the very surveillance officer who had gone silent. Instantly, everyone raised their guard and went on high alert once more. Dong Qingshui stepped forward and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be a student from Qingyuan City? Who are you?" Lu Sheng tossed the officer onto the ground with a heavy thud and casually introduced himself. Lu Sheng, from Baihe City. Qin Shaojun let out a booming laugh, grinning ear to ear as he praised him. "Well, aren't you something, kid? That puppet robot was incredibly expensive, and you just went ahead and tore it apart like a toy. Not to mention you even beat up the instructor. You really are a piece of work, aren't you?" Lu Sheng scratched his head, explaining sheepishly, "It was all a misunderstanding. I honestly thought it was part of the exam. He was really strong, so I just could not hold back." Without warning, Dong Qingshu unleashed her spiritual energy to scan Lu Sheng, but the boy just stood there, completely unfazed. Seeing that he had absolutely no reaction, Dong Qingshui finally withdrew her spiritual energy. Once she finished her assessment, she looked at him and said, "Congratulations, you have officially passed the camp entrance exam. Lu Sheng, you should go get some rest. An officer will show you to your dorm." Lu Sheng smiled politely and replied, "Yes, ma'am." He then quickly followed the guide. Once Lu Sheng was out of earshot, Dong Qingshui could not help but sigh in amazement. That kid is absolute madness. Watching the footage just now, he handled that level 2 combat puppet like it was a mere toy in his hands. Qin Shaojun looked down at the profile in his hands, completely bewildered. His file says his blood vitality is only 15, and his combat power is 15,000. This is just mind-blowing. Dong Qingshui recalled the strange interaction. "I tried to probe him with my spiritual energy just a moment ago, but I could not sense a single thing, and he did not even flinch. So," Qin Shaojun leaned in and asked, "How are you planning to handle this absolute monster?" Dong Qingshui pondered for a moment before replying, "I haven't decided yet. But one thing is for sure, the data in his file is completely wrong. For now, let's designate him as a top-tier seed recruit and train him alongside Xia Lin. It looks like this year's competition is going to be incredibly exciting." Meanwhile, on his way to the dormitory, Lu Sheng was deep in thought. Was she trying to probe my mind with spiritual energy just now? Instructor Dong Qingshui's spiritual power has to be at least 5 times stronger than mine. I withdrew all of my mental energy and time, but I wonder if she noticed anything. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Sheng's stomach let out a loud, pathetic growl. Hearing this, the guide smiled warmly and pointed down the hall. "Looks like it's dinner time, Lu Sheng. Why don't we head over to the cafeteria first? I can show you to your dorm right after." Lu Sheng blushed slightly and thanked him. "That would be great, thanks for the trouble." Then, he lowered his voice and whispered, "By the way, do they serve enough food here? I mean, the portions aren't too small, are they?" The guide could not help but laugh. "Haha, don't you worry about that. Since this is your first meal, it's completely all you can eat." Soon, the kitchen's finest and most mouth-watering dishes were piled high in front of Lu Sheng. His eyes practically sparkled with pure joy at the sight of the feast. Even after polishing off over 20 or 30 plates, Lu Sheng was still going strong, calling out, "Oh man, this is amazing. Let me get 5 more of these actually, make it 10. And I'll take this one too." The officer standing nearby could only stare in absolute shock, completely speechless. While Lu Sheng was completely in the zone, stuffing his face, a pretty girl walked up and greeted him. "Excuse me, you're Lu Sheng, right? I'm Yang Yuan. I'm also from Baihe City, here for the training camp. We actually met back during the martial artist registration exam. Do you remember me? Mind if I sit next to you?" Instinctively, Lu Sheng immediately wrapped his arms around the mountain of plates on the table, speaking with his mouth completely stuffed. "The food here is unlimited, you know. You can just go grab your own over there." Yang Yuan's face twitched in annoyance. "Who on earth wants to steal your food? And if it's unlimited, why are you guarding it like a dog with a bone?" Oblivious, Lu Sheng kept chewing and asked, I recall the association president saying that Baihe City hasn't sent anyone to this camp in ages. Why is that? Yang Yuan sighed and explained. Oh, you probably misunderstood. The truth is, Baihe City actually sends students here every single year. But for a really long time, barely anyone has been able to pass the entrance exam. And even if they do get in, they end up getting kicked out pretty quickly because they can't rack up enough points. Nobody wants to go through all that trouble just to be a stepping stone for others, and they definitely don't want to put that on their resume. Lu Sheng nodded, finally understanding. Ah, so that's what's going on. So, what exactly are points then? Yang Yan added. Points are basically the currency around here. If you want to use any of the camp's resources, you have to spend points. Whether it is using the training equipment, asking instructors for cultivation advice, getting supplements, or even just staying in the dorms, everything costs points. Even the beast meat you are eating is specially supplied to the military. You can only get it with points. As of right now, only 3 people in the entire camp actually have points, Lu Sheng asked. Only 3? How did they even get them? Yang Yan did not hold back and replied immediately, you can only earn them by passing the exams. Their current points were all earned through the camp's entrance exam. First is Cao Yong, a level 2 talented martial artist from Yanglin City who possesses the stone skin talent. The second is Meng Jinhe, a level 2 talented martial artist from Donglin City with a speed talent. The last one is even rarer than a talented martial artist. She is an awakened spiritual master. They say her strength and talent are the absolute best in this year's camp. While getting her food, the spiritual master Shaolin spotted Lu Sheng eating nearby. It completely terrified her. Her entire body began to shake violently, her face pale with panic. Just seeing Lu Sheng sitting there eating made Shaolin turn away in absolute terror. Her hands shook as she desperately used her spiritual power to keep the food on her tray from spilling. Drenched in cold sweat, she quickly hurried away. As Lu Sheng was eating and chatting with Yang Yan, he noticed Shaolin, finally remembering her. Ah, so it is her, Yang Yan asked. Do you know her? Lu Sheng took a sip of his drink and said calmly, we ran into each other once. Then he asked, by the way, you just said only 3 people passed the entrance exam, right? Sharing some gossip she had overheard, Yang Yan whispered. Well, rumor has it there is a 4th person, but the stories are a bit hard to believe. Apparently, this person is not only terrifyingly strong, but they also destroyed almost every single level 2 mechanical puppet with their bare hands. On top of that, they are incredibly arrogant and even beat the examiner so badly they ended up in the hospital. A total loose cannon. Hearing this, Lu Sheng instantly choked on his water. He quickly tried to laugh it off, saying, haha, wow, that is wild. Sounds like a massive exaggeration. But Yang Yan thought to herself, this training camp really lives up to its name. Everyone here is a complete monster. Even a beast like Lu Sheng, who completely shook Baihe City, seems to fade into the background around here. Seeing him coughing, she kindly handed him a napkin and offered some comfort. Do not worry, Lu Sheng, I believe in you. With your strength and talent, after spending some time in this camp, you will definitely catch up to them. Lu Sheng took the napkin, stammering, completely unsure of how to respond. Cough, cough, thanks. Actually, before he could finish, a group of officers walked up with serious expressions. Are you student Lu Sheng? Since you destroyed 18 mechanical puppets during the entrance exam and hospitalized an instructor, we need to take you in for questioning. Please cooperate and come with us. Realizing that the legendary 4th person she was just gossiping about was sitting right in front of her, Yang Yan froze, her jaw dropping in utter shock. Everyone in the cafeteria was completely taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The crowd was so shocked they dropped their utensils, food spilling everywhere. What? Lu Sheng calmly stood up and replied, got it. He then sheepishly looked at the officers and asked, but I am not quite full yet. Mind if I pack this to go? The officers were totally caught off guard. After freezing for a few seconds, they nodded. Sure. Once his food was packed up, Lu Sheng politely waved goodbye to Yang Yan. Sorry about that. I will head out first. Still completely shell-shocked, Yang Yan could only stammer out, huh? Right. Okay. As soon as Lu Sheng and the officers walked out of sight, the entire cafeteria erupted. So, the rumors were actually true. Oh my god. Does a monster like that actually exist? Holy crap, the legendary 4th person is Lu Sheng from Baihe City. Yang Yan stared blankly, her mind racing. A cold shiver ran down her spine as she remembered the incredibly stupid things she had just said right to Lu Sheng's face. She wanted nothing more than to curl up and disappear from embarrassment. Arrogant, loose cannon, exaggerated, overshadowed. What on earth was I thinking? How could I say those things? Meanwhile, in the command center, Lu Sheng was having a private conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue. Holding the damage report in her hands, she said coldly, "Impressive, Lu Sheng. Just showing off a fraction of your skills managed to wipe out half of our annual budget." Staring at the astronomical repair costs, Lu Sheng completely tensed up. Dong Qingxue sighed and said, "Each of those puppets costs tens of thousands, and not a single one can be repaired. You really did a number on them. However, after some discussion, we have decided not to hold you accountable. After all, you were just trying your best during the exam. The blame does not fall on you." Hearing that he was off the hook, Lu Sheng let out a massive sigh of relief. Just then, Major Qin Xiaojun walked in, followed by the first 3 candidates who had passed the exam. The moment he opened the door, Qin Xiaojun gasped in surprise. "Oh, wow, you're already here? Perfect. Everyone who passed the exam is here." Lu Sheng turned to look at the 3 of them. He gave him a disdainful look, completely ignoring his presence. Cao Yong, on the other hand, glared at him with pure rage and contempt. As for Xiaolin, the second she walked in and saw Lu Sheng, she panicked, wishing she could just curl into a ball and disappear right then and there. Dong Qingxue glanced over the 4 who had passed the entrance exam and praised them. "Great job. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the camp entrance exam. Well done." Holding 4 cards like a prize, Dong Qingxue said, "In this training camp, the stronger you are, the more resources you'll get. Since you all passed the entrance exam, I'm giving you your corresponding rewards and points. Once your points reach a certain level, they'll be stored in a point card. Here are your point cards." Using her telekinetic power, Dong Qingxue handed a gold card to each of them. Clutching the card, Cao Yong thought to himself with excitement, "This is the gold card my master mentioned earlier. There are 100 points loaded in here." Jin. He was also grinning from ear to ear, making a victory pose and thinking, "Sweet, now I'm totally in the lead." Holding her card, Xiaolin thought excitedly, 100 points. That's enough to get one-on-one coaching from the legendary high-level telekinetic chief instructor. Suddenly, everyone noticed Lu Sheng was holding a white card, and they all stared at it with curiosity. "Wait, why is his card white?" Lu Sheng looked at the card for a moment and asked, "A white point card? I've never heard of this. Is it empty or something?" Eating 1 meal of beast meat at the cafeteria costs 5 points. Using the cultivation room for 1 hour costs 10 points. A session with a regular instructor costs 30 points. A session with the chief or deputy chief instructor costs 100 points. After reading the card's instructions, Lu Sheng casually dropped a bombshell. "Honestly, the only useful thing here is the beast meat." His words shocked Qin Xiaojun so much that he literally fell out of his chair. "Huh?" The other students were speechless. Qin Xiaojun pointed at the card and blurted, "Hey kid, what's that supposed to mean? Don't act like you got a bad deal here. You're holding 1,000 points in your hand. If our instructors hadn't blocked the higher-ups, you'd actually be in point debt for all the damage you caused." Hearing Qin Xiaojun's words, everyone's jaws dropped. "What? 1,000 points?" Cao Yong suddenly sneered. "Ha! And here I thought this training camp actually valued real strength, but it turns out it's just about privilege. What a joke." Standing nearby, Jin. He crossed his arms and sighed. "Man, whoever is backing him must be huge. That's honestly terrifying." Xiaolin covered her mouth in fear. "Wait. Do you guys seriously not know what he did during the exam?" Desperate to teach him a lesson, Cao Yong snapped back. "Of course I know. Someone spread rumors about bribing classmates and instructors, right? The exam instructors are at least level 3 martial artists. Anyone who could beat them would have to be at least a level 4 martial artist. Even someone with the strongest innate talent wouldn't be able to do that. Besides, look at him. He doesn't even show any signs of blood. Qi depletion. If they say this camp is all about giving resources to the strongest, then how about you prove your worth to me right now?" Seeing them about to throw hands, Qin Xiaojun tried to step in. Hey, you guys," but Dong Qingxue quickly stopped him. She wanted to see what Lu Sheng was truly capable of. Lu Sheng casually asked, "Ha, you sure about that?" Cao Yong lunged forward, roaring, "Shut up. Today I'm going to see if you can even scratch my stone rune talent. If I take even one step back." Before he could even finish his sentence, Lu Sheng casually flicked him. Stellar forehead flick, double power. Before Cao Yong could even launch his attack, he was flicked away, smashing right through the base's thick wall, leaving a massive hole and collapsing instantly. The whole thing happened so fast that the onlookers shrieked in absolute shock. What? Realizing he might have overdone it, Lu Sheng said sheepishly, "Hey, he asked for it. Please don't make me pay for the wall." Seeing Cao Yong get flicked straight through a solid wall left Xia Lin and Jin, he completely shell-shocked. It felt like a bolt from the blue, leaving them stuttering for a long time without being able to form a single sentence. Not wanting any more trouble, Lu Sheng just wanted to get back to the cultivation room as soon as possible. Qin Shaojun turned his head and whistled, as if he had already expected this outcome. Lu Sheng casually asked, "Can I go now?" Then, he quickly turned to leave. Seeing Lu Sheng about to walk out, Dong Qing called out, "Student Lu Sheng, how do you plan to train next? If you use your points, you can get one-on-one coaching from me." Lu Sheng gently pushed the door open and walked out. "Thank you, Chief Instructor, but no thanks. I have something much more important to do." Intrigued, Qin Shaojun asked, "Oh? You have something more important than guidance from the Chief Instructor?" Meng Jinhe and Xia Lin listened intently, anxious to hear what could be so important. Lu Sheng confirmed, "That's right. I'm going back to sleep." Hearing this completely ridiculous excuse truly blew Meng Jinhe and Xia Lin's minds, leaving them in absolute awe. "What?" Qin Shaojun doubled over laughing. "Ha ha ha, this kid is something else." Dong Qingshui, on the other hand, looked utterly exasperated and speechless. After everyone had left, Dong Qingshui checked the security cameras only to find that Lu Sheng had indeed gone back to his dorm to sleep. Qin Shaojun acted like he had just heard the funniest joke ever. That kid actually went back to sleep. Ha ha ha. Dong Qingshui couldn't wrap her head around his logic. What is he even thinking? There aren't any resources in the dorms. Thoroughly amused, Qin Shaojun chimed in. "This is the first time I've ever seen a genius this entertaining. Just let him do whatever he wants." Dong Qingshui replied in a low, serious tone. "You don't get it. He is the ultimate whetstone. He'll push the others to grow at an insane rate," Qin Shaojun added seriously. "A whetstone? I'm afraid this whetstone is sharper than any of the blades here," Dong Qingshui said, as if a distant memory had suddenly crossed her mind. "Do you remember our class? That guy. Shang Bing." Hearing that name, Qin Shaojun stood up and clutched his chest. "Of course I do. Just hearing his name makes my chest ache. Back in our training camp, he put immense pressure on every single genius, trampling everyone beneath his feet. He was the undisputed king." Dong Qingshui pondered and said, "Exactly. Those with strength-type talents have an overwhelming advantage early on. They can easily reach tens of thousands of combat power and even defeat enemies above their own level. But things like technique, speed, observation, judgment, experience, tactics, and strategy are what truly need constant accumulation. Martial artists with strength-type talents who solely rely on their raw power will only shine brightly for a brief moment. I'm afraid this is how Lu Sheng's journey will end." Meanwhile, inside the dream realm, Lu Sheng was fighting with everything he had against a highly muscular, blonde-haired zombie. They were evenly matched, trading hundreds of blows with neither side willing to yield. The zombie suddenly unleashed a devastating punch, but Lu Sheng caught and held onto it instantly. Quickly grabbing a nearby iron rod, he drove it straight through the zombie's thigh and foot, pinning it firmly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Sheng unleashed his stellar fist technique, landing a devastating punch right to the zombie's face and putting it out of its misery. Upon its death, Lu Sheng absorbed the zombie's skills and memories. He let out a sigh of relief after the exhausting struggle. Phew. When it was alive, it was a level 6 quasi-grandmaster, which is on par with Xiao Yuhei, the president of the Martial Arts Association. No wonder it was so strong. If he hadn't used every ounce of his spiritual power to block that last move, Lu Sheng might have actually lost. Now, he began the process of absorbing its martial arts techniques, combat skills, and battle experience. Compared to boosting his blood chi, this was by far the greatest benefit of the dream realm. Movement techniques, fist techniques, palm strikes, kicks, spear masteries, and swordsmanship. A single person has limits, no one can master them all. But standing on the shoulders of countless giants, I can achieve perfection in every area without a single weakness. This is my martial path, the perfect martial path. After fully absorbing the level 6 zombies' techniques, Lu Sheng sat down to rest. If it weren't for his spiritual power, he probably wouldn't have been able to block a single strike from that zombie. Unfortunately, he was still only utilizing the most basic form of spiritual power, barely enough to deal with these zombies for now. If he were to face a real level 6 powerhouse, there was no telling what would happen. He needed to further refine his spiritual power. Having said that, Lu Sheng quickly dove deep into his own consciousness, focusing entirely on his inner self and blocking out all stray thoughts. He entered a deep trance, condensing his mind. Once completed, Lu Sheng used his concentrated focus to tap into the very peak of his spiritual power. The stone-like layer encasing his spiritual power began to crack, unleashing a blinding, mystical glow. Suddenly, Lu Sheng was violently pulled back, his entire body racked with a searing, tearing pain. Finally, his spiritual power was fully unleashed. The shockwave of energy radiating outward was powerful enough to shatter every window in the building. Having completely drained his energy, Lu Sheng stood there, looking pale and completely exhausted. Panting heavily, a smile of pure joy spread across his face. He had broken through once again. After catching his breath, Lu Sheng eagerly activated his AI assistant to see if his future self had achieved any new breakthroughs. It had been a while since he last checked his future life history. He wondered what it would look like this time. Lu Sheng gave the command, "AI, show me my personal profile." The AI quickly gathered the data and replied, "Processing your request, sir. Retrieving information." Just a moment later, Lu Sheng's complete profile popped up. Name: Lu Sheng. Gender: male. Lifespan: June of martial arts year 297 to April of martial arts year 452. Martial arts strength: Level 3 martial artist. Clearance access: Level 3. Life history: At age 18, he became a Level 2 martial artist, taking Baihei City by storm. Later, with a recommendation from the Baihei City Martial Arts Association, he joined the Genius Training Camp of Dongning Province, ranking first in the entire training camp, and in that same year, he became number 1 in his school, number 1 in the province, and ranked 53rd nationwide in the college entrance exam, earning his admission to Dongning Martial Arts University. 3 years later, he graduated from Dongning Martial Arts University and entered military service. 5 years after that, he was discharged as a major general and went on to found the Sheng Martial Dojo in Baihei City. At age 65, he broke through to become a Level 7 martial artist. In July of martial arts year 452, an old injury flared up, and he passed away at the age of 156. Marital status: married with 2 sons and a daughter. Highest military rank: Major General. Historical rating: 3 stars. Seeing that his personal file had been upgraded once again, Lu Sheng was absolutely thrilled. A Level 7 Grandmaster. I actually managed to reach the Level 7 Grandmaster realm in my lifetime. Back in ancient times, that would have made me a powerful regional lord. Even today, it is a position of immense influence. Lu Sheng thought to himself, wait, since I became a Grandmaster, shouldn't my rating and clearance have been upgraded too? He immediately gave an order to the AI. AI, search for the stellar body refining technique, the natural breathing method, and the crystal visualization method. The AI quickly replied, understood. Just a moment later, countless martial techniques materialized all around Lu Sheng. Advanced stellar body refining technique. Description: a martial technique created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse, Wang He, and included in the Tinder project. Advanced natural breathing method. Description: a martial technique created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse, Yang Yizhou, and included in the Tinder project. Advanced crystal visualization method. Description: a martial technique created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse, Duan Yifeng, and included in the Tinder project. Lu Sheng let out a sigh of amazement. With Level 3 clearance, I really can access higher level techniques now. Suddenly, an unusual volume caught his eye, sparking his curiosity. What is this? Lu Sheng quickly opened the manual, and what he saw inside left him completely stunned. The Divine Illumination Wisdom, King Scripture. Description: a martial technique created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse, Duan Yifeng, and included in the Tinder project. After scanning through the contents, Lu Sheng couldn't help but gasp. This is a fully complete manual. As he dove deeper into the technique, his amazement only grew. This Divine Illumination Wisdom King Scripture is incredibly bold and unimaginably brilliant. It is absolutely unbelievable. No wonder this technique wasn't mentioned in the combat skills report. This technique was designed specifically for spiritual masters. It doesn't just cover combat principles and spiritual energy control techniques. More importantly, this manual is completely different from any other spiritual technique out there. The core secret of the Divine Illumination Wisdom King scripture is using spiritual energy within the martial artist's body to construct a completely new body, essentially, a second self. And the sheer detail of this constructed body goes all the way down to individual muscle fibers, cells, and even genetic sequences. All of this serves a single purpose: to achieve absolute, flawless, all-around growth. The very first layer of the Divine Illumination Wisdom King scripture uses spiritual organs to strengthen the physical body, directly boosting the martial artist's blood vitality. This is exactly what I have been lacking the most. I had no way to push my combat power any higher, because my baseline blood vitality was stuck. My blood vitality has always been the bottleneck holding me back. If I can break through this barrier, I can boost every single one of my attributes, using spiritual power to directly influence my physical vitality. This is absolutely incredible. I completely underestimated the 10,000 years of collective martial arts wisdom. A technique of this caliber is something people today couldn't even dream of, let alone create. Duan Yifeng. I will definitely remember that name. A genius of his caliber is someone a civilization might only produce once in its entire history. He must have been an absolute peak existence, even among other level 11 powerhouses. And yet, even a legendary figure like him couldn't stop the ultimate destruction of human civilization. I still have so much to do, and a long, long way to go. Every single minute and second counts, and I must push myself to the absolute limit to grow stronger. 1 month later, inside the training room, Xia Lin was focusing entirely on honing her spiritual power. She stood in the middle of a testing chamber, equipped with automatic ball launchers. Xia Lin's task was to use her spiritual power to control weapons and destroy the incoming targets. Closing her eyes to sense the path of the oncoming balls, Xia Lin commanded multiple spirit spikes to lunge forward and shatter them. In the blink of an eye, the incoming targets were completely obliterated. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshu, who was observing from outside, watched Xia Lin ace the test. She opened the door, walked in, and offered her praise. "Not bad. You are progressing very quickly, and you have already mastered controlling 3 spirit spikes. Once you can confidently control 6, you will have officially entered the ranks of a level 1 spiritual master." Hearing the praise, Xia Lin bowed deeply to thank Dong Qingshui for her mentorship. "Thank you, Chief Instructor. I couldn't have done it without your guidance." Dong Qingshui politely says, "A lot of it also comes down to your own talent and hard work." Frowning, Dong Qingshui says, "But I did notice one thing. There seems to be a massive weakness in your mental willpower. Did someone leave you with some kind of psychological trauma?" Hearing this, Xia Lin immediately recalls the terrifying look in Lu Sheng's eyes when they first met, a gaze that still makes her shiver to this day. Xia Lin bites her finger, cold sweat breaking out all over, and tremblingly asks, "Yes, Chief Instructor. Is there any way to overcome this issue?" Dong Qingshui coldly replies, "It's simple. Find the person who traumatized you, and either defeat them or kill them. Once you do, the trauma will naturally vanish." The mere thought of having to defeat Lu Sheng terrifies Xia Lin, and she gasps in panic. "What?" Seeing Xia Lin's reaction, Dong Qingshui frowns in deep disappointment, wishing she could just beat some spine into her. "What is it? Your strength is growing at a rapid pace right now. Surely a minor obstacle like this shouldn't stop you, right?" Xia Lin ponders for a moment. She has heard that the terrifying guy has been in a slump lately. If his strength has indeed stagnated, then maybe, just maybe, she actually stands a chance. Stealing her resolve, a look of determination fills her eyes. She is determined to defeat Lu Sheng. Once Xia Lin's training session is over, Qin Shaojun, who has been eavesdropping outside, asks, "Is it over? How did it go?" Dong Qingshui replies with a sigh of frustration. "Her talent is decent, but her personality is a bit too weak." Qin Shaojun laughs and says, "Do you think everyone is as tough as you? Besides, is her attitude really any worse than the guy I'm training?" Dong Qingshui replies, "You mean Meng Jinhe? Well, the training is already underway. Anyway, we only have 1 or 2 months left, so he just needs to grit his teeth and get through it. By the way, is he still acting the same?" Qin Shaojun explains with a sigh of disappointment. "Yup, same as always. Every time I bring him food, he's just fast asleep. I think he's a lost cause." Qin Shaojun then turns to tease Dong Qingshui. "Do you remember what you told your students during training? As long as you like, you can sleep in your dorm all day, and nobody will bother you. Haha. Dong Qingxue covers her face with a sigh. I never should have said that. Qin Shaojun, being his usual annoying self, keeps pushing her buttons. Well, still want to use him as a whetstone? Fuming with rage, Dong Qingxue snaps. Damn it, I showed him respect, and he still acts like a brat. Dong Qingxue storms off in frustration. Whatever, just focus on training your Meng Jinhe. Otherwise, when the exam comes around, Xiaolin is going to beat him to a pulp. Qin Shaojun sticks his tongue out to annoy her further. Oh, please. Who's scared of whom? Over at the gym, Yang Yan is cleaning up with a few friends. She tiredly holds a broom, sweeping the floor while sighing in exhaustion. Just then, a friend runs over and calls out cheerfully, Yang Yan, aren't you done yet? Let me help you out. Seeing her friend come to help, Yang Yan smiles and thanks her. Aw, thank you. The friend replies, don't mention it. You did the same for me last time. As they sweep, they both sigh in envy. Man, I'm so jealous of those guys who got 100 merit points. That's more than enough to last them for 2 months. Yang Yan agrees. Yeah, poor souls like us have to struggle and skip 1 or 2 meals just to make our points last. Sigh, there's just no comparison. Suddenly, the friend asks, by the way, Yang Yan, what has Lu Sheng from your city been up to lately? Aren't the two of you pretty close? Hearing Lu Sheng's name makes Yang Yan curious, but she replies sadly, him? I honestly don't know. The friend continues to gossip. I figured you wouldn't know. I mean, that Lu Sheng guy is really something. He was so incredibly strong when he first arrived, dominating the entire camp. But look at him now. He completely burnt out the very next day. He's been locking himself inside his room this whole time, so others have probably caught up to him by now. Do you think he's just scared, Yang Yan? Maybe he realized his talent was fading and his strength was dropping, so he's hiding like a coward just to keep up a mysterious vibe. But knowing what Lu Sheng is truly capable of, Yang Yan has absolute faith in him. She thinks to herself, no, Lu Sheng would never do that. Yang Yan quickly grabs the broom back from her friend and turns away, saying, you should take a break. I'll handle the rest of the cleaning. Seeing Yang Yan snatching the work, her friend is left completely bewildered, not understanding what just happened. Just then, a crowd out on the balcony starts shouting and gathering. Hey, hurry up, go check it out. It looks like Cao Yong is about to try 4 times gravity. Really? Hearing this shocking news, the friend gasps. Oh, did you hear that? 4 times gravity? Is that for real? That's insane. Yang Yan says in disbelief. Last time, I barely lasted 20 minutes under 1 times gravity and almost died. And he's doing 4 times? Eager to see the action, her friend pulls Yang Yan along, saying, come on, let's go check it out. Startled, Yang Yan is dragged along. As they walk, she can't help but wonder, Lu Sheng, what on earth are you doing right now? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng has just awakened from a long dream world, with his strength having grown significantly. He gently opens his dorm door and steps outside, his face looking a bit more sharp and determined, colder than before. In the gravity room, Cao Yong was fully focused on building his endurance under level 3 gravity. He braced himself to withstand the crushing pressure, his muscles tensing up as he fought against it. Watching from the outside, everyone couldn't help but marvel. That's incredible. He's almost hit 4 minutes. That's 4 minutes longer than his last run. Finally, after enduring it for 4 minutes, Cao Yong quickly hit the stop button. The moment Cao Yong stepped out of the room, the crowd immediately showered him with praise. That's seriously impressive. I can't even last 10 minutes under double gravity, yet Cao Yong managed to hold out for 4 minutes under triple gravity. After finishing his gravity training, Cao Yong walked out with a smug, confident look, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, that felt good. Seeing everyone sucking up to him, Cao Yong smugly boasted, if this little bit of progress scares you guys this much, then what'll you do when I can handle 4 times the gravity? Haha. One of his yes-men ran over and chimed in, Big brother Cao Yong, it looks like you'll adapt to 4 times the gravity in no time and break through to a level 3 martial artist. When that happens, I don't think anyone in this training camp will stand a chance against you. Hearing the flatterer praise him reminded Cao Yong of his rival. He subconsciously reached up to touch his forehead, which still felt sore. He asked, what's he up to lately? The sycophant chuckled and replied, that Lu Sheng guy? He's still the same as always. Every time a student delivers his food, they find him fast asleep in bed, probably busy dreaming about something. Ha ha ha, Cao Yong sneered. Talk about arrogant. I might not have been a match for him in the beginning, But even a slow turtle will eventually catch up to a sleeping rabbit. Besides, he's been asleep for over a month now, wasting 1,000 merit points. There's no way I'd lose to him now. As Tao Yong was daydreaming, a figure suddenly dashed past him, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Lu Sheng walked by, casually saying, "Excuse me." Once Tao Yong realized who it was, he cried out in shock, "Lu Sheng!" Lu Sheng stood in front of the gravity room's door and calmly murmured, "So, this is the gravity training room? Doesn't look too bad." Cao Yong leaned against the doorframe, mockingly sneering, Well, you've finally decided to show your face? What's the matter? Sleep for over a month and finally remember this place exists?" Lu Sheng didn't even bother to acknowledge his trash talk. He simply swiped his card to activate the gravity chamber, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect meals to cost this many merit points. Let's start with 3 hours." After looking over the training room's interface, Lu Sheng selected a 3-hour session. 3 hours under level 2 gravity, points deducted. Once the room activated, Lu Sheng stepped inside. Before entering, he turned back to throw a jab at Cao Yong. "Has it really been a month already? Just in time for me to test how much stronger I've gotten." Cao Yong barked back in anger. "What the hell? You spent every single day sleeping in your dorm, and you think you got stronger? Are you kidding me?" The door slowly slid shut as the system's countdown began. 5, 4, Cao Yong poked his head in, mockingly warning him, "Hey, you're going into the gravity chamber without doing a warm-up phase first?" The system continued its announcement. "Due to the physical strain of gravity, please use the manual emergency stop button. 3, 2, 1, user, Lu Sheng. Level 2 gravity initiated." Outside, Cao Yong smirked, eager to watch the train wreck. The gravity training room is no joke. If you don't follow the proper warm-up procedures, and suddenly get hit by intense pressure without being able to move, your internal organs can easily rupture and bleed. Whether he's just clueless or too arrogant, he is completely finished this time. Cao Yong and the onlookers peered inside, but absolutely nothing happened. Lu Sheng stood perfectly still, making the atmosphere in the room eerily silent. Cao Yong leaned in and muttered, "The gravity system is actually turned on, right? How is he not reacting at all?" Lu Sheng suddenly threw a powerful punch toward the ground and began executing his martial arts forms, flowing through his moves so effortlessly that Cao Yong and the bystanders stared in absolute shock. Cao Yong, unable to believe his eyes, stood completely frozen. As for his sycophantic sidekick, his knees buckled and he could barely stand. He stammered in sheer terror, "Is that him?" The other trainees nearby, seeing Lu Sheng casually practicing his martial arts under high gravity, had their jaws drop in disbelief. "Wait, isn't that Lu Sheng? Look at that, Lu Sheng's strikes are literally making sonic booms under that heavy gravity." A crowd quickly gathered to watch, though some still tried to deny it, saying, "There's no way. That's a glitch, right?" The crowd erupted in a frenzy. "What is going on here? Holy crap." After finishing his routine, feeling quite refreshed, Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. This is actually pretty refreshing." Lu Sheng walked over to the control panel, wanting to push the gravity even higher. He studied it with curiosity for a moment, asking, "Do I press this button?" Outside, Cao Yong watched closely as Lu Sheng messed with the controls. He frowned, thinking to himself, is he already at his limit and trying to quit? The moment Lu Sheng pressed a button on the panel, the gravity room suddenly emitted a deafening, high-pitched screech. The noise was so piercing that none of the onlookers could stand it. Everyone is covering their ears, completely unable to stand the deafening noise. Some can't even stand up because of the sheer pressure. What on earth is happening in there? Cao Yong stands there with his mouth wide open, cold sweat pouring down as he stammers, This is." Outside the gravity room, the display board flashes. Lu Sheng, level 4 gravity. Cao Yong also realizes that Lu Sheng has actually cranked the gravity up to 4 times its normal strength. Feeling the heavy pressure crushing down around him, Lu Sheng thinks to himself, "So this is what increased gravity feels like. Very nice. Let's see what I can do." Lu Sheng drops down to one knee, firmly planting his hand onto the floor. Seeing this, the crowd watching from outside bursts into cheerful laughter. Haha, he can't take it anymore. But they are dead wrong. Lu Sheng channels all his strength to lift his hand until he is supported by just 2 fingers. Right then, Xia Lin walks back, completely exhausted from her long training session. Man, that was brutal. The instructor is way too strict. As she passes by the gravity room, she notices a massive crowd gathered around, whispering in awe. Driven by curiosity, She decides to head over and see what has everyone so riled up. Xiaolin quickly squeezes her way through the crowd to get a closer look, but as she gets nearer, she sees everyone standing there slack-jawed, staring in utter disbelief at the mind-blowing scene inside. Still completely clueless about what is going on, Xiaolin asks, "What are you guys looking at? Is it really that interesting?" But once she takes a closer look inside the gravity room, she gasps in pure shock. Oh my gosh, Lu Sheng is actually doing a 2-finger handstand under level 4 gravity. This is absolutely insane. Her jaw drops, matching the utterly speechless expressions of everyone else in the room. Xiaolin's mind is completely blown with a million questions. All she can do is laugh to hide her tears, thinking, haha, of course it's Lu Sheng. Cao Yong is taking it even worse. He collapses backward, his back hitting the wall hard. Thud! Right now, he is seriously questioning his entire existence. Just a minute ago, he was brimming with confidence that he could defeat Lu Sheng, but now he realizes the gap between them is like heaven and earth. Why? How on earth is he so incredibly strong? Cao Yong is practically losing his mind. He grits his teeth, completely unable to accept this harsh reality. Didn't he just spend over 1 month fast asleep? While the sleeping rabbit Lu Sheng is way up on the surface, Cao Yong, the slow turtle, is stuck at the very bottom of the abyss. The crying turtle, Cao Yong, wails in despair. I thought I had already surpassed him. After knocking out nearly 100 push-ups, Lu Sheng thinks to himself, 4 times gravity is decent. This familiar feeling is almost right. With that, he quickly walks over to the control panel to make an adjustment. The crowd outside immediately notices the sudden spike in the gravity level and starts screaming, 5 times gravity! Oh my god, quick, call everyone over here. Lu Sheng feels the intense gravity and quickly activates his technique, the natural breathing method, switching to earth breathing. Hearing the news that Lu Sheng is challenging 5 times gravity in the gravity room, every single student in this training camp rushes over to see it with their own eyes. Panic is written all over everyone's faces, and they can't even hide it. Hey, did you hear? Hear what? Hurry up, let's go. Is that rumor about the gravity room actually true? Lin Chengyu, who was laughing at Lu Sheng earlier, is now gritting his teeth in frustration, thinking, damn it, that guy is back. Please don't tell me this is real. The entrance to the gravity room is now completely packed with onlookers. It really is him. Right now, Lu Sheng is taking everyone on a wild roller coaster of surprises, and Cao Yong's eyes look like they're about to pop out of his head. Pressing his face flat against the glass pane, he stares at the scene inside, completely and utterly bewildered. Under 5 times gravity, Lu Sheng is casually hopping around, as if he doesn't feel a single bit of discomfort. Lu Sheng thinks to himself, 5 times gravity is just perfect for training in my current state. I can barely manage to perform the movements of the stellar body refining technique. Any higher, and just moving a muscle would probably exhaust me. After testing out a single punch, Lu Sheng sighs, still not enough. It's nowhere near enough. I need much greater pressure to push myself to the absolute limit. Outside, seeing Lu Sheng head back toward the control panel, the crowd lets out a sigh of relief. What is he doing now? Did he finally hit his limit? Is he going to turn off the gravity? Cranking it up to 5 times gravity and lasting this long is already insanely impressive. If it were me, I wouldn't have survived a single second. To their utter shock, instead of pressing the stop button, Lu Sheng actually raises the gravity level even higher. This move of Lu Sheng's deals a devastating blow to every student standing there, leaving them completely shell-shocked. Meanwhile, in the main command room, Dong Qing sits back with a sigh, lost in her thoughts. 2 more quit today? It's only been a few days, and we already have this many students dropping out of the camp? Qin Xiaoyun hands Dong Qing a cold glass of lemonade, and says softly, they've just been pampered too much at home. When these spoiled geniuses face a real setback here, it's completely normal that they can't handle it. Dong Qing takes a sip of her lemonade and says, clearly disappointed. If they can't even handle this tiny hurdle, how are they going to survive on the actual battlefield when they have to fight terrifying beasts with real weapons? Will they even stand a chance? Taking another sip, she slightly frowns. A bit too much sugar in here. Qin Xiaojun smiles. You're just being way too strict. Honestly, the quality of this batch of students is actually quite decent. I'd say about 80% of them will make it to graduation day. Qin Xiaojun glances over at the monitor and says with a grin, look, someone just broke the records in both the gravity room and the agility room. But as the words leave his mouth, he suddenly freezes in place, staring at the screen in complete disbelief. Hey, someone just shattered the all-time record in the gravity chamber again. Dong Qing said calmly. An all-time record? Was it Cao Yong? I recall he is about to reach 4 times gravity, right? Qin Shaojun forced a laugh and said, Ha, not him. It is someone you would absolutely never expect. Lu Sheng, 8 times gravity. Hearing Lu Sheng's name, Dong Qing froze in shock, crushing the glass in her hand into pieces. What did you say? Lu Sheng? Qin Shaojun said in admiration. Just what level is this kid at now? Dong Qing replied. I don't know. But we have finally found the person we were looking for. Inside the gravity training room, Lu Sheng was enduring an absolutely terrifying pressure. The force crushed him down so hard he couldn't even sit up straight. Grunting in pain, his entire body felt like it was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Sheng thought to himself, 8 times gravity is still too much of a burden for my current vitality. I am almost at my limit. His endurance was running dry. In that case, Lu Sheng thought, let's try using the new cultivation technique. Using his spiritual power, Lu Sheng quickly reconstructed a complete heart, identical down to the cellular level. He then layered this newly formed heart over his actual one, creating an incredibly powerful protective barrier. As the heart reconstruction finished, a terrifying surge of power erupted from his chest, coursing through his entire body. It rushed through his blood vessels with such immense force that Lu Sheng was suddenly thrown backward. He pushed himself back up to feel this newfound strength. Panting heavily, he realized that just by completing a portion of his cardiovascular system, his vitality had surged by nearly 10%. So this is the Divine King scripture. Clenching his fists in excitement, Lu Sheng smiled. Great. Now let's see where my true limit lies. With that, he quickly made his way over to the control panel. Seeing him head toward it again, the onlookers were absolutely losing their minds. What is he trying to do now? He is already at 8 times gravity. Don't tell me he wants to go even higher? At that exact moment, the glass window of the gravity chamber began to crack. The sheer gravitational force leaking from the room immediately swept over some of the students outside. They were crushed to their knees, pinning them to the floor. Cao Yong, now genuinely terrified, screamed, Lu Sheng, what on earth are you doing? Then, the system announced, 10 times gravity. Under this crushing 10-fold gravity, Lu Sheng was pinned flat against the floor, completely unable to move. Even the floor began to crack and shatter, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Lu Sheng groaned through gritted teeth. Damn, this is heavy. Every bone in his body was groaning under the strain, and his blood felt like it was grinding to a halt. Forget moving, just trying to stay conscious, took every single ounce of his strength. This is 10 times gravity. It simply isn't something a human body should be able to withstand. Yet, Lu Sheng only felt a surge of pure excitement. The burning desire to conquer this challenge set his blood on fire. Grinning, he said, this is exactly what I wanted. Who is the one who can change the future and avert the apocalypse? Is it someone who practices high-tier cultivation techniques? Is it someone with unmatched talent, or someone with limitless resources? Summoning every last drop of his strength, Lu Sheng forced himself to stand and roared. It is the one who can break through all limits. And after pushing his body past the absolute extreme, Lu Sheng finally stood tall and firm. At the same time, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted from him. The sheer force of it radiated outward, making everyone watching feel the pressure. This power was so colossal that not a single person had the courage to stand up and face him. At this moment, Lu Sheng's strength was completely unmatched. Watching Lu Sheng withstand the pressure with such sheer force, Yang Yan couldn't help but think, Lu Sheng is truly back. As Lu Sheng stepped out of the gravity chamber, every eye in the room stared in absolute awe. The crowd silently parted, making a path for him. Lu Sheng walked out, drenched from head to toe in sweat. Just then, a rather pretty girl shyly approached him. She held out a towel for him to wipe his face, stammering, classmate Lu Sheng, here is a towel. Lu Sheng looked back at her, slightly confused, while the other girls nearby watched with envious eyes. Lu Sheng calmly accepted the towel, not wanting to reject her kindness, and smiled, thanks. As Lu Sheng walked away with the towel, the 2 girls jumped up and down, squealing with excitement. But Lu Sheng didn't pay much attention to the 2 of them. He pulled out his phone to check, thinking to himself, if I knew it would take this little time, I wouldn't have booked the room for 3 hours. What a waste of points. A moment later, a notification popped up on his screen. When he tapped on it, he was pleasantly surprised. Oh? Breaking a record actually rewards you with points. A chime went off on his phone. Record broken, points rewarded. Lu Sheng was now sitting comfortably at the top of the leaderboard, with a whopping 4,335 points to his name. Seeing Lu Sheng's massive score left the others completely speechless. One student looked down at his own measly 6 points and gasped, "What? A 4-digit score? Even if all of us combined our points, we wouldn't even have half of his. Meanwhile, I haven't been able to afford meat for 3 days." Thrilled with his massive haul, Lu Sheng thought, "Over 4,000 points. That should be enough for a decent meal." With that, he headed back toward the training hall. Seeing him walk their way, the nearby students quickly scrambled out of his path. I thought he was heading my way. Wherever Lu Sheng went, people instinctively stepped back to clear a path for him. Under everyone's bewildered stares, Lu Sheng kept his hands in his pockets, casually strolling straight ahead. Seeing that Lu Sheng had no intention of stopping, the crowd of students quickly scrambled to follow him. Lu Sheng is really something else. Where is he even going? Quick, let's follow him and find out. Yang Yan stood still, staring at Lu Sheng's back as she thought to herself, "Lu Sheng, your presence is so overwhelming, you completely tower over everyone else." The people around her were also buzzing with excitement. 10 times gravity. He's definitely not human. That's just terrifying. Looking at Lu Sheng, Yang Yan felt a deep sense of admiration. His commanding figure was like a majestic tiger on the march, with 100 beasts following in his wake. Yang Yan's friend gasped in awe. Lu Sheng has a strength-type talent, yet he just shattered the gravity room record of a defense type like Cao Yong. Could his blood chi level have actually broken through to rank 4? Hearing her friend praise, Lu Sheng made Yang Yan realize where he was headed. He was going to the movement technique room. Meanwhile, inside the movement technique room, Meng Jinhee was training hard. Thanks to his speed talent, he was able to swiftly and agilely dodge a dense grid of lasers. But as agile as he was, doing this for so long had drained most of his stamina, making every movement a struggle. Despite his best efforts, a laser finally clipped him, prompting the system to announce, "Training completed." Today's training result. Phase 2 completion rate, 87%. Looking at his stats, Meng Jinhee was quite satisfied, letting out a long sigh of relief. The system flashed a notification. "Congratulations to martial artist number Do 284363. Your movement technique has surpassed 52% of all trainees." Seeing his score, Meng Jinhee smirked arrogantly and burst into a loud laugh. Every single score from the movement technique training room is broadcast throughout the entire Martial Alliance, making it possible to achieve a global ranking at any given moment. I've outperformed over half the people in the world. That has to be at least hundreds of millions of people. There really is a massive gap between ordinary people and geniuses like me. I awakened a speed-type talent and even received private tutoring from Instructor Chin. The gap between me and the rest is just completely unbridgeable. And anyone who witnessed my training must have been blown away by how extraordinary I am, right? Meng Jinhee proudly pushed open the door, fully expecting to be showered with praises from the crowd. He expected them to cheer for him as a once-in-a-generation genius, but reality hit him like a bucket of ice-cold water, leaving him frozen in shock. There wasn't a single soul outside his room. In fact, everyone had crowded around the room right next door. Meng Jinhee was baffled. What's going on? Where did everyone go? Even Instructor Dong and Instructor Chin are here. What on earth are they watching? Is one of the instructors doing a live demonstration? He quickly rushed over, grabbed a guy next to him, and asked, "Hey, what's going on here? What is everyone looking at?" The guy shook him off, visibly annoyed, and snapped, "Huh? Lu Sheng, obviously. Who else would it be?" Hearing Lu Sheng's name, Meng Jinhee scoffed. "Lu Sheng? The sleeping god of Baihei City? Don't tell me you guys actually think that lazy sleeper can break my record? You've all gone completely mad." Enraged by Meng Jinhee's sheer arrogance, the guy glared back and hissed, "What? Who the hell do you think you are?" Stunned by his friend's sudden anger, Meng Jinhee stood there clueless, having no idea what he had said wrong. But right at that moment, he got a very direct answer to his mockery. The guy suddenly gasped, "Oh my god, what is happening in there?" Meng Jinhee peered inside and instantly paled. "No way, all the laser emitters are running at maximum capacity." Inside the room, Lu Sheng calmly activated the system. After looking around, he quickly grasped how the training worked and thought, so that's how it is. I just have to dodge the lasers, right? It seems not knowing where the next laser will fire from is supposed to be the hardest part of movement training. But for me, that difficulty doesn't even exist. The system primed, and the lasers flared to life, firing in dense, overlapping patterns like an intricate spiderweb. Yet, with his insanely fast footwork, Lu Sheng effortlessly slipped through the gaps in the blink of an eye. Staring at the screen, Meng Jinhe trembled and cried out, "How is this possible? How is this even possible? There are thousands of lasers flashing in there, totally unpredictable. With that kind of density and speed, how can he dodge them?" Panicking, Meng Jinhe grabbed his friend's collar and lifted him off the ground. "Are you absolutely sure this is Lu Sheng's first time in the movement technique room?" Shaking like a leaf, his friend stammered. "Yes, we all followed him here ourselves, and right before this, he literally shattered the historical record in the gravity room under 10 times gravity." Meng Tianhe looked like he was about to collapse. His eyes were completely bloodshot, unable to process the harsh reality before him. Slumping onto the ground, Meng Tianhe thought to himself in sheer agony, "Lu Sheng, isn't he supposed to have a level 9 strength talent? Didn't he just sleep for an entire month? How is this even possible? The gap between us is just too massive." Seeing Meng Tianhe slumped on the floor in despair, the people around him asked in concern, "Hey, what's wrong?" But right now, Meng Tianhe had lost every single ounce of his fighting spirit, utterly consumed by despair and helplessness. Watching Lu Sheng's movements made Dong Qingxue highly suspicious. She wondered to herself, "Lu Sheng, is this really his first time doing movement technique training? No, that can't be right. Even if he had done this hundreds of times, it shouldn't look this effortless. Rather than reacting, it's like he's anticipating every single move. Could it be? Is he actually a spiritual master?" Right now, inside the movement training room, Lu Sheng was like a fish in water, unleashing his full potential, sharp reflexes, and incredible judgment. Step by step, Lu Sheng glided through the dense web of lasers with effortless grace, smooth and flawlessly elegant. Watching from the outside, Dong Qingzue couldn't resist the urge to probe Lu Sheng's spiritual energy. Noticing Dong Qingxue about to use her spiritual energy, Qin Shaojun asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Dong Qingxue quickly reined her spiritual energy back in. She felt a burning urge to test him again, but her rational mind stopped her. Dong Qingxue thought to herself, "That's so weird. Didn't I already probe him last time? He didn't react to spiritual energy at all. So why do I want to try again? Am I losing my mind or what?" The training room system displayed a notification. Movement Technique Stage 2, 62% complete. Lu Sheng thought, "This training is actually pretty good. I feel like my movements can get even faster." Soon after, a new system notification popped up. Movement Technique Stage 2 cleared. Everyone watching was absolutely blown away by his terrifying speed. Beep! It's only been a few minutes. Is Stage 2 already over? Yeah, Lu Sheng made Stage 2 look so simple. Why did it feel completely different from the Stage 2 challenges we've seen before? Seeing the students casually calling the trial easy, Qin Shaojun turned around to show them the massive gap between them and a real genius, making them realize what simple actually meant. It only looks easy because Lu Sheng is doing it. His movement technique has already reached the perfect realm. Dong Qingxue stood there with her arms crossed, a challenging look on her face. Actually, I want to see just how far he can go. Seeing her stubborn expression, Qin Shaojun burst into laughter. Haha, Dong Qingxue, I think this might be the first time the two of us are actually on the same page. The system then announced, initiating movement technique stage 3. This time, thousands of balls flew at him at breakneck speeds, leaving absolutely no room to dodge, all while thousands of laser beams shot down from above. Everyone watching gasped in sheer panic at the overwhelming, chaotic sight. Laser beams flashed continuously, illuminating the entire room with a blinding glare. Even the onlookers had to shield their eyes and squint at the intense light. Whoa, so this is stage 3? By this point, Meng Tianhe had completely lost his drive to compete. His jaw dropped in terror, his entire body trembling as he thought, "This is just insanely difficult, isn't it?" Thousands of balls rushed toward Lu Sheng, combined with the laser beams, spiking the difficulty of this stage to an extreme level at an insanely fast pace. Suddenly, bursts of laser beams lit up simultaneously like a rain of light, making Lu Sheng think to himself, "All right, things are starting to get serious. They're actually trying to block off my entire dodging path with these lasers. Fine then, time to show a bit of what I've got." To break through the surrounding blockade, Lu Sheng unleashed his power directly, exploding all the incoming balls. Following a massive explosion, Lu Sheng quickly made his escape. Seeing a surge of power swirling behind Lu Sheng, Qin Shaojun was shocked. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn, that's the micro-realm. Did he just break through right inside the room?" Even among level 4 or level 5 veterans on the battlefield, very few can refine their movement technique to the micro-realm. I was 22 years old when I finally broke through to the micro-realm. Dong Qingshui admitted with a sigh. I was 25. Unable to believe his ears, Qin Shaojun yelled, "That's completely different. I'm a speed-type martial artist." Speed-type? I was born with a massive advantage. But this kid is only 18 years old. Beep, the system announced once more. Movement technique stage 3, 15% complete. Right then, a laser beam grazed right past Lu Sheng's eyes at an incredibly close range, just a few millimeters away, yet he still managed to dodge it in a split second. As the lasers got faster and faster, sweat began to bead on his forehead. He dodged frantically while thinking to himself, "The difficulty is really spiking now. Relying solely on spiritual energy to predict the paths is getting exhausting." Seeing Lu Sheng's pace begin to slow down, Qin Shaojun speculated, "Looks like things are finally starting to get tough for him." The lasers are spread out like a spider web, just waiting for Lu Sheng to fall into the trap. Realizing he is in a tight spot, Lu Sheng immediately triggers his technique. With wind breathing activated, Lu Sheng's speed instantly shoots up to a mind-blowing level. He is practically invisible now, leaving nothing but a flashing streak of light. The system immediately chimes in. Movement technique, stage 3, completion rate 62%. The onlookers outside can't even track Lu Sheng's insane speed, and they start pointing and whispering in shock. Where did Lu Sheng go? Did he just disappear? Right then, the system alerts them again. Movement technique, stage 3, completion rate 81%. Qin Shaojun, closely monitoring the situation, quickly realizes this kid's speed is just too fast. The naked eye can't keep up with him at all, which makes it look like he's completely vanished. It finally comes to an end, with the system displaying movement technique, stage 3, completion rate 100%. Inside the training room, Lu Sheng is completely exhausted, standing in place to catch his breath. Seeing that it's over, Qin Shaojun is about to head out with a satisfied smile, showering him with praise. The younger generation is truly terrifying. Kid, you really put on a show today. Level 10 gravity and stage 3 of the movement room. He looks totally wiped out. Let's head back. But Dong Qingshui just stands there, completely silent. Hearing Qin Shaojun tell her to head back, she frowns and says, "No, it looks like Lu Sheng isn't done yet." Hearing this, Qin Shaojun is completely baffled, but his curiosity gets the better of him, and he turns back. Right then, the system's voice chimes in once again. Movement technique, stage 4, completion rate 0%. Seeing that Lu Sheng is actually going for it, Qin Shaojun gasps in shock. No way, even I've only just started stage 4. Is this kid really going to sweep through all of this in a single day? Dong Qingshui stays quiet, her eyes glued to Lu Sheng's every move. Once stage 4 is activated, Lu Sheng accidentally triggers a strange-looking machine. Suddenly, it's not just one, but countless of those bizarre devices floating up into the air together. 4 laser beams shoot out from each device, linking together to form a giant web that completely surrounds Lu Sheng. The overlapping grids are woven so tightly that there's practically no gap left. The entire net is slowly descending, trapping Lu Sheng inside. Surrounded on all sides, Lu Sheng can only grit his teeth, feeling totally cornered. The onlookers gasp in horror at the difficulty, cursing under their breath. Holy crap, what kind of monstrous trap is this? Is it even possible to dodge that? Staring at the overwhelming setup, Meng Jinhei can only stammer in disbelief. This is insane. Yet, somehow, Lu Sheng manages to safely navigate through the deadly web. The system flashes another notification. Movement technique, stage 4, completion rate 30%. Seeing the difficulty spike, Qin Shaojun rests his chin in his hand, his expression turning serious. It's finally reached this level of intensity. Let's see how Lu Sheng handles it now. What started as a simple net has now been dialed up by the system to a whole new, terrifying level. The intersecting laser beams are massive and chaotic, leaving absolutely no room to escape. Lu Sheng thinks to himself, the speed from wind breathing is reaching its absolute limit. So, Lu Sheng decides to unleash the psychic power of the divine illumination mind King Scripture. His psychic energy flares up like a blazing fire, completely enveloping his entire body. With just a single thought, Lu Sheng stretches his perception of space. Everything around him, even the lasers, seems to grind to a complete halt. Lu Sheng senses his surroundings and thinks to himself, "It feels like time itself has been dialed down to slow motion." If I remember correctly, in the professional jargon of spiritual masters, this is called time sense. Using this slowed-down window of time, Lu Sheng easily slips past the lasers without breaking a sweat. Right now, Lu Sheng is moving like a flash of light, completely invisible to the naked eye. This is a sign that my spiritual energy has undergone a qualitative change. A breakthrough that only happens to level 3 spiritual masters. Does this mean I've finally, officially stepped into the ranks of level 3 spiritual masters? Dong Qingshui looks on in utter shock at Lu Sheng's power, her entire body trembling as she senses an overwhelmingly massive wave of spiritual energy. This raw force even cracks the reinforced glass of the training room. Not only that, but the ground itself begins to split open under the intense spiritual pressure. Standing in front of the shattered glass, Dong Qingshui lets out a thrilled smile and asks, "Are you really a spiritual master, Lu Sheng?" Qin Shaojun turns around and completely freezes in sheer shock when he sees Dong Qingshui's reaction. Dong Qingshui fully unleashes her own spiritual energy, and a translucent, ghostly figure made of pure psychic force slowly begins to materialize. Sensing such a terrifying psychic pressure, everyone around takes a step back in sheer panic. Qin Shaojun shouts in sheer panic, What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Ignoring him completely, Dong Qingshe directs her spiritual energy straight toward Lu Sheng. With a dead serious expression, she says, "I want to test him one more time." Dong Qingshui immediately commands the figure, "Go!" Without a moment's hesitation, the phantom charges straight toward Lu Sheng. As Lu Sheng struggles to dodge the lasers, he suddenly spots Dong Qingshui's phantom clone charging at him, its terrifying power looking ready to tear him to pieces, to rip Lu Sheng in half. But Lu Sheng didn't panic at all. He calmly countered and dodged the fatal blows unleashed by this illusion clone under Dong Qingshui's control. Seizing a sudden opening, Lu Sheng quickly unleashed a powerful strike on Dong Qingshui's clone, sending it flying back. The figure dissolved into a growing vortex before vanishing completely, dealing a severe blow to Dong Qingshu. As her spiritual energy surged back, Dong Qingshui clutched her chest in intense pain. That single blow from Lu Sheng left Dong Qingshui unable to even stand up straight. Suppressing the pain, Dong Qingshui struggled to speak, saying that Lu Sheng is indeed a spiritual master, and his spiritual power is easily on par with hers. Standing beside her, Qin Shaojun was just as shocked to hear Dong Qingshui confirm this. Seeing Dong Qingshui's actions, Lu Sheng thought to himself that while looking was fine, using spiritual power to touch him was taking it way too far. Turning around to face the tangled mess of laser beams, Lu Sheng felt exhausted, realizing he was finally hitting his limit. He hadn't expected that activating his temporal perception would drain so much spiritual power, not to mention having someone disrupt him like that. He was only halfway through stage 4. Even with the breath of wind and the blood energy of the Shenjiao Mingwang scripture providing a temporary boost, this was his absolute max. Giving up on pushing further, Lu Sheng simply stepped directly into a laser beam, letting it strike him. The system immediately flashed a notification, bringing his training session to an end. Your training score for this session is 56% completion of stage 4. Congratulations, martial artist number Du285632. Your movement technique has surpassed 97% of all trainees. Seeing Lu Sheng's incredible score, the crowd outside erupted into wild, endless cheers. Oh my god, is this really the score of a high school student? In the movement technique category alone, Lu Sheng had already surpassed hundreds of millions of people. Meng Jinhei was completely frozen on the spot. He was smiling on the outside, but crying on the inside. The game was over, and he was devastated. I only just reached 52%, yet he is 45% higher than me? Ha ha ha. Is he even a strength-type talent anymore? Lu Sheng calmly walked out of the training room. Looking at his ranking on the board, he thought with a sigh. So there are still 3% of people out there with better movement than me. 3% worldwide must mean there are still tens of thousands of people better than me, right? I'm still too weak. I need to train much harder. Dong Qingshui stepped forward first, clapping to congratulate Lu Sheng. Congratulations, Lu Sheng. You just shattered the gravity room's historic record, and now you've set a brand new record for this base's movement room as well. Where do you plan to head next? The combat arena or the spiritual testing room? Lu Sheng truly never failed to keep everyone on their toes. He casually replied, I'm not going anywhere. It's almost dinner time, so I'm heading to the cafeteria. As he spoke, he checked his phone for the cafeteria's daily specials. Seeing his completely nonchalant face next to Dong Qingshui's speechless expression, Qin Shaojun burst into hysterical laughter, saying, "Haha, classic, this kid is truly one of a kind." 3 hours later, with a full stomach, Lu Sheng was called to the command room. He stepped inside and greeted her. "Chief Instructor, did you need me?" Inside, both Qin Shaojun and Dong Qingshui were already waiting for him. Dong Qingshui nodded, saying, "Yes, come on in." Lu Sheng politely greeted the other. "Hello, Instructor Qin." Qin Shaojun spoke up. "We called you here today to run a quick test on your strength, and then discuss a few things with you." Lu Sheng quickly replied, "Understood." Holding a blood lancet in her hand, Dong Qingshui asked, "Every dorm is equipped with a standard lancet. Have you checked your blood key levels lately?" Lu Sheng honestly replied, "I haven't. The lancet in my dorm couldn't even pierce my skin." He remembered with frustration how every single time he tried to test his blood qi, the needle couldn't pierce his skin and ended up snapping in half instead. Qin Shaojun let out a chuckle. "I told you this kid must have already reached level 3. Without that level of physical density, there's no way he could have shattered the gravity room record." "Dong Qingshui, bring out that special lancet." Dong Qingshui reached into her pocket and pulled out a high-grade, gold-plated lancet. "This is made for level 5 martial artists. It should do the trick for you." Lu Sheng held out his hand, allowing Dong Qingshui to draw his blood. Once enough blood was drawn, the digital reading on the lancet flashed his blood qi level. It read 24.65, officially reaching the level of a level 3 martial artist. Both instructors stared at the reading in sheer disbelief. Qin Shaojun let out a forced laugh, saying that in over 10 years, he had never seen such a young level 3 martial artist. Pointing toward the combat power testing machine, he urged Lu Sheng to show them what he could do. A combat strength of 271,920. That is the level of a level 4 martial artist. Looking at the screen, Qin Shaojun stood there dazed for a long time. 270,000. He thought to himself, a level 3 martial artist actually unleashed a combat strength that is almost at level 5. This kid is an absolute monster. Qin Shaojun quickly walked over, patted his shoulder, and showered him with praise, saying, All right. You've officially graduated from this training camp. From here on, you can do whatever you want. Just remember to register your martial artist rank with the association when you get back." Receiving the praise, Lu Sheng politely replied, "Thank you, Instructor Qin." Dong Qingshui suddenly stood up and said, "Hold on a second. Lu Sheng still has one more test to take. This is called a power crystal, a highly unusual crystalline mineral. It was discovered over 100 years ago in the Anstra Gorge of the Lion Kingdom, and it has an extremely strong absorption rate for spiritual energy. After being mined, it's crafted into a specialized device to measure spiritual energy, specifically used for testing spiritual masters. All you have to do is touch it with your hand and channel your spiritual energy inside, and it will measure your spiritual strength." Having explained everything, Dong Qingshui quickly channeled her spiritual energy and touched the stone. Instantly, the stone lit up, displaying Dong Qingshui's stats. Seeing her spiritual energy chart, Qin Shaojun immediately praised her. "Wow, you've gotten a lot stronger. Even the purity of your spiritual energy has improved significantly. If I remember correctly, last time your purity was barely over 3. Now, your spiritual energy strength is 143.2, and your purity is 4.2. Dong Qingshui gave him a look of utter contempt. "Do you think I'm like you, just eating and wasting your life away day after day?" Qin Shaojun quickly fired back. "Dong Qingshui, you can insult me, but you absolutely cannot insult my way of life." Lu Sheng then took the stone from Dong Qingshui, carefully channeling his spiritual energy as he made contact with it. Both of them stood there, watching with serious expressions. Suddenly, Qin Shaojun leaned over and whispered to Dong Qingshui, "If you told me Lu Sheng was half as strong as you, I might believe it, but saying he's on par with you, that is something I just can't buy." Dong Qingshui, who was intently focusing on Lu Sheng, snapped at Qin Shaojun for buzzing in her ear, yelling angrily, "Shut up, stop distracting me." The moment Lu Sheng gripped the stone, a golden aura of power instantly enveloped him. The stone emitted an incredibly bright, blinding radiance, leaving Dong Qingshui completely dumbfounded. She gasped in shock. How is this even possible? Right then, The stone displayed Lu Sheng's spiritual energy stats. Spiritual energy strength, 113.56. Spiritual purity, 20.3. Dong Qingshui's jaw dropped, completely losing her composure. How can this be? She thought, utterly shocked. A purity of 20.3? That's more than 5 times mine. For a spiritual master, refining spiritual energy even by a fraction is incredibly difficult. It's like taking a regular bath towel, folding it over and over, and compressing it down to the size of a tiny compressed towel. And he achieved a level 5 times that. I've trained relentlessly for 2 years, and I've only managed to raise mine by a tiny bit. He's only 18 years old. This level of power is just insane. Calling him a genius doesn't even do him justice. The only word for him is monster. While she was lost in thought, Qin Shaojun next to her started squealing like a stuck pig. Holy crap, this is insane. Absolutely insane. He is practically out of this world. Seeing his ridiculous behavior, Dong Qingshui's face instantly darkened. She immediately unleashed a physical blow made of spiritual energy, shutting his mouth tight. Qin Shaojun took such a heavy hit that his eyes almost popped out of his skull, and he screamed in pain, "Ah!" Having successfully silenced Qin Shaojun, Dong Qingshui turned to Lu Sheng and asked, Lu Sheng, do you have a master? Have you trained under a spiritual cultivation technique before? Meanwhile, Qin Shaojun was miserably clutching the bump on his head, nursing his wounds in silence. Lu Sheng calmly replied, yes, I have a master. He taught me a unique spiritual cultivation technique, along with the proper skills and methods to wield spiritual energy. Dong Qingshui let out a sigh of relief. Whew, I knew it, she thought. Having a master makes sense. If Lu Sheng had achieved all of this entirely on his own raw talent without any guidance, I really wouldn't have been able to cope with that reality. Dong Qingshui praised him, saying, even with a master's guidance, this still proves that your innate talent is exceptionally powerful. By the way, you probably haven't been awakened for very long, have you? Lu Sheng thought about it for a second and replied, yeah, less than 3 months. Lu Sheng's answer instantly threw both of them into a deep silence. This truth was absolutely mind-blowing and utterly absurd. Qin Shaojun scratched his head with a wry smile, muttering, wow. It also took Dong Qingshui a long moment to process this mind-boggling reality, letting out a sharp breath. Whew, awakened for just 3 months, and your spiritual strength is already at level 3, and with such high purity. Even in the Spiritual Masters Association, it would take decades to produce a monster like you. Lu Sheng was quite surprised and asked, is there actually a Spiritual Masters Association? Dong Qingshui explained, yes. It's completely separate from the Martial Arts Association system, simply because awakened spiritual masters are extremely rare. Even though our Dragon Nation has a massive population, less than 1% of people actually have the talent to awaken as a psychic. Maybe your master kept you in the dark on purpose, worried it might distract you from your training. After all, the more you know, the more distracted you get, which ends up diluting your mental energy. Still, for a genius like you, I really hope you will join our association. The association will provide you with way more resources to support your training. Dong Qingshui pulled out a necklace featuring a brilliant, glowing gemstone pendant. She gently handed it to Lu Sheng and said, this is my token. Take it to the association, and they will give you all the support you need. Lu Sheng took the necklace and replied, to be honest, I have never actually seen my master's face. Every single time he guides me, he does it in the most mysterious way. Dong Qingshui nodded and said, your master must be someone incredibly powerful. She thought to herself, normally, a genius with talent as insane as Lu Sheng's would be treated like pure gold once they are scouted. Yet, his master just let him grow on his own and refused to even show his face. Only a true powerhouse at the highest level would operate like that. As expected, no genius in this world is born out of thin air. Lu Sheng also thought in silence. Keeping up the act of being a natural-born genius was getting harder to explain. Or should I just come clean and admit my master is from 10,000 years in the future? A level 11 powerhouse named Duan Yifeng. Qin Shaojun cleared his throat and interrupted. Cough, cough. I hate to break up such a pleasant conversation, but I have to chime in. We brought you here today because we have a few things to discuss with you. Lu Sheng gestured politely and said, please go ahead. Qin Shaojun pulled out a card and said, first thing first, this is for you. There is 5 million on here. Even though the boot camp is not over yet, you are basically guaranteed to take first place. This is an extra bonus for your outstanding performance. Lu Sheng was shocked when he heard the amount. Raising his voice, he blurted out, 5 million? Seeing his stiff expression, Dong Qingsui frowned and said, "Do not tell me you are unsatisfied with that. This is the absolute maximum budget we could secure for you. Funding for the Eastern Military Region has always been tight. This time, almost the entire boot camp budget went straight into feeding you kids 3 meals a day." Lu Sheng was still dazed, completely lost in the thought of his 5 million reward. Hey, Qin Xiaojun walked over and slapped him on the back. "Kid, you are the most famous glutton in this entire camp. If we add up the cost of everything you ate, it easily comes to 7 or 8 million. Hearing the number, Lu Sheng gasped. 7 or 8 million? Lu Sheng stood frozen, his face turning pale. Were those meals really that expensive? Does this mean I will not be able to afford to eat like that anymore? Dong Qingshui said sincerely, "Lu Sheng, even though this amount is a bit small, it shows how sincere our Eastern Military Region is. Now, for the second matter." Lu Sheng held the card and asked, "The Eastern Military Region, is this an invitation to recruit me?" Qin Xiaojun praised, "Smart kid. You could put it that way." Dong Qingshui added seriously, "You probably know that a martial arts genius like you is destined to go to the battlefield and slay enemies sooner or later. A sword is forged in blood and iron, and enemies must be sacrificed to honor the souls of our heroes. A safe zone can never breed a true dragon warrior." Qin Xiaojun chimed in. "The nation and the martial alliance do not give martial artists so many privileges and support, just so they can sit back and enjoy a free ride, you know? You will have to face that step sooner or later. When the time comes for you to choose a military region, we hope you will keep our Eastern region as your top priority." Qin Xiaojun then leaned in close, putting his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulders in a friendly manner. Hey, plus, our Eastern region has a huge advantage. The female soldiers in our military region are easily the finest in the entire country. The gorgeous faces, the killer bodies, they are all absolutely stacked, with legs for days. Just as he was rambling on and spitting everywhere, Dong Qingshu used her mental energy to send a chair flying straight into his face, blasting him away. After taking care of him, Dong Qingshui turned to Lu Sheng and said, "One last thing. We have decided to have you represent the geniuses of Dongning Province in the selection for the Eastern region's Qiming General Star." Lu Sheng was surprised. "The Qiming General Star?" Dong Qingshui explained. "That is right. Every year, all the provinces in the Eastern region hold boot camps for their top geniuses. The ultimate goal is to find 1 in 10,000 candidates who truly has the potential of a General Star. You probably know what a General Star represents, right?" Lu Sheng's face grew serious as he replied, "Yes. It represents a high-ranking powerhouse, a genius among geniuses, someone standing at the very top. A Grandmaster," Qin Xiaojun added. "The Qiming General Star is a future Grandmaster, a reserve General Star. There is only one such person selected from the entire Eastern region each year, chosen from the absolute best of the best. Think about it, Lu Sheng." Without a second thought, Lu Sheng agreed immediately. "I'll go," he thought to himself. Since he was living in this era, there were some things he just couldn't run away from. If I want to use my own power to change the destiny of my people, I have to turn the tide and set this world ablaze. Qin Xiaojun patted him on the shoulder and praised him, saying, "Chief Instructor Dong and I have absolute faith in your abilities. If even you can't pull this off, then I can't think of a single person in Dongning Province's current batch who can. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, the rewards for this selection are coming straight from the Eastern Military Region. It is way more generous than anything a small training camp like ours could ever scrape together." "I understand," Lu Sheng replied. He was already doing the math. The more talent he showed, the more resources he would rake in. Dong Qingshui walked over to give him a quick heads up. The Qiming General Star selection is only a few months away. It won't officially start until all the provincial training camps wrap up. I'll let you know when the time comes. Don't worry, we won't let it interfere with your college entrance exams." Qin Xiaojun shrugged and said, "With your skills, taking the exam doesn't even matter. You can pick any martial arts university in the entire Eastern region." Lu Sheng asked, "Can I stay here at the training camp then?" Qin Xiaojun replied, "Suit yourself. Didn't I already tell you that you can do whatever you want? If you ever want to leave, you can pack up and go whenever you want." Lu Sheng thought it over and quickly turned to leave with a grin on his face. "In that case, I'll stick around for a bit longer. If we're done here, I'll head back first." Qin Xiaojun turned to Dong Qingshui and smirked. I'd bet my life that kid is only staying for the free food." Watching Lu Sheng walk away, Dong Qingshui let out a soft sigh and said, "Wow, I never thought the day would come when I, Dong Qingqiu, would actually be jealous of someone else's talent. Qin Xiaojun sighed in agreement. Yeah, but he's different from us. He was never meant to be ordinary. I can guarantee you that Lu Sheng is going to completely shake the foundations of this era. Early the next morning, Lu Sheng arrived at the Baihe City Martial Arts Association. Walking into the lobby with a folder in hand, Lu Sheng looked around. Man, it's been a while since I was last here, he thought. If I remember correctly, President Xiao's office is on the 6th floor. As he was looking for the office, Lu Sheng heard a loud shout echoing from inside. Damn it, that is enough, old man Xia. Did you come here just to piss me off? The assistant standing outside noticed Lu Sheng walking up. She let out a strained smile and said, Lu Sheng, thank goodness, you're finally back. Lu Sheng pointed toward the door with a questioning look. The assistant quickly opened it and gestured for him to enter. Go on in first, we can talk inside. As she pushed the door open, she announced, President Xiao, Lu Sheng is here. Lu Sheng casually stepped inside. The moment he walked in, an elderly man eagerly rushed over to him, shouting, Oh. Meanwhile, President Xiao just sat there, absolutely fuming in silence. The old man approached him with excitement. Old Xiao, is this the top-tier genius you're always bragging about? Not bad at all. Truly an impressive young man. But I told you, old Xiao, don't take it so hard. Just accept it. Not everyone can be as exceptionally brilliant as my precious granddaughter. President Xiao was shaking with rage at old Xiao's words. His hands trembled so much he couldn't even hold his teacup steady. But old Xia just kept on bragging. He pulled out his phone to show off his wallpaper, patting Lu Sheng on the shoulder in a way that felt more like mocking than comforting. Hey, don't feel bad. There are plenty of kids out there who can't hold a candle to my Xiaolin. You're definitely not the only one here in Baihe City. Ignoring him, Lu Sheng stepped forward and handed his documents to the president of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association for approval. When old Xia saw the folder in Lu Sheng's hands, he sneered even harder. Young man, did you screw up big time at the training camp or something? If you're bringing back trouble for old Xiao here to clean up after you, that's no laughing matter. President Xiao quickly marched over and snatched the folder. He glared at the smug old Xia, his face turning purple with rage. With a deep scowl, he ripped open the envelope and scanned the contents. But as his eyes ran down the page, President Xiao froze, completely shocked by Lu Sheng's results. He practically shoved his face into the paper, squinting to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Seeing him stand there completely paralyzed, old Xia chuckled, eagerly pouring fuel on the fire. Hey, old Xiao, don't go passing out on me now. Ignoring him completely, President Xiao yelled at the top of his lungs, Lu Sheng, since when did you break through to become a level 3 martial artist? Hearing this, old Xia's jaw dropped, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull in utter shock. Lu Sheng, however, remained completely calm. Probably about a month ago back at the training camp, Chief Instructor Dong personally ran the test for me. She said the military region has the authority to officially certify a martial artist's rank. I just needed to bring this to you to get it stamped once I got back. President Xiao's face lit up, and a massive grin spread across his face. Authority? Of course they have the authority. Ha ha ha. Your chief instructor represents the entire Eastern military region. I'll stamp this for you right away. But before he could even stamp it, old Xia, who was standing nearby, furiously snatched the report right out of his hands and barked, Let me see that. Let me see. Is this for real or is it fake? Old man Xia picked up the document, reading it carefully as cold sweat began to pour down his face. An 18-year-old, level 3 martial artist with a combat strength of 270,000? Old man Xia still couldn't believe his eyes. He put the paper down, stared intently at Lu Sheng, and said suspiciously, Did you forge this document somewhere? President Xiao snatched the document back. Finally getting his sweet revenge, he mocked, Give it here, a forged document? Why don't you go ahead and try forging one like this then? Can't you see the massive official seal of the Eastern Military Region right here? President Xiao pointed at the red stamp on the paper, grinning triumphantly. Shamed and frustrated, old man Xia exploded with rage. I don't believe it. How could a kid who got kicked out of the training camp early have a combat strength of 270,000? That makes no sense. Lu Sheng sighed. Honestly, I never said I was kicked out. You just assumed that on your own. Oh, right, President Xiao. The chief instructor asked you to call her back. She was worried you wouldn't believe the document. She wanted to confirm it with you directly. President Xiao laughed heartily and patted old man Xia on the shoulder like a true winner. Haha, why wouldn't I believe it? Do I look like a skeptic to you? Am I right, old man Xia? Old man Xia was so fuming mad he couldn't even speak, glaring at President Xiao with absolute hatred. President Xiao quickly turned on his computer, eagerly adding, "But we should still make this call anyway. I heard Chief Instructor Dong Qingshui is a famous genius in the Eastern Military Region. It's a great chance to meet her via video call." The call connected quickly, and Dong Qingshui appeared, saying, "Ah, Lu Sheng, you made it?" And President Xiao Yuhei of Baihei City. President Xiao quickly greeted her. "Yes, it is me. Hello, Chief Instructor Dong." Meanwhile, Old Man Xia was sweating bullets from sheer panic. His body trembled slightly. It really was Chief Instructor Dong. Suddenly, Xiaolin, who was training nearby, poked her head into the camera. "Wait, is that Grandpa's voice? Grandpa, where are you? Why are you video calling Chief Instructor Dong?" Dong Qingshui shot her an annoyed look and turned around to scold her. "Xiaolin, have you hit the target I set for you yet? Why are you so distracted? Your training today is now increased tenfold." Terrified, Xiaolin held her head and trembled. "Yes, Instructor Dong." Seeing this play out, Lu Sheng and President Xiao turned to look at Old Man Xia with awkward expressions. President Xiao quickly nudged Old Man Xia aside and smiled. "All right, let's get down to business. You two can catch up on your own later. Instructor Dong, about the document you had Lu Sheng bring. I will get everything sorted out in no time." Pushed to the side, Old Man Xia fumed with rage but couldn't do a thing. Dong Qingshui nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Just make sure there are no delays for the main event next month. After all, Lu Sheng is representing the Dongning Province Prodigy Training Camp in the Qiming General Selection. He is the strongest genius of this entire batch, so he doesn't need to continue training here." Hearing this, President Xiao froze in place, completely dumbfounded. The Qiming General Selection? The strongest genius? His eyes immediately lit up with excitement. He even pulled Old Man Xia close, throwing an arm around his shoulder to gloat. Meanwhile, hearing Dong Qingshui's words, Old Man Xia shook all over. He sank heavily into his chair, utterly defeated, thinking, "Oh no, so the monster my granddaughter was complaining about during our calls was actually this Lu Sheng all along." On screen, Dong Qingshui was still raising her voice at Xiaolin. "Xiaolin, get off the ground. You can't even handle this level of training? Do you still want to beat Lu Sheng?" Xiaolin sobbed miserably. "No way, Instructor Dong. I really don't. I can't beat him. In the future, I'll just run away the moment I see him." President Xiao beamed, ready to end the call. "Understood, Instructor Dong. I won't keep you any longer." President Xiao was absolutely glowing, thinking to himself, well, Old Man Xia, look who's laughing now." But just as President Xiao was about to hang up, Dong Qingshui quickly called out, "President Xiao, don't hang up yet. I'd like to say a few words to Lu Sheng." "Lu Sheng, I've managed to find almost all the materials you wanted for your spiritual master weapon. I will compile the full list and prices into a spreadsheet and send it to you. Just let me know what you want me to purchase. One last thing, make sure to pass your spiritual master assessment soon. That way, you'll be authorized to log into StarNet and buy them yourself. I'll hang up now." The moment Dong Qingshui disconnected, President Xiao rushed over and grabbed Lu Sheng by the shoulders. "Lu Sheng, what did Instructor Dong just say?" Lu Sheng calmly replied, "Oh, it's just that I awakened a talent for spiritual power during the training camp. So Instructor Dong wrote me a recommendation letter, suggesting I take the spiritual master assessment when I have some free time. That's all." President Xiao burst into a wide, unstoppable grin and patted Lu Sheng's shoulder. Slapping Old Man Xia's face twice in one day felt absolutely amazing. Incredible. "Lu Sheng, I knew it. I knew I was right about you. You really are a once-in-a-century, top-tier genius of our Baihei City." Old Man Ha lost all his former confidence, his spirit completely broken. He just sat there with a forced smile, crying on the inside. 270,000, and a spiritual master. Ha ha ha. At this moment, he could only laugh bitterly and admit defeat. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Association, President Xiao personally escorted him out, showing deep concern. "Do you really not need me to call a car to take you home?" "No need. There is somewhere I want to go." President Xiao warmly advised him. "Whenever you are free, come over to my place for dinner. All right? I will introduce you to some friends around your age. You will probably have plenty to talk about. I will even cook a few dishes myself for you to try." Finally, the taxi arrived. Lu Sheng got in and replied with a smile, "I got it." He thought to himself. As expected, Having a cheat in this martial arts world is the best. Strength rules supreme. Sitting in the car, the driver asked curiously, "Hey kid, what is your relationship with President Xiao? How come I saw him acting so incredibly polite with you?" Lu Sheng looked out the window and thought, even the driver can tell he is in a great mood. It seems President Xiao finally has a reason to hold his head high. Lu Sheng casually shrugged it off. "Oh, it is nothing, we just know each other. President Xiao has always been very polite." As the car was moving, a sign suddenly crashed down from above. The driver did not even have time to react. Whoa, what was that? Lu Sheng quickly got out of the car to see what was going on. Seeing the dojo's sign smashed into pieces on the ground amidst the wreckage, Lu Sheng frowned and said, "What happened to the Hongchuan dojo's sign?" Inside, the dojo was completely trashed. Ni Hongchuan was severely injured, struggling to hold his ground along with his disciples. A group of thugs swaggered over, acting aggressively, as if they wanted to completely tear the place apart. The ringleader behind all this destruction was none other than Lin Tishan. He said arrogantly, "Dojo Master Ni Hongchuan, haha. Today we are not here to talk business, only martial arts. I, Lin Tishan, am specifically here to challenge your Hongchuan dojo today." Ni Chang supported her father and angrily pointed at the thugs, shouting, "And you call yourself a level 4 martial artist? Sneaking in to destroy our dojo while my dad is already hurt? Lin Tishan, you are absolutely shameless." Ni Hongchuan, bruised and battered, decided to concede and back down. Trembling, he said, "Lin Tishan, our Hongchuan dojo already agreed not to take in any new students for a year. What more do you want?" Like a cunning wolf with endless greed, Lin Tishan sneered, showing his wild ambition. "Ha ha ha, so what? If your Hongchuan dojo had the guts to hang that sign up, you should have been prepared to have it smashed at any moment." Ni Hongchuan realized that Lin Tishan's true goal today was to completely destroy his dojo and ruin his livelihood. He would never back down before such a greedy wolf. Having decided to put his life on the line to defend the dojo, he spoke. "You are right. If you hang a sign, you have got to have the strength to keep it. 20 years ago, I came to Baihei City all on my own. I built this whole business from nothing, relying solely on my own 2 fists. And of course, I can still do it now." Seeing her father risk his life against these thugs, Ni Chang cried out in worry. "Dad!" With a fierce fighting spirit suddenly reigniting within him, Ni Hongchuan said solemnly, "I am fine." Seeing this, Lin Tishan mocked him. "Haha, if you do not have the skills, stop talking so big. Just look at yourself now, getting beaten into a cripple. You brought this entirely on yourself. As if an 18-year-old, level 2 martial artist is a student, a guy like you could actually train." Ni Chang quickly explained, "I already told you, Lu Sheng is not my dad's student. He is just a member of our dojo." In response, Lin Tishan stomped his foot down in fury, cracking the floor and sending a tremor through the entire building. He roared, "I do not give a damn about any of that. All I know is that you guys used that kid Lu Sheng's name to steal the business our dojos spent half our lives building. Since you dared to reach into our pockets, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ni Chang countered coldly. "Your students transferred over to us on their own. You can't blame us for that." A flash of malice crossed Lin Tishan's eyes. "I know. That is why I am here today to tear your dojo down. Once your dojo is wiped off the map, those students will not have anywhere else to go. Won't that make them my students instead?" Furious at his outrageous attitude, Ni Chang lost her temper. Ignoring the fact that he was a level 4 martial artist, she declared boldly, "I'll fight you." With that, she prepared to put her life on the line against him. At this, Lin Tishan did not just show his bottomless greed, he also stared at Ni Chang with a disgusting, perverted look on his face. He licked his lips and eyed her hungrily. "Whoa, then I guess I'll have to play rough with you." Ni Hongchuan immediately stepped in to stop her. "You are no match for him, you do not stand a chance. Lin Tishan's physical cultivation is on another level, and he's already a level 4 martial artist. If I weren't injured, I'd barely stand a 50-50 chance against him, let alone you." Ni Shuang turns to her father and says, "Dad, I'm a level 3 martial artist too, and Lin Tishan is only level 4. If we take him on together, we might actually stand a chance." Seeing that neither Ni Shuang nor Ni Hongchuan is stepping up, he loses patience and waves them over mockingly. Hey, how much longer are you guys going to stand there gossiping? Keep dragging this out and the Martial Arts Association is going to close. Why don't you just get up here and take your beating? Or do I have to come back and thrash you guys again tomorrow?" Ni Shuang refuses to back down. She rushes forward, shouting, "I'm going to beat you until you're flat on your back. And then, you're going to carry our Hongchuan Academy sign and parade it down the streets." Losing his patience, Lin Tishan immediately makes his move. What a sharp-tongued little brat. You're really getting on my nerves. Lin Tishan unleashes his technique, striking with overwhelming power that completely crushes Ni Shuang's defense. He lunges toward Ni Shuang, preparing to deliver a decisive blow, when Ni Hongchuan suddenly screams, "Ni Shuang!" He throws himself in front of her to block the strike. It all happens so fast that Ni Shuang is left paralyzed, only able to scream in horror, "No!" The devastating blow sends Ni Hongchuan crashing hard into the wall, leaving a deep trench in the ground, as dust explodes everywhere. Lin Tishan glares with a vicious look, a repulsive smirk spreading across his face. "Ni Hongchuan, you really are pathetic. You couldn't even handle a single strike?" "Ha ha ha." Ni Hongchuan coughs up blood from the heavy blow. Struggling to stand, he gasps out weakly, "Lin Tishan, did you break through to level 5? Lin Tishan laughs, smugness written all over his face. "Surprised, aren't you? Ni Hongchuan, you've spent too much time hiding in this academy, teaching kids. It's been a while since you fought a real expert like me, hasn't it?" He arrogantly points to himself, issuing a challenge to the room. "All right, who's next?" Completely defeated and helpless, Ni Hongchuan trembles in despair. "Enough. You want our Hongchuan Academy shut down, don't you? Fine. I'll go to the Martial Arts Association and dissolve the academy right now." Hearing this, Ni Shuang bursts into tears and collapses to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing that he's got what he wanted, Lin Tishan smiles with smug satisfaction. "Well, I've always trusted your word, Master Ni. Since that's settled, I'll be taking my leave." The gang prepares to head out, wearing triumphant grins. Ha ha ha. Just then, Lu Sheng walks in and calmly speaks up. "Hold on, this academy is doing perfectly fine. Why would you just close it down? Where else am I supposed to train?" Lu Sheng's sharp gaze sweeps over the crowd, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Tears and snot streaming down her face, Ni Shuang sobs out, "Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng raises his hand in greeting. "Hey, Ni Shuang, long time no see," one of the troublemakers whispers to his boss. He's the one who's been drawing our students over here. Seeing his lackey talking nonsense, he steps toward Lu Sheng with a greedy look in his eyes and barks at his subordinate. "Shut your mouth." Lin Tishan stares intensely at Lu Sheng, then claps him on the shoulder, saying loudly, Not bad at all. You've got real presence, kid. Quite the talent. Little brother Lu, are you worried about having nowhere to train once the Hongchuan Academy closes? No need to sweat it. Our Iron Mountain Academy is always open to you. As you can see, everyone at Hongchuan is completely useless. They couldn't even handle a single blow from me. What could you possibly hope to learn from a place like this? Join my Iron Mountain Academy, and I'll personally teach you the Iron Mountain secret art, no secrets held back. Lu Sheng pretends to be clueless and asks, "Huh? The Iron Mountain secret art?" Lin Tishan takes the opportunity to show off even more. He pulls open his shirt, showing off his rock-hard physique, and boasts proudly, "That's right, it's our academy's ultimate heirloom technique. Once mastered, you'll be practically invincible. And I'm not just blowing smoke here. Almost no one in my rank can break through my defense." Ni Hongchuan couldn't do it, and neither can anyone else. Slumped in the corner, Ni Hongchuan can only swallow his anger in silence. Lu Sheng looks up with wide, innocent eyes and asks, "A technique that powerful, and you're willing to teach it to me?" Seeing Lu Sheng's apparent interest, Lin Tishan sweetens the deal. "Of course I am. Just join our academy and bow to me as your master, and I'll make sure you learn every bit of it." Lu Sheng asks with a sarcastic smirk, "So, how exactly do you plan on teaching me?" Still oblivious to the danger, Lin Tishan laughs it off, thinking to himself, why is this kid asking so many questions? He replies, "If you come over, I'll." But before he can even finish his sentence, a sudden wave of agonizing pain washes over him, sweat pouring down his face as he grits his teeth. He desperately braces himself, his arms raised to shield his face and his feet digging deep into the ground to anchor himself, his entire body tensing up. Lu Sheng is slightly surprised to see that the man can actually withstand a punch from him. Lu Sheng gave a thumbs up and praised, "Impressive, you really are tough." Right then, Lu Sheng threw another punch. This time, Lin Tishan completely crumbled. He was sent flying straight into the wall, shattering it into pieces, before collapsing to his knees, unable to get back up. Lu Sheng scoffed. Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson? How are you going to do that while kneeling down? Lin Tishan was defeated by Lu Sheng with just 2 punches. Once he finished dealing with Lin Tishan, Lu Sheng called out. Lin Tishan has lost. Seeing their master get knocked out so fast, his lackeys stared in shock, crying out like a swarm of flies. Didn't you tell me he was just a level 2 martial artist who's only 18? What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help master up. Carrying their master on their backs as they fled, they didn't forget to threaten Lu Sheng. Kid, you just wait. Safe travels, Lu Sheng. Ni Chang rushed over to help her father sit up. Lu Sheng walked up to her and asked, "Are you okay?" He politely reached out to help her up. Ni Chang shyly took his hand, blushing as she said, we're fine." Lu Sheng said sincerely, "Don't let the dojo close down. Otherwise, I'll have to find a place closer to my house, and that would be a real hassle." Ni Hongchuan took Lu Sheng's hand, his eyes filled with immense gratitude as he said, "We absolutely won't. I'm truly grateful to you this time. If there's anything you need, just say the word. If I can do it, I definitely will." Lu Sheng waved his hand, saying politely, "No need to be so polite. No matter how you look at it, this whole mess started because of me anyway. But this is a one-time thing. If anything like this happens again in the future, you'll have to rely on your own strength to protect yourselves. You know how this world works, might makes right." After saying his piece, Lu Sheng quickly left. Ni Hongchuan and his daughter watched him walk away with lingering gazes. Ni Hongchuan murmured, "A half-step level 5 martial artist, with a fully mastered iron body, was severely injured by a single blow from Lu Sheng. It's truly terrifying. To take down Lin Tishan so effortlessly, isn't that something only a peak level 5 martial artist could do?" Ni Chang said in awe. 3 months ago, Lu Sheng was only a level 2 martial artist. Just how strong is he now? Back home, the moment he stepped through the door, Lu Sheng smiled warmly and called out, "I'm home." Lu Sheng's mother quickly came out to welcome him. "You're back. Little Sheng, what took you so long? Didn't you say you'd be home this afternoon?" He gave a brief explanation. "On my way back, I saw some thugs picking on some helpless people, so I stepped in to help out a bit." His mother immediately panicked and frantically checked him over, asking, "What? You got into a fight? Did you get hurt?" From inside the house, Lu Sheng's father called out with pride, "Our son is an official martial artist now. I'm sure he's perfectly fine." Still worried sick, his mother's eyes welled with tears as she cupped his face to examine him. "Are you hurt anywhere? Is it here? Or here?" Lu Sheng's dad took a satisfying sip of his drink and said, "That's exactly how a martial artist should be. Standing up against injustice and defending the weak against the strong. Now that's a real man. The son of Lu Dahai is destined to go to the battlefield, slay beasts, and protect our country." Lu Qinghe whispered to him, "Big brother, what kind of meat was that you sent back? Dad's health has gotten so much better since he started eating it. Even my blood vitality has reached 1.1. That meat is better than any tonic. You didn't steal it from the training camp, did you?" Seeing his little sister suspecting him, Lu Sheng pinched her cheek playfully and said, "How could you think so poorly of your own brother? Don't worry, I earned all of that fair and square." "Ow, ow, ow," Lu Qinghe squealed as her cheek was pinched. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng's mother walked out of the kitchen, carrying a bowl of rice piled high like a mini mountain. She asked with deep concern, "Little Sheng, is the training camp very tough? Don't push yourself too hard. Your safety is what matters most." Lu Sheng's father came out of the kitchen, fully supporting his son. "What do you know? Shenger, I can tell. Ever since you were a kid, you've always had this drive. You are destined to become someone incredible and achieve great things. And even if you fail, our family will always have your back." He proudly thumped his chest, making Lu Sheng laugh. "Yes, I know, Dad." Lu Sheng cherished these warm, happy moments with his family. The peaceful and cozy atmosphere made him think, "That's right. To keep these peaceful and warm days lasting forever, I must keep growing stronger, strong enough to block any incoming disaster, and powerful enough to protect all of this." Once dinner was over, Lu Sheng returned to his training inside the dream realm. Now, the zombies wandering around the city were easy work for Lu Sheng. They were simply no match for him anymore. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him from behind. Lu Sheng dealt with it in a flash, sending it straight to the afterlife. Raising his fist, he thought, "Phew, now, even a level 6 martial artist zombie can be taken down with a single punch." This time, Lu Sheng had finally made his way into the heart of the city. A bizarre, eerie blue light was glowing from inside a building. Standing at the entrance of the building, Lu Sheng peered inside and wondered, is this the center of the base? Or not? He thought to himself, the last time he felt such an overwhelming pressure from a zombie was right here. He wondered if he could actually match up to it now. First, he decided to sneak inside to scout out the situation. Suddenly, Lu Sheng spotted the shadow of a zombie watching him from above, catching him completely off guard. The zombie moved so fast that he didn't even have time to react, barely managing to block as he was pushed back. The sheer presence this zombie exuded was that of a grandmaster. Lu Sheng broke into a cold sweat as he felt its brute, overwhelming power. He thought to himself, its physical blood and chi are as dense as stainless steel. A level 6 martial artist could never exert this kind of suffocating pressure. Because he had absorbed too many combat memories, a destructive urge kept surging in his mind. Normally, running the crystal meditation method would easily clear this wild urge. But right now, I don't want to lose my nerve to fight it. Let's do this. Lu Sheng unleashed a barrage of attacks. Breath of Wind, Sixfold, Stellar Force. But even after pulling off those skills, the zombie remained completely unscathed. With just a single casual move, it easily shattered all of Lu Sheng's attacks, leaving him completely stunned. Lu Sheng thought to himself, what? Even though that wasn't my full power just now, I still multiplied my force 6 times, backed up by my perfect realm footwork, and my combat power should easily be over 100,000. Yet, I couldn't even budge 2 of his fingers. So this is a grandmaster. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, going all out. He unleashed a brand new chain of strikes. Breath of Fire Tenfold, Stellar Force. A massive explosion erupted as the twin strikes slammed directly into the grandmaster zombie, grinding the surrounding earth and rocks into fine dust. But when the explosion died down and the dust finally settled, the sight before him left Lu Sheng speechless. What in the world? Enveloping the grandmaster zombie was an incredibly powerful barrier. No matter how many attacks he threw, they were all completely absorbed by the barrier. He hadn't even managed to touch a single hair on that grandmaster zombie. Lu Sheng stood before the zombie, thinking, so this is the legendary invisible force field. Not even bullets can pierce through this. This is a grandmaster's force field. Lu Sheng stood there helplessly, watching it for a long time, but he couldn't find a single opening. The zombie simply stood there, waiting for him to make the next move. Huh? It's not pursuing me? It doesn't even want to attack? Sighing in frustration, he sat on the ground to steady his blood and chi. No way. I stand absolutely zero chance against this guy. My full power attack slammed into that thin barrier, but 99% of its force was instantly neutralized. I don't even have what it takes to make him take a single step back. And this is just the residual force field left outside the body of a dead grandmaster. Luckily, this grandmaster level zombie doesn't seem to view me as a threat. When I attack, it only passively blocks me, without launching any counterattacks. Otherwise, I would have been killed instantly on the spot. He finally understood why, even though level 6 and level 7 are only 1 level apart, their status is worlds apart. A level 7 is hailed as a grandmaster, while a level 6 practitioner is merely a regular martial artist. The gap between them is just too massive. Right now, I can't even deal a single point of damage to him. What should I do now? Give up? Lu Sheng thought it over for a moment, determined to find a way to overcome this. No, there has to be a way. If I can just kill it, I'll be able to access the memories of a grandmaster. With renewed resolve, Lu Sheng charged forward once again. This time, he put everything he had into it, gritting his teeth as he resolved to shatter this protective barrier. He unleashed hundreds of devastating punches, but after the onslaught, the barrier finally retaliated. Lu Sheng's own force rebounded against him, blasting him backward. Lu Sheng was finally exhausted. He sat down to catch his breath and think of another plan. Whew, I felt it just now. A grandmaster's force field isn't completely invincible. The force field weakened slightly. Even though it was just a tiny fraction, almost imperceptible, it definitely weakened. If I keep grinding it down like this, there might be a chance. But I estimate I'd have to attack 1,000,000 times just to fade this force field. And my physical stamina is already on the verge of running completely dry. If I wasn't using the natural breathing method to recover, any other level 3 martial artist would have collapsed from exhaustion a long time ago. What do I do now? Maybe I should retreat for now and come back to deal with this tough nut once I've grown stronger? But wait, after my spiritual power reached level 3, hunting zombies below level 6 has been like cutting grass, clearing out massive areas effortlessly. Lu Sheng suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, I haven't tried my spiritual power yet. What if I attack directly with my spiritual power? Because I've never actually trained in the combat techniques of a spiritual master. I've always used my spiritual power as a support tool to run the God-shining Wisdom King scripture and boost my blood and chi. I almost forgot that I'm also a level 3 spiritual master. Compared to my martial arts prowess, my strength as a spiritual master might actually be even greater. Acting on his thought, Lu Sheng immediately channeled his spiritual power, condensing it into large, solid crystalline blocks. Looking at the crystals in his hands, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I still can't condense my mental energy into a spear or a staff, but this will have to do. Using his mental energy to propel the crystals, Lu Sheng lunged straight at the zombie. The crystals slammed into the protective barrier, causing it to shake violently, but it still didn't do much damage. Seeing that he managed to rattle the zombie's barrier, he pushed himself even harder. It was working, but it still wasn't enough. Lu Sheng condensed yet another crystal. Funneling every ounce of his strength into it, he hurled the crystal down with absolute fury, desperate to shatter the shield. Under that monstrous force, the protective barrier finally began to crack and splinter. Seeing that the shield was only cracked and hadn't completely shattered, made Lu Sheng lose his mind. He frantically conjured countless crystals. Still not enough? Fine. Breath of fire, mental energy, tenfold stellar force, and perfect star fist. Lu Sheng poured every single technique and every drop of his power into this final, decisive punch as he roared, Shatter! Finally, the shield completely shattered, exposing the Grandmaster zombie inside. The zombie didn't even try to fight back. It just stared at Lu Sheng with hollow, lifeless eyes. Perhaps it had been longing to be set free for a very long time. Lu Sheng raised his fist to deliver the final blow. Heroic spirits never die. I will inherit your will. As the blow connected, a look of pure relief washed over the zombie's face, and its distorted features finally softened. In that exact moment, the zombie's memories flooded into Lu Sheng's mind. Stunned, he gasped, What is this? The memory showed a crowd of people joyfully celebrating. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Mr. Shi Shengning. Starting today, you are a Grandmaster. Then, the scene shifted. News of monstrous beasts breaching the city was everywhere. The situation was critical, and things were spiraling out of control. Even though the Star Realm Masters rushed to every front line, base after base continued to fall. The top 100 bases, located in the center of the Martial Alliance, were the safest places in the entire world. I've arranged a boat. You can leave this afternoon. Dad, aren't you coming with us? Shi Shengning said a painful goodbye to his wife and daughter, choosing to stay behind and face the monsters alone. He had secured a safe haven for them. For the sake of humanity's survival, he had to march to the front lines to defend his country and family. Gently stroking his daughter's hair, he spoke his final words. Your father is a Grandmaster. I must stand on the front lines and fight for humanity until my very last breath. The memory shifted once more. Before him stood a rank 9 beast, a creature with the power to obliterate an entire city. Just looking at it from afar made him tremble with fear. I am a Grandmaster with an unyielding will. I have nothing to fear. So why? Why am I shaking with terror? Just as Shi Shengning was trying to steel his resolve to face the beast, Lord Wang, he stepped forward. With a single strike, he easily pushed the monster back. Sunset of the Far East, a casual strike from Lord Wang. He was unbelievably powerful. As long as humanity has powerhouses like him, there is still hope. We did it, haha. Witnessing Lord Wang, his strike has given me a breakthrough in my martial arts. Reaching the peak of a rank 8 Great Grandmaster in this lifetime might actually be possible. But in the midst of his celebration, Shi Shengning was suddenly blindsided by a monster from behind. It impaled him straight through the abdomen, bringing him crashing to the ground. Lying helplessly as the beast closed in, his mind went blank. It's so cold. Is this what it feels like to die? I heard the Martial Alliance has launched the Spark Project, hoping to pool all of humanity's resources to breed a rank 12 powerhouse, something never before seen in history. Is there still hope for humanity? What a shame. I won't be around to see it. As the memories faded, Lu Sheng snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat and breathing heavily. Huff, huff, huff. Was this the entire life of a martial arts grandmaster? This memory was far more overwhelming than any he had absorbed before. It was a life of absolute legend. This grandmaster was named Shi Shengning, and during his lifetime, he specialized in fist techniques. All his fist techniques, the deep mastery of martial arts, and his vast combat experience were now fusing directly into Lu Sheng's body. His mastery of the fist began to skyrocket at an insane pace. Micro-realm, advanced micro-realm, and peak micro-realm. Lu Sheng stared at his palms in sheer amazement, thinking, the mastery realm. This is the pinnacle that Grandmaster Shi Shengning spent his entire life trying to achieve. Turning his gaze to the old zombie slumped on the ground, Lu Sheng murmured, Wang He. Aside from his wife and daughter, that name appeared the most in Shi Shengning's memories, and that name happens to be the exact same as the founder of the stellar body tempering art. He stared at the zombie thoughtfully, whispering, Wang He. In 10,000 years of martial arts history, he was clearly a legendary figure. Known as the Sunset of the Far East, he possessed unimaginable power. Even a rank 7 grandmaster like Shi Shengning was a total fanboy of his. In fact, Shi Shengning only saw Wang He fight once. Yet that single strike inspired him to create an incredibly powerful martial art. Lu Sheng couldn't help but wonder, then why, in Shi Shengning's memories? Still no sign of the divine crystal, huh? He began turning the messy place upside down, desperately searching for it. Could it be hidden in a deeper layer of his memory? After searching for a while, Lu Sheng was drawn to a glowing, golden gem. Sitting in front of it, he wondered, what on earth is this? But the moment he touched the strange object, Lu Sheng was suddenly sucked inside. Inside the gem, Lu Sheng found it incredibly difficult to move, feeling as if his entire body was completely paralyzed. As the dark force invaded, countless eerie red eyes flashed from the shadows. Lu Sheng grimaced with a deep frown. Was this really the enemy Grandmaster Shi Shengning once faced? I have already taken half a step into the Grandmaster realm, so I shouldn't be feeling any fear. Then why? Why am I so terrified? Looking at the scene before him, Lu Sheng was completely bewildered. What on earth was hidden within that darkness? Was that figure really Shi Shengning? Up ahead, Shi Shengning stood in the center of a blinding sun, surrounded by thick plumes of smoke. Suddenly, strange beams of light flashed from where Shi Shengning stood, piercing through the massive bones above and shattering them to pieces. Lu Sheng recalled that in ancient mythology, the son of the heavenly emperor was the Golden Crow, and the Golden Crow had its own sacred duty. Each golden crow represented a sun. When 10 suns appeared in the sky together, rivers dried up, the earth cracked, and the terrifying light and heat incinerated everything. Not a single living thing could survive under the gaze of those 10 suns. Lu Sheng thought to himself in sheer admiration. This was the very martial art Shi Shengning had dedicated his entire life to master. He even intended to use it to reach the supreme grandmaster technique of the 8th level great grandmaster realm, naming it the 10 Suns Align. Now, Lu Sheng clenched his fists as a surge of powerful energy radiated from his body. He threw a punch forward and roared, "It is mine!" Lu Sheng looked incredibly majestic and handsome. The next morning, the early sun cast a beautiful golden glow over the peaceful city. Lu Sheng sat at the edge of his bed, lost in thought under the morning sun. Looking down at his hand, he realized his spiritual energy seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. He raised his hand, his eyes sharp with focus, as a purple energy began to pool in his palm. Lu Sheng was pleasantly surprised, thinking, I actually did it. I can feel that the total amount of my spiritual energy has not changed much compared to before, but the quality, it is a world of difference. Looking out at the distant sky, he felt a sensation that ordinary martial artists could not even begin to imagine. I can feel that, in a way, I have completely transitioned into an extraordinary life form. With a resolute gaze, Lu Sheng was absolutely certain that his spiritual pressure alone could crush a level 3 or even a level 4 martial artist to death. On top of that, a Grandmaster force field has also manifested around my body. Though it is currently paper thin, it will become exponentially stronger once I channel more of my spiritual energy into it. However, even if I push it to its absolute limit right now, its thickness would not even equal 1% of that Grandmaster zombie. Compared to him, who was like an ostrich egg, I am nothing more than a tiny chicken egg. Standing by the door, Lu Sheng's hand glowed with golden energy. Possessing a force field meant he had grasped the basic concept of a Grandmaster's will. Even though it is just a tiny sprout right now, Lu Sheng clenched his fist, and the sprout rapidly grew, his face beaming with confidence. But in the near future, it will grow into a magnificent, towering tree, fully transforming into my very own Grandmaster-level martial arts will. Cut to the Haitian Shengyan restaurant, where Lu Sheng was sitting and waiting for someone. He pulled out his phone and texted her, and she quickly apologized, saying she was on her way. Lu Sheng thought calmly, now that I have left the training camp, I no longer have a daily supply of exotic beast meat. More importantly, I desperately need medicinal supplements to aid my cultivation. It is finally time to get in touch with the people from Xingshan Hall. Just then, He Lingsu arrived, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. Seeing Lu Sheng, she was slightly surprised that the person she was meeting was just a student. She quickly regained her confidence, a smug look on her face as she thought, this is going to be a piece of cake. Lu Sheng quickly gestured for her to sit down. He opened the menu, looked it over, and said, I heard the steak here is pretty good. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp and cold. You do not mind if I eat while we talk, do you? He Lingsu offered a sweet smile and replied, not at all. She then handed her coat to the waiter to hang up. She maintained a warm exterior, but inside, she was a bit anxious, wondering, how should I bring this up? Lu Sheng turned to the waiter and said, Waiter, bring us your finest steak. Make it 40 portions. The waiter quickly complied. Yes, of course, sir. Meanwhile, she was absolutely thrilled to hear him order 40 portions. But then, He Lingsu looked utterly baffled. Is he a pig? Who eats 40 steaks in one sitting? She swirled her glass and thought, well, Lu Sheng is a martial arts student, so it is normal for him to have a massive appetite. But still, one steak costs $1,280. 40 of them would easily run up to $51,200. He Lingsu wondered, since he is eating this much all by himself, surely he would be too embarrassed to ask me to foot the bill, right? Lu Sheng looked up and asked, do you want some? But she politely declined. Thank you for your kind offer, sir, but I have already eaten. Hearing her refusal, Lu Sheng quickly told the waiter, she is not eating, so just bring the food out. I am starving. He Lingsu silently judged him. What a glutton. Then, putting on a fake smile, she said, the reason I came here today. Suddenly, Lu Sheng flicked a piece of paper toward her. Written on it was, He Lingsu, 22 years old, native of Ba County, Xing'an Province, Guanglin City. He said to her, your grandfather, He Qiming, was initially just a young apprentice in a small pharmacy, Xing'an Province, Guanglin City. He told her, your grandfather, He Qiming, was initially just a young apprentice in a 15 years ago, right when martial arts started becoming mainstream, the ancestors of the He family used their decent martial arts talent and superior pharmacy skills to become a level 5 pharmacist, founding Xingshan Hall. Hearing this, He Lingsu's face darkened. She glared coldly at Lu Sheng, her brow furrowing with irritation. Paying absolutely no attention to her glare, Lu Sheng continued, your branches spread across more than 20 cities in Dongning Province, totaling 213 stores. Even though Xingshan Hall has managed to keep some reputation over the years. Furious, she snapped, you. But he cut her off immediately. But Lu Sheng looked at her deadpan. Because of poor management later on, it quickly went into decline by the time your father, Hehezi, took over. Visibly annoyed, He Lingsu frowned at Lu Sheng and asked, Mr. Lu, what's your point in coming here just to recite public information that anyone can look up online? Just showing off my great memory, Lu Sheng mocked. Moments later, the waiter brought out 40 plates of steak. Lu Sheng looked incredibly excited. He immediately began devouring the first few plates of steak, and in no time, a massive pile of empty plates stacked up on the table. Chewing his food, Lu Sheng looked up at He Lingsu and said, no. I also know that because of family issues, your mother, Chenlon, hasn't set foot in Dongning Province for 20 long years and hasn't met you, her own daughter, even once. And the reason why the He family's Xingshan Hall went under so quickly under your watch, besides outdated ideas and terrible business management. His harsh words stabbed right into her heart. He Lingsu could only force a tight, strained smile. Lu Sheng cut her off. The biggest reason is actually that your mother, alongside the Chen family, has been secretly sabotaging Xingshan Hall for years. Unable to take it anymore, He Lingsu slammed her hands on the table, stood up, and barked, what? Mr. Lu, do you have any actual proof to back that up? Don't you dare talk nonsense. In a tone that made her even more curious, Lu Sheng replied, is it real or fake? Just go back and ask your father, Hehezi. He'll make it crystal clear. In his mind, he was ecstatic. The meat quality was top-notch, packed with nutrients, and gave him a solid energy boost. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, He Lingsu fell into a deep silence, lost in thought. Her mother had left when she was only 2, and after all these years, she hadn't seen her face even once. She was heartless to the core. Thinking about this, He Lingsu gritted her teeth. The downfall of the He family's Xingshan Hall truly did start right after her mother left. Precisely when her father took over the business, she began to recall the events of the past. Back then, it felt like the He family had a branch going bankrupt every single day. They only lasted a few months. Even if her father was a terrible businessman, it shouldn't have been that disastrous. Suddenly, Lu Sheng threw a question that caught her completely off guard. Was it that every time a partnership deal was finalized, the partner would mysteriously vanish without a trace? While continuing to stuff his face, Lu Sheng added, "Miss He, don't blame me for digging so deep into your personal life." But Lu Sheng's words forced He Lingsu to think deeply. The bankrupt branches, the cancelled partnerships. Those bizarre occurrences didn't stop there. If her mother's side really was pulling the strings behind the scenes like Lu Sheng said, putting that aside for a moment, He Lingsu said to Lu Sheng, "I'll verify what you said myself. For now, let's discuss our partnership." After polishing off 40 plates of steak, Lu Sheng finally agreed. "Deal. I'll provide the formula and the necessary technical guidance. Your Xingshan Hall will handle production and distribution. And for the final profit," Lu Sheng said deadpan, "I want 90%. Hearing this, He Lingsu's face filled with outrage. 90%? Why don't you just ask for the whole thing while you're at it? Lu Sheng leaned both hands on the table and smiled playfully. I actually thought about it, but I figured you wouldn't agree. He was absolutely frustrating. He Lingsu started to bargain, 60%. At most, I can give you 70%. Of course, there was no way Lu Sheng would settle for that. He continued, asking for an extra 20% is non-negotiable. 10% of that is to guarantee our long-term partnership. Standing up, he spoke with absolute confidence, and the other 10% is my fee for helping you clean up some trouble, Miss He. Hearing this, He Lingsu asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? Lu Sheng replied, the He family has been crushed by the Kyoto province's Chen family for so many years. Lu Sheng began to reel her in. Don't tell me you haven't thought about doing anything about it, Miss He? Then, his eyes turned a deep jade green as he demonstrated his point, get revenge, and take back everything that belongs to you. Lu Sheng used his ability, making the spilled droplets from the cup levitate into the air. He asked her, Miss He, look at this. I'm sure you know what this means, right? Seeing the condensed liquid levitating right in front of her, He Lingsu was completely dumbfounded. She gasped, Are you a spiritual telekinetic? She thought to herself, a level 2 martial artist at just 18 years old, the absolute #1 martial talent in Baihe City, and on top of that, possessing the legendary talent of a spiritual telekinetic? Even though I'm not a martial artist, I know how terrifying this is. Lu Sheng quickly recalled the water back into the cup. He, Lingsu, seemed to fully grasp the weight of this, recognizing just how terrifyingly rare his potential was. After a brief silence, Lu Sheng looked at her and asked, Miss He, a moment ago, you used the word, you guys? It seems you don't really believe I came up with that formula all on my own, do you, Miss He? He Lingsu stammered in response. Wait, does that mean someone else is behind you? Lu Sheng gave her a look of approval. Smart. So, that remaining 10% is in exchange for me and the powerful force backing me up. He did his best to reassure her. Is there any deal in the world more profitable than this, Miss He? He Lingsu stood there, her mind in a complete knot. If everything Lu Sheng said is true, then sooner or later, she would have to face the Chen family. She stared intensely at the glass of water in her hand, thinking to herself that even if she had harbored no resentment or desire for revenge over the last 20 years, they would never let her off the hook. Because this formula she was partnering on with Lu Sheng would be the perfect excuse for them to make a move. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. In other words, owning something incredibly valuable will only make you a target for jealousy and greed. He Lingsu gritted her teeth and glanced at Lu Sheng, thinking, oh my god, not only is his talent off the charts, but his street smarts and maturity are on a whole different level. He Lingsu finally spoke up. Fine. I agree to give you 90% of the profits. Hearing that, Lu Sheng was absolutely thrilled. He pulled out a USB drive and handed it to her, saying, Inside, this is the formula for the spiritual muscle and blood strengthening decoction. He Lingsu happily accepted it and replied, I hope everything you promised comes to fruition, Mr. Lu. Lu Sheng replied confidently, It absolutely will. A thought crossed He Lingsu's mind. When that day actually comes, just how powerful will Lu Sheng become? With the deal closed, Lu Sheng waved his hand dismissively and told her, Now, Go to the Pharmacist Association right away and register the patent. If you run into any issues during the brewing process, just ask me anytime. Other than that, I don't care about the business details. I trust your skills. Oh, and one more thing. I need to borrow your compounding lab for a bit, so set up a time for me, okay? I'm completely stuffed, so if that's all, I'll head out first. Pleasure doing business with you. With that, he closed the door and left. Once Lu Sheng was gone, Lingsu let out a long sigh. She had honestly thought Lu Sheng was just some naive student she could easily swindle into a cheap contract. But, as it turned out, the person she was dealing with didn't feel like an 18-year-old high school kid at all. He felt more like some powerful, high-ranking big shot. She stared at her glass in anxiety, realizing his attitude toward her had shifted from polite distance to a cold and direct you. While she was lost in thought, a waiter approached her. "Excuse me, ma'am, are you ready for the bill?" Looking at the massive mountain of empty plates Lu Sheng had devoured, she felt incredibly annoyed. He ate every single bite and just walked out without paying. But what choice did she have? Sighing, Lingsu asked, "Fine, how much is it?" The waiter quickly checked the receipt and said, "That'll be 90 premium portions, totaling 115,200 yuan. I'll waive the change, so the total is exactly 115,000 yuan. That number hit Lingsu like a bolt of lightning. She pointed a trembling finger at the empty plates and shrieked, "What? How on earth is that 90 portions? You guys clearly only brought out 40. Seeing her disbelief, the waiter quickly pointed to the bill. "Well, the gentleman ate 40 portions here, and then had 50 portions packed to go, saying he wanted his family to try them. Will you be paying by cash or card, ma'am?" Lingsu trembled as she handed over her card, her eyes welling up with tears. In her mind, she screamed his name, Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, the waiter was absolutely thrilled about the massive sale and smiled. "Thank you for your business." The scene shifts to Lu Sheng's house, where the doorbell rang. When his mother opened the door and saw him holding 50 takeout containers of steak, her jaw completely dropped. "What on earth is all this?" Lu Sheng smiled and replied, "These are all high-grade steaks, Mom. You don't have to cook dinner tonight, we can just eat these." His mother took the heavy stack of boxes, completely stunned as she realized there was a steak in every single one of them. "Isn't this food from that insanely expensive restaurant? Are all of these really steaks, son? If you wanted steak, you should have just told me. Going to a restaurant is so expensive and the portions are tiny. How much of your savings did you waste on all this?" Lu Sheng flashed a cheeky grin and explained, "It wasn't my money, Mom. A super wealthy friend of mine treated me. She's filthy rich. I told her she didn't have to, but she absolutely insisted on buying it for me." Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Lingsu was sneezing nonstop while paying the bill. Hearing his explanation, his mother felt relieved and carried the stack of steaks inside. "Well, all right, but don't do this again, okay? Even if they're treating you, it's not right to take so much. Oh, by the way, Teacher Zhang has stopped by our house a few times to check up on you. He really is a wonderful teacher." Lu Sheng fell silent, thinking, "Teacher Zhang, it really has been a while since I last went to school. I suppose I should head back tomorrow." The next morning, at Baihe High School, inside Zhong Zhengguo's office, hearing a knock on the door, he called out, "Coming." Just as he opened the door, he gasped when he saw Lu Sheng standing there. "Lu Sheng!" Lu Sheng, holding a potted plant, smiled. "Teacher Zhong." "It's been a while." Lu Sheng happily handed the plant over to his teacher. "I remembered that I accidentally broke your potted plant last time, so I bought you a new one to replace it." Zhong Zhengguo took it, feeling both surprised and deeply touched. "Oh, that is so thoughtful of you." Noting Lu Sheng's confident posture, he added, "But I shouldn't be surprised. Even though it hasn't been that long, you carry yourself with a completely different aura now." Zhong Zhengguo gestured for Lu Sheng to come inside. "Come on in, let's sit down and chat." Zhong Zhengguo lit a cigarette and began to speak. "School. We're about to take off. I guess after today, the only place I'll see you is on TV." He then asks Lu Sheng, "By the way, do you have any plans for what's next?" Without a second thought, Lu Sheng replies, "Oh, I'm heading to the Qiming General Star Selection first, and then I'll take the test at the Spiritualist Association." Hearing this, Zhong Zhengguo is absolutely dumbfounded. He leaps to his feet and gasps, "What? Did you say the Qiming General Star and a Spiritualist?" Lu Sheng simply nods and calmly replies, "Yes, sir. My training camp instructor recommended me. It was actually there that I discovered my talent as a spiritualist." Zhong Zhengguo sits back down, letting out a forced laugh, though his heart is bursting with pride. He suddenly places a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder and says with sheer joy, "That's great. I never really taught you much anyway, so just go out there and do whatever you want. Carve out a path of your own, and know that I'll always be rooting for you." Lu Sheng smiles and replies, "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." Moments later, as Lu Sheng turns to leave, they wave goodbye to each other, promising to meet again soon. Watching him go, Zhong Zhenguo can't help but think that he completely misjudged the boy. This kid isn't just the pride of Baihe High School anymore. He's going to become the pride of all humanity. Meanwhile, in an 11th grade classroom, a teacher is passionately lecturing. Holding on is easy, but finding true freedom is hard. The truth is plain, yet the wild path is profound. Balance action and stillness, and never lose your focus, for only then will you grasp the true teachings. Finishing his recitation, the teacher calmly adjusts his glasses. Suddenly, he slams his book onto the desk in a rage, veins popping on his hands as he roars, "Wake up! Every single one of you, wake up and pay attention." He taps the blackboard aggressively, snapping at the students, "I've told you 1,000 times, do not look down on your academic classes. I know a lot of you have signed up for the martial arts university exams, but don't forget that your academic scores are also part of the grade. A single point could make the difference between passing and failing. To make up for that 1 point with your blood chi value, you would have to spend weeks or even months training like crazy. But in an academic exam, it's just a matter of answering a few questions right." Meanwhile, Zhou Xingji sits in the back, yawning his head off. "Ugh, when is this class going to end?" he mutters in sheer boredom. "This is so boring." He then turns to Lu Qiming and whispers, "Hey, Qiming, wanna hit up the internet cafe after school? I'm about to hit platinum rank." Qiming, who is busy taking notes, quickly declines. "No way, you guys go ahead. I signed up for the martial arts cram school, so I have to study right after class." Zhou Xingji looks at him, totally baffled. "Dude, what is up with you lately? Working this hard is so not like you." Right then, the teacher glares at them, his eyes practically shooting daggers as he roars, "Zhou Xingji, Liu Qiming, what's with all the whispering? Stand up, both of you." The two leap up in a panic as the teacher barks, "You two are unbelievable. Did everything I just said go right through your heads?" Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from the classroom door, "Mr. Hong, I'm back." Hearing that voice, everyone in the classroom turns, completely speechless. Standing at the door, Lu Sheng flashes a warm smile and waves. "Hey guys, long time no see." Instantly, the classroom erupts into absolute chaos. "Holy crap, is that Lu Sheng? Is he actually back? Oh my gosh, I thought we'd never see him again. I heard he was taken in by the president of the association as his final and greatest disciple. Yeah, he trains day and night at the association headquarters, preparing to break through to the Grand Master realm." Another classmate chimes in, "I even heard the mayor tried to arrange a marriage between Lu Sheng and his daughter, but Lu Sheng turned her down to focus on his training. We have to get his autograph. It's so rare to see him around. We absolutely have to get his autograph and frame it on the wall." Mr. Hong quickly rushes over to welcome him. "Lu Sheng, what brings you here today?" Lu Sheng looks at him and smiles. "I just wanted to attend one last academic class, if that's all right?" Overjoyed, Mr. Hong beams. "Of course, absolutely." He quickly turns back to face the class, clapping his hands. "All right, everyone, open your books. Let's get right back to the lesson." Lu Sheng walks over to his desk and opens his book. Zhou Xingji leans over to Lu Qiming, whispering, "Dude, is this actually happening? I can't believe we're sharing a class with Lu Sheng. His aura is insane. Is he really one of us? I heard he's already a rank 2 martial artist." Lu Qiming stares at Lu Sheng, quietly thinking to himself, he's really changed so much. Soon the school bell rings, marking the end of the class. Mr. Hong lets out a sigh of relief and shuts his textbook. "All right, class dismissed." As everyone prepares to leave, Lu Sheng stands up. He turns back to face his classmates with a warm smile. "Goodbye, everyone. I won't forget any of you." With that, Lu Sheng walks over to Lu Qiming, while the rest of the class starts buzzing with excitement once again. "Man, I've never felt so proud to call someone my classmate. I swear, I'm going to pass the martial arts university exam no matter what." "Me too. We can't let Lu Sheng down. We have to show him we can do it." Lu Qiming just stares at him, lost for words. Suddenly, Lu Sheng throws an arm around his shoulder and says warmly, "Keep grinding. Qiming, when you have some free time, let's play some rank together." Hearing those words, Qiming's bottom lip quivers as tears well up in his eyes. Watching Lu Sheng walk away, Qiming clenches his fists in determination. Even if it kills me, I will get into martial arts university. Just you wait, Lu Sheng. I will catch up to you. Lu Sheng sat at his desk, typing away on his keyboard as he thought. He had already asked He Lingsu to purchase all the ingredients needed to brew the spiritual muscle and blood-strengthening decoction and the marrow-nourishing pill. These two tonics are incredibly effective for tempering muscles and bones, but they also cost a pretty penny. If I can get them in bulk, they should last me until level 4. After that, I will need to figure out a weapon for a spiritual master. Before passing the official spiritual master exam, I cannot even access the 6-star network to buy weapons. I need to squeeze in time for the spiritual master exam before the Qiming general selection. Otherwise, having to bother Dong Qing every time I want to buy something will definitely blow my cover. He then decided to check the price list, but he was completely blown away by what popped up on the screen. On the screen, the unceasing blade wheel was listed at $37.5 million, while the Silver Sky Shuttle was $29.5 million. Lu Sheng was utterly stunned. The prices for the unceasing blade wheel and the Silver Sky Shuttle were just mind-blowing. He had thought his $5 million reward would let him live like a king, but now it felt like pocket change. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and crossed his arms, lost in thought. To forge the unceasing blade wheel and the Silver Sky Shuttle, I would need at least 9,100 grams of dense iron. A single blade from the wheel would weigh over a pound, so 5 million won, not even cover it. That is not even counting the other auxiliary materials, and I am definitely going to need more than just one blade. Besides, my spiritual power is way stronger than average, so a standard dense iron blade wheel would not cut it for me. I need top-quality silverleaf iron to forge these weapons, but that would easily cost over 10 times more. I do not even have enough cash to forge a single part. Lu Sheng put his hand to his mouth, deep in thought. Well, no other choice then. I will just have to do it myself. Lu Sheng opened his drawer, revealing a medal inside, and a rolled-up map. Lu Sheng picked it up and thought, luckily, I found this strategic resource map of the last 300 years of martial arts in the Fireseed repository. Now is the perfect time to use it. As Lu Sheng unrolled the map, he spotted an untouched silverleaf iron mine right here, on Oxhead Mountain. With a confident look on his face, Lu Sheng thought, I am going to mine every single piece of that untouched silverleaf iron. Once I have it, I can just find a blacksmith to forge the weapons for me. And if I find enough silverleaf iron or dense iron, I can sell the extra for some quick cash. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once I head over to He Lingsu Place and brew enough marrow-nourishing pills, I can set off for Oxhead Mountain to get those materials. A week later, inside Jingshan Hall, He Lingsu was pacing back and forth in the room. She pulled out her phone and grumbled, "Where on earth is Lu Sheng? What is taking him so long?" Right then, Lu Sheng walked in holding a lab coat and said, "Sorry about that, kept you waiting." He Lingsu snapped at him. "Oh, so you finally decided to show up." Lu Sheng slipped on the lab coat, looking dead serious as he spoke. "Got a bit held up. Are all the required ingredients ready?" Seeing him like this made He Lingsu blush. She replied shyly, Yeah. Everything you asked for is ready." Lu Sheng put on his gloves. In front of him, the table was piled high with various ingredients. He asked He Lingsu, "How much did all of this cost?" He Lingsu replied, "Around $200,000. Lu Sheng picked up a herb, looking quite pleased. Not bad quality. Put it on my tab for now, and we can just deduct it from the future profits later." Lu Sheng put on a face mask and added, "All right, I am going to start now. Would you mind stepping outside, Miss He?" He Lingsu rolled her eyes in annoyance. Fine. She walked out, glancing back at Lu Sheng, thinking to herself, the blood qi strengthening decoction is not even on the market yet. I have not made a single dime, and yet the materials I bought for Lu Sheng have already cost me nearly $1 million. As He Lingsu closed the door, she could not help but wonder. At least the data Lu Sheng gave me was thorough, so I am sure I can brew the perfect blood qi strengthening decoction. But is he actually working on a new formula? He has been coming to the lab every single day this week. Just how many secrets is this guy keeping? 3 hours later, as He Lingsu was waiting outside, a voice called out, "All right, Miss He, the batch is done." Lu Sheng told her, "I will be away for a couple of days. Do not worry. Once I am back, I will pay you back the startup costs for the blood qi strengthening decoction." He Lingsu turned her head away and mumbled coldly, "Whatever." Seeing this, Lu Sheng teased, Man, what a difficult girl. After watching Lu Sheng walk away, He Lingsu rushed over to the lab curtain, pulled it aside, and stepped inside. He Lingsu gasped in surprise. There they are. In front of her were test tubes of various colors. He Lingsu picked up a green test tube, her face tense as she thought, it really is that mystery medicine. I have tested the effects of this drug before, and it is insanely potent. It can directly temper bones. Bone-tempering tonics on the market are usually level 4 or 5, costing millions of dollars. Yet Lu Sheng brewed this using materials worth only 100,000. What kind of crazy profit margin is this? Lingsu frowned, thinking to herself. Plus, his backpack must be stuffed with this new medicine. Suddenly, a blond young man rushed in and said, Miss He, I have taken care of what you asked. He continued, but when I checked the footage, I couldn't see a single thing. All the security cameras glitched out at the exact same time, and the moment Lu Sheng walked away, they suddenly went right back to normal. It's like they were completely shut down, only coming back online after Lu Sheng was gone. He Lingsu sighed in defeat. Sigh, I knew it. Trying to pull these cheap tricks in front of a spiritual telepath. I'm just making a fool of myself, aren't I? Then, she stared intently at the blue test tube in her hand, before tossing it straight into the trash can. She muttered, whatever, I just need to focus on cooperating with him. No matter what, he is our family's only hope to rise again. The scene shifts to Kunming City, a majestic land of rolling hills. Along a winding trail at the foot of the mountain, a tour bus is slowly making its way. The tour guide on the bus calls out to the passengers, welcome, everyone. Our destination is Jianlin Village, nestled deep in the Niutu Mountains. It's a gorgeous, secluded spot and one of the 5 Class A scenic areas in Dongning Province. You'll get to experience the warm hospitality, rustic charm, and rich local traditions of the Xianlin villagers, taste their incredibly unique traditional dishes, and marvel at the breathtaking scenery of Niutu Mountain. You might even get a chance to buy some of their exquisite and mysterious traditional handicrafts. A woman in a red shirt scowls and grumbles. Traditional handicrafts? Please, they're probably going to force us to buy that junk. And we're staying in such a remote corner. Where are we even sleeping tonight? I bet the mountain is crawling with bugs. The guide quickly reassures them. Oh, ladies, we're a reputable travel agency, so we absolutely do not force anyone to buy anything. Rest assured, we'll be staying in local guest houses tonight. The conditions are fantastic, complete with air conditioning and TVs. Inside the bus, Lu Sheng sits in a corner, gazing out the window. He thinks to himself, I managed to refine 93 bottles of marrow-nourishing pills this week. That should last me for a while. But this place is seriously isolated. The hidden ore vein must still be undiscovered, which means I might be able to keep it all to myself. Just then, a yellow ball rolls over, cutting off his train of thought. A little girl with light brown hair runs over to pick up the ball. She looks up at Lu Sheng cheerfully and asks, Big brother, want to play with me? Right after that, a beautiful young woman pulls the little girl back, saying, Stop running around, sweetie. Don't bother other people. Okay, I'll sit still, she pouts. The woman then turns to Lu Sheng and apologizes, I'm so sorry about that. Lu Sheng nods and replies, No problem. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes widen in surprise as he notices a guy in glasses sitting next to the mother and daughter, chatting and laughing. But this guy is enveloped in a strange purple aura. Lu Sheng smiles with amusement, a soft blue energy radiating from his body. He thinks, interesting. Looks like I'm not the only spiritual telepath on this trip. Meanwhile, on the same bus, Zheng Dandan is frantically fanning herself, trying to cool down. She groans in boredom. Ugh, this is so boring. And it's burning hot in here. What did I ever do to deserve being dragged to this middle-of-nowhere place with you? 3 days and 2 nights? How am I supposed to survive this? Sitting next to her, Lin Zishan is the exact opposite. Despite the sweltering heat, she remains incredibly calm, holding a hand fan as she speaks. Zheng Dandan, I didn't force you to come. You're the one who insisted on tagging along. Annoyed by her response, Zheng Dandan snatches the fan from Lin Zishan's hand and exclaims, Oh please, wasn't it because you got your heart broken, Lin Zishan? I was worried you'd do something reckless in the middle of these deep woods. Talk about being ungrateful. Seeing Zheng Dandan flare up, Lin Zishan quickly tries to soothe her. All right, I know you're my best friend. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. It's just been a while since I went on a trip, and I wanted to take this chance to clear my head. This tour group is a bit budget, but the scenery of Niutu Mountain is actually pretty beautiful. You won't regret coming here. Still grumpy, Zheng Dandan dismisses it half-heartedly. Fine, fine, no regrets. Suddenly, the sweet laughter of a child rings out from behind Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan's seats. The adorable little girl is having a blast, hitting the ball with a loud pop as she calls out, "Here, catch." Sitting opposite her is our protagonist, Lu Sheng. He catches the ball with both hands and praises her. "Nice throw." Then, he flashes an incredibly charming smile. Turning around to see this, Zheng Dandan is instantly spellbound. Her eyes light up as she stares at him. Lin Zishan watches, utterly confused by her friend's reaction. Suddenly, the ball is thrown off course, making the little girl gasp in panic as it flies straight toward Zheng Dandan. Startled, Zheng Dandan quickly catches it. Looking a bit nervous but excited, she says, "I got it," and then tosses it back to Lu Sheng, calling out, "Heads up." Lu Sheng effortlessly catches the ball with one hand. Holding it, he looks over at Zheng Dandan and offers a warm, genuine smile. "Thanks." Completely captivated by Lu Sheng's good looks, Zheng Dandan feels her face flush red at his words, and she shyly replies, "No problem." Seeing Zheng Dandan's shy and blushing face, Lin Zishan couldn't help but tease her. Hey, look at that lovesick face of yours." After a 2-hour bus ride, everyone finally arrived at Niutu Mountain. Zheng Dandan looked around at the surrounding mountain scenery and remarked, "Wait, isn't this just a regular mountain? Is this really supposed to be one of the top 5 Class A scenic areas?" Unlike her complaining friend, Lin Zishan wasn't surprised at all. She looked at her map and replied, "It doesn't look too bad. I heard there's even a waterfall. We'll find out when we climb up tomorrow." Even though she wasn't thrilled, Zheng Dandan was happy as long as it made Lin Zishan happy. As she kept looking around, her face suddenly lit up the moment she spotted Lu Sheng. She excitedly pointed and said, "Look, he's over there." As soon as Lu Sheng stepped off the bus, the little girl he had been playing with earlier ran right up to him, grabbed his hand, and asked, "Can you play with me again tomorrow?" Seeing the little girl, Lu Sheng squatted down, patted her head, and said, "Of course, if I have time tomorrow, I'll definitely play with you." Hearing this, the little girl beamed with joy and giggled, "Hee, yay." Seeing them having such a sweet moment, Zheng Dandan approached to join in on the conversation. "Hey there, little sister. How about the two of us play with you tomorrow?" Standing right behind her, Lin Zishan, who was carrying their bags, gave her best friend a look of pure judgment. But the little girl wasn't thrilled about Zheng Dandan joining in. She took a step forward and tightly clung to Lu Sheng's arm. She stuck her tongue out and flat out rejected her. "No way, you're the mean lady who stole my ball. I'm not playing with you. I only want to play with him." Her blunt words caught everyone off guard. Suddenly, a voice called out to the little girl, "Nanan, come over here quickly. We need to head to the camp." Nanan looked toward her mother, but she still wouldn't let go of Lu Sheng's arm. Eventually, Nanan grabbed her mother's hand and started walking away, making sure to wave goodbye to Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, over where Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan were standing, Zheng Dandan forced a smile on her face, though she was absolutely fuming inside. As if I wanted to play with you anyway." Seeing her friend's hilarious reaction, Lin Zishan covered her mouth, unable to stop laughing. Noticing Zheng Dandan's annoyance, Lu Sheng spoke up to comfort her. "Kids say the darndest things without thinking. Don't take it to heart." The moment Zheng Dandan heard Lu Sheng addressing her, all of her anger instantly melted away. "Haha, of course. Why would I hold a grudge against a kid?" She then shyly held up her phone and added, "By the way, handsome, can I add you?" Lu Sheng was a bit surprised by her request. After a brief pause, he smiled gently and agreed, "Sure, why not?" With a soft chime, a notification popped up on their screens, confirming they were now friends. All three of them, Lin Zishan, Zheng Dandan, and Lu Sheng, successfully exchanged contact info. Now that she had his contact info, Zheng Dandan looked at his name on her screen and praised, "Lu Sheng. Wow, that name sounds incredibly powerful." Even though she was totally fangirling, she didn't forget her main goal, helping Lin Zishan relax. Zheng Dandan quickly pulled her best friend along to leave. She beamed at Lu Sheng and said, "All right, handsome, see you around." Staring at her phone screen, Zheng Dandan couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. "You didn't really have to add that handsome guy, you know." Hehe. I honestly thought this backpacking trip was going to be super boring, but who knew it'd turn out to be this much fun? Seeing her friend so ecstatic, Lin Zishan smiled. "Well, as long as you're happy." Standing behind them, Lu Sheng watched their retreating figures. The friendly smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an expression that was chillingly cold. Recalling the other passengers on the bus, Lu Sheng thought to himself, interesting. Not only is there a rare level 2 spiritual master on this trip, but I also ran into 2 level 2 martial artists. Thinking back to Nanan's father, Lu Sheng was certain of one thing, that spiritual master hadn't figured out his true identity yet. At most, they probably only sensed that he practiced martial arts. Lu Sheng glanced at the currents of energy swirling around his body. He pondered for a moment. Ever since he formed his Grandmaster's will, he had gained complete control over his spiritual energy, allowing him to suppress or release it at will. As long as he didn't actively unleash it, an ordinary person would never notice just how powerful his spiritual energy truly was. I just wonder if there are any even stronger martial artists hiding in these mountains. Thinking about the passengers from the bus, Lu Sheng decided to ignore whatever business they had on Newtu Mountain as long as they didn't get in his way. Just then, Lu Sheng spotted a mutant beast right in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, he eliminated it. Guess I'll just have to crush it to death. Meanwhile, on a highway hundreds of kilometers away, a luxurious white car was speeding along at a terrifying pace. Inside, a man named Wu Shijing held a wine glass. He looked down at the man kneeling before him, while a woman in a red cheongsam sat timidly to his right. Wu Shijing swirled the wine in his glass and asked, "Well, have you found Tang Mulin's whereabouts yet?" The kneeling man quickly looked up and replied, "Yes, sir. We found him in Chuiming City, specifically at Newtu Mountain. He took his wife and kid, probably planning to hide out in the mountains." Hearing this, Wu Shijing glanced out the window, his face contorting with disgust. "Oh, Tang Maolin actually has a brain, doesn't he? If he stays hidden in those deep woods and refuses to show his face, I really wouldn't have any way to drag him out." The man kneeling on the floor quickly chimed in, trying to reassure him, "Don't worry, master. We've already sent people to track them. Even if Tang Maolin tries to live like a wild animal, I guarantee we'll sniff out the rat hole he's hiding in." Wu Shijing burst into a loud laugh. "Haha, good, well done. You guys just focus on keeping tabs on him. You two are only rank 4 martial artists. You're no match for him. Once we reach Oxhead Mountain, I will deal with him personally." Understanding his master's intent, the kneeling man quickly replied, "Understood, sir." Throughout the entire conversation, the only girl in the vehicle didn't move a muscle or make a single sound. It was incredibly eerie. Wu Shijing, thrilled at the thought of capturing Tang Maolin, threw his head back and downed his drink in one gulp, completely ignoring the wine spilling down his chin. "Tang Maolin, don't blame me for being ruthless. You brought this on yourself when you crossed me. If I don't eliminate you, people will think Wu Shijing is soft and easy to push around." Finishing his drink, Wu Shijing's face twisted into an extremely terrifying expression as he thought, "If that happens, every random nobody will try to mess with me." He then held out his empty glass toward the girl who had been sitting in complete silence. Only then did she move, slowly raising her head. Suddenly, a thick purple liquid exactly like the drink Wu Shijing had just consumed began to pour from her eye sockets and mouth. It flowed continuously, pooling into the glass in his hand. Taking a slow sip, Wu Shijing savored it and remarked, infused with innocent love and the unique youthful essence of an 18-year-old. It turns out to be intoxicatingly sweet." The purple liquid kept oozing out, transforming the girl's once beautiful face into a horrifying sight. Looking at a photograph in his hand, Wu Shijing muttered, "Tang Maolin even brought his daughter along." The photo showed a happy family of 3, a beautiful picture that anyone else would hesitate to ruin. But Wu Shijing was different. He smirked with twisted delight. "Haha, looks like I've got myself a brand new toy." Meanwhile, Yaya's parents led her into a room, and the little girl looked around in pure wonder, marveling at everything. Seeing her daughter running around excitedly, her mother said warmly, "Slow down, sweetie. Be careful not to fall." Meanwhile, Yaya's father, Tang Maolin, was scanning the surroundings, highly alert. He quickly activated his ability, letting it sweep through the room and then the entire building. Once the sweep was complete, he turned to his wife and said, "This room is clean. No bugs or traps." His wife replied with a soft sigh, "You're being a bit paranoid, don't you think? No matter how powerful Wu Shijing is, there's no way his reach extends all the way here to Oxhead Mountain, right?" Tang Maolin frowned, looking deeply worried. "We can't be too careful. I brought you and Yaya with me, so we can't afford to take any chances. Don't forget we're literally running for our lives right now." Wu Shijing is a notorious rank 3 spiritual master. He is extremely petty and ruthlessly vindictive. Anyone who has ever crossed him ended up dead. Tang Malin wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders to comfort her. I just hope we can successfully slip away from his pursuit this time. Your father has been hiding out for over a year and a half now, so he should be safe. But if he does catch up to us, your dad and I are both rank 2 martial artists. Together, we might just stand a fighting chance. Hearing this, Tang Maolin's wife looked uneasy. I hope so. It's been so long since I've seen my father. I wonder if he's doing okay. Your father's martial cultivation is strong, and he's a peak rank 2 spiritual master. Tang Maolin pulled her close, comforting her. He might even be rank 3 by now. He has a strong build, so he won't fall ill. Don't worry. I promise I won't let anyone lay a finger on you or our daughter. With that, he held his wife close. As the two shared a tender moment, little Ya was left standing by the window, staring outside in confusion. In another part of the area, Lu Sheng was using an ability similar to Tang Maolin's to scan his surroundings, but his sensory range far surpassed Tang Maolin's, instantly expanding to cover the entire city. From pedestrians walking on the streets to a scout using binoculars to spy on the forest, he saw everything. Staring outside, Lu Sheng thought to himself, aside from that scout, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Since he isn't bothering me, I'll just leave him alone. Lu Sheng reached into his pocket and pulled out a small vial. Uncapping it, he took out a medicinal pill and tossed it into his mouth. With the aid of these pills, his progress in tempering his bones for the Grandmaster level Immortal Golden Body technique was indeed moving much faster. At this rate, I can probably fully complete the first phase of the Immortal Golden Body's cultivation in less than 2 months. I'll develop my internal energy and officially break through as a rank 4 martial artist. Just then, his phone chimed with a couple of incoming notifications. In his lively family group chat, 2 messages popped up. One read, "Be careful out there on your own. Make sure to dress warmly, and don't eat too much cold food so you don't get a stomachache." Another was a voice message. Reading the texts, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile warmly. I'm not a kid anymore. Just as he thought that, his phone chimed with another notification. This time, it was a message from Lu Qinghe. Running off to play again, huh? Senior Ni Yan came back to school today and even asked me to set up a meeting with you. She playfully texted next. Come on, spill the beans. Are you two dating or what? Attached to the text was a meme of an apple holding a gun, trying to look as threatening as possible. Teased by his sister, Lu Sheng began typing furiously. Focus on your martial arts training and mind your own business. And don't forget to take the nourishing medicine I left you every day. If your blood vitality hasn't broken through to 1.3 by the time I get back, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. He sent the text along with a meme of a cat pointing its finger right at the screen. Putting his phone aside, Lu Sheng sat down on his bed. Lying flat on the bed, he figured he should test the results of his training over the past few days. He closed his eyes and instantly entered the dream world. Not bad, right? I managed to comprehend a Grandmaster level technique with 10 suns, 1 sky. As a horde of zombies rushed him, Lu Sheng easily wiped them out, beginning to grasp the core concept of a Grandmaster's will. The current me is basically unstoppable. Lu Sheng delivered a devastating punch that exploded like a bomb, blasting the area. The zombie was sent flying, its entire body charred black. Suddenly, sharp icicles shot out, forming a freezing path. Seeing this, Lu Sheng immediately halted. Is there something over there? He wondered. The aura was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward. She had curly hair, a wing-like ornament on her head, and wore an iron mask. As she swung her spear, a brilliant blue ice covered the surroundings, presenting an incredibly powerful and chilling sight. As the wave of ice rushed toward him, Lu Sheng immediately realized that she was a Grandmaster-level zombie. Shards of ice began to float in the air. Suddenly, everything became a blur, and his vision went completely blank. The zombie was gone. His spiritual sense went off, screaming with warnings of extreme danger. Lu Sheng panicked, wondering, what on earth is this overwhelming pressure? It feels like an avalanche. Right then, the female Grandmaster zombie attacked from above, diving straight toward Lu Sheng with her spear. Intense energy enveloped her spear. It was only then that Lu Sheng realized her strike was a true Grandmaster-level technique. In an instant, Lu Sheng was sliced clean in half. Her colossal power crashed down with absolutely terrifying force. Lu Sheng snapped awake, drenched in sweat and utterly terrified. Arg! It hurts so much. Clutching his chest, he grimaced in excruciating pain. It felt as if his body had actually been ripped in half. Is this What it feels like to die in a dream? He sat up abruptly from his nightmare, clutching the chest that had just been torn open. Sweat poured down his face as he gasped for air, trying to calm himself down. Thank goodness it was just a dream. None of it was real. He sighed, letting his body relax. Otherwise, his life would have ended just like that. Clutching his head in terror, he recalled the horrifying moment he was killed in a single blow. I used every ounce of my spiritual power to block it, but I couldn't even withstand a single strike. Her destructive power is on a completely different level compared to anything I've faced before. I really thought my exploration of the dream world was going smoothly. I even thought I could rely on my quick wits to deal with those mindless high-level monsters whenever I entered advanced areas. Lu Sheng crossed his legs and sat in a meditative pose. He had a sudden realization. The dream world was definitely not the safe haven he thought it was. Amid the ruins of a fallen civilization, only blood and fire can forge a true savior. Lu Sheng felt a wave of unease as he thought back to that woman, that female grandmaster. She was monstrously strong. Her battle instincts far surpassed Shi Qingning's. She had to be an elite grandmaster, maybe even a level 8 great grandmaster. Just thinking about it made cold sweat break out all over Lu Sheng's body. Looking down at his hands, his expression was a mix of fear and intense excitement. That brilliant river of ice. It probably represents the Grandmaster's will of that Valkyrie. If I could somehow inherit that, I can't even imagine how powerful I'd become. If I had reacted instantly at full power, using my master-level fist technique and Grandmaster skills, maybe I could have held my ground for a bit. Should I go back in and try again? With that thought, Lu Sheng immediately went to work, straightening his back to meditate. But just as he tried to re-enter the dream world, a splitting headache struck him. Clutching his head in shock, he thought, I can't enter the dream space? Is it because I died in there, so there's a cooldown period? Looks like I won't be able to go back into the dream world tonight. As he was rubbing his temples to ease the pain, his phone suddenly buzzed. Lu Sheng picked up his phone to check. It was a message from Zheng Dandan, filled with obvious flirting. Hey handsome, are you back in your room yet? Are you packing your things? Want to head out together tomorrow? I'm an official martial artist. You know I can protect you. She sent a meme of a cool-looking dog wearing sunglasses to make herself look reliable. Hey handsome, it's dinner time. Want to grab a bite together? Boo-hoo, why aren't you replying to me? Are you not looking at your phone? She attached another meme, this time of a puppy with sparkling, teary eyes. Looking at the overly cheesy messages on his screen, Lu Sheng felt a bit annoyed. He suddenly regretted adding her as a contact. But as his stomach let out a loud growl, he decided to just let it go. Forget about that. Let's just go grab a bite. In the dining hall of the tourist inn, Lu Sheng had just stepped inside when someone called out, Lu Sheng! It turned out to be Zheng Dandan waving at him from inside, shouting, Over here, over here! While just ahead, little Nanan and Tang Maolin called out, Big brother! Lu Sheng smiled and waved back at the little girl. Seeing this, Tang Maolin politely nodded. Lu Sheng did not pay it much mind, and walked over to another empty table, right where Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan were sitting. The moment he sat down, Zheng Dandan eagerly ran over and casually asked, Why didn't you sit with us? Eating with a crowd makes it way more lively, right? Looking at her friend, Lin Zishan felt 30% helpless and 70% indulgent. Lu Sheng let out a dry laugh. Ha ha, you two haven't eaten yet? Hearing his question, Zheng Dandan happily replied, Not yet. But at the exact same time, Lin Zishan said they already ate. Wow, these two best friends are really in sync, huh? Zheng Dandan glared at her friend in annoyance, but quickly turned back to Lu Sheng with a smile and said, I didn't really have an appetite earlier, so I only ate a tiny bit. But now I am hungry again, so this is the perfect time to eat with you. Seeing this, Lin Zishan teased, Just looking at you makes me full. She definitely had another meaning behind that. She meant that Lu Sheng is so handsome that just looking at him is enough to satisfy her hunger. Haha. Meanwhile, Nanan, wanting to eat with Lu Sheng, looked at her dad with sparkling eyes and asked, Dad, can I go over and eat with that big brother? Seeing this, her mother wiped the little girl's mouth with a napkin while gently coaxing her. Nanan, eating here is just the same, isn't it? Hearing her mother, Nanan whined cutely. But I want to eat with him. Hearing this, Tang Maolin smiled gently at her. Haha, go ahead. But make sure you do not cause any trouble for others. Nanan jumped up excitedly, her eyes shining like stars. Thank you, Dad. Unlike Tang Maolin, the mother could only sigh helplessly as Nanan left her seat, happily carrying her bowl over to Lu Sheng's table. She complained to her husband, Why did you let her go to a stranger's table? Our current situation is very complicated right now. Tang Maolin casually took a sip of soup and reassured his wife, thinking she was being oversensitive. I think you are the one overreacting, he continued. I already scanned the area with my spiritual power, and they are all just tourists. There is no threat at all. When Nanan reached Lu Sheng's table and saw how warmly he welcomed her, Tang Maolin praised, that young man has a decent character, and his eyes are very innocent. He is not a bad person. The father also closely observed Lu Sheng's pale face, noting his slightly unsteady steps and unstable aura. Even if he is a martial artist, his strength must be pretty average. Meanwhile, Nanan did not forget to stick out her tongue to tease Zheng Dandan, leaving her annoyed but unable to do anything. Nanan's father added, besides, those two girls are just college students. For their age to already be level 2 martial artists, their talent is not bad at all. Tang Maolin wiped his mouth and said confidently, within my range of observation, with just a single thought, I could end them. Nothing unexpected will happen. Hearing this, his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it seems I was just worrying too much. Over at Lu Sheng's table, the waitress brought out a spread of dishes, along with a tall stack of buns. All your food is served, please enjoy. Nanan and Zheng Dandan stared open-mouthed at the massive amount of food Lu Sheng had ordered, asking him in surprise, Big brother, are you really going to eat all of this? Lu Sheng replied gently, yeah, I have been eating quite a lot lately. He casually reached out and handed Nanan 2 pig-shaped buns. Seeing them, Nanan squealed in excitement. Wow, they are so cute. Lu Sheng smiled, looked at Nanan, and said, little sister, let's see who can finish eating first, okay? Hearing this, Nanan got a determined look on her face. Deal. As the competition started, Nanan had barely taken a bite of her bun, but when she turned around, she saw Lu Sheng stuffing an entire tray into his mouth, leaving her completely frozen. Watching Lu Sheng eat so much, Lin Zishan sighed to herself. Only someone from an ordinary family, who has not even become an official martial artist, would eat this much, right? Normal martial artists who have resources after ranking up will rely on nutritional supplements to replenish the energy consumed during their daily training. Those without resources will choose higher quality food as a substitute instead. For example, Zheng Dandan and I always carry dried meat with us. A level 1 martial artist only needs to eat a few pieces a day. Eating this much food would make you spend half the day in the bathroom. Lin Zishan looked at them eating with boredom. Meanwhile, Zheng Dandan was completely mesmerized watching Lu Sheng, thinking, wow, he has such a hearty appetite, so handsome. Sensing something was off, Lin Zishan leaned in close and whispered in Zheng Dandan's ear. Hey, Zheng Dandan, don't tell me you actually like this Lu Sheng guy? Zheng Dandan replied innocently, of course, isn't it obvious enough already? Just then, Nanan pulled Lu Sheng out of his seat and said, Big brother, there is a self-serve buffet over there, come with me. Lu Sheng indulgently did as she asked, leaving Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan alone. Surprised, Lin Zishan quickly tried to talk some sense into Zheng Dandan, but he is younger than us, and he is only a high school student. You also saw his unstable aura. I bet his martial arts talent and family background are nothing special. And you are a top student at the Martial Arts University. You're a student at Dongning, a certified rank 2 martial artist. But Zheng Dandan shrugged it off, replying, he's only 3 or 4 years younger than us. Age is just a number. If you're going to date a younger guy, they've got to be young and fresh first, right? I'm telling you, this is pure destiny. Bringing me to Nutu Mountain to meet him this time. It has got to be a match made in heaven. Lin Zishan tried her best to reason with her friend. But if you two actually date, how are you even going to make it work in the future? A long-distance relationship? Even if your feelings are deep, you won't survive years of being apart. And doesn't a registered martial artist only make 5,000 or 6,000 a month after graduation? How would you even afford a house, let alone anything else? Seeing no reaction from Dandan, Lin Zishan kept pushing. Dandan, love isn't just some sudden spark. It's about the daily grind and making ends meet. As your martial arts skills keep growing, the gap between you two will only get wider. The resentment will build up over time, and eventually, it's going to blow up in your face. Hearing this, Zheng Dandan gently explained to her friend, none of those things are actually a problem. I'm a certified rank 2 martial artist, so I can guide Lu Sheng on his martial arts journey. Even if he doesn't get into Dongning Martial Arts University, I can just take the bus to see him every week. If he doesn't have a house or a car, well, I do. With that, Zheng Dandan clasped her hands together and smiled brightly. Worst case scenario, even if Lu Sheng ends up being just an ordinary guy, I'll happily be an ordinary girl right beside him. If I can live an ordinary life, I won't have to train every single day. How amazing would that be? Honestly, my calves are getting way too thick from all this training lately. Zheng Dandan looked over at Lu Sheng playing happily with Naonao, her face flushing slightly. Besides, who says my Lu Sheng is ordinary? In my eyes, he'll always be absolutely dazzling. I just know Lu Sheng is destined for greatness. Lin Zishan gasped in shock and whispered in her ear, "You've completely lost your mind, throwing away the martial arts career you've spent over 10 years building. All for some high school kid?" Lin Zishan pointed at Lu Sheng, looking completely baffled. "Look at his clumsy, wobbly walk. I seriously have no idea what you see in him." Zheng Dandan let out a heavy sigh and looked at Lin Zishan. "Hey, aren't you getting ahead of yourself? We aren't even dating yet. Let me actually win Lu Sheng over first, then we can talk." Little did they know, thanks to his enhanced senses, Lu Sheng could hear every single word of their conversation perfectly. Lu Sheng scratched his head awkwardly and muttered to himself, "Wow, talk about dramatic." Naonao looked up at him, curious. "Big brother, what does dramatic mean?" Lu Sheng let out an awkward laugh and lied, "Oh, nothing. It just means those big sisters over there are very pretty." Naonao nodded, thinking she had just learned a new word. She skipped right over to Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan, pointed a finger at them, and shouted, "Look, big brother, these two big sisters are so dramatic." Lu Sheng wanted nothing more than for the ground to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan were left utterly confused, wondering what on earth she meant by dramatic. The next morning, as the tourists prepared to board the bus, the complaints started rolling in. The beds at that inn were hard as rocks. I barely got any sleep, and the bugs were everywhere. I was bitten all night and couldn't close my eyes. I'm never coming back to this dump again. Suddenly, an elderly man looked around and asked, "Wait, where's that family of 3? The bus is about to leave." The tour guide panicked. "What? They aren't in their room? Can everyone help me look for them? I can't reach them on their phone either." The old man noticed another absence and added, "Actually, that young guy is missing too." The older ladies began to whisper anxiously, wondering how so many people could just vanish overnight. It was incredibly eerie. The tour guide hurriedly dialed her phone while trying to calm everyone down, saying, "Please, everyone, just stay put and rest. I'm going to call a search and rescue team." Overhearing this, Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan exchanged puzzled looks. "Why are Lu Sheng and that family of 3 nowhere to be found?" Lin Zishan muttered, "We probably don't need to worry about that family of 3. The father definitely isn't some ordinary guy, but Lu Sheng being missing is seriously bizarre." Zheng Dandan, growing anxious, snapped, "I don't care if they're ordinary or not. With the guide busy looking for them, the rest of our trip is definitely getting cancelled anyway." With that, Zheng Dandan raised her hand high, ran straight into the forest, and yelled back, "I'm going into the mountains to find Lu Sheng." Lin Zishan quickly chased after her, refusing to let her go alone. "Hey, don't do anything reckless." The two rushed into the woods, leaving the murmuring crowd behind. Deep in the forest, a cute little squirrel holding a chestnut was looking around, only to be startled out of its wits by a figure zooming past like a gust of wind. It was none other than Lu Sheng, sprinting through the trees at lightning speed. He thought to himself, after a full night's rest, the lingering pain of dying in the dream world has finally faded. Reaching a steep cliff, he cleared the massive gap with a single, effortless leap. Wasting no time, Lu Sheng dropped to one knee and unleashed his mental power to scan the area. After a brief search, he finally located the exact ore he was looking for. Using his telekinetic energy, he lifted a massive chunk of earth, letting the valuable ore separate and tumble to the ground. Lu Sheng quickly gestured, pointing at the pile of fallen ore, transforming the large chunks into pebble-sized pieces that levitated above his hand. He wondered if this was really dense silver. Driven by curiosity, he began channeling his spiritual energy into it. Once his spiritual energy flowed inside, Lu Sheng discovered that the dense silver could indeed change its shape at will. The dense silver shifted from tiny pebbles into a long wire. Lu Sheng playfully swung the wire in circles, estimating that the handful of dense silver he held weighed about 4 to 5 pounds. If the market price matched the list, this amount alone would be worth over 2 billion. But then again, this was just raw, unrefined, dense silver ore. To make a proper weapon for a spiritual master, it would still have to go through dozens of metallurgical processes. A good yield from 4 to 5 pounds of raw ore would leave about 1 pound of refined silver, and that was assuming the purity of this ore was high enough. Staring at the vein of dense silver, Lu Sheng sighed in disappointment. Calling this a small mine is giving it too much credit. It is more like a mini deposit. About 70% of it has already been dug up. If someone else came to excavate, they would probably finish it in less than a week. He turned around to inspect it again, wondering how on earth he was going to transport such a massive chunk of ore. Moving something this big is definitely going to draw way too much attention. I originally planned to just dig up a little bit and carry it out, but once I started, I couldn't stop. Looks like I will have to find some help to move it. With that in mind, Lu Sheng returned the dense silver back to its original spot for now. He covered it with dirt, stomping it down until it looked completely undisturbed. Then, he sank back into his thoughts. I remember there is a small ethnic minority village just a few miles from here. I could probably head over there and look for some help. People living so isolated from the world must be simple and honest. If I offer them a generous reward, it shouldn't be an issue. But what if money actually triggers their greed? He imagined a scenario where he hired the villagers and paid them, only for them to greedily try and rob him. A subtle, knowing smile crept onto his face. Gripping the dense silver, a sinister thought crossed his mind. If that happens, I will just have to put them down. But then he snapped out of it, face palming in disbelief. Crap, why are my thoughts getting more and more violent and cruel lately? We live in a society ruled by law now. A law-abiding society, right? Standing on a high vantage point, he could easily spot the village down below. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, telling himself with a hint of nervousness, I need to speak nicely to them. No violence. I must win them over with virtue. Win them over with virtue. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan were still searching for Lu Sheng. Zheng Dandan looked around anxiously and said, This place is so desolate. Would Lu Sheng really come all the way out here? Lin Zishan, annoyed by the swarms of bugs, replied, You were the one who wanted to look for him, and you are already giving up so soon? Wait. Suddenly noticing something, she stopped Dandan and pointed, Look, what's that? Zheng Dandan peered curiously in that direction, and saw Nanan's yellow plastic toy ball. Shocked, Zheng Dandan exclaimed, This is the ball that little girl always carries around. While Lin Zishan was busy looking around, Zheng Dandan instinctively reached out to touch the ball. Suddenly, a swarm of black spiders and sticky webs erupted from it. They instantly bound the two girls. What's happening? I can't move at all. Back in the village, a young man ran over, shouting, Chief, Chief, Big Sis is back. He burst through the door and gasped to the chief. Her whole family has returned. Inside, an elderly man sat carving a piece of wood. He was the chief of Xianjia village. As he looked up, before he could fully register what was happening, Nanan excitedly rushed in and cried out, Grandpa, I missed you so much. Oh, Nanan. The moment he saw Nanan, the little girl lunged straight into his arms, sending his piece of wood clattering to the floor. She hit him so hard she got a bump on her forehead, yet she just giggled and asked, Hee, are you doing well, Grandpa? Though he looked a bit winded, he gently patted her head and coughed. Cough, cough. I'm doing just fine, sweetheart. Just then, Nanan's parents walked in. Her mother nervously greeted her father. Dad, we are back. Tang Maolin called out apologetically. Father-in-law. Seeing the tense look on their faces, the old man stared at them in silence. Two young men stepped out of the house to greet them. Ah, da, Big Sis, brother-in-law, what brings you guys back? The old man's face darkened, but he spoke up. They came back to visit this old man. What else? You two, go hunt some wild game. Make sure to catch some big ones. We are celebrating tonight. The two young men quickly obeyed. Yes, Chief. Seeing how excited Nanan was, one of them hoisted her onto his shoulders and grinned. Nanan, let us go catch some wild beasts. Nanan cheered happily. Yay. I want wild bird soup. The last time we had it, it was so delicious. The chief lit his pipe and sighed. All right, you wouldn't have come back without a good reason. Out with it. What brings you here this time? At those words, the anxious wife turned to her husband, Maolin. Hearing his wife, Maolin looked at his father-in-law with a solemn face and said, Father-in-law, we. The three of them sat face to face and talked. But as they got deeper into the story, the old man suddenly choked on his smoke, coughing violently as he rasped, Cough. A level 3? You offended a level 3 spiritual master? He turned on Tang Maolin in a rage. I knew nothing good would come from you showing your face here, boy. From the very moment you stormed into our village to take Manhwa away, I knew a day like this would come. Seeing this, Manhwa quickly pleaded for her husband. Father, please help Tang Maolin. Just do it for my sake, please. Tang Maolin nervously added, Father-in-law, I remember you have been trying to break through to become a level 3 spiritual master for a long time now. Did you? Before he could even finish, the old man cut him off. I failed. Not only that, but I suffered internal injuries, and my cultivation has plummeted. If that level 3 spiritual master actually tracks you down here, I can only buy you a little bit of time. Take the child and run. Find someone else to help you. Hearing this, both of them were utterly shocked, and Manhwa covered her mouth in speechless horror. Tang Maolin sprang to his feet and asked, But who can we even turn to for help? The old man's eyes turned red with anger as he exhaled a cloud of smoke and snapped at them. Who else? The local authorities, of course. Call the police. The couple stared at him, completely dumbfounded. He continued, We live in a society ruled by law now. Even if he is a level 3 spiritual master, do you really think he can just murder people in broad daylight? Tang Maolin clutched his head and grit his teeth, thinking to himself, if calling the police actually worked, would I even be here right now? Suddenly, a young man from the village rushed in, shouting, Chief! Chief! There are outsiders approaching. Hearing those words, all three of them immediately thought the level 3 spiritual master had caught up to them, their faces turning pale with absolute terror. Meanwhile, outside the village, Lu Sheng was climbing the stone steps while looking at his map. Spotting a wooden wall and people walking around, he muttered to himself, Is this the stockade marked on the map? It is pretty secluded. Thud. Suddenly, a dart came flying straight toward him, but he easily dodged it, letting it embed itself into the tree trunk behind him. A young man holding another dart glared at him warily and demanded, Hey, who are you? How did you find this place? Lu Sheng said nothing, his eyes narrowing sharply as if he was about to strike back at the guy who threw the dart. Just then, Nanan poked her head out and cried, Oh! Big brother! She threw herself into Lu Sheng's arms, beaming with joy. Big brother, did you come to my grandpa's house to play with me? Her sudden appearance caught him completely off guard. At that moment, Nanan's parents, Tang Maolin and Manhwa, along with the old man, walked out. They let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's just that kid. Thank goodness. The old man looked at them in surprise. Oh, you two know him? Tang Maolin turned to Lu Sheng and asked, How did you end up here? Lu Sheng quickly replied, I did not really feel like staying with the tour group, so I went up the mountain by myself, got a bit lost, and after wandering around for a while, I ended up here. Brother Tang, did you guys get lost and end up here too? Tang Maolin laughed heartily. Haha, actually, this is my wife's hometown. We come back to visit every year. This time, we just tagged along with the tour group. Lu Sheng nodded, understanding the situation. The old man looked at him and smiled warmly. You have very honest eyes, young man. I like that. Welcome to the real Xianlin stockade. The young man who had just tried to attack him with the dart realized they were friends. He patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder and said, So you are one of us. I am really sorry about earlier. My reaction was a bit over the top. You actually came at the perfect time. You are just in time for Big Sister A's family visit. I will head out later to hunt some wild game myself. City folks like you have definitely never tasted anything like it. Lu Sheng chuckled and let the misunderstanding slide. Haha, sounds great. Thanks, man. An old woman approached him and asked, Young man, would you like to buy some of our village's handmade crafts? Oh, no thank you, ma'am, he replied politely. But deep down, he thought to himself, This Xianlin stockade is definitely no ordinary village. Looking at the family, he realized that while spiritual masters were supposed to be extremely rare, this small stockade had 3 of them, and that old man is actually at the peak of level 2. Holding Nanan in his arms, Lu Sheng sighed and shook his head. Since they are spiritual masters, they must know the true value of mithril. How should I bring this up? Surely I do not have to threaten them just to get what I need to grow my own strength? That does not feel right at all. Suddenly, Nanan's face fell, and she said sadly, Big brother, we can't play ball together anymore. I lost my ball. Lu Sheng asked gently, Oh? You lost it? Let me help. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something. This presence. It's Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan. Are they here too? No way, they're just here on vacation, right? Sensing that something was highly suspicious, he channeled his spiritual energy into his eyes. Wait. It's not just the 2 of them. Nanan pointed behind them and squealed, Ah, look, my ball. That is my ball. The ball came rolling right toward Lu Sheng. A mocking voice laughed. Well, well, well. I never would have guessed you guys would run all the way out to this middle of nowhere forest. Seeing Lu Sheng, Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan could only make muffled whimpers, desperately signaling him to run away. They were being carried by a muscular man, with Wu Shijing leading the way. A smug grin spread across his face as he spoke. You really made us waste a whole lot of effort, you know? Seeing him, Tang Maolin and the old man broke into a cold sweat, asking nervously, "Is this the trouble you two brought with you? This is bad." Feeling Wu Shijing's overwhelming power, the old man couldn't help but feel a chill. This wasn't just any ordinary level 3 spiritual master. This was a peak level 3. He quickly got into a combat stance, shouting a warning to Tang Maolin. "Maolin, take the child and the villagers and run, quickly." Dozens of darts flew toward the enemy, guided entirely by his telekinetic control. And Go Tichkin didn't even bother to look. With a single wave of his hand, he stopped the incoming darts dead in their tracks. A sneak attack? Really? He sneered at the old man. Is that all you've got? Just these cheap little tricks? Or is this old geezer supposed to be your big backup? Duong Mao Lam and the old man were completely dumbfounded. Ngo Tichkin mocked them. Such a pathetic excuse for psychic power is an absolute insult to the title of psychic. The village chief was furious upon hearing this. Ngo Tichkin stepped closer to the two of them, gathering his purple mist as he spoke. But whatever. This time, I'm going to crush every single shred of your hope and let you taste what true despair really feels like. Knowing there was no way out, Duong Mao Lam decided to fight to the bitter end. He braced himself, preparing for a life or death battle. Ngo Tichkin, I'll take you down with me. Duong Mao Lam pushed his psychic energy to the limit, mobilizing the heavy iron beads and launching them straight at Ngo Tichkin. Despite the incoming storm of iron beads, Ngo Tichkin didn't panic at all. He just stood there calmly, arms crossed, watching with sheer amusement. With a casual flick of his wrist, his spider silk swiped forward, slicing the solid iron beads into tiny shredded fragments. The metal scraps clattered onto the ground right at his feet. Mao Lam was utterly shocked. What? No way. My solid iron beads didn't do a single thing? Ngo Tichkin picked up one of the stray iron beads and sneered. Ha! You thought solid iron weapons could actually stand a chance against me? You really have no idea who you're dealing with. Ngo Tichkin thrust his hand forward, shooting out a web of silk that instantly bound everyone on the spot. Manhwa tried desperately to reach out to Nam Nam, who was crying out for her mother in pure terror, but she couldn't break free. Mao Lam roared, Ngo Tichkin, if you want something, come at me. What kind of man targets helpless women and children? Ngo Tichkin burst into a sadistic laugh. Ha! You're literally on the verge of death, yet you still talk so big. He cracked his wrists and yanked the spider threads, tightening the bonds around Mao Lam and the old man, making them groan in agonizing pain. Ngo Tichkin eyed Trin Dan Dan and Lam Tu San, slowly laying out his dark plans. Originally, I was just going to take out those two female students behind you and pin the blame on your head. Surrounded by his thick webs of spider silk, he continued. But I never expected this place to be so perfect, completely cut off from the outside world. It's the ideal spot for me to take my sweet time. He gave his lips a sickening, perverted lick, then glared at Nam Nam. To deal with you, but don't worry. Once your daughter is turned into a daughter's red wine vessel, I'll be sure to save a glass just for you. He then burst into maniacal laughter. Little Nam Nam was trembling with absolute terror. Duong Mao Lam finally realized the sick horror of his words. He gasped, Are you using that forbidden art to turn humans into brewing vessels? You absolute piece of trash, you monster. Mao Lam's blood boiled with rage as he thrashed violently, trying to break free, but his struggle was completely in vain. Ngo Tichkin laughed with sadistic glee. Ha, yes, that's exactly the look I wanted to see. Ha. Tears welled up in Lam Tu San's eyes as she witnessed this horror. Despair washed over her, and she thought, we're done for. He's a peak level 3 psychic. I'm afraid we're really going to die here on Mountain Gudao. She was filled with deep regret. She never should have come to this mountain just to clear her head. Trin Dan Dan stared at Luke Thon, who was standing motionless in front of her, refusing to accept this fate. Are we really going to die here? All of us? I can't accept this. Luke Thon, if there's a next life, I hope we meet again. Ngo Tichkin ordered his two henchmen, hurry up and drag those girls over here. Hearing his command, the two thugs ruthlessly threw Trin Dan Dan and Lam Tu San to the ground. They strutted forward, heading straight toward Nam Nam. The little girl trembled in fear, looking up at the two terrifying men, completely helpless. At the absolute critical moment, Luke Thon made his move, cleanly severing all of Ngo Tichkin's spider silks with a single strike. Ngo Tichkin gasped in disbelief. My thick silver spider silk? How could it just snap like that? Luke Thon calmly used his psychic power to slice through the rest of the threads. Able to move again, Nam Nam ran over and clung to Luke Than's arm, crying out, I can move now. Big brother, please save my parents and everyone else. Seeing this, the two towering thugs charged forward in a rage, shouting, hand her over. Take a guess if I'll hand her over. Luke Thon chuckled casually, completely unbothered, as he delivered a solid punch to each of them, sending both hulking men flying backward. Ngo Tichkin asked in utter astonishment, what on earth just happened? Are you a level 5 martial artist? But right after asking, he immediately dismissed his own thought as he stared at Luke Thon's slender build. No. Look at how weak you look. There's no Kang Chi, and no internal energy either. There's no way you're level 5. Just how on earth did you do that? He muttered, activating his spider silks once again. Could you be the one who severed my thick silver spider silk just now? Duong Mao Lam, is this brat your actual trump card? Mao Lam was also completely lost, letting out a confused, huh? Meanwhile, No Tichkin remained absolutely confident. Without Kang Chi to protect your body, you're ultimately just a kid with a bit of raw brute strength. Against my thick silver spider silk, your fragile body will be sliced apart as easily as butter. I honestly can't wait to hear your agonizing screams. Luke Thon calmly picked up Nam Nam, reassuring her. Don't be afraid, Big Brother is here. Then, looking back at Ngo Tichkin, he said, you're welcome to try. Seething with rage, Ngo Tichkin unleashed his attack, roaring, you don't know your place. A giant spider lunged directly at Luke Thon, but with a simple wave of his hand, the massive beast was instantly ripped apart. Ngo Tichkin gasped in utter shock. Mastery realm martial arts. Control stage? Hearing this, Lin Zishan looked up in utter shock. Control stage martial arts. What on earth is that? Being able to control everything with a single hand. Oh my god, I've only ever heard whispers of that realm. It's completely beyond the level of mere mortals. It's like the power of a god. Wu Shijing's face turned pale as he stood frozen in disbelief, muttering, how is this possible? How can this be happening? Are you done talking? Before he could even process his shock, Lu Sheng grabbed his thread and yanked him closer. Being dragged forward, Wu Shijing was completely bewildered, thinking, how can he control even my dense silver spider thread? Damn it! Realizing there was no way out, he decided to detonate his own spiritual energy. Even if I have to die, I'm taking you down with me. His body began to bloat as he flew toward Lu Sheng. Seeing this, the village chief screamed, oh no, he's going to detonate his spiritual energy. Everyone here will have their minds shattered and die. With tears welling up in her eyes, Zheng Dandan looked at Lu Sheng and cried, Lu Sheng, what should we do? Faced with the impending explosion, Lu Sheng didn't even flinch. He just smirked in disdain and said, I have to say, your spiritual energy is pitifully weak. With that, Lu Sheng released his own spiritual energy, effortlessly catching him in his grip. With a loud boom, Lu Sheng clenched his fist and crushed him directly, causing him to explode. Wu Shijing was nothing but trash. He collapsed right in front of Lu Sheng and quickly disintegrated, a total fool who brought ruin upon himself. Little Qing He had just witnessed an absolutely terrifying scene. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng started gathering the threads, quietly praising, this is actually pretty good stuff. Only now could Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan finally breathe a sigh of relief, though their faces were still pale with pain and terror. Lu Sheng quickly gathered the weapons. A spiritual master's weapons made from dense silver, collecting them like this would do for now. Qing He was thrilled, throwing her arms around Lu Sheng and cheering, wow, big brother, you are absolutely amazing. Thank you for saving everyone. Lu Sheng calmly nodded in response. Tang Maolin and the village chief finally let their guard down. Tang Maolin remarked that the martial strength Lu Sheng had displayed was truly terrifying, but his spiritual power was even more mind-blowing. The village chief sighed in awe. My goodness, that boy is so young. He looks no older than a high school student. He showered Lu Sheng with praise. At just 17 or 18 years old, he already possessed a martial arts cultivation equivalent to level 5. Reaching the control stage of martial arts is already monstrous enough, yet his spiritual energy could effortlessly suppress a level 3 practitioner like Wu Shijing. It is true that geniuses emerge in every generation. A dragon is about to rise in our nation. Lin Zishan stood there dazed. How could Lu Sheng be this incredibly strong? Wasn't he supposed to be some useless, good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat and sleep? Zheng Dandan looked at her friend and smiled sheepishly. Lu Sheng is both handsome and powerful. It turns out he's the real genius all along. Thank goodness I was right about him, ha ha. Tang Maolin clutched his injured arm and walked up to Lu Sheng, thinking anxiously, how should I address him now? He stammered, Mr. Lu. This time, it really is. Seeing Tang Maolin acting so formal, Lu Sheng smiled and said, Brother Tang, I just happened to deal with a brainless creep. There's no need to thank me. Suddenly remembering the dense silver mine, Lu Sheng added, now that I think about it, I actually have a favor to ask you guys. Without even knowing what the favor was, Tang Maolin replied with a firm gaze. Don't worry, Lu Sheng. I will absolutely do my best. 3 hours later, sitting on the bus, Lu Sheng stared out the window, thinking, the main objective of this trip to Mount Niutu is finally complete. He looked relaxed and satisfied, having left everything regarding the dense silver to Tang Maolin. As a certified level 2 spiritual master, he had his own channels to process this pile of dense silver. Next, I should also go register for the spiritual master exam. Lu Sheng looked down at Wu Shijing's dense silver threads with a satisfied smile, especially since he'd scored an unexpected dense silver spiritual weapon out of it. It weighed about 4 to 5 pounds, which was an amazing bonus. Lin Zishan stole a hesitant glance at Lu Sheng, still unable to believe he possessed such monstrous strength. If it wasn't for him, I would have died on Mount Niutu. Zheng Dandan then turned to Lu Sheng and asked, where are you planning to go next? He answered honestly, Liangcheng. The Spiritual Master Association is there, and I need to take care of some business. Hearing this, Lin Zishan was taken aback, while Zheng Dandan's eyes lit up. Liangcheng? What a coincidence. We're headed to Liangcheng too. We can travel together. Lu Sheng gave an awkward smile and asked, wait, aren't you 2 students at the Dongning University of Martial Arts? Why are you heading to Liangcheng instead of Dongning? Zheng Dandan stumbled over her words, completely speechless, leaving Lin Zishan facepalming in silence. With a helpless sigh, Lin Zishan quickly stepped in to cover for Zheng Dandan. Dandan's family is actually in Liangcheng. Before we came to Mount Niutu, she told me she wanted to visit her home on the way back. Grasping at this lifeline, Zheng Dandan eagerly chimed in, oh yes, that's exactly it. I've been meaning to visit home. Lu Sheng didn't press any further and simply nodded. All right then, let's go together. I'm not familiar with Liangcheng, so I might need to ask you for directions. Zheng Dandan giggled and said, hee, no problem at all. You can even move into my place forever if you want. Hee. While Zheng Dandan was babbling nonstop, Lu Sheng sighed and wondered to himself, sigh, what on earth am I doing? Am I really planning on dating her? Forget it. I have too much on my plate right now. Once we reach the capital, I will head out. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Lu Sheng picked it up. Hello? On the other end, Dong Qingxue replied, Lu Sheng, it is me, Dong Qingxue. Hearing her voice, he recognized her immediately. Hello, Instructor Dong. Is there something you need? Dong Qingxue frowned as she broke the news to Lu Sheng. The Qiming General Star Selection has been moved up. Where are you? I will come pick you up right away. Lu Sheng was a bit surprised but answered decisively. Moved up? All right, I am almost at the capital's transit station. Hearing this, she agreed. Got it. I will be there in about 15 minutes. Wait for me. At the capital's bus transit station, the 3 of them walked out together. Lu Sheng then announced to the others, I have some urgent business to attend to, so I won't be heading into the capital. Let's part ways here. Zheng Dandan's face fell as she asked, oh, where are you going then? Let me call someone to give you a ride. Suddenly, the crowd around them went wild, their jaws dropping in shock. Holy crap, look, it is the Lion Nation's Emperor's heart, and it is the latest model too. Oh my god, it really is. That is the rich life for you. A sleek, luxury car pulled up right in front of where Zheng Dandan was standing. A girl rushed over, hugging Dandan tightly as she squealed, Dandan, you are finally back home. Seeing the girl, Zheng Dandan was a little surprised. Wenhui, how did you guys get here so fast? A blonde guy behind the wheel waved and greeted, Hey Dandan, long time no see. You look even more beautiful than before. Are those your friends? Introduce us. Why did you have to come? Zheng Dandan frowned in annoyance the moment she saw him, but she still reluctantly introduced her friend. This is Lin Zishan. She is my best friend from Dongning Martial Arts University, and she is a level 2 martial artist. Lin Zishan gave a polite note. After introducing Lin Zishan, Zheng Dandan turned to Lu Sheng, and this is Lu Sheng. I met him during my trip to Mount Niutu. A good friend. She thought to herself. Lu Sheng had too many secrets surrounding him, and honestly, she still felt like she barely knew him. The blonde guy glared at Zheng Dandan and Lu Sheng, a surge of jealousy rising inside him. Hearing the introduction, Wenhui stepped forward to shake Lin Zishan's hand. Wow, a level 2 martial artist? That is amazing. Nice to meet you. I am also Dandan's best friend. My name is Xu Wenhao. Seeing this, the blonde guy chimed in. The name is Cao Mingliang. Since you are Dandan's friend, you are my friend too. You must be exhausted from the trip. Get in the car first. I will drive you guys back to the capital and then take you out for some shopping. Suddenly, Zheng Dandan spoke up. Wait, your car only has 4 seats. We will just hail a cab back ourselves. Lu Sheng quickly spoke up. No need, my friend will be here soon anyway. It is fine. Wenhui then tried to persuade Zheng Dandan. What is the big deal, Dandan? He is just some random guy you met on a trip. Do you really need to treat him like such a VIP? We are your actual friends here. Don't tell me you have a crush on him. It is not like handsome guys like him are hard to find around us. Cao Mingliang pulled out his wallet, speaking in an incredibly sarcastic tone. My bad. My bad. It was my lack of foresight. Since he knows Dandan, we shouldn't treat him poorly either. He held out a thick stack of cash and asked, Here, is this enough? Take this and go hail yourself a cab. Zheng Dandan's brows furrowed in fury as she shouted, What are you two even doing? Seeing her anger, Lu Sheng patted her shoulder to calm her down. It is fine, don't worry about it. Like I said earlier, suddenly, a gust of wind blew from nowhere, scattering Cao Mingliang's stack of cash everywhere. Lu Sheng smiled. My ride is here. A military helicopter began descending from the sky, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? DongQingshui stood by the open door and said coldly, Hurry up and get in. I can't land on these streets. This entrance was just too badass, absolutely legendary. Got it. Hearing that, Lu Sheng leaped high into the air and grabbed onto the rope ladder. Everyone stood there with their jaws on the floor. That is, a helicopter from the Eastern Military District. Did he just fly up? Lu Sheng turned back and waved at them. Well then, everyone, see you next time. The helicopter climbed higher and flew away, leaving them in the dust. The blonde girl gasped, Oh my God, he is literally a hidden god walking among us. The other young man broke into a cold sweat. It feels like watching a middle-aged lady ride up on a bicycle and buy out the entire apartment complex in cash. Cao Mingliang was completely frozen, stammering out, Dandan, who exactly is that friend of yours? Zheng Dandan glared at them in anger, then grabbed Lin Zishan's arm and pulled her away. Zishan, let's just take a cab back to Liangcheng. Sorry guys, they are actually heading to Liangcheng, not the capital. There was a minor translation mix-up in the previous chapters. Zheng Dandan stormed off in a huff, leaving the other two standing there, completely speechless. Meanwhile, the military helicopter flew rapidly over the densely packed buildings below. Sitting inside the helicopter, Lu Sheng looked down and said, This is my first time riding in a helicopter. The town below looks like a toy Lego set. Dong Qingshui smiled. So, do you like it? If you do, you can always join our Eastern Military Region in the future. The naive Lu Sheng doesn't even hesitate before throwing out a cheeky reply, saying he actually thought she was going to gift him one. Dong Qingshui steps right up to him and asks if he thinks he's dreaming, clarifying that she only meant he could ride in it every day. She adds that if he becomes a grandmaster and a major general in the future, the Eastern Military Region will automatically provide him with his own private helicopter. Dong Qingshui frowns, silently thinking that this kid seems to have gotten even stronger because she can't read his power level at all now. She then tells Lu Sheng that it's time to get down to business, explaining that 3 days ago, all the provincial training camps in the East officially wrapped up. The candidates have already been selected, and she has personally gone through their files. Her expression turns serious as she notes that the competitors in this batch are far stronger than any before. Qin Shaojun grabs a stack of papers and chuckles, saying that if it weren't for Lu Sheng, he might have had to step onto the field himself. Over 80% of them are talented martial artists, including one with elemental control abilities. On top of that, one candidate has already passed the Level 2 Spiritual Master exam. There are over 20 geniuses at Level 3 or higher, and there's even a Level 4 monster in the mix. Hearing this, Lu Sheng doesn't show a hint of worry or tension, only letting out a casual "oh." Dong Shui gives a wry smile and asks if hearing about their power doesn't make him feel anything at all. Lu Sheng puts on a totally fake look of awe, saying it sounds crazy and that he's completely blown away. Qin Xiaojun points at him, laughing, and tells the kid he's a terrible actor. He says he knew all along that to a monster like Lu Sheng, it doesn't matter how formidable other people are, it's not going to faze him. He then urges Dong Shui to go ahead and tell him about the rewards. The moment he hears the word reward, Lu Sheng's eyes light up like stars, and his spirits instantly soar. Dong Shui starts explaining, saying she knew he'd be interested in this part, and mentions that this year's selection is extremely special since the top commanders of the Eastern Military Region will be watching. What's more, this round won't just be a simple drawing of straws to fight each other. The two look solemn as she explains that the trial will instead test them against actual exotic beasts. Lu Sheng focuses intently at this point, staring down at his hands and muttering, "Exotic beasts? These creatures are the greatest threat to their world, emerging from massive dimensional tiers in both the earth and the sky. These exotic beasts are endlessly powerful and completely unmatched in strength. Even though countless human warriors throw themselves onto the battlefield every year, they still haven't been able to stop humanity's living space from being slowly stolen away, bit by bit." Getting straight to the point, Lu Sheng solemnly remarks that he didn't expect the military region to expose students to exotic beasts so early, meaning the situation on the front lines must not be very optimistic. Seeing that he understands the gravity of the situation, Dong Shui explains that he's exactly right, and that the top experts in the country are desperately trying to break the deadlock, which is why the higher-ups made a major decision. For future geniuses like him, who have the highest potential for success, they will no longer coddle them with gentle, gradual training. Instead, they want them to experience real pressure first, turning that fear into fuel for their martial arts journey. Lu Sheng sits there, absorbing every word. Dong Shui continues, quoting a certain legendary figure who said that only through blood and fire can a true martial arts master be forged, telling him not to worry about the trial getting tougher, since the rewards have also gotten a lot better. Intrigued, Lu Sheng raises an eyebrow and asks her to let him hear what they are. She tells him that just making it to the top 10 gets him a portion of exotic blood, while finishing in the top 3 lets him enter the exotic blood pool directly. And if he claims the title of the Qiming Star General, he'll get to enter the exotic marrow pool. Hearing this, Lu Sheng is a bit confused. He asks what's so special about exotic blood and exotic marrow anyway. Dong Shui explains that they are highly concentrated energy extracts taken from the bodies of exotic beasts, which are far superior to the raw beast meat he ate back at the training camp, which was just the most basic way to consume it. She details that exotic blood is extracted from the beast's cellular fluid, while exotic marrow is taken directly from their spinal fluid. She adds that the rewards offered by the Eastern region this time all come from exotic beasts above level 4, which is completely unprecedented. Qin Xiaojun suddenly stands up and chimes in, explaining that those in the top 10 only get a single portion of exotic blood, which is probably just a few hundred milliliters, but the top 3 get to enter the actual pool, which is a massive cultivation chamber with a practically unlimited supply. He laughs, saying he knows Lu Sheng has a massive appetite, so this time he can absorb as much of it as his body can take. He mentions that a single portion of level 4 exotic blood costs at least 50 million yuan on the open market, so a whole pool of exotic marrow would easily be worth at least 10 billion yuan. Both excited and amazed, Lu Sheng asks if such an incredibly valuable resource is really provided with unlimited supply. He silently realizes that cultivating the immortal golden body from his stellar body refining technique requires a massive amount of energy. If he only relies on marrow-nourishing pills and spiritual blood-boosting soup, he has no idea how long it will take just to complete the first stage. But if he can get his hands on the massive energy from exotic blood or exotic marrow, it will definitely slash his cultivation time down significantly. This is an absolute golden opportunity. After thinking it over for a moment, Lu Sheng said with confidence, "I understand. Instructor Dong, it looks like we've arrived. Right here is the Eastern Military Zone." Looking down from above, the entire base is enclosed by a massive, heavily fortified wall. Standing right next to Lu Sheng, Qin Xiaojun asked, "So, mind-blowing, isn't it?" But Lu Sheng didn't seem to think so. In his mind, he thought, "Mind-blowing? What's there to be blown away by? The martial arts bases 10,000 years in the future are way more massive than this place. Yet they were still ruthlessly wiped out by those beasts. Maybe that's what's truly mind-blowing. The helicopter then landed in the courtyard of a building. Lu Sheng stepped out of the helicopter and headed toward his room. After walking a short distance, Dong Qingshui called out to him, "Lu Sheng, I will pick you up tomorrow." She looked at him and added, "If you need anything, just use the device on the wall. Someone will deliver it to you. Get some good rest today." Hearing this, Lu Sheng didn't really know how to respond, so he just gave a silent nod. Shortly after, Lu Sheng returned to his room and lay comfortably on his bed. Before long, he drifted off into his dreamscape once again. The scenery remained unchanged. That same girl from last time, standing amidst the snowy mountain and frozen glaciers, was still standing there with an imposing and powerful presence. Looking at her, Lu Sheng thought to himself that just standing here, staring at her, was enough to spark fear deep in his heart. But then, a confident smile spread across his face. "No, I am going to challenge her one more time." Our main guy immediately activated his blood chi boost, followed by channeling the breath of fire. Flames erupted, creating a blazing vortex around Lu Sheng. The young man's eyes shone with intense determination. Utilizing the Divine Light Sovereign Sutra, his spiritual form manifested as a powerful, muscular warrior. Stellar force multiplied tenfold. He unleashed a colossal fist. The Grandmaster technique, 10 suns in the sky, burst into raging flames. Suddenly, Lu Sheng woke up in pain, drenched in sweat. It looked like he was back. Sitting cross-legged in a meditative pose, he let out a sigh and thought, "Whew, in the end, I still failed." Still, with proper preparation, fighting back is not entirely hopeless. This battle has pushed my martial arts even further. Over 10 of my martial arts have now reached the perfect realm. My Deca martial arts path has progressed another step. Most importantly, I have overcome my fear of death, making my state of mind even more resolute and pure. While he was deep in thought, someone approached the door. Lu Sheng opened it and said, "Instructor Dong, Instructor Qin." Qin Xiaojun greeted him. "Oh, Lu Sheng, how was your rest?" Lu Sheng replied, "Yeah, it was fine, just that the room feels a bit stuffy and hot." Dong Qingshui told him, "There is no helping it. If you go straight from this eastern military zone for a few hundred kilometers, you will reach the front line of the battle against the beasts. Many of those beasts release toxic gases, which is why the base has such strict air sealing measures." Suddenly, she stared intently at Lu Sheng and hesitated. "But you?" Seeing this, Lu Sheng smiled and asked, What is it? Is there something on my face?" "No, it is just, you feel a bit different today compared to yesterday." Hearing her answer, Lu Sheng was quite surprised and said, "Oh? I actually give off a different vibe?" Qin Xiaojun agreed with her. "Yeah, I get that feeling too," Instructor Dong thought to herself. Yesterday, he was like a piece of raw jade covered in mud. But today, all that dirt has been washed away completely. It is just like a piece of jade that has been meticulously polished. Seeing the confusion of the two instructors, Lu Sheng decided to show off a little. He replied with absolute confidence, "Maybe I just became more handsome. At this age, puberty makes you grow really fast, so it is totally normal for my facial features to look sharper." Hearing that, Qin Xiaojun laughed so hard he cried, "Ha ha ha, all right, you are something else. Being shameless is definitely your style. I really appreciate it." Meanwhile, Dong Qingshui stood there, completely speechless. After that, the three of them left. On the way, Qin Xiaojun asked Lu Sheng, "Hey, tell me honestly, how confident are you about taking first place this time?" Lu Sheng thought for a moment and said, "Well, not very confident." Right at that moment, someone walked over and spoke up. Well, if it isn't Instructor Dong Qingshu, what a coincidence. It has been such a long time. You still look just as sharp as you did when we last met." Instructor Dong replied with a calm face, "Shangguan Ling, you are still as annoying as you have always been." Lu Sheng wondered, It looks like there is a lot more to their relationship than just a simple rivalry." Hearing her words, he laughed it off and pointed at Lu Sheng, changing the subject. "Ha, Qin Xiaojun, look at you. It is bad enough that you are a loser yourself, but it seems your eye for young talent is completely garbage too, huh? Is this the best you could find? Are you planning to make our entire Dongning province a laughingstock?" Instructor Qin pinched his nose, waving his hand as if to clear a foul stench. He looked at him and said, "Shangguan Ling, you should really brush your teeth first thing in the morning before talking to people. Going around spewing garbage like this is just bad karma." He then opened a folder, flipped through a few pages, and said sarcastically, "Does your Dongyi province actually have some amazing genius?" Oh, turns out they are nothing special either. How come none of your names are on the starred profile list? Shang Guanling replied. Oh, interesting. How about this? Let us make a bet. Let us wager one portion of level 5 beast marrow to see whose representative ranks higher in the selection trials. Dong Shui immediately spoke up, clearly trying to bait Shang Guanling. Hey, there are 3 of us here. If you only bet one portion, where's the fun in that? Right after she said that, the 3 of them turned to leave. Instructor Qin even flipped him off, taunting, Shang Guanling, if you're broke, don't try to show off. You're just embarrassing yourself. Dong Shui chuckled and walked away, throwing one last jab over her shoulder. He can't afford this bet anyway. Let's go. Shang Guanling stood there, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. They had only taken a few steps when he finally snapped, Hey, wait up. He held up 3 fingers and growled. Fine. 3 portions it is. We'll bet 3 portions of grade 5 exotic marrow. Seeing Dong Shui stay quiet, he sneered. What's the matter, Dong Shui? Getting cold feet? Or was raising the bet just your way of running away? So, who's the one who can't afford to play now? Ha ha ha. Dong Shui gritted her teeth in anger and snapped. Fine, you're on. Shang Guanling laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Then, he patted his subordinate on the shoulder and said, Zhao Lai, did you see that? Now that is what I call guts. 3 portions of grade 5 exotic marrow will be more than enough to take your fire control talent to a whole new level. Aren't you going to thank instructor Dong Shui? Following his lead, Zhao Li placed his hand over his chest and said with a smug, arrogant look on his face, Well then, I, Zhao Li, must thank instructor Dong Shui in advance. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun yelled in outrage, What did you just say? An elemental control martial artist? Screw you, Shang Guanling. You set us up. How is an elemental control talent not in his files? Shang Guanling laughed gloatingly. Ha ha. Who said everything has to be written down in the files? You guys were just too stupid. Just make sure you get those 3 portions of grade 5 exotic marrow ready. Ha ha ha. Instructor Qin was shaking with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remained completely calm, while Instructor Dong didn't seem to care at all. As soon as Shang Guanling walked away, Qin Xiaojun dropped his angry act, coughed a couple of times, and said, So, how was that? Was my acting good? Did it look fake at all? Dong Shui turned around and muttered, Well, everyone hides a bit of their true strength on their profile anyway. Only an idiot like Shang Guanling thinks he's the only one who knows that trick. Elemental control is indeed powerful, but I wonder how it compares to a level 3 spiritual telekinetic. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng shook his head at Instructor Qin and said, Not good at all. Your expression was way over the top, and your movements were too stiff. Dong Shui turned her back to Lu Sheng and said, The Shangguan family and our Dong and Qin families have never gotten along. That guy is famous for his big mouth. Every time we meet, he just has to throw a few insults to feel good. Besides, our region has barely produced any geniuses lately, which is why they've been walking all over us. That's why this time, all our hopes are on you. Don't worry about the bet, that was my own choice. If we lose, I'll pay all 3 portions myself. But if we win, you can have my share as well. Qin Xiaojun grinned and chimed in, Heh, you can have my share too. After walking a bit further, they finally arrived. Dong Shui turned to Lu Sheng and said, All right, we're here. This is as far as we can go with you. Someone will be out soon to explain the rules of the selection to you. Understood. Thank you, instructor. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Dong Shui blocked it, saying, Wait a minute. She looked at him with a dead serious expression and asked, Lu Sheng, how confident are you really about this selection? I'm talking about the Qiming General Star. Lu Sheng stroked his chin, pretending to think hard before replying, I'm a little confident, but not too much. Hearing that, Dong Shui let go of the elevator door, allowing it to slide shut. The only thing left behind was a chorus of worried questions from both instructors. Is that so? And just how much is not too much? Both of them had incredibly anxious expressions on their faces, looking as if they had already lost all hope. But inside the elevator, Lu Sheng suddenly flashed a confident grin and said to himself, Let's say 99%. Unless, of course, they suddenly disqualify me right now. In that case, taking first place would indeed be impossible. Inside the conference room, as soon as a certain man walked in, everyone immediately stood up and saluted. Commander Yu! Commander Yu! He waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. Sit down. This veteran was none other than the Level 7 Grandmaster and Major General, Yu Fei. He took his seat at the head of the table and asked, "Have all the genius representatives from each province arrived?" Instructor Dong quickly stood up and reported, "Yes, everyone is accounted for. The exotic beasts for the selection process have also passed inspection. Each participant will enter their own designated trial path. The first one to defeat all the beasts along their way and reach the finish line will be declared the winner. The beasts deployed along each path include 3 Level 2 exotic beasts, 1 Level 3 exotic beast, and 1 Level 4 exotic beast. At the final and most crucial checkpoint, they will have to face a quasi-Level 5 exotic beast, the golden-eyed demon ape." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was completely shocked. A quasi-Level 5 beast? And of all things, the golden-eyed demon ape, which has the absolute highest combat power among Level 5 beasts. Even for field-grade officers like us, it would take at least 2 of us working together to bring it down. Isn't that way too difficult for a group of kids who are barely 18 years old? Dong Qing explains that they don't actually have to defeat this quasi-Level 5 golden-eyed demonic ape alone. Instead, they are supposed to face it together. A Quiming General Star is the leader of the military. When facing a powerful enemy, uniting everyone's strength is the only path to victory. Even if they are competitors, this is no exception. Yu Fei speaks with a grim face, explaining that the Eastern Military Region guards the second most crucial territory of the Dragon Country, which is also the second most dangerous front line, yet they have consistently ranked dead last in the National Military Region competition for the past several years. If we gather the absolute best martial arts geniuses from the entire Eastern region, and they still can't even stand up to a measly quasi-Level 5 exotic beast, then our Eastern region has no hope left. The Dragon Country will basically have no future. His expression is dead serious, and his words carry absolute authority. Hearing his words, the rest of the instructors are completely silenced, unable to utter a single word. Yu Fei calmly says, "Let's begin. Let's see what kind of talents we have this time." "Yes, sir." One candidate immediately speeds up, running incredibly fast. He thinks to himself that this year's selection is the most unique one yet. "I'm the hope of the entire Haiqing province. The only one qualified to become the Qiming General Star is me," but right after those words, he runs straight into a massive exotic beast. The guy panics, and the beast quickly lunges forward, pinning him down. He spits out in rage, "You damn beast!" The beast presses him against the wall. Gritting his teeth with veins popping, he uses every ounce of his strength to hold it back. "Damn it, who do you think you're messing with? I'm the strongest genius here, don't you dare." Looking at the situation, it's clear this guy is struggling to pass, as the beast completely dominates him. Inside the observation room, the veteran General Yu Fei watches the screen and instructs, "The Qiming General Star is the brightest rising star of humanity. The chosen one is our nation's hope, so just being outstanding isn't enough. The person we need must transcend the ordinary." He tells the instructors in charge of safety to pay close attention. They are the future of our country, so don't let them get hurt. Zoom in on the screens of the starred candidates. Let's see how the geniuses among geniuses perform. Yes, sir. The screen switches to the genius representative of Dongzhe Province. Kong Qing, 17 years and 8 months old, is an elemental control type martial artist. Kong Qing controls the element of electricity, and her current proficiency level is level 1. The second one is the genius representative of Jiangzhou Province, Jia Haoran. He is 18 years and 3 months old, a level 3 martial artist, and is spiritually gifted. He has already passed the level 2 spiritual master assessment. Next up, the third one, is the genius representative of Shilin Province, Xing Ji. With an incredibly muscular physique, he is 18 years and 9 months old, a level 4 martial artist who can easily overpower exotic beasts. After finishing them off, he flashes a confident smile. He's a defensive type martial artist, and his current talent level is level 3 Iron Skin. He is extremely confident in his defense. The exotic beasts get exhausted just trying to scratch him, and with a single punch, he blows them all to pieces. Watching this, Yu Fei praises him. "Not bad, he's really skilled. These youngsters are indeed highly talented, easily handling level 2 exotic beasts and even one-shotting level 3 ones. Talent like this would shine brilliantly in any selection. It looks like these kids are the ones." Suddenly, the veteran general cuts himself off and zooms in on another screen. He gasps in surprise. "Flame element control? This is actually pretty good too. Why wasn't he starred? Hearing Yu Fei's praise, Shangguan Ling quickly stands up to report. Commander, Zhao Li only awakened his ability recently, so we didn't have time to update his records. I apologize. Yu Fei replies, it's fine. In the end, strength speaks for itself. You did a great job raising such a promising seed. Thank you, sir. It's my duty. He then sits back down, while the other instructors begin whispering among themselves. Hiding his strength just to get noticed later. Everyone knows that cheap trick. What a show-off. Then another instructor makes a hand gesture. The veteran general Yu Fei watches, looking highly satisfied. Good, very good. Clearing the first stage this quickly, they should be about to. He stops mid-sentence, suddenly startled as he spots something else. Huh? What on earth is this? What is going on with this path and this clearing speed? The veteran general, Yu Fei's voice rings out in shock. What's happening on this route? Why isn't there a single red dot representing an exotic beast? Switch on the camera immediately. Dong Qingsui quickly obeys. As the camera screen lights up, several exotic beasts are seen lying completely dead on the ground. Yu Fei is astonished. It's only been 3 minutes since they started, and not only are all the exotic beasts dead, but his clearing speed is even faster than those 4 elites. He urgently demands answers, and the monitoring room immediately replies, I know exactly who this is. Dong Qingsui says in sheer disbelief, this is Lu Sheng's route. On the screen, the portrait of our boy Lu Sheng appears. Rewinding the camera to 3 minutes ago, Lu Sheng is seen calmly stepping into the battle area. Our guy has some interesting luck. Right off the bat, he runs into a massive exotic beast with a strange blue glow emitting from its eyes and nose, drooling heavily. Craving flesh for a long time, the beast charges like crazy the moment it spots Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng calmly stands there, watching closely. In this fight, it's hard to tell who is going to end up as whose dinner. Clenching his fists with a look of pure confidence, Lu Sheng smirks and says, you know, I've actually eaten your kind before. It was pretty tasty too. He unleashes a devastating punch straight at the beast. A massive wave of energy crashes down right along with Lu Sheng's fist. The impact is so intense it literally shakes the space around them. Instantly, the exotic beast is obliterated, leaving its shattered remains scattered all over the floor. Lu Sheng scoffs in disappointment. That's it? Too weak. Just then, 2 more beasts emerge from the doorway, gearing up to charge. Furious at seeing their partner ripped apart, the other 2 beasts go wild and charge ahead for revenge. Before the first one can even reach him, Lu Sheng grabs it by the neck with a single hand and squeezes, making it screech in agony. He then delivers a brutal downward smash to the other one, flattening it instantly. Talk about satisfying. Lu Sheng takes down those beasts in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he could feel the power surging through his body. This ability felt a bit like the control realm of martial arts, but it was a whole level higher. It's way more comprehensive, too. While the control realm focuses on condensing power, pinpointing bursts, and identifying weaknesses, this feels more like reaching a state of absolute omniscience. Suddenly, a hidden force surges from the wild boar's feet, leaving him with a perfect understanding of everything. A 3-eyed fox lunges at Lu Sheng from behind, but he stays perfectly calm, sensing everything. To him, nothing is out of reach. With just a tiny pebble under his heel, Lu Sheng flicks it backward and sends that beast flying. This is the power of the Thirp Tuan Martial Dao. Watching through the security camera, General Yu Fei finds the whole thing incredibly bizarre. How on earth is this kid so fast, he wonders. He's already made it to the final stage. The other instructors chime in, discussing it excitedly. Right? He looks totally ordinary, yet his punching power is insane. He's literally one-shotting every single beast. He doesn't even need a second hit. Curious about Lu Sheng, Yu Fei asks, do we have his profile? Read it to me. Dong Qingsui pulls up his file and begins to read. Representing the geniuses of Dongning Province, Lu Sheng, age, 18 years and 5 months, a level 3 martial artist with a strength, type talent. Hearing this, Shangguan Ling freezes, suddenly hit by a wave of anxiety. Wait, is it possible he's hiding his true power, too? The room erupts into a lively chatter. His profile looks completely average, one comments. He hasn't shown any special abilities in combat. His overall physical stats just seem to be slightly above your typical level 3, but definitely not quite at level 4 yet. Overhearing their chatter, General Yu Fei speaks up. Are you guys seriously blind? This kid has mastered at least 4 different martial arts. They're all at the perfect realm or higher, and both his footwork and fist techniques have reached the micro realm. That's why his combat power is so off the charts. The instructor's jaws drop in sheer disbelief. 4 or 5 martial arts at the perfect realm, and 2 of them are at the micro realm? And he's only 18. I mean, even if he started training in the womb, that should be physically impossible, right? Yuchi Fei crosses his arms. With a satisfied grin, he says, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a pure martial arts genius. You'd only see this kind of talent during the first 100 years, when the martial arts era first began. But as for today, suddenly, something on the screen catches his eye, cutting his speech short. His jaw drops as he lets out a startled gasp. On the screen, an exotic beast is clinging to the wall right behind Lu Sheng, its body trembling, as if it's getting ready to pounce. Lu Sheng, however, already senses the looming danger. And in the very next second, a swarm of the beast's clones lunges at him, completely surrounding our boy, Lu Sheng. They all spring at him at once, trying to rip him apart. But please, as if it's that easy. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of blue energy erupts around Lu Sheng. This is the sensory perception of the Therp Tuan martial Dao. As he taps deeper into it, he realizes that the potential of this martial Dao is far more terrifying than he ever imagined. He grabs one of the clones by the neck, leaps high into the air with a smug grin, and slams the beast face first into the ground. Now that is what you call a flawless touchdown. Having dealt with the threat, Lu Sheng casually strolls away, leaving the beast twitching helplessly on the ground. General Yuchi Fei leaps to his feet, unable to believe his eyes. A level 4 Tylon Jaguar, taken down just like that? Staring at the screen, General Yuchi Fei mutters, "I was wrong. This kid's fist technique isn't at the micro realm. It's actually at the control realm." Qin Shaojun chuckles, stroking his chin in amusement. Ah, so that's what he meant by 99%. With that kind of insane confidence, it all makes sense now. Ha ha. Sitting right next to him, Shangguan Ling breaks into a cold sweat as he recalls their bet from the other day. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. Seeing his bitter face, Qin Shaojun flips him the bird and mocks. "What the hell are you looking at? Trash talker. Idiot." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng walks on, thinking to himself that the beast he just destroyed must have been the final obstacle of this exam route. He's managed to get a pretty good gauge of the limits of the Therp Tuan martial Dao's first stage. Stopping in front of a massive door, Lu Sheng senses a monstrously powerful beast aura waiting just on the other side. He takes a deep breath and steps inside. Waiting for him in the center of the room is a golden-eyed demon ape locked in a steel cage. Lu Sheng cracks his knuckles and starts stretching his limbs. With a smirk, he asks, "So, you're my final opponent? Now that the warm-up is officially over, I don't have to hold back anymore." The golden-eyed demon ape bares its fangs and lets out a deafening, savage roar. Fierce, terrifying, and straight-up ugly as hell. It is the literal definition of as ugly as a gorilla. Lu Sheng raises his fist. Looking incredibly badass, he yells, "Tremble before me." Standing right in front of Lu Sheng is a massive, quasi-level 5 exotic beast, the golden-eyed demon ape. Veteran General Yu Fei rests his chin on his hands, tensely watching the monitor. Standing right beside him, Dong Qingshui continues her report. The golden-eyed demon ape in the final trial hasn't even been released yet. Once the time is up and all the genius representatives have gathered, they will unshackle the demon ape. Finishing her report, Dong Qingshui thinks to herself, "Lu Sheng, you really are full of surprises. I knew he was strong, but I never expected him to be this powerful." The Qiming General's star, a dream that once seemed completely out of reach, has actually become a reality through Lu Sheng. 2 instructors whisper to each other, with Lu Sheng's current level of strength. Once the other star-rated geniuses catch up, they will easily have enough firepower to take down that quasi-level 5 demon ape. But the other one retorts, "No, actually, they might not even need that many people. With just 1 or 2 allies backing him up, he would already have a solid chance of killing it." The total score is based on progression, speed, and overall contribution. After killing the other demon apes, Lu Sheng walks right up to the iron cage of the quasi-level 5 demon ape. The 2 instructors predict, it looks like Lu Sheng is definitely going to be the Qiming General star of this trial. While they are chatting, the instructors are suddenly struck with sheer shock. None of them can believe their eyes, breaking into a cold sweat as they freeze in place. Lu Sheng has just broken the iron cage holding the golden-eyed demon ape. Even the giant ape itself is completely dumbfounded. The demon ape slowly rises, growling as if trying to say something. Standing in front of the colossal ape, Lu Sheng looks absolutely tiny. But of course, that does absolutely nothing to dampen his fighting spirit. He curls his fingers, beckoning the beast to bring it on. Come on, let me see if there is any real difference between a quasi-level 5 beast and a level 5 martial artist. Hurry up, don't let anyone else ruin our fight. The instructor's jaws hit the floor in absolute disbelief. What? Is this kid seriously planning to take on the golden-eyed demon ape all by himself? Is he insane? This isn't confidence, it's pure arrogance. But another instructor speaks up. Wait, don't forget the power he displayed earlier. A microstate movement technique and perfect state martial arts. The golden-eyed demon ape relies heavily on raw, brute strength. Raw strength means physical punches. As long as he avoids a head-on collision, he might actually stand a chance. Just then, the giant golden-eyed demon ape shatters its iron chains. It opens its massive maw and roars, its eyes rolling back as it goes completely wild. It thrashes wildly to break the remaining chains, then glares and roars ferociously, baring its massive, long fangs. Lu Sheng begins to channel his energy, gearing up to face the golden-eyed demon ape head-on. Boom! A massive explosion echoes. The two clash in an earth-shaking exchange of fists. The two instructors watch with wide eyes, completely unable to believe what they are seeing. They gasp. What? He actually went head-on? Lu Sheng's hand looks ridiculously small compared to the demon ape's giant fist. The young man is holding his ground against the ape's massive fist, as deep cracks begin to web across the ground. Lu Sheng braces with one hand, while holding a defensive stance with the other. In a flash, the demon ape prepares to unleash its second colossal fist. The instructor Shangguan Ling sneers smugly, "Ha ha ha, what an arrogant, foolish brat." Taking a full-force punch from the golden-eyed demon ape head-on. Even with 10 lives, he wouldn't survive. Dong Qing cries out in deep worry. Lu Sheng, amidst the rising thick dust below, the golden-eyed demon ape swings its second punch. The colossal fist crashes down with immense power, slicing through the white smoke as Lu Sheng fights back from below. Lu Sheng counters with a punch of his own. Boom! Another deafening blast occurs, and the shockwave kicks up an even thicker cloud of dust. Seeing the golden-eyed demon ape stumble backward, Veteran General Yu Fei can't help but exclaim, "Not bad, kid." By now, flames have erupted all around them. Lu Sheng stares at the demon ape with pure excitement. "Oh? Not bad. You actually survived my stellar force punch amplified 10 times. You are worthy of becoming my dinner." Shangguan Ling's jaw drops, completely unable to believe his eyes. A massive sea of fire erupts around Lu Sheng. He looks coldly at the beast, raises his fist, and says, "With this strike, you can rest in peace." 10 suns rising. The moment he unleashes his fist, a blinding light erupts, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Veteran General Yu Fei keeps his eyes glued to the screen, while Dong Qing watches with a mix of deep anxiety and intense anticipation. Suddenly, the golden-eyed demon ape lets out a painful shriek. Lu Sheng is putting everything he has got into his strikes. The golden-eyed demon ape is sent flying, engulfed in a raging sea of flames. Veteran General Yu Fei's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Witnessing Lu Sheng's terrifying prowess, he is absolutely certain that it's a Grandmaster's will. Suddenly, he slams the table in pure excitement and bursts out laughing, "Ha ha ha, fantastic. In all my years, I never thought I'd see someone barely 20 years old manifest a Grandmaster's will. The path to level 7 has finally opened up. Just give it a little more time, and our eastern region will definitely have another Grandmaster." Old General Yu Fei said, with immense joy and satisfaction, "A teenage Grandmaster. Is Lu Sheng actually stronger than me now?" Qin Shaojun below let out a heavy sigh of relief. That little brat. He almost scared me to death. Meanwhile, after easily taking down the golden-eyed demonic ape, Lu Sheng caught his breath. There is no trace of exotic beasts left. Looks like this is the final trial. Is it really over? This is getting a bit boring. Suddenly, a wild idea popped into his head. If it is so boring, I might as well make my own fun. With that thought, he sat down on the ground. Yu Fei asked in confusion, what on earth is Lu Sheng doing? He already soloed the boss of the final stage. Why is he not leaving? What is he waiting for? Suddenly, realizing something, he chuckled, "Ha ha, I see. Just let him be. As long as he does not put anyone's life in danger, he can play around however he wants." The instructors below were also quite amused. Oh my goodness, this genius selection has expanded to include the entire eastern region. And yet, to Commander Yu, none of that seems to matter at all right now. The only one he has his eyes on right now is that kid, Lu Sheng. What did he mean by as long as he doesn't kill everyone? So killing 1 or 2 candidates is totally fine? I cannot even begin to imagine that. For the final trial boss, we have Lu Sheng, a level 3 martial artist, and a level 3 spiritual master. Lu Sheng sat there, thinking to himself, the Qiming General Star selection is technically over. Now, it is time for my own little game. While Lu Sheng waited calmly, the other candidates were still fighting their way through the previous stages to reach the final room. After taking down the prism-scaled swift leopard, young Xingji felt a dull ache all over his body. Grimacing, he thought. The strength of that level 4 prism-scaled swift leopard was definitely no joke. A look of struggle washed over his face. This stage was brutal. Even with his iron skin defense, he could not block all of the damage. If everything goes as expected, I should have passed this stage, right? Xingzi proceeded to open the door and entered the final stage. The area was vast, but completely silent, without a single sound. There is no noise ahead. Does that mean I am the first one here? Suddenly, he looked up and gasped in sheer shock. Standing before him was the golden-eyed demonic ape. A fully matured demonic ape is a true overlord among level 5 beasts, but right before his eyes was the golden-eyed demonic ape with a massive hole gaping in its chest. Sitting on its hand was a young man with his back turned. Xingzi wondered, who is that? Cold sweat began to pour down his face as he grew extremely anxious and alert. What kind of monster could leave a level 5 overlord in this state with just a single punch? Could he be? Xingzi slowly and carefully stepped forward, respectfully bowing his head. Hello there. What is the situation here? Does this mean I have passed the selection? Sitting on the hand of the golden-eyed demonic ape, Lu Sheng uttered only a single word. Wait. Startled, he looked up and asked, huh? Right at that moment, the other 2 doors slid open. Kong Qing from Dongzhe province, who possessed the elemental control talent, and the long-haired Jia Haoran from Jiangzhou province, who was spiritually gifted, both stepped inside. Both of them looked extremely confident, with Kong Qing casually blowing bubblegum. Jia Haoran stood there with his hands in his pockets, striking a cool pose. You are Xingji from Xilin province, right? I think we met earlier. Xingzi turned to look at him. Jia Haoran pointed forward and asked in curiosity, is this the final destination? And what is the deal with that thing up there? Hearing this, Kong Qing took a closer look, and her eyes widened as she noticed it. That is the quasi-level 5 boss beast, the golden-eyed demonic ape. All 3 of them frowned in confusion, but Xingzi shook his head. That corpse is probably just there to scare us. Otherwise, there is no way anyone here could actually beat a golden-eyed demonic ape. Sensing that something was off, Jia Haoran quickly asked, then what is he doing sitting up there? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Xingji's head, and he gasped, oh, I get it now. He must be the final gatekeeper for our selection process. Once we pass his test, we will probably clear the whole trial. Xingji's theory left both Kong Qing and Jia Haoran completely dumbfounded. Huh? Xingzi crossed his arms with a smug grin, saying confidently, hey, bet you guys did not see that coming. Suddenly, Lu Sheng stood up. Gesticulating, he said, you are quite sharp. A mischievous grin spread across Lu Sheng's face as his eyes glowed with a faint blue light, ready to pull a prank. He declared, I will give you guys 5 minutes to prepare yourselves. 5 minutes from now, you will challenge me. Kill me. Or defeat me. Let me see what the candidates of this year's Qiming General Star selection are truly made of. Xingzi put his hands on his hips and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Jia Haoran, on the other hand, pointed at Lu Sheng and said, yeah, it looks like we do not have to fight any exotic beasts for our final test. We just need to take him down. Lu Sheng stood tall on the shoulders of the golden-eyed demonic ape, looking incredibly imposing. Looking at Lu Sheng's slender, scholarly frame, Kong Qing remarked, but he does not even have any visible qi barrier. His strength probably is not anything special. Hearing Kong Qing's remark, Jia Haoran nodded in agreement. I really can't feel any astral qi from him. Is the Eastern Military Region seriously looking down on us? The 3 young prodigies look extremely confident. As for their stamina, 5 minutes is more than enough. At that moment, Jia Haoran uses his psychic power to sense something, then says seriously, but my gut tells me his strength is definitely not that simple. What's really going on here? Xingji immediately shoots back. No matter how strong he is, how bad can it really be? The 3 of us represent the absolute top under 18 combat power in the entire East. Why on earth should we be scared of just one guy? Hearing this, Lu Sheng smirks, thinking his acting skills are way better than Instructor Qin's. Meanwhile, watching through the security cameras, the instructors can't help but gasp. Is this kid seriously trying to wreck every single contestant at once? General Yu Fei laughs heartily. Haha, this Lu Sheng kid is interesting. Very interesting. Looks like Lu Sheng is about to put on quite a show. Suddenly, one of the instructors speaks up. Commander, I beg you to end this selection immediately. We can't let this go on. Other instructors raise their hands in agreement. I agree, seconded. This genius from Dongning province is showing a level of strength that is way too far ahead of the others. It's highly likely to inflict permanent physical and psychological trauma on them. Qin Shaojun whistles and thinks to himself, Dongzhe province, Jiangzhou province, Shilin province. So these are the chief instructors backing them up, huh? Haha. They're starting to feel bad for their own precious geniuses. But getting crushed by Lu Sheng in this state is honestly just ridiculous. Dong Qingshui also thinks to herself, when they released a level 5 exotic beast, no one complained this much, but now that it's Lu Sheng, their reaction is even more intense. This is more than enough proof of just how terrifyingly dangerous Lu Sheng is in the minds of everyone here. After hearing their concerns, General Yu Fei stands his ground and says, how about this? Tell the supervisors to stay alert and be ready to step in at any second. Just make sure Lu Sheng doesn't accidentally kill them. Dong Qingshui accepts the order and replies, yes sir. Meanwhile, Shangguan Ling is completely drained of energy. He collapses backward, his eyes wide with utter disbelief at what he had just witnessed. How could the kid Dong Qingshui brought along be this insanely strong? It's bad enough he made a fool of himself, but now he's about to lose 3 bottles of high-grade marrow. I'm doomed. Absolutely doomed. Back at the final trial, Xingji is now covered in flames, warming up with absolute confidence. I'm good. 90% recovered. Jia Haoran chimes in. 90% here. Kongxing smirks, 80%. Handling him is a piece of cake. Even if that golden-eyed demonic ape came back to life, I'd still have the guts to take it on. Mysterious blue energy begins to radiate from Lu Sheng's entire body. The young man points at the 3 remaining candidates and smiles with excitement. Not bad. Now that's what I'm talking about. Come at me all at once, defeat me, and you'll be the new Qiming Star generals of this batch. Hearing this, Xingji sneers with disdain. All at once? No need. I can handle this on my own. The moment those words leave his mouth, he leaps high into the air. Kongxing groans in frustration. Damn it. He beat us to the punch again. Jia Haoran calmly replies, it's fine. If he wants to go first, let him. This is the perfect chance to see what the gatekeeper is actually made of. But then again, looking at Xingji's powerful physique, Jia Haoran admits with a hint of respect, his strength is truly terrifying. He might actually be the strongest among the 3 of us. Enveloped in flames, with muscles bulging, Xingji hardens both hands, clenches his fists, and charges straight at Lu Sheng. He immediately activates his defensive talent, Iron Skin at full power. Hya! Seeing Xingji's overwhelming power, Kongxing and Jia Haoran widen their eyes in shock. This raw power, he's at peak level 4. As Xingji rockets toward him, Lu Sheng just stands there, calmly watching. With bloodshot eyes and sheer determination, Xing Zi roars, take this. But while Xingji pours everything into his ferocious charge, Lu Sheng effortlessly blocks it with just a single finger, muttering, beat me if you can. To make matters worse, Lu Sheng even yawns, acting bored out of his mind. Man, this fight is putting me to sleep. Seeing the gatekeeper block his full force with just one finger, Xingji gasps in horror. What? How is this even possible? The next second, Lu Sheng flickers his finger, sending Xingji flying back. He crashes hard into the ground with a massive thud. Naturally, his 2 teammates are completely frozen in shock for 5 whole seconds. The aftermath leaves a thick cloud of dust and flying debris, making it impossible to see if Xingji is even still conscious. Lu Sheng looks at the remaining 2 and asks, hey, are you 2 seriously not going to fight together? Lu Sheng continues to wait, standing casually on the hand of the giant golden-eyed demonic ape. Meanwhile, Xingzi lies completely motionless in the rubble, still shrouded in thick dust. Even with Lu Sheng taunting them to come at him together, Kongxing and Jia Haoran just stand there, too paralyzed to make a move. Both are completely terrified by how effortlessly Lu Sheng knocked out Xingji. Jia Haoran mutters in absolute shock. He took him down in just one blow. To be able to take down a mutated beast like that. And he looks so young. How on earth does he have such terrifying power? Seeing Lu Sheng jump down from the demon ape, They both flinched and backed away, their faces pale with terror as they broke out in a cold sweat. Drawing on his martial world experience, Jia Haoran explained, I once heard that some martial artists, driven by ambition in their youth, recklessly abuse performance-enhancing tonics, completely messing up their hormones. Their bodies stopped growing early on, so even when they are in their 30s or 40s, they still look like they are in their early 20s. This guy has got to be one of them. Kong Jing let out an anxious gasp and asked, So you mean he looks 17 or 18, but he's actually old enough to be our dad? What is this? Some kind of ageless youth trick? The military is too cunning. Did they do this just to get us to let our guard down? Jia Haoran frowned and replied tensely, Exactly. After all, this is the selection for the entire eastern region. They will use any dirty trick they can, but I honestly didn't expect the final trial to be this mind-blowing, to the point that they even dug up a walking arsenal like him. Seeing them just standing there without making a move, Lu Sheng grew impatient, thinking to himself, Did that beast knock these two completely stupid? Lu Sheng walked up to them and asked, Are you two done talking yet? He smiled warmly and said, How about this? Let's switch things up. If you two can make me take a single step back or block just one of my attacks, you pass. What do you think? Hearing this, Kong Jing and Jia Haoran widened their eyes in shock. Shifting from shock to pure rage, Kong Qing looked like she was about to snap as her entire body erupted in powerful surges of blue light. With her eyes rolling back, she opened her mouth and screamed, Don't you dare look down on me. Jia Haoran also gritted his teeth in anger. A dark purple energy enveloped him, and a flurry of sharp purple iron spikes materialized in the air around him. With a flick of his wrist, Jia Haoran sent those purple spikes flying straight at Lu Sheng. Seeing his opponent make the first move, Lu Sheng smiled with anticipation and thought, Now we're talking. Meanwhile, Jia Haoran sneered in his head. Mocking Lu Sheng, he thought, What an idiot. I don't care how strong he is. Looking down on a level 2 spiritual master like me is a mistake he'll regret. Let's see how he dodges this solid metal. Facing the attack, Lu Sheng simply reached out his hand as a massive surge of energy erupted from within him, forming a solid shield. Jia Haoran's iron spikes didn't stand a chance and were completely useless against Lu Sheng. Before anyone knew it, Lu Sheng easily seized control of all of Jia Haoran's spikes, casually bunching them up, right in front of him before flinging them right back. Jia Haoran broke out in a cold sweat, his face freezing up like a complete idiot. He stammered, How is this even possible? He lost his footing and fell backward in shock. The solid metal spikes he had thrown with every ounce of his strength were caught with bare hands. Lu Sheng completely ignored Jia Haoran's whining and turned his gaze toward Kong Qing. With a playful smile, he said, Next up, it's your turn, Pikachu. Kong Qing felt a surge of energy, looking ready to unleash 10,000 volts of raw electricity. But before she could even move, she was forced to a sudden halt. Her eyes widened in absolute shock as she gasped, What? Lu Sheng had effortlessly grabbed her by the wrist. Looking down at her, he said, This isn't right, you know. You should never lose focus in a fight. Didn't your chief instructor teach you that? As Kong Qing fell back, her mind raced with disbelief. How on earth did he catch me so easily? What kind of crazy speed and reflexes are those? But before she could recover, Lu Sheng said something that made her completely freeze. All right, now go ahead and shock me. She let out a blank, Huh? Lu Sheng kept his grip on Kong Qing with one hand while waving his other hand invitingly. He taunted her. What? Don't understand? I said, Shock me. Use your 10,000 volts. If your power is enough to satisfy me, then maybe I'll think about letting you pass. Infuriated, Kong Qing gritted her teeth and shrieked, You arrogant jerk. I told you, do not underestimate me. With a scream, a massive torrent of lightning erupted from Kong Qing. Lu Sheng closed his eyes to take it in. Not bad. This is exactly what I needed. He slowly felt the electric currents coursing through his body. Channeling his natural breathing technique at full throttle, he began converting the raw electricity into his own power. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off. The resulting shockwave sent everything flying. Lu Sheng's voice cut through the dust. It worked. Hearing those words, Kong Qing was left completely speechless. She muttered, Huh? What did I even do? Sparks of lightning still crackled across Lu Sheng's body. This was his fourth special breathing style, thunder breathing. Lu Sheng turned around and walked over to Kong Qing, praising, Not bad at all. He even stepped forward and patted her shoulder. With a highly satisfied grin, he said, Very good, you've passed the selection. Kongqing stood there, her jaw dropping in utter confusion. Huh? What? What did he just say? Her face flushed with pure excitement as she realized, I passed? I actually passed the Qiming General Star selection? It's just me. I'm the Qiming General Star. Kongqing was so thrilled she started jumping up and down. Wow, the absolute strongest fighter, representing the entire Eastern District under 18, the ultimate martial arts genius. This is the ultimate glory. I really did it. Bursting with joy, she turned around and gave Lu Sheng a crisp military salute. Thank you, instructor. Thank you for acknowledging me. Wait, did you call me Pikachu earlier? If so, I think I'll make Pikachu my official codename from now on. Lu Sheng chuckled, amused by her reaction. Haha, don't thank me. You earned my recognition because of your own skills. Keep up the good work, Pikachu. Meanwhile, Jia Haoran stood there with his arms wide open, utterly dumbfounded. Huh? She passed just like that? What kind of vague criteria is this? What in the world is going on? Jingji also asked with deep regret, is it really over just like this? Was all my hard work for absolutely nothing? Just as Lu Sheng was about to walk away, another instructor suddenly walked in. He looked at Lu Sheng and said, Had enough fun yet, Lu Sheng of Dongning Province? The commander said you should go get ready for the Qiming General Star commendation ceremony. Man, why did a monster like you have to join this competition anyway? Those 3 kids are just suffering from some serious bad luck. Hearing this from behind, Kongqing's jaw tightened. Huh? What is that supposed to mean? Why is he going to the Qiming General Star commendation ceremony? Wait, isn't the Qiming General Star supposed to be me? Isn't he the final gatekeeper of this trial? Naturally, Jia Haoran and Xingji couldn't believe their ears either. No way, him? The incoming instructor shook his head, pointing a finger to explain. You guys got it all wrong. He's a candidate just like you. The only difference is that he got here 20 minutes before you did. He then gestured toward the golden-eyed demonic ape and added, There's actually no final gatekeeper here. See this? The real final boss was this quasi-level 5 golden-eyed demonic ape, but he took it out with a single punch. As for what happened earlier, he was probably just acting on a whim. Hearing one shock after another, the 3 of them stood there, completely dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, Kongqing looked like she was about to faint on the spot, and the instructor panicked, shouting, Hey, someone get the medical team. This Dongzhe province contestant is passing out. Hurry over and help her. Cut to Zhao Li, instructor Shangguan Ling's disciple, and the last one left on the track. He's leaping forward to catch an exotic beast, and it looks like he finally got it. After a grueling struggle with the creature, he finally managed to pin it down. Damn it, a level 4 exotic beast is way too tough. Since Zhao Li specializes in fire element control, intense flames quickly erupt from his hands. The howling beast is roasted black in no time, and he repeatedly kicks the charred pile just to make sure it's dead. Right after, Zhao Li collapses to the ground, panting heavily, his face drenched in sweat. Man, I almost met my maker back there. At this point, he's absolutely exhausted, his stamina and energy completely depleted. But suddenly, he lets out a smug laugh. But hey, who cares? Didn't I just successfully kill a level 4 exotic beast for the very first time? He runs a hand through his hair, tossing his head back with an arrogant smirk. It was a level 4. Not level 3, not level 2, but level 4. I can't even believe my own achievements could be this legendary. If everything went as planned, the instructors must be watching me through the selection cameras right now. They're probably totally blown away by my talent and raw power, right? Haha. Suddenly, an instructor drops down from above and asks, You're Zhao Li from Dongyi Province, right? Still completely clueless, Zhao Li strikes a cool pose and replies with a cocky grin, Whoa, you scared the life out of me. Yep, that's me. The instructor looks down at his tablet and says, Stop moving forward. The selection is over. Pack up your things and get ready to head back with me. The system has successfully uploaded Zhao Li's results. Hearing this, Zhao Li beams with excitement. The selection is over? How did I do, instructor? He asks eagerly, pointing at himself. Did I get first place? Am I the Qiming General Star? The instructor replies bluntly, completely throwing cold water on his excitement. Huh? What are you daydreaming about? The Qiming General Star was decided half an hour ago. Hearing the instructor's reply, Zhao Li stands there, completely frozen in shock. The instructor continues. The only reason this selection dragged on this long was because he was about to mention that they were just waiting on Lu Sheng's little game, But then he stops himself and says, "Forget it, there's no point in explaining it to you. Anyway, your final rank is outside the top 5. Let's move." Hearing that, Zhao Li feels like his entire world has just shattered. "Wait, what? Outside the top 5? You've got to be kidding me. I'm Zhao Li," he screams in sheer frustration. "I soloed a level 4 exotic beast for the very first time." Looking at the hysterical young man, the instructor just sighs, completely speechless. Meanwhile, on the monitor, Kong Qing's face is displayed. The veteran general, Yu Fei, says to Dong Qingshuo, "Add that young girl from Dongzhe province to the exotic blood pool list." He shakes his head, sighing in admiration. She really went through hell out there. Hearing this, Kong Qing's instructor immediately jumps to his feet and bows to Yu Fei. "Thank you, Commander. Thank you so much." He is absolutely thrilled. Normally, only the top 3 are eligible to enter the exotic blood pool. Lu Sheng definitely earned first place, and Xia Lin in second makes perfect sense. But for third place, Jia Haoran and Kong Qing were neck and neck. However, since the other guy is a spiritualist, his rarity is much higher. He couldn't be happier. He never expected things to turn out this well. "Kong Qing, all your suffering has finally paid off. Keep pushing yourself, girl." Cutting over to Lu Sheng, the young man is walking into a room, deep in thought. "As soon as I came out of the selection passage, they immediately sent me back here to rest. And here I thought I was going to receive my rewards right away. On the table sit 4 cans that look just like soda, but instead of carbonated drinks, they're actually recovery potions." Lu Sheng walks over, picks up a can with a human head logo, and spins it around. "I guess this is the recovery potion they prepared for me. Does the medicine of this era even work on me anymore?" Doubting its effectiveness, the young man still pops the tab and chugs down the entire can in one go. This is pretty much like a high-end energy drink. It wakes you up a bit, but other than that, totally useless. Lu Sheng cracks open the next can, waving his hand in front of his face, clearly disgusted by the smell. "Recovering my stamina this way is going to take forever." Sigh. It doesn't even come close to the potions I refine myself. Maybe the potion is finally kicking in, because the young man soon lies down on his bed, lost in thought. I wonder how He Ling Su is doing with the spiritual muscle and blood-strengthening decoction. It's been a while since I last contacted her. Well, time to focus on my cultivation technique again. Lu Sheng quickly starts to feel electric currents surging through his entire body. He looks down at his hands, realizing that the breath of thunder combines the best of both the breath of fire and the breath of wind. It's faster, has greater explosive power, and yet, neither could reach their absolute limit. But in short, it's a super strong, highly balanced breathing technique. Lu Sheng let out a heavy sigh, wondering, had he been pushing himself way too hard lately? After all, kids his age, like Zhou Xingji and Lu Kaiming, were still just normal students, hanging out at net cafes, playing games, or dozing off in class. Thinking about this, his mind was filled with endless worry. Doesn't everyone just live like that? Why should the fate of the world 10,000 years in the future have anything to do with him anyway? By then, he would have been dead for a long time, and he probably wouldn't even have any descendants left. Who knows if he'd even make it through this life? Wouldn't it be better to just live happily and comfortably until the end? But suddenly, his fists clenched tight with determination. No, since he had witnessed it with his own eyes, how could he just pretend he never saw a thing? Since he had already made his choice, why give up so easily? He wasn't doing this just for humanity 10,000 years from now. He was doing it for himself. Lu Sheng stared at his fist, absolutely determined to give it his all. Even if it broke every bone in his body, he would fight to the end. Not everyone gets to find a place where they truly belong, see what they've seen, and burn with passion for it. After pondering for a long time, he grew steady. Clasping his hands over his chest with hope, he knew this had to be his ultimate choice. Time to shake off this gloom and get back to grinding. With that, Lu Sheng quickly opened up the system to look up his historical data. The screen popped up. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, June, year 297 of the Martial calendar to August, year 432 of the Martial calendar. Martial power, rank 7 martial artist. The screen then displayed Lu Sheng's life history. Became a rank 2 martial artist at 18, shocking all of Baihe City. Later, recommended by the Baihe City Martial Artist Association, he joined the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp and took first place. That same year, he entered the selection for the Qiming General Star and earned the title of Qiming General Star. Lu Sheng pondered as he read. His personal details hadn't changed much since last time, except his background now looked a lot more prestigious. His strength was still capped at the rank 7 Grandmaster realm, but could his character evaluation score have increased? It had actually reached 3.5 stars. Maybe this is because I chose to join the Eastern Military Region, but fighting those giant beasts also caused me to die 20 years earlier. If I hadn't died, would I have been able to break through to a rank 8 Great Grandmaster? As he scrolled down to the family section, something felt off. When his eyes landed on the spouse category, Lu Sheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Right there was a wedding photo of him and his wife. Holy crap, Instructor Dong Qingxue? Who on earth could have seen this coming? Lu Sheng was completely dumbfounded. No way. Dong Qingxue is older than me, she's almost 30. Are you guys wondering why she looks so young? Well, in the martial arts world, because of their training, people's physical appearance stays much younger than normal. The photo showed a bizarre sight. Dong Qingxue was bridal carrying Lu Sheng in her arms. He was totally baffled. How could he have ended up marrying her? Isn't that basically a cougar chasing a young cub? This is just too ridiculous. Next up was a steamy photo that made Lu Sheng break out in a cold sweat. Wait, thinking about it logically, once I join the Eastern Military Region and become the Qiming General Star, we'll naturally spend a ton of time together. In our boy Lu Sheng's imagination, Instructor Dong Qingxue must have had a secret crush on him. Shuddering all over, Lu Sheng thought to himself, with our past connection plus the feelings we developed down the line, it seems like this actually is a real possibility. Damn. Instructor Dong Qingxue is going to be my wife? I won't even be able to look her in the eye anymore. Meanwhile, after having her name thought of so many times, in another place, Dong Qingxue was sneezing nonstop. Lu Sheng stumbled along the way, completely out of it, his mind racing. No way. I need to find someone to blow off some steam. Then, looking ahead, his face froze before he quickly calmed himself down. Calm down, calm down. The Valkyrie I remember is over in that direction. Meanwhile, a massive crowd had already gathered, eagerly waiting for the award ceremony to begin. Du Fei and the other instructors had already prepared all the rewards. Our main character, Lu Sheng, obviously couldn't miss this. The atmosphere was incredibly lively and packed with people. Seeing Lu Sheng arrive, General Du Fei spoke up. Since everyone is here, let's get started. Lu Sheng, come on up. General Du Fei personally pinned a 4/9's pure gold badge onto Lu Sheng's chest. The young man looked incredibly sharp and handsome right now. Right after pinning the badge on Lu Sheng's chest, he said, "This is made of the exact same material as a Grandmaster's badge. It's just designed a bit differently. I hope that one day, you will wear a real Grandmaster's badge." Looking straight into General Du Fei's eyes, Lu Sheng quickly replied, "I will." He then cupped his hands with absolute confidence, saying, "And that day won't be far off." Hearing this, Du Fei laughed heartily, absolutely delighted. "Ha ha ha, excellent, then I shall wait for that day, ha ha." Hearing these words and seeing Du Fei's warm reaction, Instructor Qin Shaojun thought to himself that Lu Sheng sure had some nerve to say that, yet it didn't come off as arrogant at all. Instead, it sounded like he was simply stating an absolute fact. Dong Qingxue thought to herself, the Eastern Military District names a Qiming General Star every year. But Lu Sheng is the first one to ever receive this level of treatment from Commander Yu. Next up was the announcement. The top 10 contestants would each receive a bottle of exotic blood as a reward. The top 10 fighters were absolutely thrilled to receive this incredibly special prize. Old Commander Yu Fei pointed and said, "Lu Sheng and the rest of the top 4, follow me. The rest of you are dismissed." Xingzi was pumped. It's time. This had to be the way to the exotic blood pool and the exotic marrow pool. Kongjing was just as excited. The rewards for this Qiming General Star selection were by far the most generous in history. Jia Haoran was ecstatic. Originally, only the top 3 were allowed into the exotic blood pool, but because of Lu Sheng, that absolute monster, Commander Yu made an exception. To let all 3 of us enter the exotic blood pool is just incredible. Meanwhile, Zhao Li stood aside, crying tears of sheer frustration. The exotic blood pool. And I only get a tiny bottle of exotic blood. Damn it. My instructor even made a bet that Lu Sheng would lose and promised 3 portions of exotic blood. At this rate, I might even have to hand over my own share to him. This guy really had the most legendary instructor. A moment later, they arrived at the entrance of the exotic blood pool, and Commander Yu Fei asked the guard, "Is everything ready?" The guard immediately replied, "Everything is set, sir. They can enter at any time. Everyone, step inside." The moment they walked in, they broke into a cold sweat at the sight of a massive bullhead hanging high above. The commander walked a bit further and stopped, saying, "We're here." He walked over to 3 exotic blood incubation pods and said, "You 3, strip down and get ready to climb into the cultivation pods." Jia Haoran and Xingji, feeling like they just won the lottery, quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Kong Jing, however, was caught off guard, stammering, "Huh? Undress? Right here?" But she quickly stripped down anyway. The allure of the prize was just too massive. Wow, so this is level 5 exotic blood. Wearing only a bikini that showed off her smoking hot body, Kong Jing threw all her embarrassment out the window and gasped, "Do I get to absorb this entire pod? This is way more powerful than just a single portion of exotic blood." With that, she climbed into the exotic blood pod. Standing nearby, the commander turned to Lu Sheng and said, "Lu Sheng, come with me. I'll take you to the exotic marrow pool." Commander Yu Fei and Dong Qingshe then led him to the exotic marrow pool. Lu Sheng walked in and looked around before asking in confusion, "Is this the exotic marrow? Why is it only half full? Why didn't you fill it up? For a Qiming general star, you guys shouldn't be this stingy, right?" His future wife replied. "Only half? Do you have any idea how much this much exotic marrow costs? Over 1.5 billion, and that's just the cost price. If it were sold, it would go for at least 10 times that amount." Lu Sheng gasped. 1.5 billion? Ah, I see. But what if this isn't enough for me to absorb? Will you top it up? Dong Qingchui smiled and said, "Absorb all of this first before you start worrying about that. In the past, no one has ever been able to absorb this much." With that, she turned around and said, "Now get in. Absorbing this marrow is no walk in the park." Lu Sheng replied, "All right, let's get started." He quickly stepped into the exotic marrow, showing off his incredibly shredded and muscular physique. His future wife, or should we say, his gorgeous cougar, Dong Qingshui, thought to herself as she pressed the start button, "This kid's physique is actually pretty delicious. Looks like he really busts his ass training." As Lu Sheng began absorbing the exotic marrow inside the pool, he felt as if he had entered another dimension, experiencing a powerful surge of energy from the marrow. Lu Sheng grit his teeth. "Ugh, so this is exotic marrow. The power is insane. It feels like a living beast is tearing through my entire body. So that's why they say no one can absorb it all. The toll on the body is terrifying. But bring it on, I can handle whatever you throw at me." Suddenly, his eyes flared a glowing bluish white. Even the power of an exotic beast would bend to his will. A majestic green dragon manifested around Lu Sheng, exuding raw power. The scene shifts to the exotic blood pods of Kong Jing, Jia Haoran, and Xingji. Jia Haoran was pushing his limits to absorb the blood. Moments later, he gasped for breath, panting. "Is this level 5 exotic blood?" Looking at the pod's monitor, the instructor remarked, "Impressive absorption rate. You've almost drained the entire pod." As expected of a level 2 telekinetic. Wiping his hair with a towel, Jia Haoran clenched his fist and grit his teeth. "This exotic blood is an absolute jackpot, but it's a shame my body can't take any more of it for now." "What about the others?" The instructor replied. "They're still in there. You're the first one out. But don't be discouraged. Your strength relies on mental energy. With this talent, your martial arts foundation is bound to be a bit weaker. You guys are on completely different paths anyway." His words made Jia Haoran freeze up, but he quickly forced a smile and replied, "Haha, yeah, you're right." As Kong Jing's pod opens, she emerges drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Staring at her own hands, she feels absolutely amazing. After absorbing all that exotic blood, I can feel myself on the verge of breaking through to level 4. Even my talent has leveled up. This is absolutely incredible. The instructor looks on with envy, saying, "To absorb an entire pod of exotic blood, your talent is indeed impressive." Next, Xingji comes out. Sitting up, he lets out a satisfied sigh and says, "Very nice." Steam rises from his body as he says with a thrilled grin, "This exotic blood is a pure treasure. Once I stabilize my foundation a bit, I can break through straight to level 5. The instructor laughs heartily and praises him. "Haha, you really are a genuine genius. It only took you 1 year to break through from level 4 to level 5. I remember it took me nearly 10 years to make that breakthrough back in the day. The younger generation truly surpasses the old. Your clothes are ready, go change and head back." Suddenly, Jia Haoran runs up, pointing at Xingji in utter shock. "Xingji, you? You didn't even absorb all the exotic blood, yet you're already about to break through?" Hearing Jia Haoran's question, Xingzi doesn't even bother to reply and just walks away. The instructor answers Jia Haoran on Xingzi's behalf. He already emptied one entire pod. This is his second one. Jia Haoran is completely flabbergasted. 2 pods? His eyes bulge and his jaw drops, which means in almost the same amount of time, he absorbed 2/3 more exotic blood than we did. Jia Haoran sighs, saying, "Well, I was already weaker than Xingzi, but now, I'm afraid the gap between us has grown even wider." Standing nearby, Kongjing sneers at Jia Haoran. "Your strengths were never on the same level anyway. Even among geniuses, there are tiers." While Jia Haoran and Kongjing are looking on in awe, Xingzi suddenly flinches, startled by something he sees. Staring at the exotic marrow pool, Xingzi gasps in sheer disbelief. What? How is this even possible? Just how much exotic marrow is that guy absorbing? This is absolutely unbelievable. While everyone else has finished absorbing their exotic blood, Lu Sheng is still in the marrow room, continuously soaking it in. The staff are highly focused, watching his every move and ready to step in if anything goes wrong. Yu Fei asks, "How is it? Is everything going smoothly?" Dong Qing quickly replies, "Very smoothly, sir. However, the exotic marrow is being consumed incredibly fast. 1/4 of it is already gone." Seeing Lu Sheng's exceptional absorption rate, Yu Fei says, "Even though his performance is way ahead of his peers, he's still just a kid. Pour in all the reserve exotic marrow fluid. Let's make sure he gets the absolute best results." Suddenly, the exotic marrow pod emits a sharp beep. The operator panics and shouts, "Oh no, this is bad. Commander, we have a major problem. The reserve exotic marrow fluid has already been completely drained. What's in the pod right now is the very last of it." With the level of exotic marrow in the pod dropping rapidly, General Yu Fei is utterly shocked. "What? Even when I broke through to Grandmaster, I only absorbed half a pod." Pointing urgently, the general orders, "Hurry, search the warehouse and bring more here immediately." Dong Qingshu replies, "Yes, sir," and quickly sends people to fetch more exotic marrow from the storage. Stepping closer to the capsule, Yu Fei stares at Lu Sheng through the glass, thinking to himself, "I want to see just how big of a surprise this kid is going to give me." Before long, a fresh supply of exotic marrow is pumped into the tank. Inside the pod, the young man continues to absorb the marrow nonstop, as a brilliant golden glow quickly wraps around Lu Sheng's entire body. He takes this opportunity to practice his stellar body refining technique while absorbing the marrow. Golden light radiates in all directions from the pod. Yet, the marrow level drops rapidly once again. Of course, as long as he doesn't stop, more exotic marrow is continuously added. Massive drums of exotic marrow are dumped into the tank one after another, but the fluid level in the pod keeps plummeting. Naturally, Lu Sheng absorbs every single drop instantly. Everyone is utterly terrified to see the exotic marrow vanishing at such an uncontrollable rate. It gets sucked dry the moment it's poured in. An assistant nervously reports, "Commander Yu, do we need to keep going?" With a look of sheer determination, Yu Fei snaps, "Keep feeding him. Let him absorb as much as he wants. I don't believe for a second that he can drain the entire inventory of this massive military region. Pour everything we have into the tank." Giant containers of exotic marrow are continuously emptied into the pool. It's absolutely mind-blowing. The sheer overwhelming energy from this marrow might finally allow me to complete the first stage of the immortal golden body. And to think this is only level 4 exotic marrow, yet it's already this monstrous. If it were level 5, level 6, or even level 7, it would be beyond imagination. The operator trembles and asks once more, "Do we still keep going?" Hearing this, Commander Yu almost collapses to the floor in pure shock, his blood pressure probably hitting the roof. His hands are shaking, but he remains resolute. Keep going, keep pouring until he can't take any more. Damn it. If this brat doesn't join my Eastern military region after this, I will personally skin him alive. Each of these bottles costs 1 billion, and I've already blown through 10 billion, and that's at cost price. Inside the capsule, Lu Sheng can clearly feel the profound transformation happening within his body. "I feel like volcanoes are erupting inside my body. My blood is boiling like lava, and my bones have turned into a brilliant, blinding gold. This is internal force. I've officially surpassed level 3 and entered the rank of a level 4 martial artist." Lu Sheng looks at his hand with fascination. His breakthrough from a level 3 martial artist to level 4 is completely different from anyone else's. Other people only manage to generate internal force. But I didn't just get internal force. I've also successfully forged the first stage of the immortal golden body. This physique means I've made a massive breakthrough. My overall combat power has reached a terrifying level, unlike anything before. The brilliant golden light fills the entire chamber, shattering the protective glass. The operators of the marrow chamber are utterly terrified. Du Fei is completely shocked that Lu Sheng has absorbed every single drop of the level 4 beast marrow. The entire military base's reserves weren't even enough to satisfy him. Seeing this, General Du Fei watches with immense anticipation. Oh my god, is there a black hole hidden inside this kid? What kind of monster is he anyway? As for his future wife, Dong Qingshu, she's completely speechless, her cheeks blushing red. The chamber is filled with thick steam, when suddenly, Lu Sheng sits straight up, his blinding golden aura illuminating the entire room. He quickly throws his shirt on, realizing he's actually gotten taller. Kong Qing, Xingzi, and Jia Haoran watch from outside, trembling in utter disbelief. Xingzi grits his teeth in frustration. Why? How can he be so strong that I don't stand a chance of ever catching up? No, actually, he's so strong that it's beyond my wildest imagination. How is this even possible? If even Xingji is overwhelmed, Kongqing and Jia Haoran are completely crushed, left totally speechless. Looking at him, Dong Qingshui can't help but sigh in awe. Lu Sheng, you've already surpassed me, in less than 2 short months. That's absolutely insane. Suddenly, General Du Fei calls out to Lu Sheng, leaving the young man completely confused. Du Fei's voice booms, "Take this." Proving that experience counts, the old general unleashes a massive wave of blue energy. Dong Qingshui yells out in panic, "Commander!" But Lu Sheng is brimming with confidence, his entire body bursting into flames. He tightly clenches his fists and takes his stance, the flames around him roaring to life. Du Fei smiles with satisfaction. "Good job, kid. You definitely have some of his fiery spirit from back then." Their attacks clash with a deafening explosion. The operators in the room scatter in pure panic. As the massive shockwave ripples out, Xingji gasps in shock. Whoa! Is this a battle between 2 grandmasters? Lu Sheng is pushed back, sliding a long distance before finally stumbling to a halt. He looks up and complains. "Commander Du, that was a bit overkill, don't you think?" "I literally just broke through to level 4. The general lands and laughs. "Level 4? Ha! With golden bones, jade skin, and the presence of a grandmaster, your combat power is easily over 500,000. Kid, you expect me to believe you just hit level 4? Lu Sheng shrugs and replies, "But I really am just a level 4. Du Fei loses his temper and yells, "I don't care what level you are, you just sucked up nearly 15 billion worth of my marrow fluid. Getting hit with one punch is getting off easy. Do you want another one?" Looking around at the absolute mess left in the marrow room, Lu Sheng can only sweat in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Qin Shaojun, who just witnessed Lu Sheng holding his own against Commander Du, clutches his head in absolute shock. Hold on, is this a joke? Commander Du is a literal level 7 Grandmaster. The raw power of his direct punch is at least 1 million, and yet Lu Sheng managed to block and completely neutralize it. Kong Qing, Jia Haoran, and Xingji are dripping with cold sweat. Kong Qing looks like she's about to pass out, and all 3 of them stand there, jaw dropped. As Lu Sheng casually walks by looking cool, Jia Haoran points a trembling finger, laughing hysterically. "Ha ha ha. Are you telling me we have to compete against a guy like that? I've never in my life heard of a Keeming Star general candidate being this terrifying." Kong Qing is so scared she looks ready to faint, as if her soul has literally left her body. Dong Qingsui glances over at Lu Sheng while listening to Instructor Qin, who says, "This kid Lu Sheng is already stronger than me, and he's only 18. He hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet." Suddenly, Qin Shaojun's eyes go wide as he gasps. "Wait, the college entrance exam." Hearing this, Dong Qingshui ponders for a moment. Then, with a proud and highly confident smile, she says, "The next Dragon Ascendant is definitely going to be Lu Sheng." Xingzi still struggles to accept it. I knew I was weaker than him, but I never expected the gap to be this massive. With a colossal combat power of 500,000, a mere level 4 martial artist already possesses the strength of a peak level 6. What's going to happen when he reaches level 5 or level 6? His combat power will probably blast past 1 million. He won't even be a grandmaster, but he'll completely surpass one. Moreover, plus, he has already shown the resolve of a grandmaster. His future path has basically been laid out on a silver platter. Just thinking about that makes me realize that our Lu Sheng is absolutely terrifying. Xingji slumped to the ground, questioning everything. Even the amount of marrow he absorbed is insanely higher than mine. Is the gap between us really that massive? Right next to him, Lu Sheng was feeling a bit embarrassed in front of the old General Du Fei. Scratching his head, he asked, "Did I really absorb 1.5 billion marrow?" "Haha, you are too generous, Commander Du." Haha. Du Fei turned back, his expression turning serious as he replied, "Fine. No need to thank me. Just make sure you slaughter plenty of those beasts when you hit the battlefield. Do not dare waste the marrow fluid of our Eastern Military District. You hear me?" Lu Sheng confidently showed his resolve. That is a given. Slaying enemies on the battlefield is every martial artist's duty. Besides, since I have taken up so many resources, it is only right that I contribute even more of my strength. Du Fei let out a satisfied smile. Haha, stepping up without hesitation. You really do take after the marshal a bit. He turned around and laughed out loud. Ha! The next time we meet, you will probably be a grandmaster already. I look forward to that day. Ha ha ha. His future wife, Dong Qingshe, walked up to Lu Sheng and said, "The Kaiming General Star selection is officially over now. You can now focus all your energy on the college entrance exam." She asked him caringly, "Have you thought about which university you want to apply to?" Lu Sheng asked, "Do you have any good recommendations, Instructor Dong?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng didn't seem to catch Dong Qingshui's drift just yet. She gave him some advice. "With your current strength, you can choose any martial arts university in the Dragon Country. And here in our Eastern District, the best school is Dongning Martial Arts University. Since you are from Dongning Province, if you go there, you will get massive benefits and privileges in every way." The young man rested his chin on his hand, eyes wide as he thought, Dongning Martial Arts University. Isn't that Dong Qingzhe's alma mater? But Dong Qingchui continued, "If it were a month ago, I would definitely have advised you to go to Dongning Martial Arts University." Dong Qingshui held up a finger, full of confidence. "But now, I highly recommend you go to the capital. Because the capital has the 7 sacred martial arts universities. They are the birthplace of Dragon Country's martial arts, and it is a place of immense growth. The absolute top martial arts geniuses in the entire Dragon Country gather there. It is where crouching tigers and hidden dragons truly reside." Dong Qingshui even used body language to emphasize her point. "Moreover, if you can break the record of the sacred martial tower, you might even catch the attention of a martial saint. By training under a martial saint, you will have a very high chance of breaking through to the level 8 Grandmaster realm." Hearing this, the young Lu Sheng gasped in curiosity. "A martial saint?" Dong Qingshui glanced at Lu Sheng, frowned slightly, and continued. "A martial saint is the absolute pinnacle of this world. They possess combat power that is almost beyond imagination, as well as absolute power that even reigns supreme over the military and the state." She introduced the details to him. Right now, the Dragon Country only has 3 level 9 martial saints. They are the Extreme Path Martial Saint Zhaoji, Jade Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu, and Dark Star Martial Saint Lin Zhenyu. Listening to this, Lu Sheng broke a sweat, thinking to himself that according to the Fireseed system, the strongest level in this current world is level 9, which means that martial saints are the absolute peak of this world. Dong Qingshui continued, "So, I cannot make this decision for you, but I can feel it." Looking at Lu Sheng, she said with high expectations, "Your future could take you further than anyone else. You might not even be inferior to a martial saint." Hearing this, Lu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. He had no idea Dong Qingshui held him in such high regard. His gaze turned ice cold. A level 9 martial saint. He possessed 3 supreme cultivation techniques of level 11. In the future, he would definitely soar far beyond that title. Standing nearby, Qin Shaojun overheard their conversation and thought, "Aren't those expectations a bit too high? Lu Sheng is only at level 4 right now, yet she expects him to match a level 9 martial saint?" But he immediately dismissed the thought. "No, maybe my own vision is just too narrow. His talent is something completely unheard of. So who knows? Maybe she is right." Dong Qingshui went on. "In the entire Dragon Country military, the highest-ranking officer is the Grand Marshal, who is only a level 8 Grandmaster. As for level 9 martial saints, we don't have a single one." Lu Sheng asked her, "Why is that? Isn't it just a 1-level difference? Can't the military pour all its resources into helping just one person break through?" Qin Shaojun walked over and said, "It is not as simple as you think. Producing just one level 8 Grandmaster already drains all of the military's top-tier resources. We don't even have any idea how many resources a level 9 would require, let alone the fact that there is an unimaginable gap between level 8 and level 9. With a serious expression, Dong Qingshui chimed in. Having a level 9 martial saint has always been my dream, and it is also the ultimate wish of the military. She looked at him and said, So, as a lieutenant colonel of the Eastern Military District, I should technically be advising you to stay in the East. That way, there is a high chance you would join our military branch later on. But our wishes should not become a chain that holds you back. Your path is yours to decide. Hearing Dong Qingshui say this, Lu Sheng suddenly remembers their wedding photo. He breaks out in a cold sweat, lowers his head, and lets out a sigh of relief. Then, he clenches his fist confidently and says, Thank you, Instructor Dong. I really appreciate your concern. Just as I promised Commander Du, stepping onto the battlefield to protect our nation is a lifelong duty for every martial artist. I will never forget the support and care the Eastern Military Region has shown me. Hearing this, Dong Qingshui feels a wave of relief and happiness. Her cheeks turn a lovely shade of pink as she softly replies, That's good. Even I can't help but admire a student like you. Watching them face each other, both blushing like bright red tomatoes, Qin Shaojun is completely baffled. Instructor Qin's eyes go wide, and he covers his mouth, teasing, Oh ho, what's this romantic scene? Even I'm blushing just looking at you two. Ignoring him, Dong Qingshui continues talking to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, now that the selection is over, you still have a few days before the college entrance exam. You should use this time to go to the Spiritualist Association and pass their assessment. It'll make logging into the StarNet a lot easier. Lu Sheng nods with a smile and says, All right, I'll pack my things and head out right away. As she watches him turn to leave, Dong Qingshui hesitates, looking like she still has something left to say. Once Lu Sheng walks out, Qin Shaojun nudges Dong Qingshui playfully. Hee, we've known each other for years, and I've never seen you make a face like that. Come on, do you have a thing for Lu Sheng or what? Blushing, Dong Qingshui pretends to tap busy work on her tablet. What kind of nonsense is that? Of course not. Sure, keep telling yourself that. A second later, Instructor Qin is left nursing 2 giant bumps on his head, while Instructor Dong stomps away in a huff. She ducks behind a wall, her face completely flushed. Her heart is pounding, and she can't stop thinking about Lu Sheng. Oh man, they really weren't kidding when they said a girl's no actually means yes. The next day, over Dongning Province, a helicopter hovers low in the sky, its engine roaring across the open land. Inside the cabin are Dong Qingshui, Lu Sheng, and Instructor Qin. With the side door slit open, a violent gust of wind howls through the cabin. The deafening rush of the wind combined with the roaring engine makes it almost impossible to hear each other. Dong Qingshui stands behind him and shouts over the noise. Lu Sheng, are you sure you want to drop off here? Standing right at the edge of the open door, he shouts back, Yeah, here is fine. There's nobody around. Worried about him, Dong Qingshui quickly suggests, Hold on, let me have the pilot go a bit lower, and I'll toss down a rope ladder. But of course, our dense protagonist completely misses her sweet gesture. He just smiles and says, No need. Before she can even react, he leans backward right out the door, waving goodbye. See ya, Instructor Dong. Wait, what about the other guy? Instructor Qin is literally standing right there, but Lu Sheng only says goodbye to his future wife. Seeing Lu Sheng freefall into the open sky, Dong Qingshui panics. Shoving her safety aside, she rushes to the edge and looks down. From this high up, Lu Sheng looks like a tiny speck plummeting toward the endless canopy of the forest below. He's dropping like a rock, rapidly approaching the tree line. Watching this insane stunt, Instructor Qin screams, Holy crap, is that kid suicidal? We are at least 200 meters up, and he doesn't even have a parachute. Dong Qingshui tries to calm Instructor Qin down, though she's actually trying to stop her own heart from beating out of her chest. He'll be fine. He won't die from a fall like this. Don't forget, his strength is on a whole different level than mine. Hearing her words, Qin Shaojun finally takes a breath and calms down a bit. True, but that kid is still a total psychopath. Down below, Lu Sheng is tearing through the air like a meteor, his entire body wrapped in a blinding, brilliant golden aura. Far below in the woods, a little kid and a young man are hiking. The little boy suddenly spots the falling fireball and points upward, completely speechless. The older guy shields his eyes from the glare, squinting to see what's falling from the sky. The kid grabs his arm in awe and gasps, Whoa, is that a superhero? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is fast approaching, his aura burning even hotter. Staring in absolute disbelief, the young hiker shakes his head and mutters, "No, that's a martial artist. An insanely powerful one. At least a level 6, maybe even a martial grandmaster." As he falls, Lu Sheng can feel every single part of his body, his skin, muscles, bones, and even his internal organs vibrating with a massive transformation. It completely transcends any normal level 4 martial artist. With his defensive talent, his durability is far more terrifying than even a level 5 or level 6 martial artist. If a drop of water falls from this high, it splatters into nothing. A normal rock might shatter. But Lu Sheng? He's about to shatter the earth itself. Boom! A massive explosion shakes the entire forest, sending a colossal shockwave of dust and debris shooting into the sky. Lu Sheng has officially landed. Wrapped in his blinding defensive shroud, he stands perfectly unharmed as the thick dust clouds swirl around him. As the smoke slowly clears, it reveals Lu Sheng standing proud and tall, right in the center of a massive crater he just blasted into the earth. Looking off into the distance, there it is, Dongning City. Lu Sheng shifts his body. Now that he's reached level 4, the internal force surging within has spread to every corner of his body. Even though his internal force is still constantly building up, he leaps down, thinking to himself that it will probably take him about a month to fully generate it all. But what's weird is, my internal force is actually golden, while other martial artists' force is completely colorless. Just like what Du Feiyi said last time, golden bones and jade flesh are the traits of a grandmaster. This just shows how incredibly powerful the immortal golden body truly is. Lu Sheng smiles in amusement. That golden light effect every time he strikes? Now that is a seriously cool aesthetic. It is absolutely top tier. Dongning Province is just ahead. I need to hurry to the Spiritual Master Association to finish my assessment. That'll make it way easier to log into the StarNet. Word has it that if my evaluation is good enough, I can even get bonus points on the college entrance exam. With that thought, Lu Sheng shoots forward like a flash. The guy in orange and the little kid happen to catch sight of this exact moment. Neither of them can believe their eyes. Their mouths hang wide open, breaking out in a cold sweat. He is just so young. Incredibly young. This is absolutely impossible. He must have used some high-tech gadgets or something to land so completely unscathed. But before he can even process it, Lu Sheng is already long gone. The guy in orange stands there utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his own eyes. So this time he tries a more logical explanation for the kid, saying, "See, there's no such thing as superheroes. They're just shooting a movie, buddy." It doesn't take long for Lu Sheng to arrive at the Spiritual Master Association. Aside from the receptionist next to him, there are 2 girls and a bald middle-aged guy getting ready for their test. Watching the bald guy manipulate a purple sphere within a stream of air, Lu Sheng thinks to himself, "So, this is the exam." The sphere turns pink, wobbling back and forth between the bald guy's palms. He's clearly putting every ounce of his energy into it. Just a little more. Don't touch. But as soon as those words leave his mouth, the sphere bumps into the blue wall on the side, cracking it. The sphere turns purple again, rolling across the floor. The bald guy grabs his head and groans, "Ugh, failed again." Standing nearby, Xiao Li is busy writing down the results. The bald guy's eyes go blank with sheer disappointment. "That was my 6th attempt." Turning to him, Xiao Li says, "Sir, at your age, it's really hard to make any new breakthroughs. Honestly, you should just head home. There's really no need to come back next time." Xiao Li then calls out, "Fei Fei, you're up. This is your 3rd try, right?" Annoyed that Xiao Li is bringing up her past failures, Fei Fei snaps back, "So what? What's it to you? I was already a level 1 spiritual master at 20. I'm only 25 now, so failing the level 2 test a couple of times is completely normal." She glares back at the bald guy and adds, "That uncle over there is almost 50. We are not the same." Letting it slide, Xiao Li doesn't bother arguing. Fine, just get started." But Fei Fei suddenly stops and asks, "Wait, who's the handsome little brother over there?" Jing Xuan, standing nearby, introduces him. He was recommended by Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qing of the Eastern Military Region. Be on your best behavior. Staring at him, Xiu Fei whispers in awe, "Whoa, he's so young. Is he a spiritual master too? Man, being that handsome really draws attention everywhere you go." Catching sight of the young Lu Sheng, Shui Fei starts winking playfully. She rests her chin on her hand, gazing at him with absolute adoration. She stares at him for a long time without blinking, thinking to herself, "But seriously, this little brother is incredibly handsome. Leaning in, she greets him warmly. Hey there, little brother. My name is Shui Fei. I can't believe you're a spiritual master at such a young age. Is this your first time taking the test? If there's anything you don't get, just ask me. I'd love to show you the ropes. Lu Sheng replies indifferently, thanks. Yes, it's my first time. Was that the exam format just now? Shui Fei eagerly explains. Yup, the test has 3 parts in total. First, they use a machine to test your spiritual force, strength, and purity. After that is the practical control test. Within the time limit, you have to control a specific number of small, solid iron spheres and guide them all through the glass walls. But you can't touch the walls. They're incredibly fragile, so even a tiny tap from the solid iron will shatter them instantly. The uncle from earlier was taking the level 1 test, so he only needed to get through 1 layer. But since I'm testing for level 2, I have to pass through 5 layers. Letting out a heavy sigh, Shui Fei says, the level 1 test is actually pretty easy, but my level 2 test is brutally hard. Oh, please, gods of luck, let me pass this time. I really don't want to come back here for a 4th attempt. Right then, Xiao Li calls her over. Shui Fei, you're up. Taking slow, deliberate steps toward the testing area, she replies, coming. With a serious look on her face, she approaches the testing device. She extends her hand toward the crystal, glowing with a golden light. The screen quickly flashes the results. Spiritual force strength, 11.33. Spiritual force purity, 1.0 to 2. Shui Fei's face lights up with joy as she hears the news. I passed the threshold. Xiao Li chimes in. Not bad. You've met the basic spiritual force requirements. Now, all that's left is the control test. Leading Shui Fei to the next station, Xiao Li points to the iron spheres and glass panes in front of them, saying, same rules as always. Control 15 solid iron spheres and guide them through 5 layers of glass. Ding! Lu Sheng stood there, watching closely and listening with absolute focus. Xiao Li then pulled out a stopwatch and announced, the time limit is 20 seconds. Shui Fei closed her eyes, taking a deep, determined breath before replying, begin. Suddenly, Shui Fei's eyes flashed with light as a pink aura flared around her. Watching her, Lu Sheng thought to himself, so that's how it is. Controlling 15 solid iron weapons simultaneously was no small feat, placing a heavy burden on a level 2 spiritual master. Shui Fei began guiding the iron spheres through the glass panes. She had to stay absolutely calm while maintaining precise control over her spiritual energy. Otherwise, even the slightest vibration from those solid iron weapons would shatter the glass. On top of that, she had to maneuver 15 spheres all at once. The execution had to be flawless, and it was anything but simple. With intense focus and sheer determination, Shui Fei guided the iron spheres toward the first pane of glass. Her pink energy enveloped the spheres, but as they drew closer to the first barrier, cold sweat began pouring down her face. As the spheres slowly passed through the first glass pane, Shui Fei felt a surge of joy. Yes, passed the first layer smoothly, she thought, immediately refocusing her mind to push forward. The second layer? Cleared. Shui Fei adjusted her alignment. The third layer? Also cleared. Having smoothly cleared 3 layers, she thought with growing excitement. Just one more. The 4th layer is right there. I can finally break through as a level 2 spiritual master. But just as her excitement was peaking and her confidence soared, Xiao Li's voice shattered her dreams like a bucket of ice water. Time is up for the first test. Failed. The iron spheres clattered to the ground one by one. Panting heavily, Shui Fei was filled with regret and frustration. Damn it, she hissed. But she quickly pulled herself together. Phew, it's fine. That was just a warm-up. Let's do this again. With that, she began controlling the spheres once more. Standing in the back, Lu Sheng watched her for a while before murmuring, this is actually pretty interesting. Xiao Li asked her, are you ready? Shui Fei took her stance, completely focused for the second round. Begin. Once again, she faced the familiar glass barriers. With laser-like focus, Shui Fei navigated the spheres through the first layer. Cleared. Clenching her fists, she thought, yes, just like that, keep pushing. She quickly guided them through the second, third, and 4th layers. There were still 12 seconds left. There's a chance this time, she thought, carefully managing the iron spheres. The 15 spheres rapidly approached the next pane of glass, weaving right through the circular holes. Crash! A sudden, sharp sound rang out, and spiderweb cracks instantly spread across the glass. Shui Fei gasped in shock, her eyes vacant and her mouth agape, Her legs gave out, and she slumped onto the floor. The spheres fell to the ground, reflecting her deep disappointment. She mumbled to herself, "Failed. Again." Xiao Li asked, "Do you want to try again?" But by this point, Shui Fei had neither the patience nor the energy left to keep going. Looking down dejectedly, she replied, "No, I'm still way too weak. There's no way I can pass this." Suddenly, Lu Sheng's voice rang out from behind her. "That's not true. You can absolutely pass this." He then began to explain, his voice calm and fluent. "You have more than enough power to clear it. You're just doing it wrong. Try using your brain a bit more. Don't just stare at what's right in front of you, look further back." Hearing this, Shui Fei looked at Lu Sheng with intense curiosity and asked, "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Lu Sheng then began breaking down the analysis for his new acquaintance. "Your approach earlier was to adjust the position of each sphere right before it reached the glass pane. Only after passing through would you adjust them again to align with the holes in the next pane. While that's not technically wrong, it takes too much time and demands an insanely high level of spiritual energy control. What this test actually evaluates is a spiritual master's calculation ability. From the very beginning, you need to predetermine exactly which hole each iron sphere will go through." Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Shui Fei's eyes widened in sheer tension. Lu Sheng continued, "Then, treat each hole as a single point and connect those points together. That's your complete path. All you need to do is guide those 15 spheres along 15 different paths." Hearing this left Shui Fei utterly flabbergasted. How on earth did a level 1 rookie know all this? Lu Sheng stepped forward, leaning down to grab Shui Fei's hand as he smiled. "Wouldn't that make things way easier?" Talk about taking an opportunity. Caught completely off guard by his sudden touch, Shui Fei stammered in surprise. That actually makes a lot of sense." Standing nearby, even Xiao Li couldn't help but marvel at Lu Sheng's logical analysis. "You're incredibly smart, but putting it into practice is a whole different story. Nobody can map out 15 paths in such a short amount of time, let alone calculate the distance of each hole and the speed ratio needed to pass." But Lu Sheng immediately countered, "You're wrong. For an ordinary person, that level of calculation might be overwhelming. But for a spiritual master, it's child's play." Without missing a beat, Lu Sheng put his words into action right on the spot. And check this out, what he said next left Shui Fei completely frozen in shock. Lu Sheng took every single iron ball out of the box and said, "Watch closely, because I am only showing you this once." Seeing all the iron balls in the box float high into the air under Lu Sheng's control, Xiao Li gasped in shock. He is controlling every single one of these solid iron balls. Lu Sheng raised 2 fingers, his eyes flashing with brilliant light as he commanded, "Go." The moment he spoke, the steel balls shot upward, assembling themselves into a perfect cube. Right after, they lined up in single file, pressing tight against the glass panels below. One by one, the balls slipped through the small circular holes in the glass. In the blink of an eye, the entire batch had cleared the very first layer. Lu Sheng kept controlling the balls as a brilliant, blinding blue light surged powerfully from his palm. Thousands of iron balls prepared to pass through, and we are not talking about just one layer of glass, or even 10, but over 50 layers of glass all at once. For our main man, this was a complete walk in the park. Lu Sheng easily recalled all the iron balls and casually said, "It is actually quite simple if you think about it. You just have to guide them in a specific order, that is all." Seeing how lightning fast Lu Sheng did it, Shui Fei just stood there, totally paralyzed with shock. Lu Sheng turned around and asked, "Excuse me, examiner, what was my final time?" Shaking like a leaf, Xiao Li stammered, 11. "Wait, no, exactly 10 seconds. Both Shi and Jing Xuan stared at him, their jaws hitting the floor. Lu Sheng put his hands on his hips and said, "Well, for my very first try, I guess that wasn't too bad." Those words, "my first try," hit the blonde-haired Shui Fei like a truck, making her gasp. "Your first time?" Lu Sheng turned to her, staring straight into her eyes as he asked, "Well, did you get a good look at that?" Her eyes widened in sheer disbelief as a cold sweat broke out all over her. In her mind, she was staring at the god-tier skill of a literal deity. She forced a bright smile and replied, "I saw it, but how on earth did you actually pull that off? I am completely lost." Staring at Lu Sheng, she could not help but feel like she was watching a world-class illusionist perform real magic right before her eyes. Even though she had tracked his every move, she had absolutely no clue how he made something so impossible look so effortless. Drenched in cold sweat, Xiao Li analyzed the situation in sheer disbelief. To control that many iron balls through over a dozen glass panels with literally thousands of holes, all within 10 seconds. The sheer volume of calculations required would be so astronomical and complex, it shouldn't even be humanly possible. Xiao Li spun around, urgently whispering to Jing Xuan. Quick, go fetch President Jiang right now. We have a major situation on our hands. The young man quickly replied, on it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the office of the association president. Right now, the bald-headed President Jiang was scowling in pure frustration at his hand, muttering, Man, my cards are absolute garbage. Being paired up with you as a teammate is just my rotten luck. He gritted his teeth in utter vexation. Damn it. What is the point of having level 4 mental force if I can't even become a card god? Suddenly, the young man burst into President Jiang's office without even knocking, yelling in a total panic. President, we have an emergency. You need to look at the data on your computer right now. The old man grunted back. What has got you in such a frenzy? But the second he clicked open the file on his screen, he gasped in utter shock. What in the… Jing Xuan quickly leaned in and whispered the details directly into his ear. And that is exactly how it went down. Shivering with cold sweat, the president stammered, Are you pulling my leg, or is this for real? Jing Xuan pointed at the screen and replied, Why would I lie to you? Look, that guy Lu Sheng is about to start his mental force index test right now. See for yourself. On the screen, President Jiang watched as Lu Sheng placed his hand onto the golden crystal to measure his mental force. Instantly, a violent, blinding torrent of light erupted from Lu Sheng's palm, illuminating the entire room. The two girls had no choice but to shield their eyes from the overwhelming glare. Back in his office, old man Jiang bit his nails in pure disbelief, wondering, what on earth is that blinding gold radiance? Right at that moment, the final results flashed onto the screen, showing a mental force intensity of 435.87, and his mental force purity was a staggering 126.02. This mind-boggling result left both of our girls completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide as saucers. Shui Fei even pointed a trembling finger at the device, asking in disbelief, Is this machine broken or something? Those numbers were absolutely insane. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Xiao Li recalled that the standard purity for a level 1 mental master in the association is just 1. Even for a level 4 master, the standard is only 10. And their very own association president is only a level 4 mental master himself. Yet this guy, standing right in front of them, looked like a mere high school kid. Staring at Lu Sheng, she was utterly paralyzed. His purity rating was over 20 times higher than a typical level 4 mental master. What does this even mean? Is this level of power even legal? Seriously, this is absolutely insane. Just then, President Jiang came rushing out of his office toward the testing room, shouting from down the hall, Xiao Li. He burst through the door, panting heavily as he pointed a shaking finger at the console. Xiao Li, check the machine. Is it broken? Does it need to be recalibrated or something? Xiao Li quickly replied, President, the machine is perfectly fine. It just calibrated those other two applicants with absolute accuracy. If you don't believe me, you can test it yourself. Lu Sheng crossed his arms and asked innocently, Is there something wrong with my numbers? Old Jiang quickly waved his hands defensively, trying to play it cool. Honestly, deep down, he was still shaking with fear. He stammered, Mr. Lu, please, we didn't mean any offense. To be honest, your score is just too mind-blowing. It's hard for anyone to believe. May I ask, are you the descendant of some level 7 Grandmaster? Or perhaps an level 8 Spirit Master? Lu Sheng answered honestly, I don't have that kind of powerful background. I'm just a kid from a totally ordinary family. You must be President Jiang, right? Let's start the final test. Old Jiang had to wipe the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief, stammering, Mr. Lu, with power like yours, do you really need to take this final test? Isn't it just a hassle? Lu Sheng quickly replied with complete confidence. Not at all. It's just a simple, effortless test. But as soon as those words left his mouth, he already began controlling the iron spheres. Seeing this, Xiao Li quickly pressed her stopwatch and said, Timing starts now. It's only been 1.88 seconds. The spheres rapidly followed one after another, flying along the pre-designed test track. The path was incredibly winding and twisted. They zipped through the glass panels so fast, they looked like a powerful blue dragon. The timer was only at 2 seconds flat, but Lu Sheng was determined to go even faster. One after another, the spheres easily slipped through the holes in the glass. The timer hit 4 seconds. In a flash, every single sphere had made it through. Lu Sheng looked on with absolute confidence. He had gotten a lot more comfortable during his second try. That probably didn't even take 5 seconds, right? Holding the stopwatch, Xiaoli replied, 3.5 seconds. It's way under 5 seconds. Even just pressing the stopwatch made her hands shake from the sheer pressure. Shui Fei kept trembling, murmuring, this run was way harder than the last one, yet his time was even shorter, and that's only because he got a bit more used to it on his second try. Haha, seeing how calm he is, it's obvious this isn't even Lu Sheng's limit. President Jiang's mouth hung wide open. This kind of power has to be incredibly close to Grandmaster level telekinesis. I feel like I just got blasted in the face by 100 rockets. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like getting hit by the ultimate winning hand in cards. A winning hand that crushes everything instantly. He sighed. Just like the waves of the Yangtze River, the new generation pushes the old one aside, leaving them to fade on the shore. He is a freaking monster. The new generation is just too talented, totally leaving the rest of us in the dust. He timidly told Lu Sheng, Mr. Lu, your power has been fully recognized by our association. I will personally issue your certificate and badge in just a moment. He rubbed his hands with a sheepish smile and said, however, our local branch can only issue certifications up to a level 4 Spirit Master. You'll have to visit the main association in the capital to get certified for anything above level 4. Is that okay with you? Lu Sheng scratched his head and replied, sure, that's fine. Also, President Jiang, I'm just a high school student getting ready for the college entrance exam, so don't be so tense. Hearing this, the old man looked like he was about to have a total meltdown. Shui Fei broke into a cold sweat, stammering, young Mr. Lu, may I ask, how old are you? He quickly replied, 18. How old did you think I was? Did you guys seriously think I was some ancient monster who has lived for hundreds of years in the body of a high school kid? Lu Sheng playfully jumped up, 18, young, fresh, and full of energy. Woohoo! Blush-faced, Shui Fei asked, how did you even know what I was thinking? Lu Sheng shook his head with a grin and said, you need to stop reading so many fantasy web novels. Then he crossed his arms and said, I have to take the college entrance exam in 2 months. If the Spirit Master certification didn't give me bonus points on the exam, I wouldn't have even bothered coming here to take this test. Shui Fei looked at Lu Sheng, her expression incredibly adorable as she asked, I still have one more chance to try. Should I give it another shot? Of course you should. There is still a great chance you can pass. Just relax a bit. But as soon as those words left his mouth, he wrapped his arms around her. Talk about taking advantage of the moment. This sudden move startled Shui Fei, making her blush furiously. She was shy, but honestly, she didn't seem to mind. With one hand on her waist and the other holding her hand, Lu Sheng guided her gently, saying, see? Just focus and feel the sphere like this. Feeling Lu Sheng's hand over hers, Shui Fei's heart pounded wildly. She was probably thinking about how this young kid was such an unbelievable flirt. With Lu Sheng guiding her so closely, Shui Fei found her focus and began maneuvering the spheres with incredible grace. Soon, Shui Fei saw all the iron spheres pass through the glass layers and cheered in excitement. Oh yeah, I actually passed too. Overjoyed, Shui Fei turned to Lu Sheng with a bright smile. He smiled back warmly and said, see? It's really not that hard. Plus, you had a pretty great teacher. President Jiang was also thrilled and announced, congratulations, both of you. You successfully passed the test. Let's grab dinner tonight to celebrate Dongning Province welcoming its second level 4 Spirit Master. Lu Sheng walked over to shake old Jiang's hand and thank him, though he politely declined the dinner invite. Still, he could clearly see the warmth and hospitality shining in their eyes. With dollar signs virtually sparkling in his eyes, Lu Sheng reconsiders. He has no choice but to accept old Jiang's invitation. Sigh, fine, I'll go. Hearing Lu Sheng finally agree, both old Jiang and Shui Fei burst into cheers. Old Jiang quickly chimes in, treating him like a total VIP. Mr. Lu, our association has a private luxury hotel set up just for you. Please get some rest first, and we'll pick you up this evening. Hearing this, Shui Fei pipes up with pure excitement. I've got a car. Leave picking up Lu Sheng to me. She thumps her chest, trying her best to look reliable. Once they reach the parking lot, Shui Fei eagerly opens the passenger door for him. Man, being this handsome really is a cheat code. He gets absolute royal treatment. Lu Sheng just gives a casual nod and slides in. Thanks. Outside, old Jiang waves goodbye, yelling, see you tonight then. From the passenger seat, Lu Sheng waves back politely. Sure, see you later, President Jiang. With that, the car zooms off. While old Jiang stands there like a proud parent waving goodbye, the car is already weaving through traffic, leaving everyone else in the dust. Behind the wheel, Shui Fei's face is bright red as she steals glances at Lu Sheng through the rearview mirror. She thinks to herself, he looks like just another ordinary young guy, but who would have guessed he's actually a level 4 telekinetic genius? Even the president of the Telekinetic Association has to bow down to him. He's young, incredibly handsome, has a smoking hot body, and his talent is straight up monstrous. After drooling over him for a bit, she facepalms as she remembers her usual crowd. Normally I only attract those spoiled trust fund babies who do nothing but brag. They are absolute trash, literally walking garbage. Just remembering them saying I love you, Fei Fei makes her want to throw up. While lost in her thoughts, Shui Fei suddenly realizes something. She nervously glances over at Lu Sheng, breaking into a cold sweat. Turns out, our handsome protagonist is also staring right back at her with a very interesting look. Her eyes go wide, and her jaw drops. Oh my God, Lu Sheng is looking at me. What does that mean? Could it be? She looks down, her heart racing. No way, we just met. But then, her inner ego takes over. Wait a minute. Teenage boys always fall for gorgeous older sisters. And I'm pretty hot myself, with a killer body, the perfect, mature, gorgeous older sister type. An older woman and a younger guy is a total classic anyway. I can totally work with this. While lost in her daydream of bagging herself a handsome younger guy, she suddenly snaps back to reality. She slams her foot on the gas. Yes, you have to seize this opportunity, Shui Fei. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is just sitting there, completely clueless. Shui Fei doesn't just play hard in the game of love, she plays dirty on the road too. The car screeches forward at breakneck speeds, and then, slam. She suddenly stomps on the brakes. Talk about a wild ride. Her face is burning hot, and her brain is basically short-circuiting from overthinking. She stammers, we're here, Lu Sheng. Our protagonist, having absolutely zero understanding of girls, just turns away, wanting to get out of the car as fast as humanly possible. Oh, thank you for the ride. Shui Fei, still stuttering, tries to make her move. So, what should we do next? Clueless, or maybe just playing dumb, he bluntly replies, actually, you should start running right now. Shui Fei blinks, staring at him in utter confusion. Wait, what? Run? Why do I need to run? Lu Sheng points behind her. Well, you were speeding and ran 5 red lights. Right now, there are 2 police cars chasing you down. Shui Fei's soul practically leaves her body. Man, trying to flirt with a cute guy is a lot harder than it looks. Lu Sheng adds, I mean, even if you are a telekinetic master, you should probably drive a bit more carefully. Shui Fei slams on the gas and tears away, her voice trailing from the window. Mr. Lu, I'll pick you up tonight. Cutting to the hotel room, the TV is showing a broadcast featuring He Lingsu. Lu Sheng mutters to himself, wow, He Lingsu is actually doing pretty well. The news reporter announces, starting today, Xingshan Hall Pharmacy of Baihei City will officially rebrand as Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical Company, while simultaneously launching their newest breakthrough product, the Lingji Blood Strengthening Decoction. On screen, He Lingsu confidently states, this is a revolutionary product that will completely redefine the very concept of health supplements. With this, the global progress of martial arts will enter a brand new era. Watching He Lingsu make these grand claims, our protagonist clicks his tongue. She rebranded the company and launched a new product without even giving him a heads up. He is the majority shareholder, with a 90% stake. After all, Lu Sheng pulls out his phone, only to find dozens of missed calls from He Lingsu. Turns out he was too busy with his little car date to even check his phone. Okay, my bad. Muttering that, he collapses onto the bed to rest after a long, exhausting day. Whatever. I'll head back to Baihei City tomorrow and log into the dream world to do some digging. Let's see just how far Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical actually goes in the future. Once inside the dream world, a massive wave of information immediately pops up. Wow, not bad at all. He Lingsu actually knows what she's doing. This is just a basic version of the Lingji blood strengthening decoction, yet she managed to build a pharmaceutical empire worth hundreds of billions. It's literally the top-ranking company in the entire industry. That is pretty impressive. Right now, our guy is looking at He Lingsu in a whole new light. Yeah, and it seems he has also noticed something highly unusual. Let's move on to He Lingsu's personal profile. Spouse, Lu Sheng, Lieutenant General of the Eastern Military Region. Reading this, our guy completely loses his mind and falls backward in sheer shock. What? What? What is the meaning of this? AI, can you look up my personal profile, please? Seeing his own information, our guy gets hit with a second wave of shock, his jaw dropping to the floor. Wait, what on earth? Spouses, Dong Qingshui, Lieutenant Colonel of the Eastern Military Region, and He Ling-su, Chairwoman of Lu Sheng Pharmaceuticals, highest military rank, Lieutenant General. He mumbles to himself, Dong Qingshu and He Ling-su, two wives. He literally wants to bow down and worship the system right now, or honestly, just bow down to his own crazy life. What kind of person does his future self turn out to be anyway? Why does this spouse section keep throwing one mind-blowing curveball after another? Is a third wife going to pop out of nowhere later on? After a while, our guy pats his chest to calm his racing heart. Whew. Okay, calm down. The future is fleeting, and anything is possible. It is bound to change again soon. Then, he commands, right, AI, search for the spiritual muscle and blood-strengthening decoction. But the AI shakes its head. Your clearance is insufficient. You cannot access medicinal formulas above level 5. Lu Sheng smiles to himself. As I thought. My theory actually works. Back in year 300 of the martial arts era, he had introduced the spiritual muscle and blood-strengthening decoction. After 10,000 years of development, what started as a common, low-grade remedy has transformed into a highly precious medicine above level 5. If that is the case, all he needs to do is introduce more future discoveries in the present. By doing so, human research in those fields will gain 10,000 years of a head start, easily pushing civilization to new heights. Could the inevitable destruction of the future world be rewritten because of this? He immediately orders, AI, search the world history. Unbelievably, things have actually changed. The timeline for humanity's doom has been pushed back by more than 10 years compared to his last search. This means that a single recipe like the spiritual muscle and blood-strengthening decoction, evolved over 10,000 years, has successfully bought human civilization more than an extra decade of survival. So, what if he released the 3 supreme martial arts techniques from those level 11 grandmasters? If he made them public to the world, could he completely reverse the tragic fate of humanity's extinction? However, a shadow of doubt flickers in Lu Sheng's eyes. No. Putting aside whether releasing these absolute techniques in year 300 could actually save mankind's future, doing so would trigger global chaos, shattering the current established order in the blink of an eye. Society would descend into absolute madness, and both he and his family would be thrown right into the eye of a devastating storm. Heaven only knows what kind of nightmare they would end up facing. Thinking it over, Lu Sheng grows tense. If doing this still failed to save humanity's future, then the final spark of martial arts left to him from 10,000 years later would be completely snuffed out. And with that, there would be zero hope left for the future of mankind. Lu Sheng drops to one knee, realizing that the best approach is to wait until he gains enough raw power to fully control any situation before gradually revealing those legendary techniques. The fragile humanity of year 300 needs a true guide. Gazing down at the sprawling city below, Lu Sheng feels the immense weight of this responsibility on his shoulders, and that guide can only be him. Waking up from the dream world, Lu Sheng is brimming with confidence, whispering vows to himself. Since he has a hot date tonight, our guy gets all dressed up, putting on an incredibly sleek and stylish suit. He looks absolutely dashing. The girls are definitely going to be swooning over him left and right. While adjusting his collar, it suddenly hits him. Right, he still hasn't replied to He Ling-su's text messages yet. Pulling out his phone, he reminds himself to prep some medicinal ingredients for her once he gets back tomorrow. He shoots He Ling-su a text. I will be back tomorrow and have the ingredients for 3 formulas ready. He Ling-su simply replies with a lazy cat emoji. In reality, He Ling-su is scowling at her screen, thinking, this brat finally replied to my texts. The second he opens his mouth, it is all about preparing ingredients, without giving a single damn about the company. Do you have any idea how hard I work? Boiling with frustration, He Ling-su types out a massive rant. Lu, the slave driver. You evil-hearted devil. You money. Hoarding monster. A caveman who only sees dollar signs. You have nothing but cash in your head, a rotten core, and a silver tongue. You stupid pig, you shady merchant, you absolute lowlife, you bottomless pit of greed. All you do is take, take, take. taking a free ride on my blood, sweat, and tears. But deep down, she sighs, whatever. Who told me to get mixed up with this tyrannical devil anyway? With tears streaming down her face, Lingsu deletes the rant and simply sends 3 words. I got it. Suddenly, a loud ring echoes from Lu Sheng's doorbell. Our guy goes to open it, only to find Shui Fei standing there. She looks incredibly stunning, elegant, and sophisticated, carrying herself like a true high society lady. Shui Fei waves with a brilliant smile, saying, Mr. Lu, I am here to pick you up. The party was all set. With a sharp gaze, gorgeous golden hair, and jaw-dropping curves, she looked ready to completely steal the young man's heart. Lu Sheng, looking incredibly sharp and handsome himself, walked up to her and said, Just call me Lu Sheng. Hearing you call me Mr. feels a bit weird. Let's get going. The moment Shui Fei saw Lu Sheng, she was completely starstruck, her heart pierced by Cupid's arrow. Oh my gosh, he is so handsome. The two quickly set off and arrived at the venue. Right in the center of the hall, a huge banner read, Congratulations to Dongning Province and Liangcheng on the birth of a new spiritual telekinetic master. Lu Sheng scanned the room and noticed the hall was absolutely packed with people. He turned to Shui Fei and asked, I thought we were just grabbing a bite to eat. Why are there so many people here? With a bright smile, Shui Fei replied, Don't let old Jiang's casual everyday look fool you. He is actually one of the most powerful figures in Liangcheng. And believe it or not, this is him toning things down. Lu Sheng quickly grabbed a drink and shrugged. Well, if the old man wants to throw a big party, let him have his fun tonight. Besides, I'm leaving Liangzhou tomorrow anyway. Meanwhile, the bald old Jiang was chatting away happily, surrounded by a group of ladies. Who knows what he was saying about Lu Sheng, but the women were giggling uncontrollably. They asked him in disbelief, Really? Are you for real? President Jiang, that sounds way too crazy to be true. He immediately chimed in, Hey, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. It's true what they say. Every generation produces its own geniuses. Just then, a couple of young women walked into the hall. Walking in from the distance, one of those 2 girls turned out to be none other than Zheng Dandan. Talk about a coincidence. Taking a sip of champagne, the purple-haired girl whispered, This party tonight is a big deal. Just look over there. The mayor of Liangcheng, the president of the Martial Arts Association. Everyone here tonight is a heavy hitter in Dongning Province. She looked at her friend and continued, If we hadn't lucked out, there's no way we'd ever get an invite to something like this. It's mostly because the host has an incredibly powerful background. That's Jiang Jinian, the president of the Liangcheng Spiritual Telekinetic Association. Glancing at him laughing across the room, she added, Do you have any idea how much more elite a spiritual telekinetic master is compared to a regular martial artist? While the purple-haired girl rambled on and on, pink-haired Zheng Dandan listened quietly, lost in thought. Hearing this, Dandan's eyes widened slightly. A spiritual telekinetic master. She suddenly remembered Lu Sheng mentioning that he was going to the association. She turned to the purple-haired girl and asked, Xinwan, could you do me a favor and ask if there's anyone in the association named Lu Sheng? Xinwan gave her a playful, sharp look and teased, Lu Sheng? Wait, Wenhui told me that you've been crushing on some high schooler you met on a trip. Is that him? Zheng Dandan blushed, quickly waving her hands. No, of course not. Don't listen to Wen Hui, she's just talking nonsense. Xinwan poked Dandan's shoulder playfully, continuing to grill her. Haha, oh please, you can't hide anything from me. You've been staying here in Liangcheng instead of heading back to school just to wait for him, haven't you? While her friend kept teasing her, Dandan kept scanning the crowd, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lu Sheng. Xinwan swirled her glass and continued, I heard he's incredibly handsome, has a pretty solid family background, and even has connections to the Eastern Military District. Dandan, what am I going to do with you? Look, even if you picked some broke guy with 0 background in college to date, I wouldn't even complain. We're young. Dating a few random guys is no big deal since you'll probably break up soon anyway and just add them to your ex's list. She patted Dandan on the head and sighed. But a high schooler? Seriously, have you completely lost your mind? Dandan protested softly. Lu Sheng. He's different. He's not just some ordinary high school student. Xinwan rolled her eyes and took another sip of her drink. Yeah, not ordinary. Whatever. I give up. I'm not going to argue with you. Zheng Dandan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her face clouding over. She thought to herself, ever since Lu Sheng and I went our separate ways, I've been staying in Liangcheng. just because he mentioned he'd visit Liangcheng sooner or later. I've sent him so many texts, asking if he was around, saying good morning, good night, or asking him if he wanted to catch a movie sometime. And yet, he hasn't replied to a single one. He hasn't even read them. Does he really not care about me at all? Suddenly, Xinwan tapped her on the shoulder. Dan, why are you spacing out? Look, you're my absolute best friend, so I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Xinwan leaned in close and whispered, tonight's party is actually to celebrate the arrival of a level 4 spiritual telekinetic master. Someone on the exact same level as old Jiang. Xinwan started gesturing wildly to emphasize her point. A powerhouse like that. If they so much as stomp their foot, the entire Dongning province will shake. Just think about it. If either of us catches the eye of someone that powerful, our entire family's status would skyrocket overnight. But Dandan's mind was still completely occupied by Lu Sheng. Hoping against hope that it might be him, she smiled and asked, this level 4 master, are they really young by any chance? Xinwan crossed her arms and replied, I have no idea, but considering old Jiang only reached level 4 at his age, I'd guess they aren't super old, but definitely not young either. Look around, so many women showed up tonight, and almost all of them are in their 40s. The room is packed with women, with barely 1 or 2 guys in sight, and plenty of middle-aged cougars in their 40s. Looking around, Zheng Dandan realized her friend had a point. She sighed and said, yeah, you're right. It might not even be him. Xinwan put her hands on her hips and barked, Dandan, why are you still thinking about that high school kid? Forget about him. Tonight, we have to make the most of this opportunity. In our social circle, nobody else but the 2 of us is even qualified to be here. But Zheng Dandan's soul had already been stolen by Lu Sheng. She was physically there, but her mind was completely on him. Seeing her friend zoning out, the purple-haired Xinwan yelled, Dandan, I'm talking to you. Suddenly, Dandan spotted something, and her eyes went wide. It was Lu Sheng. Right there in front of her was the familiar sight of a young man stuffing his face like an absolute machine. He was eating like a bulldozer, making a nearby waitress stare at him with a look of pure judgment and concern. But the only difference was that Lu Sheng looked extra handsome today, so he was trying to eat just a little bit slower than usual. A moment later, Lu Sheng turned around and waved. Dandan immediately confirmed it was really him. Seeing her crush, she brushed everything else aside. She turned to her best friend and said, I'm going to look around on my own. I just saw a friend. Xinwan was left utterly confused. Dandan, where are you going? Her friend kept calling after her, but Dandan completely ignored her and ran toward Lu Sheng, who was currently holding a plate of appetizers. Dandan stopped excitedly and started to call out, Lu. But before she could finish saying Sheng, she suddenly froze in her tracks. Shui Fei glided out of nowhere, wrapping her arm around Lu Sheng's neck and giving him a playful wink. Seeing the blonde-haired Shui Fei being so intimate with Lu Sheng, Dandan felt her heart drop. Her mood took a complete 180-degree turn. She stood frozen in place, her face darkening as she stared at the 2 and wondered, who on earth is that girl? Zheng Dandan's face was filled with panic. Who is she? Could she be Lu Sheng's girlfriend? Just the thought of it made her break out in a cold sweat. She clenched her teeth, terrified that she had lost her chance. But even so, she just couldn't bring herself to give up. Plastering on a bright smile, Zheng Dandan waved from a distance and called out, Hey, Lu Sheng, long time no see. In her mind, she was probably thinking, even if he is taken, I'll just have to steal him away. How could I ever let a handsome young guy like him slip through my fingers? Hearing his name, the young man quickly turned around and waved back. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to still be here in Liangcheng. Seeing a pretty girl, his face lit up instantly, looking full of energy. Zheng Dandan walked up to Lu Sheng, staring intently at him. She thought to herself, it hasn't even been that long since we last met, but he seems so much more profound and mysterious now. It feels like there's a 10,000-foot abyss keeping us apart. Seeing a girl walk up and greet Lu Sheng so enthusiastically, Shui Fei asked curiously, and who might this be? Lu Sheng quickly introduced her. This is Zheng Dandan. We met last month while traveling at Niutu Mountain. Shui Fei smiled warmly and greeted her. Ah, so you're Miss Zheng. Nice to meet you. Just then, Zheng Dandan's friend, Xinwan, walked over holding a glass of wine. She smiled and asked, Dandan, who is this? If you have a friend, why aren't you introducing me? Zheng Dandan quickly made the introductions. Lu Sheng, this is my best friend, Xinwan. And Xinwan, this is the Lu Sheng I told you about. Xinhuan's eyes widened in utter shock. The young man standing before her was completely different from what she had imagined. Oh, so this is Lu Sheng. No wonder he's got Dandan so incredibly whipped. He's gorgeous. Assessing the situation, Xinhuan quickly recognized the girl next to him as Shui Fei from the prestigious Shui family. Seeing this, Xinhuan immediately started looking down on Lu Sheng. Ha, so that's how it is. No wonder a mere high schooler managed to get in here. He's just using his looks. She judged him harshly, viewing him as nothing but a pretty boy riding on women's coattails to climb his way to the top. After making her petty assumptions, Xinhuan forced a fake, polite smile and said, "Ah, so you must be Mr. Lu. I've heard Dandan talk about you quite a lot. Meeting you today, you really are a dragon among men." Hearing her fake flattery, Lu Sheng felt extremely annoyed. His face darkened because, after all, he could read people's minds. Lu Sheng replied coldly, "Hello." Xinhuan took a sip of her wine and asked, "If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Lu, where are you from?" Lu Sheng quickly replied, "Bai He City." Whenever anyone asked about his home, he always got incredibly defensive. Since his family was struggling financially, he couldn't help but feel a bit self-conscious. Looking straight at Xinhuan, Lu Sheng said, "Let me guess. Next, you're going to ask about my parents, pry into my family background, and then casually ask how someone like me even got into this party, right?" Hearing this, Xinhuan froze completely. Lu Sheng sneered and said, "It's exactly what you're thinking. I'm just a student born into a totally ordinary family. I'm not even in the same league as you guys. It was just a pure accident that I ended up at this party." With that, the young Lu Sheng waved his hand, turned around to leave, and said, "All right, stop putting on this outdated drama. Catch up later if you have time. I am heading out first." After taking a few steps, Lu Sheng sighed and thought to himself, "Phew, as expected, I really hate these kinds of parties. With everyone watching out there, was I being a bit too sensitive? But my family is the most precious thing to me in this world. No matter what kind of insult or harm comes their way, I will never allow it." Witnessing Lu Sheng's strange reaction, Zheng Dandan stood frozen, completely speechless. Both beauties stared with wide eyes and open mouths. Shui Fei, deeply shocked, called out, "Lu Sheng." She looked at Lu Sheng in utter confusion, wondering, why is Lu Sheng reacting so intensely today? This is so strange. It is completely different from his warm and gentle attitude yesterday. She turned to glare at Xinhuan, then quickly ran after him. "Lu Sheng, wait for me." Meanwhile, Zheng Dandan stammered as she watched her best friend rush after Lu Sheng. Xinhuan raised her voice in anger, saying, "Forget it, Dandan. Someone like him is not even worth your affection." Her eyes flashed with bitter resentment. I did not even say much, yet his reaction was so hostile. What does that prove? It proves he has a guilty conscience. He is just way too sensitive about what others say. He has zero actual capability, yet his ego is sky high. To put it nicely, he is arrogant. To put it bluntly, he is pathetic. She tilted her head, looking at Lu Sheng with sheer contempt. "I have met plenty of guys like him. He is completely beneath you. You probably noticed that girl standing next to him, right? Look at the two of them from behind." Xinhuan explained. "Her name is Shui Fei. You definitely know about the Shui family, right? On top of that, I heard she already passed the level 2 psychic exam. Among the second-generation elites of Liangcheng, she is definitely a well-known figure. Just look at how close they are. If you ask me, this Lu Sheng must have used his looks or some cheap tricks to hook Shui Fei. That is the only reason he even got a chance to attend tonight's party." Then, Xinhuan yelled directly at Zheng Dandan, "Wake up, Dandan. He is just a freeloader living off women. Open your eyes and see his true colors." Zheng Dandan disagreed completely, taking a step back as she protested. "What are you even talking about? How could Lu Sheng ever be like that?" Having talked so much, Xinhuan was getting tired. She let out a heavy sigh and continued, "I know the truth can be harsh sometimes, but it is a reality we all have to face. I will leave it at that. You can figure out the rest yourself." But no matter what anyone said, Dandan's faith remained absolutely unshaken. In Zheng Dandan's eyes, Lu Sheng was always someone she deeply respected. No, it can't be. Lu Sheng. He. She stared at the main character with wide eyes. To her, Lu Sheng was a brilliant, radiant light, shining as bright as the sun. He is the hero who saved my life. Zheng Dandan then slapped her own cheeks to snap herself out of it. With a serious expression, she thought, I must be going crazy to actually doubt Lu Sheng and think of him as some weakling. Zheng Dandan turned to Xin Yuan with confidence and said, Xin Yuan, Lu Sheng is absolutely not that kind of person. Having talked until her throat was dry without changing her best friend's mind, Xin Yuan broke into a cold sweat of sheer disbelief. Dandan, what on earth is wrong with you? Just then, someone in the hall shouted, Look over there! President Jiang has arrived. Seeing old Jiang, Xin Yuan instantly changed her attitude, her face lighting up as she said, Dandan, stop thinking about that weakling. They are about to introduce the level 4 Grandmaster. Get ready. From a distance, old Jiang spotted Lu Sheng and Xue Fei. Right after that, old Jiang walked over to Lu Sheng and proactively reached out to shake his hand. Seeing this, Xin Yuan's jaw dropped in sheer shock. Why on earth is President Jiang walking toward that weakling? Could it be? At that moment, President Jiang approached and said warmly, Mr. Lu, my sincere apologies. I had no idea you disliked crowded parties like this. Lu Sheng quickly replied, It is fine, President Jiang. You carry a heavy responsibility. It was only right for me to offer some help. President Jiang let out a sigh of relief and replied, Phew, thank you for your support. Then, standing in the middle of the crowd, he announced, Everyone, please give me your attention for a moment. He pointed toward Lu Sheng. He declared proudly, This gentleman right here is the newly emerged genius of our Donging Province Psychic Association. A level 4 psychic, Mr. Lu Sheng. He smiled warmly and continued, Mr. Lu is only 18 years old this year. But compared to him, an old man like me is truly put to shame. Haha, seeing such a young, handsome guy, who is also a level 4 psychic. The girls in the hall began to squeal in excitement. A level 4 psychic? Oh my god, what? Only 18 years old? That is absolutely insane. He has not even taken the college entrance exam yet. Countless praises and looks of admiration were showered upon our boy, Lu Sheng. An outstanding hero. He is absolutely a super genius. A total genius. Xin Yuan couldn't even stand after witnessing this. She collapsed to the floor, her jaw dropping in utter shock. Stammering, she managed to squeeze out, Huh? Him? He's. Zheng Dandan then spoke up. Xin Yuan, do you see it now? It's like he's stepping among the stars. A figure shining as bright as the sun. This is the real him. Zheng Dandan stared at Lu Sheng with eyes full of secret longing. This is the real Lu Sheng. Upon realizing Lu Sheng was a level 4 spiritual telekinetic, Xin Yuan's mind went completely blank. She sat slumped on the floor, her wide eyes filled with pure shock and confusion. She couldn't believe what her ears were hearing and what her eyes were seeing. Only after a long while did she regain a bit of composure, thinking to herself, how could it possibly be him? No, I have to at least make up for my clumsy behavior earlier. She forced herself up and desperately shook her best friend's shoulder, pleading, Dandan, you have to help me. With a somber look on her face, Zheng Dandan replied, Do you see that crowd over there? They're all holding out their business cards, but Lu Sheng is completely ignoring them. Everyone in front of him is bowing at a 90-degree angle, practically begging him to take their cards, but he doesn't care about any of that. He just raised his hand and turned them all down. Even the most powerful and influential figures are getting rejected right off the bat. Do you really think you stand a chance? Looking completely dejected, Zheng Dandan continued. Even for me, it's nothing more than wishful thinking. He's already light years ahead of us. This crush of mine ended before it even had a chance to start. A moment later, the young Lu Sheng slipped away from the banquet and hopped into a taxi. Feeling like he could finally breathe after leaving that suffocating party, the young man cheerfully told the driver, Sir, head to Baihe City. Nursing a slight headache, Lu Sheng sighed and thought to himself, I really hate this kind of socializing. Showing up was already giving President Jiang plenty of face. Now that he was done, Lu Sheng was more than ready to head home. Having his family and his martial arts journey by his side was the only life he truly wanted. In the end, I guess I'm still just a high school student from an ordinary family, huh? The driver sped off, and before long, they arrived in Baihe City, the familiar hometown of young Lu Sheng. The moment he got home, his mother opened the door with a huge, joyful smile. Shenger, you're back. She happily pointed toward the dining table, telling her beloved son, hurry up and sit down. Let me grab you some chopsticks and a bowl. His stubborn little sister, Lu Qinghe, widened her eyes in surprise and asked, Huh, when did you get back, big brother? His father beamed with a warm, squinty-eyed smile. Sheng, you're finally home? Then, Lu Qinghe rushed over to measure herself against her brother. Her jaw dropped in utter disbelief as she gasped, Whoa, how did you get so much taller after just one trip, bro? The young man playfully struck a pose and teased her. I only grew a tiny bit. It's just that you got shorter, ha. His playful retort left Lu Qinghe completely speechless. Lu Sheng looked at his sister and continued, school's been out lately, right? I'm going to test your progress in a bit. Don't tell me you forgot the message I sent you before I left. If you haven't made any progress. The young man clenched his fist, raising it with a dangerously playful grin. The martial arts herbs I've been investing in, you don't come for free, you know. Lu Sheng's mother brought over a huge bowl of steamed buns and said warmly, Shenger, sit down and eat. Seeing the food, the young man's eyes lit up. Thanks, Mom. Devouring a bun in a couple of bites, Lu Sheng looked at his father. Hey Dad, those meats and herbs I put in the fridge earlier, have you been eating them regularly? His father happily replied, Of course I have. By the way, what kind of miracle supplements were those, Lu Sheng? He stared at his cup, looking a bit puzzled. I've been drinking them instead of water every day, and I feel so much stronger. It's like I'm 20 years old again. They must have cost a fortune, right? Lu Sheng, who had already polished off more than half of the bun, quickly replied, They weren't expensive at all, Dad. A friend of mine who runs a pharmacy gave them to me as a gift. Their company specializes in researching supplements for middle-aged people like you. You and Mom make sure to drink them regularly, and don't switch back to plain water. I've got plenty more. Of course, his parents had no idea that they would eventually have a daughter-in-law who manufactures these supplements, meaning they would have more than enough to drink for a lifetime. Hearing his words, his mother quickly replied, All right, Shenger, the college entrance exams are coming up soon, right? You don't have to go out anymore, do you? With a cheerful grin, the young man handed his empty bowl to his mother and said, Nope, no more traveling. I'll just stay home and wait for the exams. Mom, can I get another bowl of rice, please? Right after that, the familiar, playful food war between the young man and his little sister began, just like the old days. His hands kept grabbing food while he mumbled with his mouth full. Give me that one too. It's not my fault you're too slow. His mother sighed and said, Eat slowly, you two, there's still plenty left. While his father burst out laughing, ha. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe stood there helplessly watching her brother snatch up all the food, complaining, Big brother, why are you stealing food right out of my bowl? But no matter what anyone said, the young Lu Sheng just kept stuffing his face until his bowl was sparkling clean. Then, out of nowhere, the young man blurted out, Since we've got nothing to do today, and this house is getting a bit cramped, why don't we go check out a new house after we finish eating? His sudden proposal startled the other three, causing them to gasp in unison. Huh? Go look now? His unexpected words shocked the other three family members, leaving them completely dumbfounded as they cried out, What? Our guy is a man of his word. As soon as they finished eating, he took his entire family to see their new home. Stepping into the new house, everyone gasped. Wow, this is way too luxurious. Lu Sheng stood with his hands on his hips, grinning from ear to ear as he asked, I had someone buy this new place for us. What do you all think? His father, immediately worrying about the money, said, Our old place wasn't that bad, you know. This house looks incredibly expensive, son. There is no way we can afford this. Our boy confidently replied, Don't worry about it. For the past few months, I've been participating in various events and training competitions, and I've made a ton of prize money. This is only a fraction of it. There's still some money that hasn't been deposited into my account yet, but I have thousands to tens of thousands of yuan. Of course, he kept quiet about the whole flying heavy aircraft thing. Hearing such an astronomical amount made his mother feel dizzy, and she gasped. What? How much money? I must be hearing things. His father, looking completely skeptical, added, Lu Sheng, stop joking around. His little sister was even more hilarious, as she asked, Wow, did you really win that much money in just 2 months, big bro? Lu Sheng patted his sister's head and said, Of course. What? Did you think I robbed a bank? He kept patting her head and added, All right, this new house is ours now. Mom, Dad, you two should move your things in right away. His parents were so overjoyed that they became deeply emotional. Tears streamed down their faces. Our Sheng has truly brought honor to our ancestors. This is a real blessing from heaven. Having a son like him is the greatest pride of this family. Lu Sheng clenched his fist and said to Lu Qinghe, Qinghe, come with me. There's a training area in the backyard. Let me see how strong you currently are. Hearing this, his sister replied with a tremble, Yes, brother. Without even waiting to reach the training ground, Lu Sheng hilariously grabbed his sister by the head and dragged her along, leaving her completely helpless against her big brother. Lu Qinghe could only struggle and scream, Ouch! 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 Stop pulling me! Stepping onto the training ground, Lu Qinghe actually looked the part. Since her stats used to be way ahead of Lu Sheng's, her aura felt incredibly powerful. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, remained completely calm and said, "Stop posing and make your move already." Hearing her brother's words, Lu Qinghe channeled all her power into her legs, leaped high into the air, and delivered a heavy downward kick. Meanwhile, our boy just stood there, looking arrogant and completely unfazed. As Lu Qinghe's foot drew near, he easily caught it with one hand. Trapped in a full split, his sister quickly grabbed her leg and winced. Ouch, ouch, ouch. And yet, Lu Sheng had the nerve to criticize her. Stand up straight. How can someone so useless be Lu Sheng's sister? She then collapsed onto the floor and grumbled angrily. How am I supposed to stand when you're holding my leg? Besides, what level martial artist are you now anyway? Look at my level. I haven't even become an official martial artist yet. She frowned and yelled, "You only know how to bully me. I am not useless." Lu Sheng finally got serious and said, "Stand up first. I'm going to teach you a few things. These are some highly practical techniques that I developed myself." Hearing this, her crocodile tears instantly vanished. Lu Qinghe's eyes lit up as she asked, "Really? Is it some secret martial arts manual?" Watching his sister pull a complete 180-degree turn, Lu Sheng couldn't help but think to himself, just a moment ago she was crying with snot running down her face, and now it's like she's a completely different person. Then our boy replied to his sister, "Just think of it as a secret martial arts manual. Do exactly what I teach you, but you must absolutely never share this with anyone else." Lu Qinghe was absolutely thrilled, squinting her eyes with a huge smile as she replied, "Yes, of course." Our boy then started guiding his sister, instructing her to remember to let her energy flow through this specific point. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe kept staring at her brother and thought, "No one rises to power in just a few months like my brother did." She felt incredibly curious and skeptical. If I hadn't personally witnessed my brother go from an ordinary high school student to who he is today, step by step over these past few months, I definitely wouldn't believe it. But then, the stubborn girl convinced herself that her brother was just lucky. Even though everyone thinks my brother suddenly had an epiphany, I've always felt like he must be hiding some kind of secret. My martial arts talent is definitely better than his. Maybe I can uncover his secret too. She smiled confidently. With my intelligence, I will definitely surpass my brother soon. It won't be long now. Ha. Little did she know, our boy was watching her with a piercing gaze. Seeing his sister spacing out instead of focusing on her training, Lu Sheng smacked her on the head. It was a playful smack, but it still made Lu Qinghe yell, "Stop hitting my head! You're going to make me shorter." Lu Qinghe trained incredibly hard, working up a massive sweat. After a while, she gathered her energy and stopped. As soon as she let go, Lu Qinghe gasped for air, completely exhausted from the intense workout. Lu Sheng stood there with his arms crossed, watching his sister struggle to breathe with an amused look on his face. By this point, Lu Qinghe couldn't even stand anymore and collapsed flat on the ground. Our boy smiled playfully and asked, "Well, can you feel the effects yet?" Even though Lu Qinghe was exhausted, her eyes lit up as she clenched both her fists. She sat right up and cheered excitedly, "Big brother, this is amazing. What is this technique you taught me? It really works. This is seriously incredible. Just practicing it once is over 10 times more effective than before," the young man Lu Sheng thought to himself. What should I say to keep my silly little sister from blabbing about this to anyone? After agonizing over how to keep this secret safe, the young man finally came up with a plan. With a casual shrug, he waved his hand and said, "It is exactly like what you usually practice, but this is the absolute latest version." Lu Qinghe was a bit taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean by the latest version?" Lu Sheng continued to explain. "Well, just like the phones and computers you use, they evolve into version 2.0 or 3.0. But in reality, the company's research labs have already developed version 9.0 or even 10.0. Version 2.0 is just for the public to test out. It is going to take ages before this version is officially released, so you absolutely cannot tell anyone about it." Lu Qinghe flinched, her eyes practically shooting sparks. "What? Don't tell me you are using me as a lab rat. Talk about a family betrayal." Seeing his sister's over-the-top reaction, Lu Sheng pinched and pulled her cheek, calmly saying, "An opportunity this good? Regular people wouldn't even get the chance to be a lab rat, even if they begged. This body refining technique just hasn't been made public yet, but the actual training regimen is fully complete." Holding her sore cheek, Lu Qinghe asked in a worried tone, but isn't it kind of dangerous? What if I mess up and end up permanently crippled? Lu Sheng stood there feeling utterly helpless against his stubborn sister's constant worrying and endless questions. He stood up and said, I am your brother. We share the same parents and have almost the exact same constitution. If it was going to cripple anyone, I would have been crippled way before you. But Lu Qinghe still didn't stop, scratching her head as she pondered. That would be a total disaster. If both of us end up crippled, who is going to support our parents? Though, if you go first, at least you will have me to take care of you. Hearing his sister's ridiculous comment, Lu Sheng's face went completely dark, and his eyes practically burned with rage. He immediately went after his ticking time bomb of a sister, telling her to get over here so he could teach her a proper lesson. Lu Qinghe giggled as she ran away. I was just kidding. Why are you taking it so seriously? Don't be so dramatic, bro. After running around for a bit, Lu Qinghe ended up lying face down on the floor. She asked curiously, Hey, big bro, if this technique is so powerful, how on earth did you get your hands on it? You didn't do something illegal, did you? Lu Sheng replied seriously. Of course not. Your brother would never do anything against the law. Then, Lu Sheng pulled a sneaky move, sitting right on top of his stubborn sister and pinning her down, even bending her leg back. Feeling his answer through his actions, she screamed out in absolute agony. Then let me go right now. You are about to murder your own sister, and you claim you don't do anything illegal. Lu Sheng finally let go, unable to take his sister's dramatic thrashing and ear-piercing screams any longer. Lu Qinghe lifted her head again, still curious. But is it really okay for you to teach me this body refining technique? It won't cause any trouble, right? The young man put on a deadpan, serious face to scare his poor little sister. Good point. The person who taught me this technique specifically warned me never to pass it on to anyone else. Otherwise, not just me, but our entire family will be in deep trouble. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe jumped in shock and gasped. Wait, what? But you already taught me, so doesn't that mean? As Lu Qinghe trailed off, Lu Sheng put on his best loving brother act and replied, I couldn't help it. What can I say? You are my sister. Lu Sheng's sweet, affectionate answer made Lu Qinghe blush furiously, and she choked out emotionally. Big bro! Lu Sheng raised a hand and whispered, As long as you keep this a secret and don't let anyone find out, I think we will be just fine. Just remember, no matter who it is, your teachers, your best friends, or even your future husband, not a single soul can know. This is a matter of life and death for you, me, and our entire family. Realizing that their family's lives were on the line, Lu Qinghe became incredibly serious and understanding. Don't worry, big bro. I'll make sure absolutely no one finds out. Having successfully tricked his gullible sister, Lu Sheng got up with a smug grin and said, All right, I'll show you a few more times. Once you get the hang of it, make sure to practice hard in your room. Got it? Lu Qinghe glanced at him, realizing, so that's why he is always locked up in his room. It was to practice this. Then she clenched her fists, excitedly daydreaming, Haha, I've got this. My talent is way better than his anyway. Surpassing him in the future is going to be a breeze. Phew, my acting skills deserve a Nobel Prize. Meanwhile, the young man was thinking triumphantly to himself, Yeah, that performance definitely deserved a Best Actor award. With that, Lu Sheng turned around, waved his hand, and told his sister, I need to head out this afternoon. Practice hard by yourself, and when I get back, I'll teach you some real combat. Lu Qinghe obediently replied, All right, got it. The scene shifts to the Haitian Feast restaurant. Lu Sheng arrived at their meeting spot, where his future wife, He Lingsu, was already sitting and waiting for him. I am so sorry to keep you waiting. He Lingsu was incredibly considerate, having already prepared several plates of beef for the young man. She said, I know you like steak, so I ordered quite a bit for you on purpose. The young man, Lu Sheng, exclaimed, Oh, that is so thoughtful of you. Thanks. While cutting his meat, Lu Sheng kept his eyes glued to his future second wife and asked, How has the company's business been lately? He Lingsu replied, The initial market price for the spiritual qi blood-strengthening serum is 49,888. This price is not exactly sky-high, but it is still something an average person cannot easily afford. I have positioned it to target mid to high-end customers with decent financial backing. Business is actually going pretty well. The first batch of 20,000 spiritual qi blood-strengthening pills completely sold out in less than a week. The money-making expert, He Lingsu, happily continued. On top of that, the repurchase rate is extremely high. I am sure our reputation will skyrocket in no time. It is definitely going to become a star product in the martial arts supplement market across both Dongning Province and Baihe City. Devouring a piece of steak, Lu Sheng praised He Lingsu. Great job. Leaving things in your hands gives me total peace of mind. He continued. So, are we still doing good on cash flow? We can manage for now, but once we expand our sales territory, we will definitely need to open branch offices. By then, I will need to secure a bank loan, because the cash I have on hand is not really enough. After finishing his food, the young man continued drinking, not missing the chance to cozy up to his future wife. In a little while, I will transfer some funds to you, so do not worry too much about the money from last time. Hearing this, He Lingsu replied, I will be counting on you then. Suddenly, she blinked in realization and asked, Oh, by the way, isn't your national college entrance exam coming up soon? Lu Sheng was not worried at all as he calmly replied, Yeah, that is right. So, I won't be going out much for a while. I am going to focus entirely on preparing for the exam, which means the business is all on you now. Remembering that he had just moved, Lu Sheng reminded He Lingsu, Oh, right, I will be moving in a few days. I will send you my new address once I am settled. Looking at Lu Sheng, He Lingsu broke into a cold sweat, completely bewildered. She had almost forgotten that the young man in front of her, who exuded such an overwhelming presence in every single gesture, was actually just a high school student who had not even taken his college entrance exams yet. She found him harder and harder to read by the day. Taking a sip of her wine, she thought to herself that if someone had told her 6 months ago that she would hand over the entire destiny of the He family to him, she would have never believed it in a million years. But looking at how things were going, she could see that her decision was not wrong at all. Well, of course, how could placing her future in the hands of her husband-to-be ever be a mistake? After a brief moment of reflection, He Lingsu stood up and said, If there is nothing else, I will head out first. Sure, see you. Before leaving, He Lingsu suddenly remembered, Oh right, I have promoted Ma Fei to store manager. Ma Fei was probably feeling incredibly proud right now, thinking to himself that he had finally made it big. Hearing this, Lu Sheng placed complete trust in his future wife's decision and said, You are the boss, so you call the shots. Well, I should get going too. The young man, Lu Sheng, had finished his meal by now. Watching He Lingsu's retreating figure, the young man thought to himself that her company was his most crucial source of income, as well as a place where he could secretly brew future medicinal supplements. As for whether He Lingsu would betray him once she became successful, he was not worried about that at all. The He family might look calm on the surface, like a peaceful sea, but in reality, they were tangled up in so much trouble that they would eventually have to come begging him for help. Lu Sheng's face grew thoughtful. Even without those external pressures, what he could give, he could easily take back. Right now, the most critical thing was to raise his own strength. With that thought, the young man called over the beautiful waitress and said, Excuse me, I would like to order 50 servings of steak to go. Clenching his fist with determination, the young man knew he needed to craft the infinite blade wheel as a weapon for his spiritual energy and push both his stellar body refining technique and immortal golden body to the next level. Once he achieved that, the next time he faced that female Grandmaster Valkyrie, with a serious and determined look, he would not just survive and escape, he would defeat her. Lu Sheng then thought to himself, In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. The Morningstar General selection is over, and I have also passed the spiritualist assessment. Now, I am heading back home. Next, by saving up his various bonuses and side income, he bought a brand new house for his family. Standing in front of the new house, Lu Sheng pointed at it, smiling happily as he looked at the people beside him. Next, he stroked his chin in confusion while watching the movers in front of him. With his other hand resting on his hip, he stared at Ni Hongchuan and his crew, who were happily carrying boxes, and wondered, how on earth did the people from the Hongchuan dojo find out about this and volunteer to help me move? Nearby, his younger sister and Zhao Lingquan were happily whispering about something, while both of his parents stood there, smiling warmly from ear to ear. Glancing over at him, Lu Qinghe playfully narrowed her eyes and leaned in to whisper something to Zhao Lengxuan, who blushed deeply as she tilted her head to listen. They finished moving just as the sun was setting, and Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile, thinking, We finally moved into our new place at Huafu. Right now, he was playfully flicking his little sister's forehead in mock anger, a wide grin still plastered across his face. Behind them, their parents watched the siblings' playful bickering, smiling warmly side by side. Meanwhile, His sister giggled and ducked, holding her head as she took her brother's affectionate punishment. Off in the distance, an auntie carrying a shoulder bag walked past. Catching sight of them, she muttered under her breath, "There's something off about those new neighbors." Then, Lu Sheng thought, tomorrow is the grand martial arts exam. Up on the vacant top floor, Lu Qinghe stretched her arms out and yelled excitedly toward the window. "I finally have my own martial arts training room. Haha." Downstairs, holding a gift box of red fruits, his mother looked at his father, Lu Hai, and said with a gentle smile, "Dear, since we just moved in, we should go greet the neighbors." Seeing that, he picked up another gift box from the table and smiled back at her. Hearing this, Lu Sheng smiled, looked at them, and said gently, "I'll go with you guys, Mom, Dad." Lu Hai looked like he was about to say something, but then he laughed heartily, raised an eyebrow, and waved his hand in refusal. "No need, son. Go get some rest," he explained, adding, "Tomorrow is the grand martial arts exam. You need to be fully rested." Beside him, his mother held the gifts and gave a warm smile, nodding in agreement with her husband. Then, he laughed proudly, looking up at his son with wide, hopeful eyes as he slapped a hand onto his shoulder. "If you make it as the martial scholar, our family will truly bring honor to our ancestors." Lu Sheng looked back at him, simply smiling and nodding in silence. That night, in his new room, as Lu Sheng lay in bed and drifted off to sleep, he thought, "My inner strength has already reached the peak of a level 4 martial artist." Feeling the formless energy constantly coursing through his body, Lu Sheng knew he was ready to break through to level 5 at any moment. "Actually, I could have advanced to level 5 a long time ago, but I kept delaying it because I wanted to temper my inner strength as much as possible." His originally pale yellow inner strength had now transformed into a rich, amber gold, flowing smoothly through his body. Then, training in his mindscape, he unleashed a massive punch of pure energy, glaring with intense focus. "The third tempering is almost complete," he roared, knowing that its power would easily multiply several times over. Instantly, his strike conjured a massive wave of molten lava, surging forward. The torrent of lava soon collided with a frozen domain. Giant blocks of ice slowly held back the molten flow as snow drifted down from above. Gliding across the lava, he stepped closer to the boundary where ice met fire. On the other side, Zhao Lengshuan stood atop a massive block of ice, weapon in hand, staring right at him. With his clothes fluttering in the snowy wind, Lu Sheng called out, "I'm here." Hearing this, Zhao Lengshuan quietly stared back at him. The sharp metal of her weapon gleamed. In an instant, the two charged at each other, splitting the battlefield into distinct worlds of ice and lava. Lu Sheng roared with excitement. "Let's begin today's training. Instructor." Zhao Lengshuan swiftly swung her weapon at him. Lu Sheng quickly blocked with one hand while throwing a heavy punch with the other directly at her weapon. With a grimace, he thought, "I can already unleash 20 times the stellar force." Gritting his teeth, his body radiated intense heat as he glared at her. In an instant, his fist connected with Zhao Lengshuan's face, forcing her to spit blood through clenched teeth as her head snapped to the side. Swiftly regaining her composure, she pushed off on her toes to build momentum, a wave of frosty energy erupting from her body. She then swung her leg and delivered a devastating kick to his abdomen, sending Lu Sheng flying. Beneath Zhao Lengshuan's feet, the ground had completely turned into a massive sheet of ice. The impact blasted him into a building, triggering a massive explosion that sent debris, smoke, and flames flying everywhere. Bursting out from the explosion, he thought to himself, the unique four gates breathing technique. As a ball of molten lava condensed in his palm, he charged forward with a frown, thinking, "With my fire-breathing technique at level 2 mastery, it doesn't just create a fireball." Like a falling meteor, he dove through the air, hurtling toward Zhao Lengshuan below with the blazing sphere in hand. She looked up, calmly watching his descent. It can also trigger an explosive burst of massive area of effect damage. Lu Sheng roared in his mind as he slammed the blazing sphere down toward Zhao Lengshuan, but she swiftly raised her shield, blocking his attack, and forcing the searing energy to splash harmlessly around them. Sharp ice spikes began to sprout from her body, and a smug smirk played on her lips even as she kept her shield held high to block his relentless assault. Finally, a massive pillar of ice shot out, thrusting toward him as howling, violent gales swirled all around. Lu Sheng quickly zipped around the massive ice pillar, frowning as the snow continued to fall heavily around him. Down below, Zhao Lengshuan just keeps laughing, standing right in the middle of the blizzard with her ice shield and weapon in hand. Seeing this, Lu Sheng thinks to himself, "Lately, It seems like he's been seeking out this female Valkyrie Grandmaster every single day just to train. Watching her from a distance, his eyes gleam with excitement as he smiles, thinking to himself, he can now hold his ground against this crazy female Valkyrie Grandmaster for 5 whole minutes without dying. Even though his hands are frozen solid into fists, and his body glows with a green light in the freezing snowstorm, he knows one thing for sure: this is a far cry from being instantly killed during their very first encounter. His perfect martial arts have completely integrated into his body. Next, fire erupts from one hand to melt the ice, while his body glows green. Small sparks of lightning begin crackling in his other hand. Staring straight into the blizzard with a fierce glare, he analyzes his progress. If all my martial arts break through to the micro level, will my perfect martial arts take another massive step forward? In the distance, Zhao Lingxuan stands there with a wicked grin, her weapon held tight. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, clenching one fist of crackling lightning and another of raging fire, charges straight at her. But then, he suddenly stops, pulling back all the energy surrounding him. He shrugs, his face turning sour, frowning as he glares at Zhao Lingxuan. With fire still flickering on one hand and lightning sparking on the other, he mutters, "Fine, I can't beat you right now." Then, he confidently adds, "But just wait until the college entrance exam is over. My clearance level will definitely break through to level 4. Once that happens, he'll finally get his hands on the next 3 major cultivation techniques of level 11 martial arts." Lu Sheng thinks of the crystal visualization method in one book, and the stellar body refining art in another. Imagining himself holding Zhao Lingxuan right in the palm of his hand, he declares, "Once my inner strength solidifies into astral chi at level 5, I'll definitely take you down." Lu Sheng's face twists into a dark, devious grin as he looks at her, a sharp green light flashing in his eyes. He then realizes that the more he fights this female Valkyrie Grandmaster, he pauses, looking at Zhao Lingxuan as she holds her shield and watches him. It only makes him crave her Grandmaster martial path, the one that condenses ice into a deadly spear, even more. But then, Lu Sheng smirks, thinking, well, it's not like I don't have my own weapon now. He presses 2 of his fingers together, curling the other 3 down, and smiles as his body glows with a vibrant purple light. Right after that, he summons the infinite blade wheel, a linked chain of flying daggers, and boasts proudly, "This is the very weapon that wiped out 27 billion of my cash." With one hand behind his back and the other pointing forward, he controls the floating blades swirling around him, a smug, satisfied smile on his face. Lu Sheng then goes on to explain, "The mithril ore from Mount Niutu yielded 27 kilograms of pure mithril, and every single gram went into making this weapon. Forging each link of this weapon from that rare mountain ore, designed to get progressively smaller." But then, his face drops as he mutters, "After all that spending, I only have a few million left. No wonder spiritualists are worth their weight in gold. Nothing I can do about it." Lu Sheng forces a pained laugh while controlling his weapon, practically crying inside from the financial devastation. This class is seriously a freaking money sink. Next, Lu Sheng clasps his hands behind his back, watching his weapon fly off, and mutters, "Fortunately, once you get your hands on this baby, there's only one word to describe it." He shouts with pure satisfaction, "Glorious!" He then thinks to himself, even for a spiritualist 10,000 years in the future, it's still the most highly sought-after, top-tier class in existence. At the same time, he raises his hand to guide the weapon, a green light radiating from his fingers as he notes, "Over the past few months, I've only managed to casually master one ultimate move from the level 5 techniques of the infinite blade wheel." He shouts in his mind, the database description of this ultimate move is only 4 simple words. Instantly, his weapon shoots toward Zhao Lingxuan at a speed completely invisible to the naked eye. Lu Sheng roars in his mind, "Grandmaster Slayer," while she warily eyes his oncoming weapon. Lu Sheng thinks, if it can already slay a Grandmaster at level 5, then what about level 6, or even level 7? He can't help but wonder in amazement, is there even a spiritualist combat technique out there that's stronger than the infinite blade wheel? His eyes narrow, clicking his tongue as he analyzes Zhao Lingxuan. But man, this female Valkyrie's fighting spirit is just too insane. A normal Grandmaster doesn't even come close. On the other side, she raises her weapon, channeling her power to make sharp spikes erupt from it. Her shield easily deflects all of his incoming blades, making it impossible for him to get within 3 feet of her. Seeing this, Lu Sheng grits his teeth in sheer frustration. With a dark expression, he reaches out to keep controlling the weapons, screaming in his mind, "Damn it! More!" His blades bounce off her defense, stabbing into the ground one after another. But without missing a beat, he instantly pulls one of them back up. Lu Sheng looked up, his face filled with complete confusion as he frowned, breaking into a cold sweat while making a shocking realization. The basic attacks of his infinite blade wheel didn't even scratch her. He fell deep into thought, wondering what would happen if he unleashed the ultimate move of the infinite blade wheel with all his might. Lu Sheng calculated his next move. Once the ultimate was unleashed, he would pause, thrust his weapon into Zhao Lengshuan's arm, and force her to drop her shield. The massive collision of energy would spark, but Lu Sheng knew that while this might severely wound the Valkyrie, his mental energy would be completely drained, leaving him utterly defenseless. In that split second, the Valkyrie's spear would thrust toward him. With no strength left to fight back, Lu Sheng could only frown in exhaustion, desperately swinging a weak fist as panic set in. The very next second, the Valkyrie would deliver the final blow, blowing him to pieces. Then, he analyzed his current situation. Right now, his wind breath was buffing his undying golden body. In terms of speed, he was no slower than her. As Lu Sheng retreated from the battlefield, he glanced back at Zhao Lengshuan, who was busy parrying his weapons on the ice, and thought to himself, "As long as I don't go on a suicide charge, she can't touch me. But it's a shame, I don't have a proper opponent to test my limits. The Valkyrie is just too powerful to practice on. If I keep pushing it, she might get hurt, but I will definitely end up dead." Ultimately, he had to admit that without a worthy rival to push him, he had no way of knowing how strong he truly was, or where his absolute limits lay. Back in reality, Lu Sheng snapped awake. Sitting on his bed with one hand on his knee and leaning back on the other, he roared in his mind. The college entrance exam tomorrow. That will be the ultimate testing ground. In the pitch-black night, he stared silently into the void, murmuring his goals. City Marshal Champion, Province Marshal Champion. With the house completely draped in darkness, Lu Sheng declared with absolute certainty, "That is my goal." Staring into the endless galaxy of his mind, he smiled, his eyes sharp and burning with determination. Outside, the morning sun slowly rose, bathing him in its light. Lu Sheng knew he wouldn't stop there. Now, let's take a look at Lu Sheng's major abilities, none of which are a secret anymore. With his full physical layout and skills revealed, we see the crystal meditation method. This technique constantly runs in the background of his mind, passively refining and upgrading his mental strength. Next are his eyes, shining with a sharp, eagle-like blue glow. When needed, Lu Sheng's eyes can discharge a suffocating pressure. Underneath that, at the cellular level, lies the stellar body refining art. This technique refines his cells with solar energy to power his stellar core. However, the manual's description is strictly for reference. The Grandmaster reserves all final rights of interpretation. Finally, as his feet shatter the ground, his undying golden body constantly regenerates his wounds, granting him transcendent defense. Even under several times normal gravity, he can move effortlessly. His body is flawless, though he has yet to evolve into the ultimate cosmic being. Then, there are his 4 natural attributes. His natural breathing techniques allow him to switch between different modes depending on the combat situation. Which element do you think he uses the least? Let me know in the comments below. Next is his fiery fist powered by the God-slaying King Kong Sutra. By utilizing high-density energy, it forms a second body within his own, doubling his destructive output. Then there is his ultimate stance, the 10 suns rising together. Inherited from a grandmaster, this is the lifetime masterpiece of Dongji Xieyang, a finishing move of catastrophic power. Finally, we have Lu Sheng's sensory perception, combining both sight and physical instinct. With time sense, his highly enhanced mental strength elevates his perception to an extreme level, perfectly syncing his reaction time during high-speed battles. The next morning, at the breakfast table, his mother stood wearing an apron, her eyes closed and hands clasped as she prayed fervently. "Please let everything go smoothly. Bless my Sheng to get the best results on his exam." On the table lay small steamed buns and breakfast pastries. Sitting next to him, Lu Qinghe rested her chin on her hands and looked at him. She smiled and suggested, "Big brother, let me come with you to the exam hall later." Hearing this, he smiled warmly while eating a steamed bun, reaching over to ruffle his little sister's hair. "Sure, why not? It will be good for you to experience the intense atmosphere of the college entrance exam, so you won't panic when your turn comes." The little girl took a bite of her bun, puffing her cheeks and frowning in annoyance as she muttered back, I would never get nervous. Watching them, their mother pumped her fists, smiling excitedly to encourage her son. Don't worry, just stay calm and do your best. No matter what your score is, you will always be our greatest pride. Just then, a car pulled up outside. His father, Lu Dahai, honked the horn and called out, "Son, let's go. Get in the car." Lu Sheng looked up and waved back through the window, calling out, "Coming, Dad." Beside him, Lu Qinghe watched them while chewing, holding her breakfast bowl in her hands. As they drove along, the tires hummed against the asphalt. Lu Hai glanced back, reminding his son, "Do your best on the exam today, son. Whether our Lu family can finally produce a martial arts champion is all up to you." Hearing this, Lu Qinghe leaned forward from the back seat in protest. Gripping the driver's seat, she squinted her eyes and pouted, "Hey, Dad, don't forget about me." Lu Sheng closed his eyes with a smile, while Lu Hai laughed heartily behind the wheel, teasing his daughter, "Sweetheart, if you want to become the champion, you've still got a long way to go." Ha ha ha. The sky was crystal clear that day, but the testing center was absolute chaos, buzzing with crowds and packed with cars. Lu Sheng quickly opened the car door and stepped out, his face brimming with confidence. He closed his eyes, and as a faint, purple glow enveloped his body, he could practically hear his family's frantic encouragement echoing in his mind. "My sweet boy, do your absolute best. Don't be nervous, just give it everything you've got. Getting into a top martial arts university is more than enough to make our ancestors proud. Do you need some water? Are you hungry? Do you need to use the restroom? Oh, and did you bring your exam ticket? Oh my goodness, sweetheart. How could you leave something so important at home? Taxi, taxi." They were shouting in a frenzy, clearly way more anxious and excited than he was. Smiling, Lu Sheng locked those warm memories in his heart and opened his eyes. Looking ahead with determination, he thought to himself, "It's been so long since I lived like an ordinary person. Now, I'm finally standing here, taking the national exam just like everyone else." Reflecting on the wild ride of the past few months, he couldn't help but pause. Suddenly, his father walked up from behind and gazed toward the entrance, a serious look on his face. Smiling warmly, he reminisced, "I still remember when I took my martial arts exam right here. Sadly, I didn't have the talent, and we couldn't afford good nutrition back then. I barely made it past the first round before I had to drop out." Listening to his father's words, Lu Sheng stared ahead, lost in thought. But then, Lu Hai slung an arm around his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. "But hey, you're 100 times stronger than I ever was. I won't nag you with a long speech, just one piece of advice." He paused, resting his other hand on his hip. Lu Sheng turned to look at him, a warm smile on his face. Lu Hai added, "Just give it your all." His father cheered him on. A wave of emotion hit Lu Sheng, and for a split second, he stared in surprise. But he quickly composed himself, closed his eyes with a smile, and started walking forward. "Thanks, Dad. I got this." Behind him, Lu Hai watched his son walk away, a proud, happy smile on his face. Lu Qinghe quickly ran up, clenching her fists to cheer him on. "Kick some butt, big bro. Dad and I will be waiting right here for you." He didn't look back, simply waving a hand over his shoulder as he kept walking. And just like that, the annual National Martial Arts exam finally began. Inside the main hall, the massive crowd was organized into neat rows. The head examiner, holding a stack of papers, looked down at the candidates and announced, "Please enter in order. First, we will measure your blood vitality, followed by your combat power." He paused before adding, "Group numbers 002360 to 00240. Please proceed to the examination room now," another examiner standing nearby instructed. Right away, the candidates whose numbers were called hurried into the testing room under the strict supervision of the proctors. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light burst out, making the examiner widen his eyes and frown. Looking down at the crowd, he let out a grump, only to see everyone steering clear of Lu Sheng. Confused and annoyed, he barked, "What on earth are you kids doing?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stood right in the middle, radiating.